Hi, we're here today. This is Annette, if you guys don't know. And Joy's taking a bath. It's Saturday morning. We're just getting started. I don't know if you guys, I just uploaded the video earlier today. Yesterday we picked up the car from warranty service. And what happened was, is that when we were driving, the coolant light came on. We were like, why did that coolant light come on? We thought that was part of the service. The sensor for the coolant light had gone bad, so it was always coming on even though the coolant was full. So it came on. We were like, oh man, they didn't fix that. But then the car suddenly overheated. I mean, it went all red. I mean, it was like DEFCON 5 or whatever. And so we jumped on, and so we jumped out, and we were kind of freaked out because we just got out of the shop. We were so mad, and so we had some coolant at home. So Joy fortunately put some coolant in the car, and we were able to get back home. We were just coasted home, and hopefully what happened was, I don't think they tightened the hoses when they did some work on the car. So what happened was, the car overheated.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. So Joy was a little disappointed about that yesterday. So we ended up not going on live last night. Oh, who's first here in the morning? Oh, Peggy, of course. Hi, good morning, Peggy. Peggy's first. Say hi, Peggy.
Hi, Peggy.
That's your moderator right there.
Okay.
Yeah, she protects you.
Oh, good.
Yeah, she has a lot of work to do. There's a lot of, because in the world out there, and you know this, is that there's a lot of people that say mean things. They're not, and they're not nice. Annette looks beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have your? Can you read those? Yeah, give your goggles. Yep. Thank you, Jojo. So, Peggy, I don't know if you had a chance to see the video we put up this morning, but last night when after we picked up the car at the warranty service, so we thought we'd get all the stuff fixed. The mechanics did not put the hoses to the coolant. Good morning. How are you? Who wrote that? Good morning. Can you read that?
Good morning.
What does that one say? Who's it from?
Doctor Who, What, Where.
Oh, thank you, Doctor Who, What, Where. Whoa. Off the bed there. Come on, look closer. You fall off. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. So for those of you who are just joining, my name is Richard, and this is my sister Annette. And Annette is a goddamn genius.
Ah?
And my wife, she's kind of the one who started this whole channel, started the show, and then kind of incorporated the whole family into it. She was kind of the one, I would say she's responsible for bringing the family together. I mean, she really did. Because Annette and I, we lived in different cities. We were apart. We were doing our own thing.
Ah.
Annette had her job here. She was very busy. Gloria was doing her thing. And then I'm doing my thing here. And Joy really worked to put us all together. So, and then introduced us to you guys.
Yeah.
So thanks. Is it really nice?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning. So Joy will be joining us here in a little bit. So on Saturday morning, what we typically do is what we do every day. We wake up and we hang out with Annette for a little bit, clean Annette's room, do the dishes, get the house all sorted out, jump on the scope here, say hi to our friends here. Doctor Who, What, Where? Gotta love it early. There's nothing like a Saturday morning early because, I don't know, Saturdays have always been my favorite day.
Yeah.
What's your favorite day of the week?
Probably Saturday.
Probably Saturday, yeah. Mine too. And so there's nothing better than waking up early on a Saturday on your favorite day. And so what's funny is my dad was a CFO of a restaurant corporation, but he bought this old rickety hardware store for like $150,000 in Westland, Oregon, called True Value, because he liked working there, even though he didn't make nearly as much money as when he was a CFO, but he preferred that because he used to say, it's great because like every day I wake up, it's like a Saturday, because he used to love hanging out in hardware stores. Not so much my thing. I don't know. Do you like hardware stores?
Yeah.
You do. So she likes, but some people really dig it. And that was my dad was a 50s guy, so he loved the whole concept of hardware, and he loved counting things. He was an accountant, so he loved counting all those bolts. I mean, he had this rack of bolts. I mean, it was a full wall of washers and nuts and bolts, and he would just count every single one of those things. He loved it. I can't read that. Can you read this?
GM.
Yeah. Good morning. And this one says, Carpe diem. Latin for, you know what that means?
Oh, good.
You know what carpe diem means?
Happiness?
Almost. It means seize the day.
Oh, good.
Seize the day. Read it out loud.
This, yeah, good.
Okay. How did you sleep, Annette?
Good. I slept really well.
Girl, you look great. I am so happy for you.
Oh, thank you.
And that was from Heather.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. That's very nice of you.
Your hair looks really nice today. Good.
Yeah, you know, it's really funny. Annette woke up and she was all ready to come meet with you guys. And so, you know what she did? She took a bath today.
I know it.
I took a bath instead of a shower.
Yeah.
Normally she takes a really quick shower, but today she took a bath. How did you like
It's
that?
good.
It was kind of nice to soak in there and relax a little bit. Kind of meditative. What does the next one say?
That was really nice.
Annette, your curly hair looks really nice.
Oh,
Yeah, it really does. She has nice ringlets.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's getting longer too.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, yeah, it's looking really good. Thank you for all the wonderful, nice compliments. It really does mean a lot, you know, to us, you know, especially out here, you know, for everything we've been doing.
Feel good too. Yeah, I feel good. Oh, hi. Great.
Okay, Peggy, you and Annette hang out here. I'm gonna be right back, okay?
Yeah, all right. Dancer. Oh, neat. Yeah, me too. Sleep. No. Good. Person does anyone that sleep. Oh, good. Big morning plan today. No, not really. Hey, baby. Sleep. Yeah. Sleep. Yeah. Favorite food. Probably spaghetti. Dry and streaming. Okay, good. Beautiful. Oh, good. I know. Good. Good.
Your hair looks absolutely fantastic.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Yes, it really does. Yeah, let's get a little higher here. Can you reach it? Annette, what are you going to do today? What do you think you're going to do today?
Nothing.
Huh?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're talking to your friends. That's one thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Are you gonna go for a morning walk?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, they all know. They all know you.
Okay.
They all know what you do.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been watching your channel for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm walking. Yeah, I know it. Hi. Okay. Vegan. Yeah. He keeps the kill comment collective. Okay. Books. Yeah. Movie. I don't have one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No. Mathematics.
You guys are doing so great with the questions. Thank you.
Yeah.
You
How
guys
are
are
you?
doing awesome. Hi, Annette. How are you?
Hi. How are you?
That's Blue Eyed Siren. He's a big fan.
Oh, good.
Or she's a big fan, excuse me. She. Pronouns come in very handy when you have bad eyesight and very tiny. But I suppose it's never mind. I'll just shut up.
Marina, hello.
Hello.
Good.
How's your bunny?
Good.
Yeah, Bunny's very cute. Bunny is just the darn sweetest thing I've ever seen. Joy really, I mean, she says basically all of her pets are just like that bunny, where they're just so lovable. I mean, I've never seen anything like it before, actually. You stay down there. Stay down
Okay.
there. I'm gonna tilt this down. Here.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a little better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cute. Sure out. Only. Oh, thank you. Oh, it came that way. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, hi, my birthday. Oh, good, your birthday. Happy birthday, EJ.
Thank you. Go back.
Good morning, Sunshine. Good morning. Hi. Hello from Seattle, Washington. Good. Very good. Oh. Hi. Good. Oh, shoot. Good. Good. All right.
Annette, is there anything you would like to talk about?
No.
Is there anything on your mind?
Okay.
Yeah, no, someone was asking.
No.
That
Okay.
was the question to you.
No. Good. Breathe. Oh. Good. Yeah. All right.
Karma says, come visit me in Maine, Annette.
All good. Enjoy.
There's Joy.
Oh.
Yeah. She's gonna get ready and she'll come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Amy says, Annette, you are loved.
All good.
Herb says, hey, you are not alone. We're all here together.
Okay, perfect. Now we're right on.
Sarah says, I love seeing you, Annette.
I've seen you too.
Amy Gomez says you have very pretty fingernails.
Oh, thank you.
Blue White Siren says you have a whole new crew.
Okay.
Sarah says that color looks amazing on you.
Okay.
See that a little easier to read like
Yeah.
that? Yeah. Pedro says good morning.
Good morning.
Your outfit is so cute.
Okay.
And love.
Yeah.
They love your they love your goggles.
Okay.
Good morning, Richard. Hi, Herb. Hi, Herb. Herb. Is it Herb or Herb? My name's Doppelganger. I love your jeans. Thanks, Sarah. Sarah loves your jeans.
Okay.
Yeah. And Sadie loves your hair.
Okay.
I know. Doesn't she have beautiful ringlets? It's very gorgeous. We're going to grow out long, long, long this time. You look so good in the bright colors with white. Just really brings out your face.
Okay.
Yeah, and she has very, very good skin. She's been blessed with very, very good skin. You have a healthy glow,
Okay. Thank you.
says Amy Gomez. Thank you, Amy. That's very nice of you. Joy Wood. Morning, guys. Just thought I'd give you some, what did I say? Inspirational help for some healthy, what? It's called elephant leaf tea.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Elephant leaf tea. What do you think about that?
I like it.
You like elephant leaf
Yeah.
tea? Okay, hey, thank you. She likes it. I like your glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah. We love you guys, but where's Joy? Joy is actually getting ready. So the way the schedule is that we all wake up around here around 2 a.m. when Annette wakes up. And then I do some work. I probably do some editing. And then Joy goes in and takes a bath. And she soaks and listens to her music and gets ready for the day around 3 a.m. or so. Meanwhile, while she's doing that, Annette and I, oh yeah, while I'm doing that, Annette gets in the shower now, gets ready, does her hair, and then around 3 a.m., Annette and I will come out here and we talk to you guys for a little bit while Joy is in the bath and getting dressed. And then when Joy gets dressed and ready, then we're gonna swap over, and then it's gonna be the Joy show. Hi guys. Hi, Just here. How are you? Hi, how is your family? Says
Good.
Linda.
Good.
We're doing very good. We're doing very good. Can you play this song for Big Eyes? I love both of your hair. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have very similar hair, don't we? I know. I often thought that too. Wait, where's Joy? I miss her. I know. She's right around the corner. She's literally around the corner getting dried off. I saw her get out of the bathtub, so she's minutes away from coming on. I'm good, thanks. How are you guys? We're doing really good this morning. Although Joy's gonna, okay, every day is another adventure here, and primarily, I'm not sure why. Joy says it's because she is like, she works for God, is what she thinks, and so what she says. I'm not gonna say, no, she does. She does work for God, and so, and we all do. But what her job is that like there are bad businesses, there are bad men, there are bad people out there that do bad things to people. Okay, now Joy, as you guys know, is really, really strong, but she looks really tiny and small because she's a blonde, skinny white girl. And so what happens is that bad men and people that want to take advantage of people look at a woman like her and think to themselves like, oh, I'm so much smarter than her. She's not caught. And so what happens is that bad things often happen to her instead of to other people, so that God can then, hey, Joy's like, if she gets mad at you and she starts calling you out, you know that you have bad karma coming your way. You know you're gonna leave your cell phone on the subway. You know you're gonna lose your glasses somewhere. You know your dog's gonna come home and your dog's gonna run away. That sort of stuff happens when you have bad karma. And it's not the end of the world. It's just more lessons because we don't really believe in punishment. We believe in humor. it's kind of, I mean, when someone does something really bad to a person, let's say like comes on and trolls somebody, goes into a room and just says something really mean, and then when they come home from work and their dog had run away, well, that might be really sad for some people. It might be, oh man, that's why would you want a dog to run away? It's really funny for God to say, that guy had to run around in there and now his dog ran away. Now look how mad he is. Because eventually what happens is that we all go through these hardships and we all get trained and we all learn how to behave properly. We all do. We all will. I mean, even the worst person you meet will. I guarantee you it. I mean, that you might be dead, and your kids might be dead, your grandkids might be dead, but they'll eventually get it. I'm not kidding. They have to. That's the whole thing. The universe didn't put us this much effort and energy to keep us entertained and to keep us alive and to produce us just so we could watch MTV and use toilet paper. That's not that's not our function. It doesn't need us to, produce a lot. We could have been just, living like we were without all the MTV and toilet paper. No, there's something much more important going on. And we're all involved. And we're all evolving as we go. And they get so bored when I go on these topics, huh, Annette? Yeah. Yeah, she does. I'm sorry. But that's where joy is. So, what I was going to say is that, so what happened to us yesterday, after we were on live, and you guys saw us pick up the car, and then we were on live, we were like, hey, let's go show you guys a view. And then the cell service got really bad, so we cut out, and then after we cut out, we're driving along, and the car just goes red light, engine lights. It's fully overheated, and we opened up the hood, and the coolant thing had fully exploded. I mean, it's like they didn't even put the top. I mean, it wasn't like a hose had broken off. I don't know what happened. They didn't tighten things. I don't know what happened, but yeah, we made it a whole And this is not the first time in Las Vegas we've spent a lot of money. We didn't spend the money. It was warranty, but still, it was over $2,000 that the warranty service covered it. And so you put $2,000 worth of work, and you have to tow your car somewhere. This is not the first time. This is like the second time in a row this has happened to us. As she mentioned with the Porsche, the same thing happened. She spent $10,000 at a Vegas mechanic, and within like 5 minutes, it was on the side of the road overheating, and we had to tow it home. And that's just the way Las Vegas is, because, and that's what Joy does, is that she goes around and she finds these bad people that take advantage of women bringing their cars into mechanics. And she says, hey, God, this is a bad mechanic here. And hey, God, this is another one. And these guys weren't pretty bad, but she thinks they were. I kind of liked them because I thought they were nice and funny. But she said right off the bat, I don't feel good about coming here. They're shoddy mechanics. But it's where we bought the car. And in the car, it had a warranty on it. So we had to go there. So she's like, I don't know. I think, well, I mean, hey, at least we can see if you get it fixed. What's the worst that can happen? I didn't think they wouldn't put the cooling system back in the car. I didn't think they would. I mean, but then I thought about it, like, shit, I just talked to another guy, actually the guy who gave us the bunny. He needed a ride to go get an Uber, because what happened was he took his car to a mechanic here, and they stole a very expensive piece out of his car when they returned it to him. And it didn't work right, and then we took it to the mechanic. They're like, "Oh yeah, you need this piece," and it looks like it was gone. It'd been stolen out of there. So I mean, that's just Las Vegas for you, huh, Annette?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Annette, says Sarah.
Good morning.
And then that's Peter Hub. She's on fire. Says Pootie Hopper. Annette,
Yeah.
are you getting bored?
No. I'm all right.
No, she's not bored. This is her job, so she doesn't get bored at work. Right?
ER.
Yeah, this is ER. She works in the ER. You are beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Annette, you are so beautiful. Another one. 2 in a row. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Faith. Mary Carl. Annette, you brighten my day.
Oh, good.
Thank you guys. Hey, thank you for the thumbs up. Oh, I hear some squeaking going on over there. Joy's about ready to come on. Annette, you're having a great hair day.
Oh, good.
You go, girl. I did. I think it's the bath. The bath.
Oh, good.
Yeah, the bath really helps with the hair. She is pretty. She is cool. You are so brave. Did you enjoy your college experience?
Yeah.
What was one of your favorite college memories?
Humanity.
Humanity. I love your energy, enthusiasm, and smile.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for all you do in the ER.
Yeah.
Thank you, Frank. Hi, how are you, Annette? Annette, do you play piano by ear?
Yeah.
By ear? Or
No, by lesson.
By reading music?
Lesson, yeah.
By reading.
Yeah.
She reads music. Yeah. I play by ear because I can't read music. Although I tried to. I took the same class as she did, but it really stuck in her brain. In mine, it was agony. Hi, Annette. You look absolutely gorgeous today. We love you. You so beautiful. God love you. God love you. Love you both of you guys. Love you too. Love you too.
Okay, here she
Yeah.
comes.
Oh, good. Here she comes. I think she's. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you done? Okay, good.
Good.
Good job.
You're done.
Yeah, she did great.
You did great, Nick.
How long was she on here for
You
today?
did amazing, baby.
30 minutes. That's great, you guys. That's
Okay,
great.
let's go move the other room then.
You know, sorry guys, I kind of, I don't mean to bore her and take over, but I feel like sometimes, I don't know. I don't know sometimes what she wants me to do.
She's ready for a walk.
She was ready for a walk. That was it. And so I'm not going to take, that's the one thing that we learned is not to take it too personally. Let's go.
We'll move the other room.
Boop, boop, boop. I'm sure Joy's going to want to show you the money before anything.
Everybody,
Here we go.
come on in. Thought I wear my Grinch shirt since everyone probably thinks I'm a Grinch, so
Why would they think that?
I'm always complaining.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Look who we have here. You're doing great if she feels loved. Okay, thank you. Let's be clear. I know. I always second guess myself because, it's been 20. I could have, I don't know. Where we're at, I don't know.
No, you really couldn't.
Yeah, I couldn't have now that I think about it. Yeah,
No,
she was
it
not.
had to be,
Yeah.
this thing we couldn't have stepped in until now.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things. This is so hard.
So here's Casper, bite. Oh, good. He was wanting out a minute ago, but I gave him a little more. It's too hard. We're blogging, the doors in it.
Gets
open.
tempted. Good night from Australia.
He also wants to chew on the cords.
Good night. Good night, Alex.
That is Casper. He was given to us. So some people go, look at the adorable
I love your lives.
house that Richard got him. But he was given to us from someone from Twitter. Because I used to always, we had backyard buddies. So I used to always post the backyard buddies. And someone on Twitter was like, would you like a bunny? I don't want it anymore. I just got it. He had just gotten it. He found it at the, someone was giving him away at the caged chicken or whatever. And he's like, I guess he didn't realize how much they poop and pee all over. And he couldn't handle it. He's like, I want a cat instead. But, so when he said, do you want a bunny? I was like, absolutely. But it's so crazy here because, we had mice. So there's still potentially, well, I think there's still traps too. I took out the traps, but then Gloria keeps putting them back. Which is irritating me. But then also there's, even if we get rid of all the traps, there's rat poison. And I don't even know where all the rat poison is. Like, it could be anywhere in the house because it's probably like behind cabinets and things like that, because she was putting it everywhere because there were so many mice. So if this bunny leaves this room, he could potentially die, and that scares me. So someone said to get one of those child door things. I need to get one of those because I'm like panicking, and I keep, especially to Richard, I'm like, not to be like a ninny nanny or like a nag, but close the door every time you leave. So everybody, how was Annette today? She took a bath today. A bath. It was her first bath, maybe ever. I don't know if she's ever taken a bath in her life. That'd be Richard. Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know. I think this might have been her first
It
bath.
may have, and we gave her even a bath bomb. We had a bath bomb that we had from a while ago. Those things. She felt all luxurious. Those things are expensive, It's like, And we put her in there with her bath bomb. She wanted to take a shower, but Richard was setting up a bath for me, and then she woke up and we're like, "Oh, would you like to take a bath?" And we've asked her before, and she always says no, but she's being so much more open to things, which is super cool. Thank you guys. Thanks to you guys. And she was in there for about 10 minutes, which is really good for Annette. She's usually in and out of the shower in about 30 seconds. I mean, lately she's taking a little longer since she's been actually washing her hair, but she used to never wash her hair. She'd just go in there and wash her body. And then right when she started blogging, she started washing her hair, but she's still in and out and out. But we were like, maybe 15 minutes even she was in there. I was like, oh, she's still in there. This is great. So, we don't know what's going on there. We give her privacy, so we don't know how long she was in the bath. Sometimes she just sits in the bathroom, sitting on the toilet for a minute, not even using the toilet. She'll just be in there, but her hair was wet, so we think she got in the bath, and she didn't turn on the shower, so that was her first time washing her hair in a bath. So that was good. It was just really good, actually, because, we're made of 80% water. We go in the bath just to, have a moment of, rehydrating ourselves because we live in the desert. So we usually shower for actually cleaning ourselves for the most part in our shower, because that bathtub is disgusting anyways. I clean it all the time. It becomes disgusting again all the time. I can't keep up with mess. Let's see what's going on, Peggy. Peggy, lettuce. Yeah, I'll tell you guys about the cave. Yes. That's Faith and Humanity.
Oh, yeah.
People are actually interested.
Okay, that's fine.
Richard is worried that we have this troll that's the only one asking me about the cave, but I think people are actually interested in Faith, and we know Faith and Humanity is not a troll. So there was someone that kept harassing me, and we think this is someone from our past that always stalks me, found me on this new platform, because we've done other social media platforms, but then we'll stop. So we did Periscope in 2017 to 2018, and then Periscope came down and we kind of stopped doing any sort of live blogging, and then we always have kind of been on Twitter, which now is X, and then a little tiny bit on Instagram, but we never really did Instagram much, and then tiny bit on TikTok. I went on TikTok during the pandemic, and I thought TikTok was karaoke. I thought you go on there and sing songs. I was like, this is the best app ever. Yeah. This is so fun, because I love doing covers. Yeah. I was like, carpool karaoke all day long. Woohoo! I received so much hate. I couldn't believe it, and then I realized that's not what the app was. I started looking at the other videos. I was like, okay, I could see why people were hating, because I can't sing. People, you can't sing. Yeah, no shit, son. I can't sing because I was bulimic. I completely lost my voice pretty much until I stopped being bulimic. I pretty much couldn't speak. I hate answering the phone. No one could hear me. It was like, really, really faint. So each year my voice changes. So I sing to strengthen my voice. And Richard is so musically talented that he set up a whole studio for us in our apartment. We had the speakers and the microphones and the studio lights and the green screen behind us, and everyone was like, you guys suck. Why would you be making these elaborate singing things when you can't sing? But that was the fun of it. And it actually was getting me out of my depression, singing, because I was really sad. So I would sing, and I'd sing my heart out, and I was you think I'm bad now? Oh man, you should hear the out-of-tune. I'm just horrible. Oh, it's nails on a chalkboard. I'll be like, oh my god. And I used to post this stuff.
It's still posted.
It's still posted.
No, don't Twitter.
Oh, don't go.
Never mind.
Never mind. But it's so bad. And I, at the time, didn't care because I was progressing. I could speak, and I was trying to sing.
You had no voice.
So I had no voice from my bulimia. I had completely lost my voice.
Maybe tell them why we went to the cave.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to get into.
Oh, yeah.
Which I actually got into a little bit yesterday. Yeah, so I'm getting into that. But so we used to be a lot on different, so then we did the TikTok, but primarily we've always been on Twitter, which I still call it Twitter. I hate this X thing. I think it's the stupidest thing to change a really great name, especially a bird, which I love animals. Why'd you turn that off? That was great.
Oh,
that was a good light. I'm obsessed with pigeons too. I used to feed the pigeons, and you're not allowed to in Las Vegas, so I got fined.
No, after you started feeding them.
Yeah, they made it illegal to feed pigeons in Las Vegas. So we almost got kicked out of our apartments, and I got fined for feeding the pigeons. We were recording them, and we got to record a baby, what do you call it?
Squib?
Squib,
No, what do they
squab,
call
squab,
it?
squab. I think it's
Pigeon.
squab. Baby squab, I think they call it. I think they call it a baby squab for a pigeon. Anyway, no, I think it's a squab. We got to okay. You never see baby pigeons. I think they're called squabs. They're when they have them, they always hide. Like the pigeons will usually have their babies in privacy, and we were feeding the pigeons organic almonds. We would go buy every single day a bag of organic almonds, which is not cheap. It was like, I think it was around $9 every day. And we'd feed a whole bag of organic almonds to all the pigeons by our apartments because they were already there. We didn't bring them there. Someone else was already feeding them. And you know, pigeons will come back. If anyone's ever fed a pigeon somewhere, they'll come back to that spot. So that's why people get pissed when you feed them, because then they come back and they poo for years. And so we would feed them, but we'd sneak it because we kind of knew we weren't supposed to. So we'd go out early morning, we like throw a bunch of almonds out of our apartments, and then the birds swarm, and we'd be like, oh, wasn't us, and we'd run away. And I was obsessed with it. So we were doing that for about a year, I think, and maybe even 2. And then one of them had a baby, and they put their nest in a spot that we could see perfectly, and we got to see this baby squab like being born. We got to see like them bring the baby food, because it's really interesting, they swallow the food and then they regurgitate it back to the babies. That's how they feed their babies, and that's why they look like they're eating a ton. It's actually they're storing it to go give, and the males often even do that to the females. And we didn't realize often the males actually sit on the nest and stuff. So we got to watch the whole thing. We got to watch the baby squab being born and everything. And we were filming it. I'll get to the cave. We were filming it, and then our apartments wanted to call an exterminator to kill the pigeons while there was a baby squab. They were going to call an exterminator that day because there was starting to take over with the pigeons, you know, because we were feeding them. And we were filming this baby squab, and they were going to call an exterminator that day, and I lost it. Like, I went to the front desk, and I was like, you can't do this. You cannot. There's a baby pigeon. Like, do not come and bring an exterminator to kill all these pigeons. Like, I went nuts about it. We went all over social media about it. We even contacted TJ Lavin. Do you guys know TJ Lavin? He even hearted it and got on board with that. He's a local, he was a top, like, BMX guy back in the day. And he then hosted the challenge on MTV. He still hosts the challenge on MTV. But he originally got famous for his BMX biking. He was like one of the best. But he lives here in Las Vegas, and he used to heart all of our stuff on Instagram and stuff. And we met him at Whole Foods one day. Richard was so excited he almost jumped over the table. He was like, "Oh, it's TJ Lavin!" And like climbs over the table. Almost goes. He was like, there was like a chair there. It was funny because you know I don't know if they have any more post pandemic. I think they got rid of it, but they used to have all of these chairs where you could sit right in there at the one on Las Vegas Boulevard, and so that there was like we were in line, and there was like a chair in the way. You see CJ Lavin, he almost trips over the chair, which is so excited. TJ, because he'd been hearting our stuff online, but he had no idea who we were when we went up to him. We were so embarrassed. We thought for sure he knew who we were, because we'd send him the pigeon stuff and all, and he's just like.
And just so you know, okay, after that experience, just so you know, we said to ourselves, you know, if we ever get a following and people come up to us and
will be nice, because I was trying to not say this, but he was extremely rude to us, and we were so excited because we were like big fans in a sense, and he was so rude, and it hurt Richard's feelings really bad. I wasn't even gonna go into that. I was just gonna go into the story, but yeah, it really hurt our feelings, and we were like, you know, as a celebrity, you kind of have to have a little tact when fans come up to you. Like, you could be a little bit nicer, you know. So many celebs are so rude. And also, we had already been interacting with him. It wasn't like he was like he had hearted a lot of our stuff, not just like Richard would tag him on stuff because he's a Vegas guy, you know, and be like, hey, dude, and he'd heart it and stuff, and he came out of his way to heart some of Richard's stuff.
Oh, you know what? He commented on the post when I was freaking out that they were going to shoot the pigeons.
Yeah, no, he even commented on it and everything. So, like, we kind of thought that he knew.
No, he said, what? They're going to shoot your pigeons?
Right, and then, we were like, whoa! But then, yeah. Oh, you know what else? His wife blocked me on Instagram. I didn't even know who his wife was. So he'd been hearting our stuff. And I go, and his wife's like a big vegan. And I was wearing this shirt that said, it had a pig on it. And it says, I was bacon before it was cool. And that was one of the things that TJ Lavin, Richard had said to him. And so I assumed that's why I got blocked, because she was a big vegan advocate. Otherwise, I'm like, I don't know why she blocked a complete stranger. that I never contacted you. Oh, hey there, you get some cigarettes, baby? Nettie's back.
Hi, Nettie.
Come say hi again.
Well, can you come say hi real quick?
Okay.
You can, yeah, say hi.
Hello.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Oh.
Tell them where you went.
Oh, I went, did some dishes and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Love you, baby.
Great job, Annette. Great job. Thank you.
I see. Yes, so his wife blocked me on Instagram, and I never messaged his wife or commented or anything. I had no I didn't even know he had a wife. We thought he was single because we just never even you don't know. I mean, we didn't think he was single. We just didn't know if he was single or not. And then all of a sudden, he sends out this thing saying to all the locals, "Hey, my wife is opening this new gym at our house, and if you're a local in Vegas, like you could come and go to the gym. Like you pay." They're opening like a gym where you pay at their house, but they have like this because he has this huge house and a huge gym and stuff, and they have a lot of money because he's famous, you know. So I go to his wife's page. I'm like, oh, that'd be cool because we were wanting to like find a cool gym, and I'm blocked by someone I never even knew that I existed. And this happened before, like we ran into him at the store. So it was like we felt like they knew who we were. Like I don't know why she went out of her way to block me when I didn't even know who she was, and I'd never contacted her on any level. And then all Richard had sent him was the stuff like a couple of little things like the thing about the pigeon, and then he hearted it and everything and commented. So we were really confused about that. But like we get so much hate, we don't even know why. It's like I don't know why I was blocked by Roxanne Lavin. I was blocked by Roxanne Lavin, who's TJ Lavin's wife. I was like, well, it's a bit of a compliment. She's famous, kinda. She's not as famous. Her husband is, but well, she actually was a model. She was like a Maxim model or something. But yeah, it was weird. I don't know what that was about. Okay, but back to the cave. What happened was the Mandalay Bay shooting, which I was talking about yesterday. If you guys weren't aware of that, on October 1st, 2017, that man, the Paddock guy, shot up a bunch of people. He had stayed at the Mandalay Bay for a couple weeks and been storing up guns, and there was a concert across the way in front of the Luxor and at Country Music Festival, and he just started shooting at people from one of the rooms, like in the Mandalay Bay. I don't know if you guys had heard of it. It was a huge thing. 58 people died and like 700 people got injured here in Las Vegas on October 1st, 2017. It was a really big deal. Huge tragic shooting here. And then they pretty quickly tried to kind of like brush it under the rug because it's bad for tourism to hear stuff like that. And that really kind of upset us because we were living right behind this. So we lived as close to the strip as you could at the time, and right behind our window we could see the Mandalay Bay and Luxor, and we were always on the strip. And then that night it was a Friday night, but we happened to just be sleeping. I think it happened around 10 p.m., but we were already sleeping. You guys see sometimes maybe you guys don't see. My monitors know now. We usually go to bed around 7 or 8, and then we'll wake up around midnight or 1 or 2 a.m. or whatever. So that's always kind of been our routine. Sometimes even earlier. Sometimes we'll go to bed at like 5 p.m. and then wake up, whatever. So people go, when do you sleep? That's when we sleep. We kind of sleep from like right after dinner, we go to sleep, and then we wake up in the middle of the night. And we've been doing that for years. But this time, whenever we woke up, which probably was the middle of the night, our phone was blowing up because we were actually doing Periscope at this time. And people were like, oh my God, were you guys at the event? Blah, 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 blah. And what's going on? And we had no idea. We're like, what are they talking about? We turned on the news, and then we saw them. We're like, oh my goodness. And what was crazy is our next door neighbor had like 3 kids. They were at the event, and it was really horrific to them. They were really traumatized because people were running in fear. I mean, people were running, like trying to not get shot at. I mean, it was an insane thing that happened here in Vegas. And that's part of why tourism has been horrible here. And then the pandemic hit. So that was 2017. And then 2020, they shut down everything. So Vegas hasn't recovered from those 2 things. And that's what people don't get. They're like, oh, there's people here, but it's not Vegas. It's like the cheapest people that are, because they're having to put everything at the bargain rates. So like, it's not like the Vegas that people would think where like people came and they, would like have fun and like spend a bunch of money and, be laughing and hollering at the craps game. It's like quiet in the casinos now. It's the weirdest thing when you walk in. I'll go in on a Friday night and it'll be like, how is it so quiet? Like on a Friday night, like there's people here, but it's so quiet. Like when you used to go to Vegas, well, when we didn't used to go, we lived in Vegas, but when you would go out, it would be like this energy, and like, so it'd be like New York City where it was like loud, and people, especially like with the craps tables, you'd always hear people just like, upset or happy with their outcome. it's like a ghost town because ever since like the pandemic, everybody's just really kind of doled down, and that's what's kind of sad. People got really depressed and kind of scared to kind of socialize. So it's getting hard to get people kind of back out of their like shells or when they're in like turtle shells. So 2017 really messed up Vegas, but we were living right behind the Mandalay Bay. And when we found out, it really affected us because we're very we're very connected with the dead in a sense because we have a lot of dead relatives. So we don't believe that like you can't like communicate with the dead in the sense of like, I'm not saying like in a weird sort of way. I'm just saying I feel like I hear my mom tell me things in her presence all the time, especially when I'm in New York. That's why I love going to New York because that's where she's from, and New York is like, oh. That's probably if my mom got to choose, like if there was any sort of heaven, she'd say I want to go back to New York. So that's probably where she is. That's probably why I feel her when she say I don't know how eternity goes, and I'm not even gonna try. I'll figure that out when I get there. I'm just gonna try to do the best I can here. But I do know there's gonna be something afterwards, and I do know that what you did here will affect that. It might just be that you have to go redo it again because you didn't learn anything, and they're like, you were messed up in this life, so do it again. And the people that were cool maybe get to do something different. I don't know. I don't know what you believe in. I don't know if you believe in reincarnation. I don't know if you believe in heaven, hell, whatever it is. I do believe that what you do here will play a factor. So people want to be assholes here. I don't know what's going to happen to you in the next life, but I don't think it's going to be as cool as someone that was cool. But so we were very, very affected by this because we live so close. And we could literally like kind of feel the presence. Richard's always been very in tune with that because his brother died when he was very young. And when you lose a loved one, often that's like kind of like where people get like the imaginary friends kind of thing. It's often could be like your dead loved one. You know, you feel this connection. And like I said, I don't know how much y'all believe in that. I don't even know how much I understand or fully believe, but I do know it's there because I've lost a mother, a brother, and both my grandparents, and you know other relatives and things and friends. So I know that I feel the presence of those people, and not all the time. It's at certain times. And when I go to New York, I'll feel my mom's presence. Sometimes it's overwhelming. Like, I lose it. Like, I can't. It's hard for me to be in New York because I pretty much cry every single day I'm there. And I don't cry very often when I'm here. But in New York, it's just like, it's so overwhelming, the presence of my mother, that I can't even take it. Sometimes I can't even take my mom being fully because it's so painful. Even though I want her there, like every minute I'm like, because my mom committed suicide, for those of you that don't know. And it's questionable that maybe my stepdad aided in it, one of those kind of like where he aided in her suicide, but because he gave her a gun. So he aided it no matter what because he gave her a gun, which she shouldn't have had because she was already suicidal. But anyways, I always want to be like, oh, if I could just hear my mom's voice or just see her one more time or see her face. But then when I do get like where I almost hear, I lose it. So I'm like, oh, okay, maybe not right now. And Richard has always been kind of like he's always kind of been the person that I feel like keeps me connected to my mom because I feel like she's always kind of talked to Richard because I sometimes can't handle it. It's too painful for me to even like kind of hear her voice. I just lose it. So, so people dying right behind us was something that really, especially Richard, he's so, like, he's very, I don't even know what you would call that, but just someone that, like, his spirit is very pure, and I almost feel like some people believe in, like, channeling. I don't know what you believe, but, like, I feel like he would channel my mom for me and tell me the things that my mom was trying to tell me that I couldn't because I couldn't accept even, like, kind of listening to her. It hurt me too much. So he early on was always kind of like, I think this is what your mom wants for you, kind of thing. So, but now I've grown a lot with that. But so we were so upset with the Mandalay Bay thing, and we were upset that Vegas was not really like making a deal about it. They kind of like all along, like even early on, were really trying to like sweep it under the rug. And also there was supposedly like a lot of lies, a lot of cover-ups. So we don't really know exactly what happened. We don't even really know if it was really just one guy. There's a lot of people that had a lot of, you know, conspiracy theories, and I don't know. I honestly, I wasn't there. I've heard a lot of people say a lot of different things, but I don't know what really happened. I'm just telling you what they said happened, and they said it was this guy, Stephen Paddock or something, and it was just one guy, but it seems like it was probably more than one person for the amount of stuff, but I don't know. So I'm going off of the police report that came out like way late, which everyone was waiting for, supposedly said this, but everyone's like questioning that. So it was a big deal, like the controversy in Vegas, but they kind of really tried to minimize the fact that like 58 people died. And so they put the memorial like way the heck in North Las Vegas, not where the event actually happened, not like when the World Trade Center went down in the Twin Towers. They put the memorials where the buildings were, which is amazing when you go there. That is an overwhelming thing. If you've ever been to the World Trade Center, the memorial, the 9/11 memorial in Manhattan, it is insane. So if you don't believe that there's a presence of like dead people, go there and you're overwhelmed. It's insane, the energy. I mean, right now I'm getting goosebumps thinking about when I was at the 9/11 memorial, and we stayed there for about 2 weeks. We stayed in a hotel that had a view of the memorial, which was almost like weird, eerily creepy, but that's okay for us. But other people are like, that's weird, because you opened this door. It was a door that opened too, and there you look down into the memorial. It was a weird hotel to stay at because it was good and bad. Like you couldn't stay there long because it starts to get depressing. It's a sad energy over there, but it was cool for a minute. We enjoyed staying there for a minute, but we were like, we gotta get out of here. This is too depressing. Like staying at this hotel and looking down the memorial every day. But they decided to not even make a memorial here in Vegas. They where the location was. They put it way the heck where no one will ever go, and they decided to make the Raiders parking lot for the Raiders stadium. They made a parking lot where the event happened, the tragedy. And because no one wanted to build a casino or a hotel or anything there, where 58 people died and 700 people were injured. It was a massacre. So they decided to make it a parking lot. But what they could have made it was a memorial. But they didn't want that on the Strip because they didn't want that negative attention. But by doing that, they've kind of shot themselves in the foot by not letting people who had lost people during a shooting in Vegas, and no pun intended, but shot themselves in the foot. But seriously, because that was disrespectful. It was super disrespectful to the people that lost someone, and they should have had a right to go to the spot where their loved ones were murdered, basically, by this guy, and at least, pay the respects there, not have to go way the heck to North Las Vegas. It has nothing to do with it, and something like, they literally put in some Cracker Jack little box area. I haven't even been there, but it's like, no one goes there. It's like a spot that they knew would be super inconvenient because they don't want people to even remember, and that's not cool. Because Manhattan took a very different approach, and they made a huge memorial when people died. Here, they swept it under the rug. So that made us mad, and so we've always been having issues with Vegas for how they handle things. I was speaking yesterday about the Raiders Stadium, how they botched the roof, and instead of taking it apart and putting it back together like they should have properly, because they wanted to get it done on time, which getting it done on time was for 2020, which they didn't even have a 2020 season. But the construction guys were getting a bonus if they got it done in time. So they didn't care whether there was a season or not. They wanted their bonus. So they rushed it, and they broke part of the stadium trying to mount that roof, and then they tried to fix it later by hiring all these engineers to try to, ghetto rig it, Jimmy rig the thing. And I don't think the thing is safe to this day, but whatever. It might be safe, but it's not the way you handle things. You don't try to just like later put a Band-Aid on it. You take it apart and put it back together properly. And who cares if you didn't get it done exactly on time, so you guys didn't get your bonus. But that's just, they half-ass things here. There's often, I guess on projects here in Vegas, there's often people die all the time, and a lot of, so the one building they built here, $2 million building, the fire, there's some sort of fire code thing that was wrong, so they had to take the whole thing down. $2 million waste. No, not 2 million, sorry. 2 billion, not 2 million. 2 million is nothing here, sorry. 2 billion. Billion, B, not M. Millions, nothing in Vegas. They just fart that stuff out. They don't even care. It's so crazy how much they waste here. But $2 billion project, it was the Harmon building right next to the Cosmopolitan. They botched that thing up, so then they just had to take it apart, and they had to try to take it apart very slowly, and actually they could save some of the stuffs, and also they couldn't implode it because it's right next to the other buildings. But they do stuff like that here all the time. Oh, the Resorts World, what a shit show that thing was. We got to go onto the Resorts World. This guy, their inspector took us on there. He brought us a tour on there, but then their security guard freaked out and tried to arrest us when we were brought on by the inspector. He lost his job for bringing us on there. Me and Rich got all these photos because we were like blogging, and we'd get photos of everything, And if someone lets us get on projects, we got to go to the Raiders Stadium before it opened too. The security guard took us in before, and we got a tour of the Raiders Stadium before anybody else, before any other like civilian ever got to go in there because it wasn't even near done. It was in the beginning. It was like still like dirt and stuff and like the little bit of the structure built. And we have all this video of it, and they got all the news people got mad because we got the inside scoop. But anyways, we would never tell how we got it because these people could have got a lot of trouble. And I say now because the guy doesn't work there anymore. He was the security guard for during construction. He's not like the security guard now at the Raider Stadium or nothing. But so back to the cave. We were very pissed off by the fact that Vegas completely denied really honoring the people that died, and that was wrong. So we kind of just were. What happens is me and Richard get tired of society. We don't like the things that go on, so we say forget it. So we decided to go to a cave. Because Richard had actually met this gentleman. His name was Robert. We call him Dr. Robert. We actually just saw him the other day. He's the craziest guy. He's super intelligent, but he's an alcoholic, and I think he has some sort of schizophrenia. So he's been living outside for many, many years, but he was living in the caves, and that's kind of how we discovered it. We don't like to say homeless because there's people that are homeless that don't have any money, and then there's people that choose to be homeless and that do have money, and that's, I guess, like at any point, like same with Robert, like he got money and he could have got a hotel, same with us. We'd get money, we were working, and we were choosing to live outside, and every time that we lived outside, we had a storage unit. We had a storage unit that we would go to and we would sell stuff from, or even use their restroom, and we'd go in there, someone was sitting there. So like we were never like where we didn't have things when we were homeless. That's what people don't understand. They're like, oh, you guys were like where you had nothing and then you came in to Gloria's house. People brought up this homeless thing. I just want to reiterate that. Anytime that me and Richard lived outside, it was by choice because we wanted to, because we were like, we're single and this is cool. We were like basically camping. I mean, because it was always when we were doing like the keto diet. So we were like, hey, we would just cook our meat outside. That's cool. Let's do that. So we lived in the cave for 3.5 months, and then another time we lived outside for I think 2 months. But both those times we had a full storage unit, and if we needed something, we'd go sell something from our storage unit, or I was still working at the time, and we were just basically living outside by choice. And it's really hard for people to understand. But we were not like homeless people. We were always like clean. We were showering. We were going and showering at like truck stops and stuff, or sometimes we'd get a hotel once in a while. So it was kind of this thing where we would just, even when we lived in the cave, we showered all the time. We would go to a truck stop. We would Uber. We lived in a cave, but we'd either Uber, bus, or walk to a truck stop, take showers and stuff, so we weren't like these dirty, nasty people living out there. We were clean, we were blogging, we were just living outside, camping basically. But so we got pissed off after this Mandalay Bay thing, and we were living right by it, so we were like, you know what, this is just lame, Vegas is lame. And Richard had one day gone up to these are the caves that are on Warm Springs and Fort Apache. If you're familiar with Vegas, it's an Enterprise Vegas, which is kind of still Vegas. Vegas is kind of this whole area, but then you have Henderson, Summerlin, and Enterprise, but everyone still kind of considers it all Vegas. Because it's kind of all the Clark County area, but this was technically Enterprise, and we're actually technically in Summerlin, but our address still says Las Vegas, because that's what I'm saying, it's still kind of all Vegas. But I think Henderson, when you're in Henderson, your address actually says Henderson, I think. But I don't know. So Summerlin is kind of like not really like city. It's like a little, I don't know, subdivision of Las Vegas, whatever they call that. But so Richard had met this gentleman, and then we're pissed off at this thing, and and I was really depressed during this time too, like really depressed. So I always every year got super depressed around the time that my mom died. So my mom died November 18th. So come October, I would start getting depressed, and then I'd be really depressed all through October and November, and off in December, because my mom really liked Christmas, where I would spend a lot of time in bed. Like I wouldn't get out of bed much. I'd be really, really, really depressed. And Richard would get really worried about me and stuff. Like it would happen every year. Like for like about 3 months, I'd be really down, just really melancholy, just really sad. And so this was one of those times. And he went and met this gentleman this one day, because he had left one day because I didn't go because I was depressed. So he said, I'm just gonna go for a drive. And he went for a drive and went out to those caves. and meets this gentleman, Robert, Robert was the funniest guy because he would make stuff, make his clothes. So he had made himself this hat out of, Richard thought he looked like an alien. He just was like, this guy is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And Richard had a Nikon camera and photoed everything there. He was getting really into photography. We were huge into photography. We had all the equipment for photography. I mean, Richard had all the lenses. Richard had a super telephoto that he used to take photos of the moon that were amazing. And we missed that we don't have them. We had to sell all those things when we were living in New York because Manhattan can get so insane for expenses. So we sold all of our camera equipment when we lived in New York City. I think they're called B&C camera or something. They'll let you, they'll buy your camera equipment off you, but for not nearly what you paid. But anyways, but they were pretty nice about that. It wasn't as bad as like a pawn shop or something, which was nice. So we did that in New York, but that was unfortunate because we haven't gotten. Actually, I take that back. Richard does have a camera. I was gonna say we haven't got one back, but he does have a camera. I should show you guys. He does have a camera. I forgot. He doesn't really use it anymore, but we got it. So Richard's got this one. He's got this Nikon, but he's got a pretty good sized lens on this one. But he used to have an even bigger lens. Like you had to put a thing, you had to hold it. It was like Canon, and it had a thing that you hold down here. And but this one, we got this. Gosh, it's been about a year ago now. But so Richard was huge into photography then. So he went up there and back to Robert, had made this hat out of the top, these things, the top of your, these little tabs, and made a complete hat out of those. So like hundreds of those things, he put them together, and he had just the craziest outfit on. And so Richard was taking his photo. And then this had happened like the week prior, and then Richard was just like, I was so depressed, and he was like, you know what? The Man of the Bay thing had just happened, and he's like, I saw this guy because he knew Robert was living. He met Robert, and Robert had a tent and was living in this cave, and he had like an extra tent and everything. He's like, let's just go live in this tent with this guy. He's got an extra tent. He lives in this cave. Let's just go do that. Let's just go off the, what do you call that? Where you don't want to be in the mainstream anymore. You just go off the paved path. You're going on your own, getting out of the boat, they say. So I was like, okay, because I was depressed anyways. So I was like, at least getting out of the house was better for me. And actually that got me out of my depression for sure. So we go there, but Richard got this. We load up our car, and we give everything else to our neighbors. And we had a Tempur-Pedic bed. We had a 4K 3D TV. We had like computers. We had like all this stuff, and we're like we had a really nice leather couch. We had really nice leather chairs. We had decked out our whole apartment. Really nice. We had gotten all the stuff used from this local lady. She sold us really nice stuff for a good deal. She was like this rich lady. We're like, really expensive furniture that we got for really good price on Craigslist. So it was really nice stuff, and we gave it to our neighbors. They were like, are you serious? We're like, yeah, we don't want, like, you don't want to sell it? Because we were like, no. Because we just left that day. It was like, Richard's like, let's go. So he's like, get what you want, put it in the car, and we're leaving. And everything else, we gave him the key. We're like, yeah, just turn in the key after the month here. And you guys can, take what you want and leave the rest, and they can have the rest. The managers will take this. It was nice stuff. It wasn't like we didn't leave garbage. We left all of the nice stuff. We didn't literally leave garbage. I mean, I took out all the garbage. We only left like furniture and the stuff that like people could have. Guys know me. Okay. Our places were so clean. This is as clean as I can get so far with the amount of stuff I have to do in Gloria's house. Now that I'm blogging, I'm cleaning less. But our houses were like clean, and we never left a place dirty. Like I would clean perfectly before we left because I'd be like, it's embarrassing for them to see if when you come in and like if you lived grossly ever, but never that we did. But still, it's like it's weird when people are like, oh, they'll clean it when you move out, and you're like, I don't like leaving places like that. I clean my hotel rooms. I don't ever let them clean unless they come in once in a blue moon to change your sheets. But like, I do most of the cleaning, so I'll take my trash out. I'll do all that. I don't leave the trash for the maids. They're always like, do you have any trash? I'm like, oh, no, I already took it out. Don't worry about it. I do. I go, when I'm in Manhattan, I'd like to take the stairs too if I'm not too many floors up. Often I'll stay on like the fourth, fifth, or sixth floor, so I'll take the 6 flights. So I'll take my trash down. I'm like in and out, in and out. Like, what is this girl doing? Because it's just, I do weird behavior that people don't see. Most people don't. Like, I don't like trash. So if I have like a little bit of trash, like 1 cup of trash, I'm like, I'm gonna take this out. And that's why me and Gloria have a conflict, because she loves trash and I hate trash. Like, I love trash to get out of the house into something else, into the let the trash man take it, let's take it to the dump, something like that, but get it out of my house. I do not want trash, because trash stinks on any level. I don't know why people are like, oh, we put everything in the trash can, but then we leave the trash can rancid, nasty, stinky thing inside the house forever. I'm one of those. I don't care, the bags are expensive, I ain't gonna have this stinky bag. Get a new one. So anyways, so Richard says, let's go. So we pack up the car and we drive out to Enterprise, which is not that far. But we want to make a stop at a storage unit. We still have a storage unit, okay? We want to make a stop there at the storage unit, but it was for the first time ever completely packed, where there was a line because you have to go through a gate. We've never had that ever, so we're like, fine. So our car was filled with like everything that we've deemed valuable to us still. And we drive up to the cave, and Richard gets this great idea to take our Jaguar, our 2009 premium Jaguar XF, up the hill, which was like only like Jeeps and like our car now could go, our SUV, only SUVs and stuff go. He's like, oh, they don't go. This is a low car. Ours was like lowered even, And he's like, oh, it's gonna go. This is like rocks, and we're going like off. Yeah, if you imagine what happened there. So he breaks the oil pan in the car. Yeah, it didn't go off-roading, Richard. So we bring it back down the hill, because it breaks as we're going up the hill. Bring it back down the hill. Now there's no oil in the car. And so it's on the side of the road, but it's filled with all of our stuff. Okay? So we meet Robert, and we go stay in Robert's tent for a minute. And then over the next course of the week or something, our car gets broken into one night. And then the cops were there. They came because there was actually like a shooting that occurred there too. There's like these kids that had this shooting. There's always a lot of activity by this cave. The kids went up there. They would have bonfires, all kinds of stuff. There's a lot of activity up there. It wasn't like we were just the only. It was a pretty cool thing up there. But now they've filled them in. They don't let anyone go up there. But when we were up there was people coming up there all the time. It was pretty fun actually. They would have these bonfires, and we went and sat at a bunch of them while we were there for 3.5 months. But this Friday night, we would go charge our phones there was a Jack in the Box down the way that we'd walk to, and they had at the tables they had where you could plug in stuff. So we had all these battery packs, so we would charge our battery packs, and that's how we would use stuff up in the cave. We would charge it at the Jack in the Box for several hours, and then we'd go up to the cave and then sit in the cave with our charged things, so we could use our phones and stuff until they died. And we'd blog in pretty much until they died that night, and then we'd go to sleep, and then in the morning we'd go back down and charge them again. So that's kind of how we blogged. But it was all on Periscope, which that app went down. So like all of our videos are gone, except for a handful of things that Richard filmed, but most of it was live, like how we're doing now. We just scoped all day. We call it scope. So we often say scope because that was from Periscope. People called it scoped instead of blogging. And we did it all day, and all that content's gone. So, but we do have some videos, and Richard will make a little compilation video of some of the stuff from the cave. But anyway, so our car gets broken into because there's this little shooting. We're at the Jack in the Box. We come back and we see like all this stuff going on around our car. We go over there. We see that our car they broke the tiny little triangle window in the back, and then we had suitcases in the back seat. They stole all the stuff from the back seat, but they hadn't got to the trunk yet because there was something happened and the cops came and stuff. So when we got to our car, the suitcases were gone, the window was broken, and the cops were there. And there was a bunch of people there. And so we were like, oh, geez, what's going on? So I realized when the suitcases were gone that the title of the car was in the suitcases because we had all of our important paperwork. So I told the police, I'm like, our car just got broken into, but they have the title to the car. So there's a good chance that this car's broken down, they're going to come steal the car. And they said, well, we can't deal with it tonight. You'll have to call in the morning. This was a Friday night. You'll have to call the detectives in the morning. And I was like, okay. They're like, we really can't handle it much. I mean, we're just here because there was like this shooting. We got called because there's shooting going on, and I see your car got broken into, but da da da. So just call the detectives in the morning. They can kind of handle this. I was like, okay, but there's a good chance our car is going to be stolen because they have the title of my car now. And this car is not able to be moved. And you're like, oh, whatever. So I call the police in the morning, and the detectives don't work on the weekend, I find out. So this was a Friday night, so the detectives don't come in until Monday. Like, oh, that's great. So guess what happens? Our car gets stolen on Sunday. And so I go to file a police report. We didn't even file an insurance claim because, get this, we canceled the insurance when it broke down like a week before, because we were like, well, since we can't drive it and we're trying to save money because we're living in a cave now, this is no joke.
Stupid.
Canceled the car insurance a week before it got stolen, because it was broken. And we're like, hey, it was like the time where we're like, oh, we have to pay. Oh, let's just cancel it. And then if we get the car fixed, we'll get insurance again. Genius, right? We do these kind of genius moves often. So the car gets stolen with no car insurance. So we can't even do a claim or anything. And so I go to file a police report just so I'm like, hey, my car is stolen. I can't get any money from it. We're out the whole car. But can I at least let you know that this car's stolen so that the person that stole my car might not be able to just literally have my car with like no regard? Like, can I at least be like tagged as a stolen car or anything like that? You know, so I go, we walk 5 miles there, 5 miles back to the police because we don't have a car, you know, and we didn't want to waste money, so like we tried not to use the bus or Uber if we didn't have to. Because we use it because it was like we're living in a cave now, so you're trying to like save money. I remember we got to the cave, I had like $400 cash, and we literally lost a $100 bill. It blew away out of my pocket. I was like, well, there goes 1/4 of the amount of money we have right now. That's like what we had right now. I mean, we had a storage unit. That's like we had stuff we could sell, but the only money we had to our name was like $400, and 100 blew out my pocket because it was windy. And then so then the car gets stolen, so I walk to the police station, and they try to accuse me of like insurance fraud. I'm saying, I'm not doing a claim. Are you not understanding? I went over and over because the lady's like, this story is really weird. I'm like, I know it's weird. That's my life is weird. Please meet my husband. He has made my life awesome, but the weirdest life ever. And that's rich. And I'm thankful for that, because otherwise I'd be like the biggest square, because I am so like, OCD would be so perfect. But with Richard, it's wow. And I love that. That's why I'm with him, because otherwise I would be bored and depressed and probably kill myself. But with him, it's always something, so I'm never bored or depressed. But so I tell the lady, and I'm like, I'm not trying to get any money. I'm not trying to, we can't even file a claim because we stupidly canceled our car insurance, like morons, to save $1. But I said, I just want like you to like tag the car in some way. Like, is there something that you can notify, like where it says, hey, when they go to like register this car, this is a stolen car. Otherwise, they just got I was just irritated at the fact that someone just stole my car, and you could just literally have my car and then drive my car now with like, oh, it's not even a stolen car, it's just their car. They just take it and it's just theirs. That's what irritated me. I'm like, I just wanted it to at least be tagged as stolen. And she's like, oh, you got to go to the DMV in person to do that. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to walk another 10 miles to the DMV, so forget it. So I don't know whatever happened with that car. We don't know. But I don't know if someone just got to have it or whatever. But I did file a police report, which she said basically did nothing. So she said if I didn't contact the DMV, then, yeah, they basically just got my car and they're driving it. And it's not even a stolen car. It's like, ooh, free and clear. And they got so much stuff of ours too, because everything that we wanted to keep. So remember, we left everything with the neighbors that we could live without, and we put everything we wanted to keep in our car. Like everything that we viewed valuable, we put in the car. Now we still had a storage unit with things, but like what we thought was important, and that's what got stolen. Like, so, like, it was all of our clothes, all of it was, like, the little ring Gloria had got me. So I've never had, like, a wedding ring, but Gloria had gotten me an opal many years ago when we first got married. Because we've never really had a lot of money when we've been together. Like, everything has always been crumbling, you know. We're trying to, pick up the, the balls are falling as we're juggling. So I didn't expect that. And so Gloria had gotten me an opal ring, and that got lost, and then like any kind of little jewelry, whatever. So just for this birthday, this last year, just in March, Richard got me this. It's blue topaz. It's not an expensive ring. It's but we joke, oh, it's a blue diamond. But I didn't want diamonds. I don't like diamonds, because you guys ever see that movie Blood Diamond? I didn't want a diamond after I saw that movie. I don't like that, and I don't like expensive stuff. So this is like a $200 ring from Amazon, but I love it. It means so much to me because I never even wore a ring since the cave, because once that opal got lost, so that was 2017. So I haven't worn a ring since then, and which is kind of irritating because you get hit on a lot. Like in public, I didn't realize how nice it is that my ring on now. Oh, this is very nice. So anyways, we ended up living in the cave. Now we're kind of stuck. Now we have like our car's gone, and everything that we really wanted is gone. And now we still have a storage unit, and that's how we survived, was we would go sell stuff from our storage unit. And then we still kind of worked a little bit, but not, it's hard to work from a cave. So, and we thought maybe the social media would take off, but it did not at all. Like, we had some followers, but people were not that they were interested in watching the cave thing. They weren't interested in helping in any way. Because they're like, you guys are retarded. Just go back and...
We didn't think about monetization.
Yeah, and well, no, but it's more like, back then, no one... Because we didn't have a net. So they're like, why are you two just living in a cave? Just go back and, like, get to work, Which... Yeah, makes sense. So no one wanted to, but we just thought it was kind of cool, like hey, we're blogging, hey, people want to subscribe or join, but people were like, they'd watch us, but no one wanted to like really contribute anyway, in the sense of like subscribing or something, or in any way where you could get paid. It was just like you get some views, but it never panned out to anything on Periscope. That app was. A lot of people did so many hours on there and then never got anything. We felt bad for the people the celebs that were on there that, were really thinking it was going to take off, and then just went. Pfft. So like, I don't even think anyone ever got paid on that platform. Maybe for a second, but it was really short lived. So anyway, so we ended up living in the cave for 3.5 months because we didn't have a car now, and we had already given up our apartment. We even a couple times like, maybe we could go back, and maybe our neighbor will let us have that stuff back. We're like, yeah, forget it. So we had a good time. We actually really enjoyed living in the cave, but Richard got really sick on that one night, and so we had to leave. But it was crazy because they filled in the caves the next day, and we didn't know that. So we were like blogging, and people were like, "Oh my God, did you guys know that they were filling it in? I mean, it's perfect time to do it." And we're like, "No." It just happened to be Richard got so sick one night that we had to go. He was gonna die if we didn't go, because he was like starting to convulse because he got an infection. He fell on the rocks, cut his elbow. I'd bandage him up, but it got infected because it's too dirty out there. We couldn't get it super clean. And he was getting sicker and sicker and sicker. This has been going on for like a week or two. And this was like the final where he was like, if we didn't get him out of there, and because it was too cold up there, it was way too cold. So he was like shivering. It was so bad. He was freezing, because when you're sick, you get extra cold. And we were using just like our propane. We had a propane little thing for the light, and then a propane one for to cook. Those little propane little Coleman things you screw on there. And those we were using just as heat. So he was like using like this little lamp that we put it by him. It was one just would be for light, but it would emit a little heat. And we were in a tent, that we did, but it was so cold because it was February in Vegas, which is actually kind of cold here. Because that's actually when we can get snow in Vegas. It once in a while snows, and when it does, it's in February. And so it was super cold. We were there from like around Thanksgiving in November till like the end of February, I think it was. So yeah, so it was about 3.5 months, I think. Or was it 2.5 months? Whatever that is. What is that? November, December. Yeah, so like 3. No, about 3 months. 3 months, yes, 3 months. But anyways, we really, really loved it, but no one understood what the heck we were doing, and so, and then we did it again kind of a couple years ago now. It's been where we lived outside again, and people didn't get that either. And that's why people were like, you guys were homeless. Both times we were homeless, we had a storage unit with like a lot of valuable stuff that in a second we could live in hotels, we could get another place. We were choosing to do that. So people like are acting like we were homeless because we had no other option. We were homeless because we were tired of society. We didn't like the things that were going on, and we were like, we don't have kids. Screw it. And we just kind of like, when you are homeless, you have a freedom of thought, like, because you don't have to worry about anything except for basically getting your food for the day, you know. So and it's really nice being outside. And I was very depressed, so I needed that, and I needed something to do. So all I had to do when I was get food, basically. So I'd walk 5 miles to get food and back, and that kept me distracted from. Would help with my eating disorders. It also helped with, I was super depressed with my mom, and so just the simple thing of like our daily tasks filled up the entire day, and that helped me get out of my depression. So there was a lot of different reasons why we went to the cave, but we had the best time. We thought we were gonna stay in the cave forever. We're like, this is amazing. We had it all set up. We had a really nice little tent. We even had an air mattress in our tent, which would pop all the time. We'd go get a new one. That's when we had money. I was working. We could have stayed in a hotel anytime. And that's what we finally did. We stayed in a hotel when he got sick. We had to get a hotel room, but and then after that we got an apartment. And so it was like, it wasn't that we were there because we couldn't be anywhere else. We were there because we wanted to be there. But we ended up leaving an apartment when he got really sick. But prior to that, we were like, this is awesome. We had our little air mattress, which would pop all the time, though, because it would last about sometimes a week, but often not less than that. And those were like $45 a piece at Walmart. So we're having to buy air mattresses. We probably went through, I don't know how many air mattresses. And then we'd have to carry them on top of everything else, with all the propane, all the water and everything. So when Richard got sick, I was having to do it all myself. And I was having to trek all the way to Walmart, which is, do you guys know, okay, so if you're at this place, it was on Warm Springs, and the Walmart's on Tropicana. So we would check up to the Walmart. The bus was too expensive. It was like, you had to pay like $3, $2. That adds up, so we would need that money for the food. So we would walk. And that's all we had to do all day. So you'd walk and you walk back. Once in a while, if it got too late, you know, you'd jump on a bus. But often it didn't make sense because, you know, we knew that it was the only X amount of money that you were always trying to like. We weren't like begging for money. We weren't asking people. On social media, people sometimes would give us money. But I'm saying we were not like panhandling or anything like that. It wasn't that. We never panhandled. It's not like that. We weren't. On social media, sometimes people would give us money. We'd be like, hey, if you want to help us out, we're living in the cave. And they're like, you nutballs, go back to your house. Go back to live inside. Yeah, we were never homeless, like panhandling. So I want people to know that that's never been our situation. We've always had things to sell. We've always been still kind of working. We've always been showering while we were homeless. You know, it was Richard. That's what he likes to say is more like camping. It was more like camping. It really was more like camping. And both times it was not for super long. The longest was the cave. That was like a little over 3 months, and the second time was about 2 months. But both times, I wouldn't change those experiences for the world. Those are some of our best experiences we've ever had. That in Manhattan, the year we spent in Manhattan, when we lived there, we lived there for a year, was the best year of our entire life. And that's why now we can accept kind of just sitting here doing nothing, because we did so much. We lived in, I don't know how many hotels when we lived in Manhattan. It's so many, but we changed hotels pretty much weekly, if not every other day, sometimes even daily. Like, 'cause sometimes one hotel would be sold out the next day or be way different price the next day. So when we first moved there, we were able to like pay for like a week-long hotel. But then as, you know, Manhattan is expensive. And as sometimes if work wasn't good, then we would only be able to pay for X amount of days for your hotel room. So sometimes if like you only were able to pay for 2 days or 1 day, they might be sold out the next day, or the price would skyrocket. Sometimes we'd be changing hotels like every day. So it was a crazy life, but we had the best time. But we did that for a year, and we were exhausted by the time we came back here. We were so exhausted, but we primarily, a lot of what was pulling us back was Gloria and Annette, because Gloria kept asking us for money. And we were getting really concerned because she was asking us for like it was like so often, and she was overdrafting her account so often, and we were like, what is going on? Like, this should not be happening. And we didn't, you know, we were all the way in New York, but we were just like, I mean, we were doing the where you transfer it like from your account to someone else's account. We were transferring her so much money all the time, and it was really concerning us because when she would call, it would just be such dire, And we're like, we didn't know how she was just never having money because she should have had money, because that's the thing. There was so much money. We're like, how is there no money now? Like, how is the money gone? We didn't know how much she was gambling and stuff. And she never told us, like, how much she was bringing in or what her bills were. So we weren't fully aware, but we knew that, like, that it should have been able to cover for especially the amount of money that she had before she wasted it all. And so we're like, geez, you're really needing like $300 from us? Or you're needing, like, okay. And so we'd send it to her and stuff. But she was always asking for like $300 and we'd send it to her and stuff, which is probably exactly, she'd go $200 to the casino and probably $100 to get like cigarettes and Diet Coke for Annette and a little bit of food. Now that I think about it, she always wanted $300. And now, as I remember, she always likes to go with $200 to the casino. So I'm sure when we were giving her $300, that's why money didn't help Gloria. We were giving her money. She wasn't using it to pay the bills. She was using it to gamble when we would give her money. She would call us in dire straits for money, and then we'd send her it, and then that money would go right gambling. So then the next couple of days, dire straits for money, but we didn't know that was. So we just kept being like, why? So that was difficult while we're in New York trying to, live our life, but we're like, it's not going good back in Vegas for Gloria and Annette. But we didn't know Annette's condition because Gloria never told us really. She'd complain a lot about Annette, but we didn't really know that she was neglecting Annette. We thought she was taking care of her. That's why we thought she was complaining, because we thought she was working so hard taking care of Annette that it was frustrating that she was complaining because it was like hard work. But no, she was like neglecting her and complaining. Like, so you weren't even doing anything and you were complaining the whole time? And we're giving you all this money that you were just going gambling on top of the money that you already wasted from the entire family fortune gambling. But then we were giving you more money for you that you were actually just gambling. So that's why there's a frustration there. But anyway, so we loved Manhattan, but we were feeling pulled to come back here. And I did not want to come back. Richard forced me to come back. He literally bought our plane tickets. And he's like, we're going. And I was so mad. I was so mad when we first came back to Vegas. I did not want to come back. I mean, he literally, like, he bought them without even consulting me. And he's like, we're going. And I was mad. I was really, really, really mad because I love New York. But now I know why we came back. But so when we got back, I didn't want to work because I was pissed. I was like, this is bullshit. I don't want to be here. I wanted to be in New York. And so we got in a lot of fights, and that's when we decided to go homeless the second time, because I was like, I was working, but I was not working like I should have been. I was like, I had an attitude. I was like, this is nonsense. I'm not going to be working my ass off for being stuck back in Vegas again. This is, because we weren't with Gloria. We were just like, it just sucked. Coming back from Manhattan to come back to Vegas, and we were like staying in like hotels and weeklies, it just sucked. I was like, this is just crappy. And I was so upset. And then we ended up having to stay with this horrible other individual who's probably the one who, he said, oh, you stay with us for a minute. This guy's a psychopath. So that was the one that we're worried about, is probably who's stalking us and saying all this weird shit. Because he let us stay with him. He is a psycho. And we only did that because he literally, we'd been following us for years. Yeah, he'd been following us for years, and we're like, well, he's been asking us forever to move in. He'd been asking us even since when we lived in the cave. And we're like, we'll give it a shot. Oh my God, that was psychotic. This guy's psychotic. We're like, heck with that. We like snuck out of his place in the middle of the night. He was so weird. We're like, we don't want to be. I was scared. He was really psycho. But it's not, like I said, we always could have got our own place, but we're just like, we're people of you. Okay, sure. He was lonely, and he's like, oh, I got this huge house. He's been asking for you, come live with me, you guys. I've been wanting you guys to live with me for years. I love you guys. I've been watching you on social media. All right. He had this huge house. He had like a 4-bedroom house, and he lives alone. There's a reason he lives alone. Big reason. We're not even going to say his name, because Richard wants to talk about it. Like, don't even say his name. Don't even give him the satisfaction, because we know he's watching, and he's the one that says most of this nasty stuff. We know who it is. It's one guy, and he creates all these accounts. And so we block those accounts. He creates new ones. Or whatever, it isn't a block, whatever, you kick him out of the thing. All he does is he's like the male version of Gloria. He does nothing. Yeah. All day except for sit on social media. When we lived with him, he didn't even shower. We were there like 2 weeks, or maybe even a month. I never saw the
Oh,
midge.
no, it was hard to say.
I can't even remember how long.
In between we came here.
Yeah, in between we didn't stay. It was like we were coming back and forth because this is when we were. The reason why we were kind of staying with him is because we didn't want the bed bug thing. So we went over there because the bed bug. We were kind of still trying to do this, but we were like, oh, so we'd go over there, and so that's the thing. Early on, when we first came to Gloria's, we were either staying in hotels, staying in the car, staying with this gentleman, or here, and we didn't get our own place because we were still being pulled back to Gloria's. We kept going to get a place. We went one day. We went one day to go get an apartment, and we were there, and I just was like, we can't abandon Annette. Like we were so irritated with the Gloria. I mean, Richard was about ready. We were in there, and I was just like, we can't just leave her. I mean, we literally can't just leave her. We've seen the state of that place. We can't leave her. But we're like, we hate being there. It was so bad when we first got here, and we were like, fine. So we come back, and it's just, I mean, so we left several times because we even several times went to a hotel just to get away from it, and we're like, we just need, so we even stayed at a hotel for like a week or two after we had first got here because we're like, we just can't with Gloria and Annette. It was so bad back then. And Annette used to attack me anytime well, this wasn't even our room, so I just got attacked because we were just like in the living room. So if Annette walked by me, she pretty much like punch me or kick me or elbow me or body slam me into something. She hated me when I first got here. She absolutely hated me. She used to scream me, get the fuck out of her house and leave me the fuck alone, and who the fuck are we in her house? And I mean, she would go on and on and on and on. And she called me Lisa Sanchez. She never called me Joy. The first day she called me Joy, I like started to cry because she'd be like, get the fuck out of here, Lisa Sanchez. And I found out Lisa Sanchez was apparently like a friend of hers that Richard dated or something. So I don't know. She thought I was Lisa Sanchez. But so people get really confused by our whole homeless thing and all that. But like I said, we never didn't have an option. We always owned stuff while we were there. So all we had to do was just go sell stuff and that's what we would do. Anytime that we decided, like, that's what we did when Richard was sick that one night. I had a gold chain on. So that one was a crazy time because we had a storage unit, but our storage unit closed at like 9 p.m. They locked the gate. And Richard got sick this night. We weren't planning on leaving, but it was like 10 p.m. or something, and we had to go. And we're like, oh, no, we can't go get anything to sell, and like most stores are closed. We looked online. There was one pawn shop that was open till 11, but it was like on the other side of town. But I was like, we got to do it. So we packed up as quick as we could. But he was sick, so I'm like trying to help him down the hill. He was so sick he could barely walk. And I had all the gear and everything from everything that we were trying to save of what we had accumulated in the cave. And we packed up everything. There's a photo of me. I have like 10 bags on me. And I'm trying to, like, Richard's like, he's taking the photo, but after the photo, I'm like helping him down the hill. We have 10 bags, and we have to go. It's a steep incline down this. It was like a straight up hill to go up this cave. So we got in great shape going. Anyways, we get to this pawn shop. We're able to pawn the necklace, and we stayed at Wild West that night, and Richard lived. But he was really, 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 because if he stayed out there, he probably would have died because it was too cold, and he was starting to get like where he couldn't, where you uncontrollable shivers, So it was, but the next day they filled in the caves. They had a project. We didn't know the project was occurring because, we're up in the caves. We weren't watching the news or whatever. They're probably talking about it on the news. But there's a huge project. It was like a $250,000 project here in the city where they bought a bunch of dirt and filled all the caves. So they were coming that next morning to fill the caves, and that would have been really bad because Richard was really ill. And we would have been woken up to a bunch of dirt being poured into our little home that we had at the time. We made a great cave. Oh, we had a nice little set. We had our little chairs. We got our little chairs, we got decked ourselves out. Like, we were like camping from Walmart. We had a little Coleman stove and our little chairs we'd sit in, and we had our phones all charged up there, our little battery packs. And, and we instead, since we didn't clean our clothes, we would just get new clothes from Walmart. So we'd like wear our clothes till they were like too disgusting, and like, I'll throw that one out, and then we go buy like a $10 shirt from Walmart, because Walmart, we loved Walmart then. We went to Walmart every day and got all the deals, and they were selling the organic beef there for not too bad. Like I said, you could get it for around $5 to $6 a pound there, which is much cheaper than other places. So we were still doing our organic beef, living in a cave. So if you go, how do you afford it? We did it living in a cave. It was just, if that's all you're eating, You know, you spend I think we get 3 pounds a day. It was, you know, what, you had $15 there, a little more, because it's like 5 something from, well, actually, it's for 3, it's 17 something. Sorry, because they're more closer to 6 something. It's 17 something a pound for 3 pounds of organic ground beef from Walmart. I think they have the best deal I've ever seen, for unless you got in bulk. But that's not bad. That's not too expensive, because some places like $10 a pound for organic beef. That's like, oh, you guys are nuts. That's like steak price. Get out of here. But yes, we would get that, and then during then we were eating more than just the beef though, because we were, you know, hiking so much. So we were eating a little bit of eggs. We had a lot of eggs, not a little bit, a lot of eggs, and we were doing. I think we were even doing some organic rice back then, because we were hiking up the cave all day. But when we weren't as active, we didn't need the rice, so that's why we do just the meat now, because I don't really exercise. I mean, I do stuff all day. I'm active. So we lived in the cave. Then we went back to a weekly. So here in Vegas, they have these things called weeklies, if you don't know what we're talking about. So we've never had credit. Me and Richard never had credit. Like, we just didn't. After the business went down with him, and I had actually messed up. One time I left. Not one time. When we moved to Panama, I stupidly left. I had been mismanaging my funds because of my bulimia and alcohol. I would spend too much. It wasn't even drugs. People think it was drugs. It was bulimia and alcohol that made me like go in the poorhouse, basically, because I was spending so much on food. Food is very expensive, and if you're overeating food, it can get extremely expensive. People don't even realize how much bulimics can spend on food. It's insane. And also, I was spending on alcohol. I was a heavy drinker. So when we moved to Panama, because I'll tell you how that's another story, but we just pretty abruptly moved to Panama when we first got together. Like, we'd been together for 6 months, but we decided like one day, and then we moved, I think like a couple weeks later, we moved to Panama. Like, we were like, we're gonna move to Panama. Okay, let's do it. So, and that's how we always do stuff. It's just to kind of like, all right, so we moved to New York like that, you know. We actually got our New York tickets during the pandemic. Richard got us first class tickets for the same price, or even at this time, I think they were even cheaper than what would have been an economy. And so we got to fly first class to New York when we moved there. It was awesome. It was my first time ever flying first class. But it was during the pandemic. You could get tickets, and they were you could change the dates for free. So he just bought us tickets for New York, and we had no idea when we were gonna go. But he's like, we're gonna go at some point, and so he bought us 2 first class tickets to New York, and then we decided to go. April 1st is when we moved to New York. I think, no, actually it was before that. I think it was end of March. It was supposed to be April 1st, but then we moved it forward. We went a little bit earlier than we were gonna, because you could change the dates on your flights. But so the cave was awesome, and we do have footage. I'm gonna make Richard make a little video. He does all the videos. Richard is really good at editing and computers and stuff. He's like a computer whiz, and then he's really good at photography and stuff, and music. So he's the technical guy, and I don't do it. I can do it, but I don't like doing that stuff, so I let him. But I actually know how to do a lot of the, like, I can make videos, not to the level he can, but I can edit. I'm really good on computers too, but not nearly as good as Richard. But I'm not one of those girls that doesn't know how to do computers. I just don't like doing that. I don't like being on computers. I'm old school where I like handwritten stuff. Like, I'm kind of like, I'm this weird person that for my gen, I don't fit, because I should be like in the 1800s or something. I just don't fit in this world. I'd rather us have like where we clean our clothes on one of them boards or something, and everybody just sits at home, and, you know, and we take a bath in a big old barrel or something. That's the kind of life I like. That's why I don't mind living in a cave or living outside, because I especially don't like things that are super convenient that just make you lazy. Like dishwashers. If you have a bunch of kids and stuff, you need them. But most people that like live alone, I would find it funny when they use a dishwasher. If you have kids, totally use a dishwasher. I get that. You got a million dishes. But I always laugh when like with us, it wouldn't make sense. Well, this thing don't work anyways. But it's never made sense for me and Richard to use a dishwasher, because it's the 2 of us. The amount of dishes would be ridiculous. For one thing, we've never had like extra dishes, so we'd be waiting for them to be done in the dishwasher. But like, my mom never used a dishwasher either, so I've just always washed dishes. I get it when people work full-time jobs and have children and stuff. A dishwasher makes total sense. I'm just saying in my life, these conveniences never made sense to me because I've always been either single or just like me and my husband. So like having a dishwasher doesn't make sense. So I like cleaning dishes. I like doing laundry. I don't use the board, but I use a wash machine. But I would use a board if that was how we did it, and I would get off on that because I actually like cleaning and I like doing things that are needed. But like I don't like doing things that are not needed. Does that make sense? Like I don't like. That's why I don't like people that waste time or waste resources on things that are completely. I'm not saying you can't have fun. Fun is not wasting time. Fun is not wasting time. I'm saying things like sitting there drowning out on novellas all day long instead of being productive. That's wasting time. But like if you're doing something fun, like if Glory was having fun, but she just sits there grumpy, then I'm like, that's not. You actually have more fun cleaning. You can actually get a lot of endorphin rush from cleaning, and it's good for her psyche. And Gloria feels good when she cleans, but she resists cleaning, and so she just sits there and sulks. And some people are that way, but get out there and start cleaning, and you'll feel better. I know some things you don't feel like cleaning. I hate cleaning toilets. I did it my whole life. I used to have to clean the toilets at the school I went to. I went to a private school, but my parents couldn't afford it, so they made us the janitors so that I could go to the school. But so before school every day, we had to clean the toilets, and then we cleaned the whole school. Yeah, not every day. I think it was like once a week you clean the whole school, or every couple of days you clean the whole school. But every morning you clean the bathrooms and everything. But so I was used to cleaning my whole life, and then I've had a lot of jobs that were not like, high on the totem pole, so usually get stuck doing the cleaning. So this is not new to me, and I enjoy cleaning, and I've always cleaned up after Richard. I prefer that he just leaves things and I'll just clean it, because if he starts doing it, I'm picky with the way I clean. I'm always like, I'll do it because you'll do it wrong. So I'm very OCD, so if you guys are like, why doesn't he help out? I don't like that. But certain things I want help with. And he helps on things that I don't like doing. That's what people don't see. But it's the stuff you guys don't see. Like, I don't like doing the computer stuff or the technical stuff or any of the behind-the-scenes stuff. Like, I don't like going and dealing with anything where you go on the YouTube app. I just come on here and do the lives. He does all of the other stuff. I'll text people and I'll do the lives. But I don't like going on any of the... I don't sit on there and do anything else. He does all the, he helps with the Peggy and Lenny and Alicia with the monitoring, just little things, features that I don't know any of that stuff. So thank you, ladies. I don't even know what you guys do. Yeah, I know it. My grandma, you could not, she had a dishwasher, but she cleaned her dishes perfect before she put them in the dishwasher, which was always funny to me. I'm like, I don't know why they even need to go. I guess to sanitize them. It's great for sanitizing. I mean, that's when I was a dishwasher, you just said it. But what's funny is, even if someone loaded her dishwasher, she took them all out and reloaded her dishwasher. And she would never want anyone to do the dishes. She'd be like, no, do not do the dishes. Which is the same way with me. I'm like, I'll do it. So I don't mind cleaning up after Gloria. I don't mind that part at all. I just find it weird that she doesn't clean up after herself, being that she's a mom and like 81 years old. It's like, because all the other women in this neighborhood I know are like so OCD clean. I see them cleaning their little things. And so usually her gen is very clean. I know my grandparents were super clean. Like my grandpa went through the Great Depression, so he hoarded a little bit, but in a super clean way. Not hoarding like Gloria, where it was like he had tons of backup sodas or tons of backup Butterfingers. He loved Butterfingers, but like everything was like super organized. And like when they said when he died, he had tons of rolls of duct tape, because my grandpa loved duct taping things or things like that. But it was like super organized and neat. But I do know that there was an issue with that gen. The ones that went through the Great Depression, a lot of them have a hard time letting things go because they went through that time that it was like maybe they had nothing, and so they were so worried. So I do know that plays a factor with the generation Gloria's in, which I don't know what you call her generation. I don't know what they, millennials, and there's all the different ones. I don't know what her gen is. She was born in 1943. What is that generation? You guys know? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Oh, see, Faith, live in a cabin in the woods on a farm. I would love that. I always wanted to live on a farm, and I love. My mom is obsessed with log cabins. So get this, my mom never really had money. So for those who don't know, my mom died. She either committed suicide or was aided in suicide. I'm trying to. It's a long story. Go on my other blogs talk about it, but she was obsessed with log cabins when I was a kid, and she never had a lot of money. We never had our own house. We rented, and we moved all the time. So she always wanted her own house. So there was this log cabin. I lived in Placerville. I grew up in Placerville, California, which is in between Lake Tahoe and Sacramento. So it's in Northern California. It's on Highway 50 on the way to Lake Tahoe. People drive through it. You only know it when you drive to Lake Tahoe. Basically, people, oh yeah, I know your town. I went through there. So it's a small mountain town, and there was this log cabin house, like a really nice, expensive log cabin house. It was like one of those model homes. It's probably, I think it was like $375,000 at the time, and this was like in the '90s. So that was like a lot of money for the '90s. So basically like $1 million house now, and or maybe even more. But my mom was obsessed with this house, and she was really religious. So she was a youth pastor at the church, and she'd gone to Bible college and stuff. Her and my dad, they were salutatorian and valedictorian in Bible college at this huge college in Sacramento. So my parents are very book smart. They're all about like being very studious. I was a straight A student. I was valedictorian in junior high, so I was taught to be very studious. That's why I memorized all this weird stuff. But I always say they're not very street smart. They're very book smart. My dad's super book smart. He'll regurgitate all this weird nonsense info, but like my dad probably wouldn't survive too good out in the woods. But he can't hunt or fix anything. So anyways, back to I don't even know what I was the log cabin. My mom was obsessed with this log cabin, and she would make us go every Sunday and walk through it because it was one of those model homes. But they want you to actually kind of be interested in actually buying it. So they were starting to get really irritated with us. And my mom would be bringing over people. This is going to be our home. I'm praying that God will give me this home. She thought that she could just pray and we just magically have this home. So she started bringing her brother and friends. This is what I'm going to do. She's walking around telling everybody where she's going to put everything. And these people are like, this woman's nuts. My mom was a little bit wacky. That's why I do relate a little bit to Gloria. I do relate to Gloria, and I do love Gloria. She's my mother-in-law. Me and Gloria used to get along great till I lived here and had to deal with this stuff. But I was like her favorite person. She didn't get along with Richard. She loved me. She'd be like, Joy, Richard and me not getting along with me. And I had to be like the mediator between these two all the time. And she loved me. I always got Gloria everything she ever wanted until we moved in. I used to let her go gambling, and I'd give her tons of money and anything she needed. Then we moved in, and we realized she was neglecting Annette. And when I saw she did Annette, then I wasn't happy with Gloria, and that's when my mood changed. And that's now why she doesn't like me. But prior to me living here, me and Gloria, we were like, she loved me. She would always be, oh, Joy, and she'd praise me to Annette. Oh, Joy did this, Joy did that, blah, blah, blah. Annette would get tired of hearing about me. That's probably why she didn't like me at first, because all she ever heard about how wonderful Joy was, la, 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 la. And then I came in here, and then they're like, we hate Joy. And it was only because, honestly, Gloria first started disliking me just because I was cleaning, because she was a hoarder. And she did not like that I was taking things out of the house. And that's still our issue. She doesn't like that I throw out her food. I throw out her food because she will never throw out her food. If I don't throw out the food will stay in the fridge till she can't fit any more food in there, and she'll just keep stuffing it in there. And then I don't know when she actually, I guess when she can't fit anymore, she'll take out some food, but it becomes unbearable, and Annette doesn't like it. So I don't do the stuff. If it was just Gloria, I wouldn't change anything. I don't care. She can stuff her fridge to the gills with rotten food as she wants, except for that it doesn't help with the mice issue. But it's Annette that hates it. So Annette hates if I don't clean the kitchen. It gives her a lot of anxiety. She doesn't like it. It's really funny. She doesn't like me in the kitchen much, but when she sees me cleaning, she'll, oh, good. And because she doesn't like the mess, and that's why it's really been hard for her all these years. It's just this constant havoc of messiness and stuff, and she really doesn't like it, and that likes it clean. So I clean her room a million times a day. Pretty much anytime she leaves her room, I go and tidy up, because Annette always has cigarette butts all over, soda cans, a bunch of cups, and the cigarette boxes, and the bed's always kind of like crumpled up anytime she walks out of the room. So I go in there, get rid of all the cups, get rid of all the sodas, make the bed, get rid of the cigarette butts, throw out her trash, collect the boxes of the cigarettes to go put her 3-pack in. So I do that every time she leaves her room. And if I don't get to it, I feel bad. I feel bad if she ever comes back to her room and it's still messy. She doesn't like it. You can see she'll go, she doesn't say it. Me and Annette we understand each other. And I'm like the only one that gets her fully. Like I have to tell Richard. That's when I'll be like, you guys, she's hungry. Will someone feed her? And like, she's fine. I'm like, I'm telling you, she's hungry. Please, someone cook something because she won't let me cook for her. And then they say, Annette, are you hungry? And she'll say, no, because she doesn't ever like to be an inconvenience or be a burden. So she'll always say no if you're trying to do something for her, almost always. So they'll say, Annette, are you hungry? No. Annette, you want food? No, I'm good. And then they'll say, okay, fine. And I'm like, you guys, someone cook. So if you cook for her, she'll eat it. But if you ask her, she'll say no. So it's this constant thing I deal with. And that's why the food thing is a huge issue for us here. Because for one thing, Annette early on was so emaciated. She wouldn't eat. Richard was having to feed her. Like he would have to put it in her mouth for her to eat. And she has an anorexia issue, but then also it was just because when she's not on her medicine, her brain is going so fast. It's like she's on meth even when she's not on meth, when she's not on her meds. Her brain is going 100 miles an hour. So eating is just not something she wants to do. But then she also starts saying things like, I don't want to get fat. Or so she does have an anorexia thing, which they literally, when she went to the hospital, they call her anorexic. They said she has anorexia, she has schizoaffective disorder and bipolar disorder, and I think one other thing. But they literally said she was anorexic because she'll be like, I'm not eating that, I'm going to get fat. And she's like emaciated. You'll see she's like so emaciated and she'll be saying she doesn't want to get fat. But now her new medicine, I guess she forgot about that or something because she's been snacking like crazy, or she can't help it. I think the medicine gives her the munchies, but she no longer resists food. But no one is, so what's happening is she's snacking all day, but no one's making her quality meals, and it's driving me nuts, and I don't know what to do. I'm really in a predicament right now, because remember just yesterday, I got in that steak, Gloria threw it out. Today, we honestly don't even have any money. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if any funds, sometimes we have funds that come in to one of our accounts. I'm going to see if we got some. I haven't checked because they don't have a protein right now. So I'm like, I'm going to have to go to the store. Yeah, because I do the organic beef. They don't do the organic beef, which I'd like for them to do the organic beef. You saw I offered it to Annette. She doesn't want it. So I usually get them something different, like chicken, or sometimes I'll get Annette likes steak. She doesn't really like the ground beef, which steak is expensive, so we don't get that very often. And when Gloria freezer burns the expensive steak, it's really, really frustrating because I can't go get another one. I can't afford another one. So that's why I was frustrated yesterday. So they had to eat like this. Gloria's sister sometimes brings over like the food bank food that no one even wanted from the food bank. So her sister will go to the food bank and then she'll bring over what she didn't want from the food bank and give that to Gloria. So it's pretty much like the worst food. So like yesterday it was like some frozen, I'm not saying like frozen fish is awful, but this particular thing didn't look very appealing. It was like some frozen fish fillet thing. It basically looked like fish sticks to me. I mean, it was a fucking like cut, but it's like basically probably eating like fish sticks. And that's what they had to have yesterday because she ruined the steak. And with everything. Oh my gosh, did Richard even go into the car thing? Have you guys even heard what happened? It is at 5:30 in the morning here. Yeah, we go to bed. We went to bed, I think, at like 7 p.m. last night. Maybe 8 p.m. I don't know. I was texting the ladies whenever I told Lenny I was going to bed. I don't remember what time it was. But that's when we went to bed. And then maybe it was even later. I don't know. Maybe at 9. But we like going to bed around 7. But I think yesterday, I'll tell you, I don't know if he told you guys in the beginning blog, the car broke. Can you believe this? Kind of broke. So we go up to remember you guys were blogging with us and we go up to the top of the hill. So the car that we just picked up, remember that we put in for the warranty thing that they were supposed to fix everything? It's broke. So we go up the hill and I'm driving and I see all of a sudden the car says, turn off the car, your car is overheating. And I look at the dial, it is all the way to the red. Like the thing, woof. I'm like, oh shit, turn off the car immediately. We're up at the top of the hill. And we're like, oh my, so we go to open the hood. The coolant is all over the car. The coolant had like exploded all over the car. And what happened is they didn't bolt down the. I should show you guys. I'll show you guys. I'll show you what they did. I told Richard I didn't want him taking him to this place. So we bought the car from shoddy place because we couldn't. No one would loan us a car. So it's not the best mechanics. He wanted to go take it there for this warranty thing because they made us buy warranty. But I'm like, I don't want them working on the car. So they worked on the car and they messed it up, of course. So let's go check it out. So anyways, we're at the top of the hill and there's no coolant in the car. Oh, great. What are we gonna do? So Richard's like, start walking down the hill. Or walking in the house because we have coolant at the house. So that's gonna be a bit of a trek. So we decided to let the car roll down the hill. So we turned it off, and luckily it's so high up. We were up in the mountains, so we were able, because we're downhill. So the car, but it was scary because I guess sometimes because we were having it where you have your, what do they call it, where it's part on, where electronics are still on. But so part of the time I'd have power steering, but then because we had to come, and it was quite I don't know, it was a mile or two down the hill. They had power steering work for part of the time, and the brakes, but then they would stop working when it was coming down the hill. Like it would turn off. So I was like, oh shoot! So we'd have to turn the car on for a second to get the brakes going again. So I'm like, Richard, no brakes, no brakes, no brakes, no brakes. This is yesterday. We're coming down the hill. So this is what happened. Hold on 1 second. Stuff always happens to us. So these idiots, this thing broke. Do you see? You see how there's no hook there? There's supposed to be a bolt there. There's no bolt. So this is the coolant. This had popped off because this whole thing was rattling. This hose was unplugged. This hose had come undone. This hose was out. So we opened the car. There's coolant all over. This hose is removed. This had popped off, and this thing was like shaking. So since they didn't bolt it down, the whole thing, so the car, there's no coolant in it, and our car almost overheated yesterday as we came down the hill. So we got home, and we put the coolant in. We had coolant from our other car, because when we had the 2002 Mercedes, that thing kept overheating, so we'd had some coolant, luckily, and so we put the coolant in there. But Richard's saying we can drive, because we have to on Monday. Oh, guess what? So our regular mechanic, doesn't work the weekends, and neither does the place where we got the car. So we can't take it back till Monday. So I'm like, can we drive it or not? He's like, oh, I think it'll be fine. I'm like, but this is not bolted down. Like, is that going to happen again? But I think the big reason was this hose was disconnected. This had come off, so we did get that back in there. This was out. This was removed. So this just had to pop back in. But I don't know. I don't really feel comfortable driving. But I have to go get groceries today because the ladies have no protein, which I got to see if we even have any money to get the ladies a protein. So they have everything else. They got all the other fixings, but they have no protein. So that was the issue yesterday. So wonderful. Always something with us. So the car, we had to roll it down the hill. We made it home though. But it was completely to the red, overheating. And then the closet happened yesterday. Didn't get that fixed yet. So I'm working on that today. I was telling them about the car. Did you tell them about the car yesterday?
What car?
Our car. See, so you guys remember, this is not up. Look, this fell. I haven't put it back up. I just stuck it up there. But this thing fell. That thing fell, and all the clothes. Oh, so yesterday I was too tired. I was like, this is just too much with the car breaking and everything. So, and we don't have any other place to put the clothes, nor do I want to put them anywhere where the bed bugs will be. So I haven't fixed the closet yet. I got to work on that. So look at this. I had to put all of Richard's clothes. I put all the clothes just in the back of our car, and our suitcases back there, because I have literally no place to put all these clothes, and I don't want the mice in the living room chewing on them or anything like that, or the bed bugs on the floor or whatever. So I put them in the car till I get that closet fixed. I have no place to put all those clothes. So I gotta get that done today. We'll work on it. We know what we can fix it. We have the things. We have those little things you get put in the wall and screwed in. But just another project. Always a project around here. But yeah, I was pretty pissed about the car. So I was like, man, But she was all excited. Oh, they did such a good job. Ooh, we got it. And I fixed all these things. And then they just forgot to bolt down our coolant. So there you go. But I hope there's not anything more. And I hope the other things they fixed properly, because that makes me very uncomfortable with the mechanics that left it like that. That's pretty half-assed job there. So this shirt, you guys. So since, like I told the story, we've lived outside before. If I see something outside that like looks good, I'll take it. So this, when I was in Manhattan, someone left this shirt on the floor. It still had a tag on it, and I was like, "Oh, look at that! Score!" So I got my free Grinch shirt in Manhattan on the floor, on the sidewalk. Someone left it. It still had a tag and everything. It's like, well, my free shirt. Anyway, so when we were living the second time, we actually were like, we'd be finding stuff like. You're like, oh, cool, here's your jacket. So we got used to that. It was funny. We never would have thought that we'd do it. Till this day, I'll be walking, I'll be like, what's that? Like, when you do live outside, you start to be like, hey, I could use this thing. Everything could be useful. And you start to appreciate something. So other people be like, oh, that's disgusting. Leave that. You don't use something from the floor or that someone else left or whatever. You're like, that's a clean t-shirt with a tag. I'm taking that. You wash it, but it still has a tag on it anyways, And I did wash it, but it still had a tag. But let me think. What's going on today? I need to go shopping. What time is it? I need to go shopping. I don't want to drive that car. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Oh, Peggy. Let's see Peggy's. The Sphere in Vegas. We actually went there. It was really fun. It's really steep. So we went to see U2, which was a terrible concert. Don't tell anyone. We didn't even stay. It was so boring. Oh my God. The first song, I was like, I kind of like U2. We had liked them because we went to, they had a pop-up music concert. They did a pop-up music, music video downtown at the plaza right before the U2 Sphere thing. It was, to kind of like, because they knew they were coming for that. So they did a music video, and they filmed it downtown Las Vegas, right for the plaza. Me and Richard were there for the filming. We're probably, if you really look in a crowd when they scanned during the music video, but we were out there. It was really, really fun, and they did like a live show for everybody while they were filming the music video. This was just last year, and we had tickets to go to the Sphere, and we went, and it was super steep. We had the this. Hold on, let me fix my cord. It's not charging. Oh. I need a new charger cord. It's not really working, but we got the seats way up, and it's really, really steep. I was like, wow, if I was someone that was drinking, I'd be very scared. I'd like fall over because it's way steeper than when you're up in the high seats. Like you have to hold the railing when you're going down. It's really steep. But the actual venue is awesome. But the U2 show was the most boring show I have ever been to my whole life. We stayed for like 3 songs, and we were like, this is like getting worse each song. Like I kept thinking, maybe it'll get better. It was so boring, so we left. And everyone looked like they were like jealous that we had the guts to leave. Like, you suckers stay for this boring ass show. It was so boring. I mean, I was stunned how boring it was. I was like, wow, this is really boring. Okay. I know I can blow my engine when you overheat a car. I know that. That's why I don't want to be driving it. So you guys think that it's going to be okay? Like, there's not going to be a big fix for the car? Is that what everyone's saying? This guy's saying something about the thermometer. It was only $20 fix or something like that. But anyway, I'm hoping, this might just be a bolt. They might just have to screw in that bolt. I don't like to start messing with cars. That's one thing. I love cars, but I don't know how to work on them. So, I mean, I know where the oil is, I know where the coolant is, I know where these things are, but I do not like starting to move things. Like, I don't know why I have this big fear of that. Like, if I do something wrong, I'm gonna like blow up my engine, and it probably could happen. So I really don't start touching things. like Richard, he was the one that put that hose back on. I probably wouldn't have even touched that. I'd be like, oh, I don't want to do it wrong. When it comes to cars, I really always am like, I think I might do something wrong when I'm putting this together. So I always go to the mechanic when it comes to cars. Me and Rich don't usually mess with that at all. We're not very car mechanically inclined. But all the mechanics aren't open until Monday. So I'm like, what are we supposed to do? We can't get another rental. We can't even afford another rental. And so I think we're going to have to drive it. I'm going to make him drive it because I don't feel comfortable. And he won't. He'll be like, it's fine. It's fine. I was like, okay, you see. But Mercedes are really good about, like, it'll tell you to turn off the car before it overheats. That's what happened yesterday. So it will know. And then worst case, you just got to, like what happened yesterday, we added the coolant. And when we added the coolant, and then once he reattached the hose and all that, when we started the car, it's fine, and it seems to be fine, but we haven't driven it since we got it home yesterday. But we did turn it back on, like, after we added the coolant, because we added, like, a whole, like, half a bottle of coolant in there, because it did, like, all the coolant come out. But I'm still a little bit nervous about it. But definitely on Monday, we're going to take it back to those guys that were supposed to be fixing it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. He said that we handled the overheating really well. Yeah, we were so happy we were uphill. So we're like, let's just roll down the hill. We were gonna, Richard was gonna have me, bring the coolant up, but we're like, we are going downhill. We probably just won't. But yeah, you do lose. So I had it where it was on the, what do you call it, ACC or whatever, the one where you have your electronics on. So for a minute you have your steering and you still have your brakes, but I realized, I guess they stopped because I'll be like cruising and I'll be like trying to, I'm like, oh wait, I don't have brakes. So then I'd turn the car on for a second, then turn it back off, and it would give me it for a second, and then I could get a little bit further down the road. And so we did it about a couple times where, you could turn the car on for a second, get your power steering and brakes. I guess they only last for, like, it's like a timeout thing. It was weird. Like if the car's not running, they eventually don't. So, because I'd be like having the brakes, we're cruising down the hill, because, you're having a break, we're stopping at stoplights. It was cool. It's such a steep hill that we were able to just literally, like, come down as long as my brakes were going, because we had to brake. I mean, there were stoplights and everything. It was a busy street. But we were cruising, and the car's so heavy, and it was such a steep, we never had to press the gas. We cruised all the way down the hill. But yeah, no brakes! Turn the car on. I was like, It's the first time I didn't know what I was going to do. And then, so turn it on. So it happened a couple times, and then we got it, and, when your power's cranking that wheel, trying to come around the corner. But we got it home, and I'm just happy that we were able to get home. I've been really pissed if it was something that we got stuck up at the top of the hill and couldn't get it home, which I guess we could have, since it could roll. But I think it is going to be okay. I think it was primarily that hose came attached, and that's what caused everything to. But what needs to happen is it needs to be bolted down. I can see there's a bolt missing there, so that probably is all that's wrong. Fingers crossed. But we're gonna take it back to those guys. But I really want him to take the car to our mechanic Daniel after those guys looked at it, because I'm like, I don't know what they did. He fell asleep. Oh, right. Okay, I was trying some. I'm like, what? I'm trying to figure out what he goes. Yeah, putting the heater on. Yeah, we did that so our other car kept overheating, and we had to still, like, it was crazy how many times. Okay, Mercedes is pretty amazing, and I don't mean to, like, brag that I have a Mercedes. I'm feeling pretty proud of it because I've never had a Mercedes. Like, Richard had gotten that Mercedes, and I only drove that for a short time before we gave it to Gloria, and so like, when I first got with him, he had that Mercedes, the one I'm talking about, the 2002 E320, which we loved. And then we'd given it to Gloria, and then she kept it. And so when we came back here, she still had it, but she had so destroyed it. But the thing kept overheating. And I was amazed how many times we overheated that car and it still kept starting. that car was a beast. I had never seen anything like that, because normally when you overheat a car like to this level, I mean, like this car was like, we were like driving it was still overheating and like smoking. It was smoking and then it would start again. Like it was, that car was amazing. But I would never do that to this car, because that car was, it was on its deathbed, but now I'm like, I do not want this one. So I was like, please let this be okay, because we need to drive it today. But that's why I haven't gone yet. Otherwise I'd be going to the store right now, but I'm like, I don't know. But yes, someone said running the heater. So we were doing that with the other car. You have to turn on your heat. That'll help cool down the car. You don't want to be turning on your AC. That doesn't help. They are not too expensive if you get a mechanic that doesn't like, buy the dealer parts. I mean, you can't get like aftermarket, but like you get a better deal than if you went like to the dealer. So our mechanic is awesome, and we don't pay any more being it's a Mercedes than any other car. Like we actually get fantastic deals, but Mercedes are worth every single penny, and I never thought that until I own one, and I've owned a lot of cars. I've had like, let me see, I think I was saying this the other day, but I've had a Subaru XT, a Honda Prelude, a Subaru Impreza, a Subaru SVX, a Nissan 300ZX, an Infiniti Q45, another Infiniti Q45, a Jaguar XF Premium. We had the Mercedes E320. We have a Porsche 911S. I've had a Mazda 626. A Lexus ES 300. Trying to remember if I had any other car. Kia Soul. I think I named them all off. I can't remember. But all of them are good cars. But nothing is like a Mercedes. It is worth every penny, and I would recommend, if you're in the market for a car, get an old Mercedes, because old ones are way better than new ones. They are phenomenal, and they're not that expensive if you're getting an old one. Because I seriously used to think the same thing, and my dad hates Mercedes. My dad loves Subaru. He's a Subaru guy. That's why I've had so many Subarus. He's like, oh, Mercedes. I'm like, Mercedes are phenomenal. Gloria's car had 260,000 miles on it, and it was overheating every day, and that thing was still starting. And it would have probably still started if we did a little bit of maintenance on it, but everything was so destroyed. And it survived Gloria, 12 years with Gloria, and she didn't do it. The oil was a sludge in the car when we went to put oil in it. When we first got here, I'd never seen anything like this. It was like a complete sludge of oil, and that poor car was still trekking after Gloria literally took it to its near grave. And I'd never seen anything like it. There's this video of me where it was like the 5th time the car had overheated, and it would do this thing like it wouldn't start, but then we'd leave it and then it would start. So like I'd gone to the grocery store, got stuck, had to take an Uber. We come back several hours later, and the thing had like overheated. It's got like 260,000 miles. It was like, all kinds of stuff wrong with it. And that thing started up, and we drove home. So we never had to tow that car. Even though it broke down all the time, it would still like start for us. We'd get somewhere, and then, you'd get to the mechanic, and then they could fix it or something. The car was such a beast. It would break down, and then it would like start back up, and we're like, yeah. And it was the most amazing car, and I can't believe like what it went through with Gloria. And it still was just checking, and Richard didn't even want to get rid of it. He still, when we first got our car, I had to hear about that. He's so mad we got rid of that car over and over and over and over and over and over and over, when there was like literally no choice. Like it was like the car was done. And I'm like, Richard, like we have a nice, like, oh, I love that car. I love that car. It was a cool car. And this car is a lot more expensive. But when we got this one, we had no option. We had to get a car, and no one will loan to us because we haven't had a lot of credit over the years. So we have like no credit, and we don't really have like a huge income source that you show like on stuff, so they're not loving that when you go to a loan. It's not like, and I don't even have my bank account. I think I was mentioning that earlier, never finished it. Was right before we went to Panama, I left a bank account with I remember the $358 I had overdrafted, and I'd planned on eventually putting that money back in, but we ended up moving, and then we lived in another country, and I completely forgot, and I just didn't ever use my bank account again. So now I'm blacklisted from banks forever because of that overdraft. And I wish I could track it down and try to pay it and get it off, but so I don't even bother with it. So I have to use Richard's bank account. I can't even have a bank account because I had left a bank account with an overdraft of $358 back in 2011, 2012. And I'm so stupid. I can't even, like, that literally has made my life so difficult. Like, if I had just not done that, it'd be so much easier. And that has made my life such havoc. I mean, I can't get barely, like, it's hard for me to get a loan because I don't have a bank account. So that's why this was crazy. It needed to be in my name because I was the only one that had even semi-decent credit of some sort. And so it had to be in my name, the car, which I pay for it anyways, but like it couldn't even be in anyone else's name, maybe they wanted it to be. But then I don't have a bank account. So no other place would loan us. They're like, so these people were so crappy, like shoddy little places. Like they didn't even look into like the guy later, like after giving us the car and after we've already signed the contract, is like, wait a second, the bank account's not in your name. We're like, yeah, that's what he said. He's like, oh, this is an issue. This isn't good. We're like, well, you already gave us the car. Like, okay, we'll deal with it. But so it wouldn't have even happened if he actually did the proper paperwork. Because no one wanted to give me a loan when it's someone else's bank account, even though it's my husband. I guess it needs to be in your name. Like the bank account needs to be in your name and the loan in my name. They didn't want the bank account in my husband's name and the loan in my name. And so we had that car just by a fluke of this guy. I think he even got fired because when Richard was trying to call about the warranty, you couldn't even get a hold of the guy about like he like giving out cars without even checking people's info. No, it's not. I can't even be added to Richard's bank. No, you get blacklisted from banks. No, you can't mess around with that with banks. Like, don't be leaving overdrafts at any bank. You're blacklisted from all banks. I can't even be added as a secondary on Richard's account because of that. We tried many years ago, and we tried some. We were Wells Fargo, and then we tried with Chase. He's Chase now, and no, I cannot. And it's so frustrating because I was only I probably like 26 years old, which is old enough to not do stupid stuff like that. But you know, I was still a kid, and my mom had died. You know, I was not doing well then, and I was a bulimic alcoholic. So it's just such stupid, like so many things that were such easy fixes that I just didn't follow up on. And now, like I said, like even like my disability was so stupid that I said I didn't want disability from the Air Force when I lost half my hearing. Stupid move at 21 years old. I don't know, I'm good. It's like so stupid when now my ear hurts every day of my life and I can't hear. And I could have got money from the Air Force, but I was like so mad at them because they had grounded me after my mom died. Put me on suicide watch because my mom committed suicide. So I was pissed off at the military. So my idea was like, you guys take your money and shove it. Smart, right? So I do dumb stuff like that sometimes. Live and learn. I've definitely been a rebel without a cause. I'm just kidding. No, I don't try to be a rebel. It's really, I got rejected a lot by my family because I had an eating disorder. So I was kind of like the perfect child besides an eating disorder. Like that was the thing that they were like, oh, you're perfect, but oh, you have this awful thing. So then I was like outcasted. So it was like prior to the eating disorder, I'd like done no wrong. But then as soon as I developed this eating disorder, then they were like, and my dad basically treated me like I was a freak of nature. I remember my dad being like, so I actually heard that there are other people that are bulimic and that it can be common. And I'm like, yeah, Dad, do you think I was the only one? Like I was a freak of nature? Like I created bulimia and I invented the thing? I mean, he used to be like, I just don't understand. This is the most disgusting thing. Why would you ever? I mean, there's starving children in Africa. Why would you ever eat food and throw it up? I'm like, well, Dad, it's not that. It's like, I'm thinking about the starving. I am sick. I have I'm messed up because of you and my mother. I didn't say that. Of course, I'd never say that to my father. But, yeah, my dad seriously thought and my stepmom kicked me out because of my bulimia 3 times. So I was only living at my dad's because my mom had died, and then my sister wanted me to go live with my dad to deal with my bulimia in the first place. I'm living there because they were supposed to send me to treatment, which they didn't want to pay for treatment, so they didn't send me to treatment. They wanted me to just get over it myself, which I couldn't then, which I eventually did. I figured it out myself by doing keto diet. But back then I didn't know. So they just kept kicking me out for something that I couldn't really fix. I didn't know how to fix it. So it was very frustrating. Yeah, let's go see where Annette's at. But that's what was like frustrating. I'm like, because so they thought that I was being disrespectful because my stepmom would say, "Don't throw up in my house," but I honestly couldn't. Like, I don't know if you guys know, like mine was like involuntary, basically. Like if I ate, I threw up. I didn't even stick my finger down my throat. I would have to hold from vomiting. Like it would. I'd done it for so many years, and at this point, like it wasn't something that I didn't stick my finger down my throat. So it's like she was asking me to do something that I couldn't control, and then kick me out when I couldn't. Then they weren't giving me the tools to get. Like they said they were gonna send me to treatment and didn't. So they like basically were setting me up for failure. It was like, oh hey, come up here to get better, but we're not gonna give you any way to get better. We want you to just figure it out on your own because we're cheapskates. But then we're gonna kick you out when you don't figure it out on your own because you're a young kid and you don't know what to do. I mean, my mom had just died. I was only like 21 years old. So, okay. Let me go see what Nate's up to. Oh. Per usual. Oh, okay. That's right, you guys. I wanted to talk to you guys about
You're in
that.
my mind. I didn't get a chance to leave the house today.
She's so funny. She loves collecting cups. So she starts to collect. This is what I collect. She starts to collect her cups. She's always got. So I come around and I go, throw out her cups. So you throw out the cigarette butts. I put these in the trash. Here. She's always got little things. Oops. She's always got little things she's collecting. You know, throw out all her little things. I collect these boxes of cigarettes, put them in my pocket. I see these, I put them in my pocket because then make her little things. And then I would grab all her sodas, grab all these. It's like full soda, she never drinks them.
She wanted us.
But she won't drink, once they're set down, they won't be touched again, they just will accumulate. Hold on. I pour out like 12-pack of sodas a day. So much waste in this place. That's what drives me nuts, is the amount of waste. Because I'm someone that I don't like waste. I like to, you know, I'm kind of a minimalist and like things simple and not wasteful and try to conserve. And so constant waste around here. It drives me nuts. But if I don't get Diet Cokes, she'll freak out, you know, and if I don't get these things, they'll freak out. But then all they do is just waste it. So I find it really frustrating too because we don't have money, you know, to waste. But all they do is waste money here. So, okay. I know, that'd be fun. No, because Annette and the mice were so loud that we can sleep through like tornadoes around here when you actually get to sleep because we had to. Annette used to be so loud. Oh my gosh. Annette would scream all night long. Scream and cry and just make so much noise and slam all the doors and in and out and kick the doors and whatever. A constant all night long. And then the mice. And then you're being eaten alive by the bugs. So we were so happy when we got the doors because that's how we first started to get the mice out of our room. Because once we were able to get a door, because before we had a door, because we could get the mice out of this room when I started cleaning, we'd get the mice out during the day. But because they used to all be in this room, but then once I started cleaning, the mice started to move towards other parts of the house and move primarily to like the living room and the kitchen. Where all the food is, but they were pretty much hiding out in here when we first got here, and living in here, and then kind of cruising the rest of the house. So we started moving them out of here, just not like we were actually, but that just kind of happened because as you clean, they vacate and go elsewhere. And so I started with this room because I had to clean under Gloria's nose. You know, she didn't want me getting rid of stuff, so we would clean this room, and she'd be out there, and then I'd take the stuff to the dump without her realizing. It took me a while before I could even clean the front, and I still can't really clean much. That's why things don't really get that clean, because I can't really just go out there and start cleaning while Gloria's here. I can only clean when Gloria's asleep, and not like in the morning when she's asleep, like late night, and when she's at the gym. Oh, someone wants out. It's time. Looking for the monster. Hi there. Oh, he stopped. He was shaking it, but he stopped. he just figured out this morning that that he can go that way. So now he's starting to stand up. He's like, wait, he lifts this way too. Because you can actually take him out of the top there. He didn't ever know that. So now he's just figuring out. He's like, wait, there's a door on the top now too. He's not shaking. He was for a second. You gonna be good? I thought he was gonna shake it, but here, let's let him out. Let's see him out. Hi, boy. You want out? Yeah, here we go. You want out? You want out? I want you to show them how you should rattle your door. Rattle your door. Oh, you don't even want out. You just want to join your cage. You just want to join your cage. Oh, no, you want it. Oh, you can go straight to those cords. If you go straight to the cords, you can go right back in. You go right back in if you go right to the cords. He goes right to the cords. And then he gets put right back in his cage. He gets too distracted. Oh, that's exactly what we're going to do. Come on, boo boo. Then bring him on to bed for a minute. We'll bring him on to bed with us. We'll bring him on to bed with us for a minute. Everybody, let's say hi, Casper. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. He wants to run. Hi, Bo. He'll probably go bother Rich. There we go. Here we go. Oh, no, 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 no. Are you peeing? Did you start peeing? I swear he thinks this bed is his toilet now. It's ridiculous. He was about to pee. I think I caught him in time. Richard's so mad because every time he gets on the bed, he wants to pee now, and it's ridiculous. Great. I think I caught him. He didn't pee, though. He would look like he was about to squat. Pee. Casper, you little turd. I love that little guy. Oh my gosh, someone said that their bunny's gonna live for like 10 years. I'm like, thank goodness, because I was already worried about that. I was like, okay, what we got? Oh, you know what? I forgot to look at my text now. Monday is a holiday? What holiday is Monday? Memorial Day? Is it Memorial Day? Oh, shoot. Did you guys know I didn't even know what month I was in? So I really lose track of days here because all of our days blur together. So I kept saying we're going to be paid in July. We get our first check in June. I thought we were in June. So our first YouTube check, which we're going to show you guys and we're going to figure out what we're going to do with that for Annette, is June 7th through the 12th is going to be when it comes in, I guess. So we'll let you guys see that. But I thought, oh yeah, and Amazon. I need to get an Amazon wish list. The problem is every time I jump off here, I have to start cleaning and doing other things, and then we come back on here and start vlogging again. So you guys are like, I'll get these things done, and then like that. Oh, no, he's got to go in. Yeah, he got to go in. He's chewing on the cords, but she's going to get mad. Oh, shoot. Hold on. He's going to get mad now. I bet. Let's put him in there and see what he does. He's going to get mad now. Watch it. Oh. See, now he's going to get mad. Now you guys are going to see. Now he's going to be mad. But he was chewing the cords. Now I'll chew my house then. He's so spoiled. He's so spoiled, but he's so sweet. Richard loves him, which I'm so happy about because I've had this problem with pets that they often only like me, and they're kind of a little bit psycho when it comes to my pets because I like really, really baby my pets. But he actually likes Richard, so I'm glad because I've had it where my pets only liked me, and then the other person is kind of weird, and that's not good. So let me see. I did not get the email about the bags. I need to check. Let me look. I have not looked. Let me look right now. This is how busy we get around here. When it's like, well, last night, like after we got off the vlog, we were dealing with the car, and then I haven't even done the closet yet. And then we were super tired, and we hadn't even had dinner after all day dealing with that, and like. Oh, there he goes. Here goes the little monster trying to get out of his cage. Here he goes. Casper. He's spoiled. He's so spoiled. Okay, text now. haven't even looked at this. People have been texting. Oh my goodness, let me see. Oh, this is the wrong one. That's not the right one. He must have it on his. That's a different text now number. It must be on his, or it's probably on this one. Okay, I'll have to look at that later. But no, we did not get the email about the bed bug thing. What is that? Happy belated birthday. Whose birthday is it? Whose birthday is it? 28, 40. I'm 39. God, what's everyone's age in here? What's everyone's age? And where are you at? Where are you at right now? Not just like what city. Like where are you at? Are you at work? Are you at home? Are you at the dentist? Are you at the doctor? Are you taking a poo? Just kidding. Tell me where you guys are at and how old you are. Just so I get a feel for some of y'all. I'm trying to start reading more. The problem is he has really convinced himself that this bed is what he's gonna pee on. Because he'll go other places. I mean, he's got his litter in there, and I got him pee pads. But for some reason, when he first got him, Richard thinks it's because he pees on my area, because it's like, he's a male bunny, and then, I'm the female, and they do this little territorial thing. Because he don't pee on Richard's side, he pees on my side. And he knows he gets away with it. Okay. Home smoking, yep, 33 to 39. 44, Allison, I'm 32. I'm in Morocco traveling, but I live in Morocco, back Canada. Watching your videos, Becky, Blue Eyed Siren, Same as Joy. Williamsburg, Kentucky, Allison, Tiffany, 41, Mom, Coastal Virginia. Vietnam, 64 years old, Michigan, wow. Blue Eyed Siren, 40, Baltimore, Parkville at home. First day, kids just got out of school, huh? That's right. Josie Rainford, Kent in England, 45 years old. Wow, you guys are all over. I would love to go to England. I've never been to Europe. I'm not telling you my age. Yeah, I guess I'm not supposed to ask the lady your age, huh? 35, Bree. Vegas, 38. We got someone in Vegas. Cool. And 39, Boston. Ma at home. 38, Vegas again. We got another Las Vegas. Kenley. Uh-oh. Scotland is watching. Hey, I'm part Scottish. My heritage is my mother is Irish. Her family's Irish. Dallas, Texas. My dad's Scottish and Native American. 59, Dallas, Texas. Where did you? How old is you? Oh, I'm 39. South Georgia. I'm 39. I'm from California. Oh no! I like your shirt. This is what I'm saying. I got this. This was a free special from the floors of Manhattan. Someone dropped it in. They probably bought it and dropped it out of their bag or something. It still had a tag on it. I was like, there you go. I'm going to Las Vegas. I'm 105, chilling. I'm from Texas, and I'm 7. Yeah, I don't think you'd be on here. Amber, if you're 7, you might want to have your parents make sure you're allowed to watch this. Don't think you'd be 7 watching my channel. Hello, Nebraska here. Hi, Nebraska. I would love to go to Vegas, but 100% not meeting Annette. I would not be that. Why did you skip over mine? I didn't see it. Say it again. Honestly, that they scroll. I gotta go. You can scroll back. Who is it? Let me see. Who said I skipped over? Let me see. Why did you skip over Blunt? Oh yeah. You're a troll. Okay. Peggy and Lenny. Blunt is a troll. And he needs to be on timeout. Blunt needs a timeout. Blunt needs to actually be removed on any level that he can. So, like, Blunt is not someone that needs to be allowed in here. Get Blunt out of here. This one right here, Blunt, is a horrible human being, and he needs to wake up and realize that life is a beautiful thing, but there are negative people that make it not so beautiful, and that's hard to accept. Why people would do that. I have a hard time accepting what goes through someone's head when they decide to just live this life of negativity. Of like, people will say I'm negative because I'm complaining about Glory, but that's only because I'm trying to come in and save this. I would not just be complaining about my mother-in-law. I loved my mother-in-law. We got along, we weren't that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law that didn't get along. We always got along. I just thought she was a little wacky, but we got along, you know. Just like my mom, I always thought she was a little wacky, but I love my mom. But I didn't know Gloria was neglecting Annette all along. I thought she was taking care of Annette because that's what she always told us. Like she was Annette's caretaker, and that was her life, taking care of Annette. When I found out how she treated Annette is when I lost it with Gloria, in the sense of like I lost my respect for Gloria. I no longer even like saw her as my mother-in-law anymore. I was just like, how are you even a human being? Like, how did you do this to your daughter? It makes me like confused of like how she could do it. Like I'm like, I don't understand how you can see your daughter suffer and then go gambling. Like I just don't I don't get that. I've had addiction, but I never had a daughter who is dying in front of me while I did my addiction. And that I'm sorry, I will not let slide. In the sense of I will never forgive her for what she did for Annette, what she did to Annette, because Annette has no teeth, which will never grow back. She thinks they were going to grow back. Annette thinks her teeth will grow back. She doesn't want implants. We want to maybe try to, if we ever can afford it, get her. I mean, she doesn't want dentures. Maybe try to get her implants, but those are super expensive. But she didn't want dentures. Her medical benefits covered dentures, but she didn't want them. We got them fitted and everything. She hated them. So I will never be okay with what Gloria did, just for the fact that Annette will never have teeth again. And Annette wanted to be a model, and she loves smiling, and she hates she has no teeth. That's partially why she gets embarrassed. She hates that she doesn't have teeth. It makes her really, really upset. And she hated me for it because I had to be the one to take her to get them extracted. And she thought it was my fault because I was the one that took her to the dentist when they extracted them. She hated me for the longest time because of that. And so things like that, I'm sorry, but I will not accept that you guys say it's not okay what I did to Gloria, because I think throwing 2 pancakes after 12 years of what we dealt with her and what she did to her daughter is actually perfectly acceptable, considering the circumstances. I won't do it again because there's literally no point. It's like, but when I did it, I didn't know there was no point. Do you understand? I still thought I could maybe get through to Gloria. I thought maybe she would wake up and start giving a shit. But she doesn't, and that's why I won't ever do that again, because I'm not going to waste my breath when she will not change, and she will not love her daughter. And that makes me sad, and it breaks my heart to watch Annette every day just want her mom to love her, and we fight Gloria to love her daughter. I shouldn't have to fight her to love her daughter. And that's why I threw pancakes, because all she cares about are those stupid pancakes. The whole time we were having this argument, when I'm saying you almost killed your daughter, no response, not even acknowledgement, just like glares at me. And then I threw 2 pancakes and it was the first time I got a response that entire morning when we were talking about how she almost killed Annette, and she forgot Richard's birthday, and she didn't even bother, and she wanted to go gambling on Richard's birthday. That's what she's asking to do, which we didn't care she forgot the birthday. She forgets stuff. That we weren't bagging on forgetting. It's the fact that, like, when we said, no, we can't go gambling because we don't have any money. It's Richard's birthday, and we don't even have any money. We can't go gambling. She still was all pissed off, so then we asked her to make pancakes for Annette that morning. That's why I threw the pancakes. She said, you do it yourself, Richard. On Richard's birthday, she wanted Richard to make pancakes for Annette, which Richard does. Annette won't take the pancakes from Richard. The reason why we don't make them in the first place is she won't eat ours. She throws ours out. They have to come from Gloria. It was Richard's birthday. He asked his mother to make pancakes for his sister, who is sick. She would not get out of bed to make the pancakes, and she made a big deal until he said, you got to get up, you know, we're not making them, get up. And so she made a big stink, and that's why I threw the pancakes that morning, because she had been so bitchy about them damn pancakes on Richard's birthday and was all being all and was so pissed off that we wouldn't go let her play the lotto when we had no money and no gas. And also, she doesn't need to be gambling, because when she gambles, she gets in this even worse mood than she's in every other day of the week. But if she gambles, it's even worse, because she always loses, because she doesn't ever win, because even if she wins, she doesn't cash out. So by the time she leaves, she loses. She's a gambler that loses because she won't ever take her winnings. So that's usually the problem with degenerate gamblers. But the only time she'll maybe take a little bit of a winning is a hand pay, which means it has to be over $1,200, which so rarely happens. So 99.99999% of the time, she just lost. And almost killed Annette. So I do not feel bad for throwing the pancakes. I feel bad that I had to throw the pancakes. And honestly, if I didn't throw the pancakes, we wouldn't be here right now even having this discussion, and Annette wouldn't be doing good. So that's why I had to throw the pancakes. I won't do it again, but I had to throw it so that we're even here. You guys are here because everyone was like, she threw pancakes at an 81-year-old. Oh my God. I mean, it was so controversial that most people started following just because they hated me so much because I threw pancakes at Gloria. And we didn't do it for that reason. Richard records everything. It just happened that way because that's just, but I knew when I threw those pancakes, I was not out of control. I was not doing it out of like a rage of anger. I was doing it in a very controlled, being like, you almost killed Annette, and you still don't care on your son's birthday, who you forgot, my birthday you forgot 2 days before. We don't bag on you for forgetting. We understand you forget things. But when we're saying you can't go gambling, and please, since it's Richard's birthday, could you make breakfast? You still made a big deal about it. When she knew it was Richard's birthday, she still didn't want to make breakfast. That was our issue. And it's not for us. It's not for Richard. It's for your daughter who needs to be cared for. And that's what she claims she did her whole life, sacrificed her whole life, Gloria, martyrdoms, that she sacrificed her whole life for her daughter when she didn't sacrifice 1 ounce of anything for her daughter. She literally stole her daughter's inheritance and almost killed her. So when I threw pancakes, the pancakes were such a big issue around here where every day we're fighting for Gloria to make breakfast for Annette. So the pancakes are such, like, every day we're fighting with this pancake thing, and she makes way too many pancakes. When she does make them, she makes them for an army, and then I throw out a ton of pancakes. So the pancakes are such a, like, hot topic here too, because Gloria makes pancakes every morning. If we can get her to actually get out of bed, what she'll make is pancakes, which we'd rather her make something healthy, but she wants to make pancakes and cream of wheat. So fine, at least she makes something if she makes something. You know what I mean? It's like, if she's going to make something, it's going to be pancakes and cream of wheat. She won't make anything else, so fine. But what's irritating is that people still think that, like, I'm out of line. I'm like, considering the circumstances, really? Now, I won't do it again. Like I said, there's no point, but I was not out of line, and I was not out of control. Like, I was not in anger. It was not a thing where I lost control and was so mad that I threw the pancakes. I knew exactly what I was doing when I threw the pancakes. I was throwing the pancakes because the pancakes are so significant in this household that I'm like, this is all you care about is this damn pancake thing. When we're saying, because at that point she was trying to give us the pancakes, which we don't even eat pancakes. She's like, while I'm yelling at her about this, she almost killed Annette, because, like, it was this whole thing. The reason why we were yelling about this, she almost killed Annette. She didn't want to help Annette. We're like, we had to step in. You won't even make breakfast for him. We're doing it was this whole thing. We're having this whole discussion. It was going on all morning. You guys just saw the end of it. And so she was like, so when they're like, we had to step in because you almost killed Annette, and we can't cook because Annette won't. We say this, Annette won't let us cook for you. She wants her mother to do it, and you won't do it. You're fighting us. It's even your son's birthday, and you're fighting him, telling him to cook on his birthday for your daughter, because she only wants you to cook. If Annette would let Richard cook, he would have cooked on his birthday. He could care less of that. It's just the fact that his mom's so rude and inconsiderate. But it's the thing, Annette doesn't want us to cook for her. So we just had this constant, like, it's the most irritating thing, the stupidest thing. You guys saw yesterday, she's all upset with her Cash App now because it's in my name, which it has to be my name because she doesn't have an ID. She's just like, but we ordered the card, and she's gonna get her little card. So hopefully she had signed her name on the front, so she'll probably like that one. This one, remember, we had to give her Gloria's card yesterday because the other one's in the mail. So I think she'll like that one, but it still has my name on the back. So she's not gonna be happy about that. But until we get her ID, she can't have one that has her name on the back because they make you put your ID in there to get the cards. But I think I'm gonna jump off here soon because I need to make breakfast. Unless you guys want to make breakfast. You guys want to make breakfast together? Who wants to make breakfast? Ember. That's a cute name. You have a kid, blue-eyed siren. I think someone is lying about that they're 7 years old. If they are, then yeah, they need to be off here right away. But I think they're lying. Oh, hold on one second. There's Nettie. Hi, Ned. Let me get some cigarettes. Do you want to say hi to everybody? For a second. Let me get some cigarettes. Let me say hello. Hi. Hey, Nettie. She just got up. Cigarettes. Did you guys say, did you want to make breakfast? Or, let's see. Wait. Which way? Wait, did these stop scrolling? Oh, yeah, they stopped scrolling. That's happened. Okay, let's go make breakfast. Okay. What happens to you sometimes, I don't know, it's, yeah. Say hi, Sloan. Hi, Sloan. Good morning, Annette. I hope you all have an amazing day. She came to pick up cigarettes. Yep. Annette, yep. Yeah, she's gone so quick. Yes, let's make breakfast together. Okay, my grandfather's 8 years old, and there's no way my grandmother can take care of anybody. My dad does take care of, so I don't understand. Oh, Gloria is completely able to do anything. Are you kidding? She's like in great shape. She goes to the gym every day. She's like the most fit 81-year-old. Gloria is capable of like, she moved the mattresses out herself. So no, we're not asking some like 81-year-old that isn't gay. Gloria is capable of like doing tons of stuff. If she was able to go gambling, she would be going out till 2 a.m. gambling every night. Gloria would be living it up. She goes dancing on Friday night, stays out till like 2 a.m. She is like, has more energy than we do. She doesn't want to do anything unless it's fun. So if it's not fun, then she doesn't want to do anything. If it means taking care of your daughter, cleaning the house, doing anything that's productive and useful and actually like caring for your children, then she don't want to do it. But if it was something that was fun, she has boundless energy. She'd be dancing circles around you guys. She will dance for 5 hours. She goes out for 5 hours dancing solid at the casino with her sister and strangers and stuff. We can't go because we have to take care of Annette. But Gloria she'll probably go. Wait, that was last night. She missed it. She forgot. She likes to go every Friday night. And we have to go take her to Rampart Casino, and she goes dancing. And then she gets herself a cocktail and stuff that we give her with her Cash App card. That's how she gets her little cocktails and stuff. And we put the money on there for her to go. We just don't let her go gambling, so she can't have cash. She uses her little card, and she'll buy herself whatever she wants at the little bar there. But so no, this is not some like little 81-year-old that is not able to do stuff. She literally goes to the gym for 4 hours a day and works out. So we're not asking too much for her to make pancakes. When we first got here, the woman was cooking like 9 times a day. She just stopped cooking because we're asking her to cook. Do you understand? She only doesn't want to do something when we ask her to do it. If we didn't ask her to do it, she'd be wanting to do it. But as soon as we ask her to do it, then she doesn't want to do it. Because she is a defiant person. She wants no one to ever tell her what to do. Gloria is the most strong-willed, defiant, ornery person. She never wanted any rules or any structure or anybody. She didn't listen to anything her husband ever told her. She just did whatever she wanted. He just gave her boundless money because he was super wealthy. She blew through all of his family's inheritance. So his parents died early on. She blew through all that money before the dad died. They blew through all of the grandparents' inheritance. Then when the dad died, she blew through the rest of the family inheritance that was supposed to go to Richard and Annette. There's nothing left. Nothing. Everything left, they owe money on. Like this house, they owe more than when they first bought it. There's nothing of value. The car, that's Richard's car. Richard bought that Mercedes and the Porsche. Richard bought that Porsche. He gave it to his dad, but Richard bought it. So it's not even like Gloria's. And then we just put $10,000 into it. So there's nothing that like Gloria like saved that. It was like, oh, thank you for saving this. No. For one thing, she almost lost that Porsche on top of it. So there would be nothing. This house was in foreclosure. So there would be nothing left. Annette was going to be homeless with nothing. And that's how Gloria was going to leave it for her inheritance. When Gloria died, she was going to leave Annette homeless with absolutely nothing. Let me get you guys set up to do this other thing here. So if you guys think that's cool, then more power to you. You're just as awful as Gloria, if not worse, because she's not. Gloria probably would not even, if you were to ask her, she'd probably say, "Well, yeah, don't do that." But you guys are knowing the scenario and saying it's okay what she did. You know what I mean? So you're even worse. If you think what she did was okay and you're excusing Gloria, you're way worse than her. Because we do give Gloria a little acknowledgement, she's a little bit, something's wrong with her. But if you are saying, oh, everything Gloria did was totally appropriate, then you have major issues. You get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? What I'm saying? Because if you're excusing the fact that she spent the entire family fortune and abused and neglected and almost killed her schizoaffective daughter, then I don't know what's wrong with your head. You are sick. And if you think as a woman who's perfectly capable of basically like running a marathon at this point, can't make pancakes for her daughter, when Gloria was doing jobs before we came here. She worked for the convention center. She worked, she was a caretaker. Get this. Gloria was a caretaker for other people. Can you imagine that? Gloria was a caretaker, but she kept getting fired from being a caretaker. Yeah, can you imagine? She was being a caretaker, being paid to be a caretaker for Paradise Home Care, was this caretaker service. They were paying Gloria to care for other people. I'm like, oh, no wonder why she got fired. You see how she cares for people? Why would she become a caretaker? She doesn't even care for her daughter. Well, she kept getting fired because she was so awful at it. And she got fired. Guess why she got fired? She was stealing from her clients. Not stealing like their stuff. She was asking them to borrow money and then writing them bum checks. Yeah. Can you believe that, Gloria? Yeah. So she was borrowing money from her clients, or her disabled clients. So yeah, for everyone who's defending Gloria, we didn't even get into that before we came here. So the DA's on Gloria because she wrote bum checks all over town to all the casinos, all the grocery stores, and all of her clients. Hundreds and hundreds of dollars in bum checks that we actually, thousands, became over 1,000 in bum checks all over town. We had to write. We actually she still owes about 150 to the DA. I didn't even finish paying it off. I was like, screw it. She pissed me off. I made all of their payments. We go in every month to make her little payments to the DA down at the courthouse. Because Gloria wrote bum checks all over town. So, you guys keep defending her. Keep defending her. The DA was under her. Gloria could go to prison. So yeah, so the person who's talking about your grandpa, does your grandpa, does grandpa have a DA on his house where he's writing bum checks all over town and stealing from his clients basically, and abusing his daughter, literally beating his daughter with a broom every day, beating her out of the house, and spending the entire family fortune and not even being there when her husband died, just gambling while her husband was dying of cancer? Did your grandpa do all those things? And then be perfectly capable. Gloria could go run a marathon. She's in such good shape. She can make pancakes in the morning. And guess what? We don't want her making the pancakes. Annette wants her making the pancakes. I want to make every meal. You see, I cook. I would love to go out there and make every meal. I can't. Annette goes livid if I start cooking in the kitchen. And so does Gloria. Because even though she doesn't want to make the pancakes, she doesn't want me making the pancakes. She'll tell Richard to once in a while, but not me. They don't want me in there doing anything. I'm not even supposed to clean. They'd rather live in filth. But Annette likes it clean, but Gloria doesn't. Gloria likes it disgusting. She's always lived that way. Gloria doesn't even like things clean. Gloria literally likes living in filth. There's something seriously wrong with her. And we don't know what it is. If we could know what's wrong with her, we could get her some help. But she won't go to the doctor. She won't ever be tested on anything. She thinks she's perfect. So she's just like this crazy person with no medicine. And like, we're getting that medicine, but Gloria needs medicine. There's something wrong with her. She's not. I mean, it's not normal behavior to do this, which she did to her daughter. There's something wrong. But we can't get her to accept that there's anything wrong, so she won't get any help. So, okay, I'm gonna make breakfast here. And we're gonna stop talking about Gloria, because I get tired of talking about Gloria. I know the pan's bad, blah, blah, blah. We're cooking in the bathroom because of Gloria. I can't cook out there, so everyone's like, why are you cooking in the bathroom? Well, I learned how to do it when we lived in hotels, but because Richard likes to say there's a bear in the kitchen, because it's Gloria. Gloria the bear in the kitchen. You can't cook out there. So Richard likes bacon. He likes this thick cut. We get this just from like Smith's. They have it everywhere, Smith's, Albertsons, whatever. But it's not organic, because Richard doesn't like the organic. The organic is very thin. They don't like the organic bacon. I don't eat bacon. I do once in a blue moon, but not usually. I'm gonna make two strips here because these are pretty thick. We'll give Richard 2 strips of bacon here. Sometimes we do 3, but we'll start out with his bacon. We do keto diet, which means you're in ketosis, which ketosis means that your body is burning fat for energy instead of, needing things like sugar for energy, which is just like short-term energy. That's why you get that little sugar rush and you crash. This is a long-term. People go, how do you have so much balanced energy? Because I'm on keto. So keto diet, you have all this energy already on reserve because you reserve your energy. What happens is you eat and then you digest and you start burning your fat and stuff for energy. So you get this reserve of energy. So I have like all this energy even without eating. And then when I eat, I kind of stock up my energy again. But it's like without eating, I can have so much energy. That's why when you're on sugar, you're going from sugar to sugar with your energy. If you don't have your sugar, you start losing your withdrawals, you get headaches, you get lightheaded. Those are sugar withdrawals. People call it hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia is just being really highly addicted to sugar. That you're so addicted to sugar that you get withdrawals. That's what hypoglycemia is. We've called it a condition. It's just sugar. If you take away sugar, you don't have a hypoglycemia. So I'm going to put my back here. That's how I do my bags. Because when we had the mice, you don't want you. They were getting into the low trash, They're crawling in the little trash can. They don't get the big one, but. So I tie my bags onto the hook there. Okay, so for those of you that can't have bacon, sorry about that because it smells wonderful. Must be so hard. I've always thought it must be very hard smelling bacon but never being able to try it. Some people's religions are not allowed to have bacon. I'm like, it must just be so annoyed having to smell that all day long in certain places. So the reason I do the keto diet is because I was bulimic for so many years. And keto diet is the only thing that has truly helped me. I'm trying to make sure you guys can see what's going on here. See everything. Keto is the only thing that's helped me get over bulimic. If I don't do keto, if I started eating a bunch of sugar, I would be bulimic again. I just know that about myself. So I stay on my keto and then I'm not bulimic. And this time around, I'm not ever going to be bulimic again. You say, oh, how can you say that for sure? Because if Richard starts eating sugar again, he'll lose his teeth, just like Annette. So that's why it's not just an Annette. Gloria never taught them dental hygiene as children. Never taught them anything. So the only thing they ever learned was from their father and a little bit Richard learned from his grandma. But Annette didn't spend much time with the grandma, so she really didn't learn much at all. So they're basically like little neglected children that never learned anything. Their mom just yelled at them and beat them. And even though they're adults, and Annette's 50 and Richard's 56, they're both like two little fragile little children. And that's what no one's ever understood about my husband. Like they're like, oh, why do you baby him or whatever? Because he is like a little child. Because he's getting better, not as much anymore. Now that he's taking care of Annette. He's, but he was like a little child when I first met him because he was a neglected and beaten child. So, he still had such childlike, like very fragile, but he's a big guy, so people think he's like this big mean guy, but he's really this little kid that was hurt. And so he would attack people when they attacked him, like in the sense like online, and so I'm talking like on social media, people would be mean to him, so then he'd be mean back and then just start this whole thing. But I would just feel bad because Richard's not a mean person. He just would get his feelings hurt so bad. And so when early on in social media, we had a lot of haters. Some of those are probably still the ones that are lurking around because, we pissed a lot of people off and we're very controversial. But I know Richard at first had a sense to kind of be a little bit mean to people because his mom had been so mean. So he's getting better. But we went through a lot of he picked on a lot of people on social media. Not like the way we're being picked on, but just like if someone was not doing something cool, he'd go at them pretty hard. And then I had to get him to kind of back off that because, there's really no point. You just go at people so hard, even if you're right, Unless we're like, oh, give up with the Gloria thing, but I live here with her. So I'm doing 93. These are from Walmart. These are the ones I'm talking about. It's a 3-pound pack. So it comes in a 3-pound pack. So like the other 2 pounds look like this, and they attach on the bottom. So you have one that has the label. And then the other 2 are going to be like this. And they come in a 3-pack. and I think it's like if I want to say it's $17.35 a pound. I mean for the 3, not a pound. That would be insane. For the 3 pounds, I want to say it's $17.35, but I could be wrong with that number. But that number is just popping in my head that's the number, but I don't know. I'm gonna cut this one first so that we can look at that when we make the next one. These are gonna be Richard's burgers that we do with the we're doing these burgers with the bacon grease. So I did the bacon first because Richard likes oilier burgers than me. He likes to add the oil. You can do pretty high fat on keto, and still really lose weight. You can really lean down even with the high fat. Someone was asking how you gain weight on keto. Tons of fat, you can start to gain weight, but you can eat quite a bit of fat on keto, and you can actually still lose weight. So that's what you got. It would take pretty high fat things like eating a lot of ribs, fried chicken, and stuff to really pack on the weight from a fat content. But another way to do it is through eggs, like in a good way. People are saying if they want to bulk up, eggs are a great way to bulk up, and they are keto. Eggs are keto, but eggs do have some carbs. So if you're trying to stay in the thing with ketosis, you have to stay under a certain amount of carbs in order for your body to stay in ketosis. That's not me just saying that. That is scientific fact. That in order for your body to be in ketosis, your sugar content has to be below a certain amount. And everybody's different. So the good rule of thumb, they say, is 20 to 30 grams a day and you can stay in ketosis if you're under that. But you'd have to find out yourself what your number is. So I don't bother with it. I just stay on all beef. Then I don't even have to worry with how many carbs I'm having or not having, because I like being in ketosis because it gives me balanced energy. So I love seasonings. I don't do any sugar, so I don't do condiments. Condiments have so much sugar, but I'm obsessed with seasonings. I pick seasonings that don't have sugar, that are actually seasonings. So you got to avoid the ones that are like put together seasonings where they say, oh, this is a poultry seasoning. No, you want to have the ones where it's an actual seasoning, like this is the marjoram, or however you say that. So I just sprinkle. I do it a lot of seasonings, and that's where it can get expensive. But I only do beef, water, and we do smoke weed. Those are our only things we consume: beef, water, and weed. And so the spices are the only other fee for our food. So and the oil. Okay, so and the bake. Okay, so I get these are the only things I would ever buy for me and Richard when it comes to food wise is water, beef, bacon, seasonings, and oil. So it's not super expensive if you're only buying those things. I like this Italian herb blend. This is my favorite seasoning, Morton and Bassett, but they're very expensive. So I very rarely get them unless they're having a great deal. That's why I have all different brands, because depending on what was on sale at which store. Because I have 2 of these Morton and Bassett. The flavor that comes from Morton and Bassett is to die for, but it's a pretty penny. So this one is one of my least favorites. I like the spicy curry, but this brand, for some reason, they always get moisture in their bottles. They always stick really bad. But I just sprinkle all these seasonings. I know it's a wide array of seasonings. These ones I think are from Smith's, like the Kroger. All different. I try to do organics, but sometimes it's too expensive. So I have some conventional. These ones are conventional. The other ones are organic. I try to do organic, but sometimes it gets too spendy. But if the organic's on sale, but I do like organic beef. I like it better because I like that they don't do the hormones, the steroids, the antibiotics, anything with the animals. So then I'm not consuming those. This one I think I got from Target. All the different stores have organics nowadays. It's really good and great. I'm happy. So I can go to whenever I'm shopping and wherever I'm doing it. Like the other day when I took Annette shopping, I grabbed some seasonings while I was at Target because I really don't like shopping. So if I can get it all done at one store, that's better. So I love Target and Walmart have organic beef and have organic seasonings. So I'm like, this is great. So I can get my clothes shopping done in the same place I get my food shopping done, and that's perfect for me. I love that. We all buy all of our clothes from Walmart and Target too. Can't afford anything else right now. But okay, these are going to be Richard's Burgers. These are 93.7 right here. Except from Walmart. I like the 93.7. I like 90.10 as well. I'm not a big fan of 85.15. And I really can't say I'm 80.20. 80.20 is just too fatty to me. I don't like it. I don't like the protein to fat ratio, if that makes sense. I'm not saying too fatty like I'm going to get fat. I don't like the ratio, so I like how it tastes when it has this amount of protein versus to fat. I don't like when it's heavy fat, less protein. So Richard likes it fattier. That's why he's doing the bacon or he'll do olive oil. If we don't do bacon, he'll do this. Just get like some a little. We don't use. Okay, Gloria. That's another thing she wastes. She wastes so much organic olive oil, and this stuff is not cheap. So she's almost out of that again. She'll go through like a half bottle of organic olive oil. And that seems like $20 for a bottle. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Gloria, I cannot afford to be getting you more olive oil. I checked this morning. She had like half a bottle left. I just got it the other day. And she's got like half a bottle left already. I think I got it not yesterday, but the day before. She like pours so much organic olive oil in everything. It's insane. I'm like, you're not gonna get organic very soon if you keep doing that. I'm gonna have to get you the conventional. I can't afford that. Ridiculous. I try to get them healthy stuff, but Gloria wastes so much that I can't afford to get them too healthy of stuff because it gets so wasted. Like yesterday, she wasted that nice steak I got them. She freezer burned the steak. I don't know why you would take a fresh steak and put it in the freezer after you had marinated. I don't know why you'd take a fresh steak you had marinated and ever put it in the freezer before cooking it when you were going to cook it that day. I do not understand that. So tell me in God's green earth why you would take a fresh steak you had marinated and put it in the freezer when you planned on cooking it that day instead of the fridge. And that's the kind of stuff we deal with. And you not only put it in the freezer, if it had been sealed, it'd be fine. You put it in aluminum foil so it got freezer burned. And that's what happened yesterday for y'all that missed it. Why I went nuts is the steak that I bought for Annette, Gloria freezer burned and ruined it. So, okay, so we're cooking these burgers. This is Richard's breakfast. Over here we had already done the bacon first. And then we're making the burgers. I cook this 3 meals a day. I would cook for Annette, I would cook for Gloria, I'd cook for everybody. We cook in the bathroom because it's a pain in the neck out there, and they don't want me out there. Let me get a charger cord from the other room because this needs to be charged. Hold on, our other charger cord's broken, so give me a second. This one broke. I need to go to Walmart today or something. This one broke. We got these long ass ones. We got these long ass like 10-foot cables, but they don't ever last. You get them for like $7 to $10. They're like 10-foot iPhone cables, but they're really junky. So they last like, I don't know, a month or so. Well, we have one more from Richard's office. See these 10-foot cables? This is how we are able to plug you guys in all over. But for some reason, probably because they're so long, they get snagged on things, or the bunny's chewing them. I bet you it was the bunny that got that one. But I need to go get another one because this is the only one we have now. And we need it for the other room, so. Let's see. Good. Okay, you guys are charging now. Yeah, Annette was walking. Why cooking in the bathroom? Same question every day. Because Gloria doesn't want me cooking up there. Is this funny? Is this funny? Here, let me get this over here. Try your lights. Richard is still sleeping. Oh, let's go see what Gloria's up to. We're going to check real quick. Let me flip these and we'll see what Gloria's up to. Does everyone go say hi, Gloria? Let's see if she's asleep or if she's up yet. I don't even know. Oh, I think these ones are done. We'll take these off and then we'll go say hi to Gloria. We'll see if she's around. We'll finish these. These are done. So what we're going to do is we're going to unplug since we cook in the bathroom. And we're going to put those into this bowl. Okay. What I like to do is first, I put them on, well, I put them on top of the bacon. Let's see. So I put it on top of the bacon because I need to season the burgers. Then I'm going to, hold on. So I'm going to season these puppies with, so I don't do any of the green. I call them my green seasonings. Don't go on the outside of the burgers. My green seasonings would be my, these ones. Those only go when I'm cooking. I put my powdery seasonings on top of my burgers. I use it as like condiments. So I'm going to put, I start with my spicy curry. I like it because I don't know, it just, I came up with this one day and I've just loved it. I did it for the longest time and I didn't do it for Richard. I was just doing it on my own because I didn't think he would like it. One day he's like, "Oh, put some of them sprinkles on mine," and then so he likes it too. And so it actually is nice. It gives a lot of extra little flavor and it's almost like a dipping sauce because you kind of can dip it in the powder a little bit. I put ginger. These are just I kind of don't know how I stumbled upon these particular seasonings. It kind of just all came together and chili. So we sprinkled those on top. And then we're gonna pull the bacon out from the bottom. I do this second because they didn't want those. We don't want the seasonings all over the bacon, just on the beef. So then we'll pull these out. Make this look a little prettier. Kind of nice. Bacon. Try to make it kind of look pretty, but it didn't really look very pretty today. Like this. Look at this bacon's not working with me. I try to make it like pretty little thing, and this one's ugly. That one's an ugly one today, but that's Richard's breakfast. And then I'll make mine next, which mine won't have bacon. So what I'll do, let's go give this to Richard. I'll wake Richard up. Let me get you guys, okay, well, let's unplug this for a minute. Still here. Someone tried to call me and I gotta, let me make sure that doesn't happen again. Where's the thing that's like silence?
Do not disturb.
Yeah, I was looking for the pull down, Yeah, there we go. Someone's trying to mess up my blog. Okay. Here's Richard's breakfast. We eat in our room. We do everything in our room. So I got a little tray. These napkins. Oh, these ones. Cold. That one's cold. And napkins.
Thank you for breakfast in bed.
Oh yeah, it's always in bed. Breakfast is always in bed around here because we don't have any other place to eat. We don't eat out there. See, this is how Richard gets his breakfast every day in bed. But he's usually sitting in his chair. But yeah, we only drink water. We like seltzer water. We prefer to have like mineral waters, but those are too expensive. We used to drink like Gerald Steiners and Topo Chicos before we lived here. We can't afford those. So Richard got I'm always getting him like Knights and Raiders gear. they sell those at the Smiths. So and Albertsons. So a lot of our clothes come from the grocery stores because when I'm there, I'm like, I'll get everybody a T-shirt. That's where the ladies are wearing Raiders things and Golden Knights. I get them at the grocery stores. I'm like, it makes it easier. I don't have to go. So it's either like Walmart or everyone's getting their clothes from either Walmart, Smiths, Albertsons. Actually, I don't know if Albertsons has them. I think only Smiths. I can't remember. I think just Smiths has the stuff. And then Target, Walmart, and Smiths are where we get our clothes. So, good morning, Richard. Good morning, good morning. Okay, let's go see if Gloria's up. You guys want to see if Gloria's up? See if Gloria's up.
Good morning, good morning.
Let's see if Annette is walking again. She's up. Hi, Gloria. Everyone wants to say hi.
Hi, how you doing? How's everything? Oh my goodness.
Everybody wants to say hi. Let's see. There's Gloria.
Say hello. Welcome to Las Vegas. Come and visit us.
Yeah, we've been doing lives every day. Yep. They said they live in. Oh, they said I love Worcestershire sauce. Gloria loves Worcestershire sauce. How you like Worcestershire? Yeah, Gloria's making her tea. And good morning. Everyone just wants to say hi. Good to see you, Gloria. This is Gloria's mess. I know. Yeah, there's holes in the wall. That's a huge hole in the wall. Yeah, that fan. We got that thing. We gotta clean that filter. We keep cleaning that filter, but it gets so disgusting. So there's Gloria. Everybody was asking about Gloria. And she's making tea. I don't know if she's making breakfast. She's making her tea. I got her that teapot for her birthday because she was making tea just in like a pan, heating up the water. She'd never had a teapot. I got her that little teapot, and it whistles. She loves that. So everyone who thinks I'm so mean to Gloria, I'm not. I always think of things that she needs and always get her things she needs. I'm the one that goes and gets everything. I get her stuff before she even knows she needs it. That's why I don't even like when they put something on the list because I'm like, they thought of it before I got it. Like, because I always am on top of everything. So I feel bad when something goes on the list. I feel like I failed. Darn it. Because I always have everything stocked up. I try to. Today is not the case because with the car fiasco yesterday and because we don't have a lot of money. But we did get a P.O. box, everybody. We got a P.O. box. So that address is, let me go get the paper. And now people are like, okay, we literally have people saying, oh, you guys, that's my. I'm like, we got a P.O. box because people were begging us to get a P.O. box and the Cash App. Now we have people being like, bragging on us, being like, oh, look at you guys trying to get money and da da da. I'm like, people wanted us to get a P.O. box. We didn't even come up with it ourselves. They literally, a guy gave us $50 on here to get a P.O. box. I forget your name, sorry. Richard. Your name. I'm terrible with names. What was the name of the guy who gave us $50?
D something. D Banks.
What was it?
The Banks.
The Banks? The Banks? You're saying the Banks.
D Banks.
T-Banks. T-Banks?
Banks.
What do you say?
D Banks. D Banks.
D-Banks. I could not hear what he was saying. You guys remember I can't hear. Now you got to see how I can't hear. I have to be like in the room with someone and kind of be looking at me. He's saying, I'm like, what? 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 I kept hearing D-Banks. D-Banks. There was something I was going to come do out here and I completely lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, P.O. Box. Really good, really good. We just said hi to Gloria. Gloria's vacuuming, that's good news. Gloria's vacuuming, that's always good news. Okay, here's the address. Just got it yesterday. If you want to send us anything, we're sending, well, primarily Annette, you know, but also anything that you guys think. Cleaning supplies would be amazing. I'm actually out of 409 right now. I would love some cleaning supplies. Anything to get rid of bed bugs, love that. Trash bags, I adore. Things like that, that would be so helpful around here. Black trash bags, white trash bags, things like that. Gloves, dish soap, anything. If you guys want to help, those things we need so much because I can't even clean that much when I run out of my cleaning supplies. And cleaning supplies get expensive. Like right now I'm out of 409, almost out of Windex, almost out of dish soap. We're almost out of toilet paper even. And things like that. Those are the things we need. The things that like everybody. So people say make a wish list. Get the things that you'd buy anybody if you're wanting to get us something. Toilet paper, paper towels, napkins, you know, dish soap. I love Ajax. It's easy, it's cheap. My favorite one. You know, we don't need nothing that glitz and glammy. You know, I love Windex 409, Simple Green. I don't like Lysol. Sorry, I don't like the smell of it. It bothers me. I like bleach. Gloria loves bleach. Gloria loves bleach. If you want to get Gloria a present, she loves bleach. It's really funny. She doesn't clean much, but she loves bleach. If she cleans, she bleaches. Okay, the address. If you want to send us cleaning supplies would be awesome. Bunny food, another thing. We're getting, this is the brand he likes. If you know a better brand, but I think this one, we've been liking this. I got an extra bag. We got two, we're pretty stocked up right now, but this young rabbit food, things like that. But those are, you know, or a litter, whatever, things like that. But we don't need, we really don't need things like, that are not like nonsense things. We really need supplies, if that makes sense. You know, like the best thing you guys could get us would be like cleaning supplies and things, because that we need to clean this house. So we're not looking to, you know, we don't need a ton of fashionable things. We need, I mean, Annette needs likes t-shirts and jeans, but like all of us don't really need like clothes. We need cleaning supplies. We need things to live. So, okay, the address is going to be, say, put Joy L. Don't put that. We're not doing the last name because we don't want it, even though we probably already put it out here. But if you want to send us anything, Joy L. And this is the address. Now we have to put the unit number, the box number, since we don't have the last name. So it's going to be very imperative when I give you the address that you put the box number, because since you're only putting Joy L, you'll get it returned back to you if you don't put the box number. So the address is 1930 Village Center Circle, Suite 3, and I'll say this a couple times. Suite 3. Our box number, you have to go -354. So our box number is 354. So that address was 1930 Village Center Circle, Suite 3 -354. You have to put the -354, and that's Las Vegas, Nevada, 89134. So I'll say it again. 1930 Village Center Circle, Suite 3-354, Las Vegas, Nevada 89134. Put Joy L as the person. We couldn't put Annette on there because we had to have ID to even open the boxes. People are like, why isn't Annette on there? And Richard's on there, but put Joy because my name is more unique. So maybe if maybe they'll get it to me if you put Joy L if you happen to forget the box, because there might not be another Joy L there. That's why I said put Joy L. That might make it to me, but he did say if you don't have the unit number, it'll be returned. But I'm imagining if they get used to me getting packages and if it says Joy L and there's no other Joy L because it's a small little UPS store, then it might make it to me. But let's not try that out. Let's try to remember the box number so you guys don't end up getting your packages back to you when you try to send it to us. Okay, I'll say it one more time. Joy L, 1930 Village Center Circle, Suite 3-354, Las Vegas, Nevada 89134. This is a P.O. box. It's not my address. People are like, why are you giving your address? This is a P.O. box that we just got yesterday. It was $95 for, I'll show you the receipt. $95 for 3 months. You had to sign up for 3 months. They didn't do less than 3 months. The minimum thing to sign up for was for 3 months for $95. We thought it was $50 because many years ago we looked into a P.O. box and we thought it was $50. This was basically $30 a month, so that's not bad, but you had to do 3 months as a minimum. So that's our P.O. box that we have for 3 months at least, as of now. And like I said, the best thing to give us would be cleaning supplies. Annette does like t-shirts. She likes males t-shirts. Like she doesn't realize she likes men's t-shirts. She thinks she likes ladies. So she don't want to like have male stuff on them. I don't like masculine stuff. But she likes the cut of male t-shirts in size large. She likes to wear a big t-shirt. She doesn't like wearing, like today the t-shirt she's wearing is, she doesn't normally wear those tight t-shirts. Once in a blue moon, but she likes to normally wear loose t-shirts. Because Annette isn't super fond of wearing bras, and neither am I, but she has a lot larger breasts than me. So I think she feels more comfortable in a loose t-shirt than a tight t-shirt. I don't know how she doesn't like wearing bras. I don't know how she does it because she's TMI, but she has big boobs for a girl, and I would imagine that hurts. I have small ones, so I don't wear a bra half the time, and I'm able to do that. But because I don't like them because they hurt me. The underwire bothers me. And the ladies out there, men are like, what's going on? This conversation, the ladies might relate that by the end of the day, that darn thing is digging into your skin. So I get Annette sports bras. She'll wear them to the gym, but she won't wear them any other time. So I gotta do size that way, but I think she feels more comfortable with loose t-shirts. And she likes jean shorts. If you're going with shorts, they have to be long, like boy long shorts, like down to her knees. Well, she does not like short shorts. So get like boy cut shorts. I don't really even know what her size is these days. She's kind of just adjusting. But if you're getting shorts, maybe like if they're boys, I go with the boys medium. If they do small, medium, or large, I would say for her. I know the pants we just got her were 30-inch waist. I think for the ones that we just got her, I want to say the Levi is. I probably should look, but. Her weight keeps changing. That's why I'm a little bit, I don't know what to do with her, how to monitor her with this, because we don't want, Annette likes being thin, but then she likes to be too thin. So we're trying to find this balance where we don't want her to get too heavy to where she's getting depressed because she's heavier, but then we don't want her to ever want to like be emaciated again. So it's a real conflict. So we don't, want to bring up the food thing because we wouldn't ever want her to think that she needs to lose weight. I'm just worried about her condition with the amount of sugar she's consuming. It's not that she's too fat, she's fine. It's the sugar, and I don't like that her weight has been raising pretty quickly. Like she was so emaciated, and now she's putting the weight on rapidly. So I'm hoping it doesn't keep going up because that'll start to frustrate her because like her pants aren't fitting and stuff. So she gets really frustrated when she can't button her pants, and so I'm trying to get her on healthier food. As you see, there's been a conflict with it. I'd love if she would eat what I'm cooking right here, but she won't. So then she eats pancakes from Gloria, and Gloria will make pancakes. But I prefer if they would eat protein. But Annette doesn't like eggs. She doesn't like bacon. She likes Jimmy Dean sausage. I have that available every day for Gloria to make, but she won't make it half the time because it takes too long. She don't like making the sausage. So, and it ends up eating pancakes every morning, which is not healthy at all. Basically like eating cake for breakfast. Pancakes are basically like cake for breakfast. I mean, all the sugar and all the syrup and everything. So that's not ideal, especially with her condition, because high sugar is not good for her. And everyone makes fun of the way I clean the mirror or whatever. I'm cleaning it because so much oil gets kicked up from when I cook those bacon burgers. So I just kind of try to get some of that grease off the mirror. I know it's still streaked or whatever, but I don't care. Anyways, I'm gonna make my burgers now. That's the next thing. So I do this every day. I would do it for Annette if she'd let me. I wish she'd come back in here and do it again like she did that one day. It was so fun. Like you guys see, it's hit and miss with her. You just never know. So people will be like, oh, why don't you guys do this? Why don't you do that? You never. Every day you don't know. We don't know if she's gonna blog or not. We don't know. Every day we ask her, and every day we find out if she's gonna do something or not, or what her mood or temperament is, and we never really know. But this is what I was gonna tell you guys. I did take her off Ingrezza today for one day. So let's see how it goes. Okay. Already she's walking and not sleeping all morning. So we saw her sleeping a little bit, but like when I give her the Ingrezza, she sleeps like all morning. So I'm really thinking they have her overdose there. And the doctor is okay with me messing with it a bit because I'm the only one that can. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't see what happens, so he's taking my opinion. Like he's like, what are you noticing when you do this or that? You know. So I'm gonna let him know because they had upped her dose on it. Is why I'm gonna do this, and I don't have any other way to dose her less other than skipping a day because she only takes 1 pill a day, and so I can't like cut the pill in half. It's like a capsule pill too, so it can't even be cut in half. It's like one of these. It looks like this, you know. So there's like no way I can give her less of this besides just skipping a day. So we're gonna try that. I'm already feeling like she seems better because that one makes her a little bit like a zombie. It's a great medicine, Ingrezza, for fixing her issues from the other meds, but it's starting to make her a little bit like a zombie, and we don't like that. Because we actually we love it, and then Annette's funny making all these silly things she says. We get a kick out of it. And right now she's just been so melancholy and so blah, and we hate to see her like that because she doesn't want to be like that. She's a very jovial, fun person. I'm gonna make these 92.7, which we talked about earlier. I got these from Walmart. They're a 3-pound pack. I want to say it's, you know, I forget the exact price, but I want to say it's $17.35 is what's coming to my head. It may have gone up a little bit now that I think about it. It could be up to 18 or 19 now, but I think it's still around 17. I should know because I just got it, but I literally forgot to look exactly what this price was because, you know, you just get used to buying things. You stop looking at the prices when it's something you buy all the time. But I think it's 17. Anyways, so I'm going to make these burgers. These are mine. I do them without oil. That's probably why our pan is so, like, black. People are like, oh, your pan is awful. I know. And I like using this. We use this New Wave. It's pretty good. It says induction cooked up. So like when you remove this pan, it turns off. So this is one of those pans that like it makes the thing work. So because that induction thing, so it has a special backing on it that will work on these sort of grill things. Nickel plated is what Richard says. See, Richard is a scientist. I didn't even finish college, so I have to learn all my science information from my husband. And then, so that's what people are like, oh, you know how you know something. I'm like, well, I learned a lot of it from Richard because he's a biologist. So he's really smart. A lot of the scientific stuff I've learned. But I figured out the diet stuff, but like the scientific part of the diet, I learned from Richard. Like he'll explain some of the scientific part that I don't always understand because he's really good with science. Richard's really freaking smart, you guys. That's why I laugh at. The reason why I didn't want him doing some lame job is because he's too smart for that. Like, and Gloria basically messed up their lives so much that she would have been happy if he was working at 7-Eleven. And he's way too smart for that. That would have been ridiculous. And that's just how, like, so Gloria didn't appreciate the things that he did when he was successful. She just thinks, oh, whatever, you know, go get some lame job. That She just thinks you should just work, and then spend. But now that she doesn't have her little jobs, she doesn't think working is working at home. She thinks working is only a thing where you go and can make money, because she only wants money. At home, you can't make money. That's why she doesn't like. She'll work if she's working. That's what's irritating. Yeah, she can work. She's not incapable of working. That's why. Oh, she's 81 years old. Gloria could still work. She could work a full 8-hour job. She would be fine. She's in that good of shape, but she doesn't like working if she can't gamble. She don't want to make money if she can't gamble. So I like this one, my marjoram. Here's my seasonings. I do seasonings instead of condiments. So I'm on a keto diet. Yes? Okay, Richard just posted the UFO video on a short. What he's talking about is right before the cave, we also filmed what we thought was UFOs. You guys can go look at it. We still don't know what they are to this day, but it was right after the Mandalay Bay shooting. They went right where the Mandalay Bay shooting had occurred, because we lived right there. It's close to the airport, but it's not where the airport is. These are my seasonings I like, which I'd gone over earlier. Why do I weird seasonings, but I like them. My burgers start to kind of taste like meatballs instead of burgers, but I like that. We had filmed these things that we don't know what they are. It was like a bunch of lights, a bunch of these like flying vessels that weren't planes, weren't helicopters, or anything like that. You can go look at the video, try to figure out what you think they are. But we thought they were aliens because, you know, Area 51's here, Vegas. So that's part of why we went to the cave too. Richard's like, the aliens are here, woo! Everybody's gonna know that there's aliens soon. That's kind of what we thought. We thought that it was gonna be exposed, you know, and yeah, that didn't happen. And I don't even know how much that exists. I don't know, but I don't know what goes on at Area 51. Does anybody here know? I like this allspice. Richard hates this one, so I reserved this. I put this in the back of the drawer. Don't accidentally put it on his burgers. He hates it. I like it. Sometimes they call it Chinese 5-spice. Sometimes they call it 5-spice. Sometimes they call it allspice. I love the flavor of it. He hates it. So if you guys ever try it, you might be the one to hate it or love it. I don't know. I love it. So these are my burgers I make with no oil. I'm on keto. I know everyone hates the pan. Probably going to die from this black pan. But I had told a story before. I was dating this guy one time that did one of he had a stepdaughter from a previous marriage. She's still like, he was no longer, so it's not even a stepdaughter anymore because he was divorced. But she would still, you know, make him like pay for all this stuff and do these things. So we held this party at his house, and he was my boyfriend at the time, so I'd go for this cooking thing. Like, you know how people used to do like Pampered Chef, Tupperware parties or something? Well, this one was for some pan thing. And they're showing us how all these pans have all these toxins and all blah, 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 blah. Look, this one they probably would go to town with all the stuff that comes off that you're going to consume and blah, 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 blah. And they're showing you their pans and don't do that. And it's like, oh, that's wonderful. And everybody's all sold on it. But then you find out the pans are $3,000 or more. I think like the cheapest one is $3,000, but most of them they were trying to sell were like $3,500. You're like, yeah, I'll stick with my $10 burnt pan. Sorry, I can't afford a $3,000 pan set. But yeah, maybe that one won't have any sort of toxins or any sort of anything, but I paid $10 for this on Amazon. Sorry, it did end up getting burnt like day 2. Oh well. But yeah, if I die from this pan, y'all can just put that down in my obituary. She used to talk about it all the time, and it was the darn pan that killed her. She was foreshadowing. Everybody tried to warn her. Okay, cooking those. Let's see what Richard's up to. Are you ready to talk for a minute? Yeah. Okay, in 5 minutes we'll have you guys go. You eat, I eat. Yes, this is my food right here. This is mine. This is my breakfast. I eat 3 pounds of beef a day. That is what I eat. That is all I eat, and that is what I eat. I do not eat anything but beef, and I eat 3 pounds every day. I eat 1 pound for breakfast, 1 pound for lunch, and 1 pound for dinner. Do you bought what, a pan or for $2? And people say, how can you afford organic beef? Because I like organic beef. I like organic beef for numerous reasons. One, because I don't like antibiotics, steroids, and hormones. Because when the animal is ingesting those, so will you. And if they're trying to bulk up the animal, the fruit, the veggie, whatever it may be, with those antibiotics, steroids, hormones, you're also going to bulk up. So when you eat organics, you're actually going to be thinner because they're not having all the hormones, steroids, antibiotics, all that stuff, because they're not trying to make antibiotic. What did I just say? They're not trying to make organic animals bigger. Organic animals are the way animals used to be, or organic fruit, or organic food is the way food used to be. Now, when they've added GMOs, hormones, steroids, antibiotics, now everybody is ingesting all the stuff that they're giving to these animals, fruits, whatever, veggies. So if you get organics, you're not going to be ingesting all that stuff. So you actually will be thinner. Why we're so thin is because when we eat organics, you actually get smaller. Like your bones get smaller because you were getting bigger when you're ingesting those things that they were using to make the food bigger. You're going to be bigger when they're using stuff to make the food bigger and you're ingesting the bigger food. It's going to go to you. You're going to ingest all those hormones and steroids and antibiotics. But the other reason is I do grass-fed because I want the cows to get to graze in grass. 100%. I do 100% grass-fed because because I love animals and I don't like that I have to eat animals. But if I am going to eat an animal, I'm going to respect it. I'm going to finish it. That's why I get so mad that Gloria wasted a steak, because an animal had to die for her wasted steak, and that makes me very mad. But I do not waste my burgers. I will eat all 4 of these, even if I'm full, because I'm not going to waste. I'll be like, I'll just be full and maybe skip the next meal if I get too full, if I had to. It rarely happens. I usually always eat 3 because it's just, you think you're full, but then by the next meal you're hungry again. So I eat 3 pounds a day. But I will not waste beef, and I get really mad when Gloria does. I don't like her to waste anything, but if she's gonna waste something, let it be macaroni and cheese, cream of wheat, pancakes, something like that. Not beef, not meat, not something that an animal had to die for you to waste. So there's many levels of frustration when she does things like that, because literally a cow had to die for Gloria to freezer burn that steak and waste it, and that infuriates me on so many levels, because I'm someone that it connects with the earth. I'm Native American, part Native American, so, and I don't like waste, and I wish we just all traded and didn't have money and didn't have waste, and that everybody just kind of, if you needed something and I had it, I give it to you. If you have something I need and you have to give it to me, and no one has more than what they need and everybody has what they need, because everybody's sharing. That's how I want it. I don't even like the concept of money. I wish we could go back to trading. Money's supposed to be a tool. It's not supposed to be something that you worship or that you are spending your entire life going for, or that you're almost killing your daughter in a quest to get more money by gambling. So that is why gambling, I have no, I do not give her a pass at all when it comes to gambling, because the only reason why you were gambling was you were trying to make more money.
What about people that lose money in the stock market?
Stock market is a little bit different because sometimes the stock market could be a good investment. Gambling is pretty much almost always a bad investment. You're pretty much going to always lose the gambling. You might, but I don't like the stock market either. But I get why people do the stock market, so I wouldn't say no stock market. But I definitely think gambling should only be used as a fun thing. I think gambling should be for entertainment. And that's what it should be. You should come to Vegas to gamble for entertainment. You should not be gambling regularly. It's not a moneymaker. It's not a hobby. It's an addiction.
It's not something to learn.
The only people that could gamble regularly, and it's actually much harder, it's not as much fun, they have to actually really think about it, is sports gambling. They can get really good, or poker, but there's some skill to that. What Gloria's doing, slot machines, there's no skill to that. So that's just wasting your money. If she was playing poker, blackjack, even sports betting, I'd a little bit more accept that, because there's a chance she could, her decisions could affect the outcome. Pushing a button, there's nothing she can do.
It's run by the show.
And we know the casinos are always going to make more than the gamblers, so it's pretty much a mission that you're just going to lose. And she was doing that day in, day out, trying to save her house when she could have just paid her payments to save her house. She could have just paid her mortgage to save her house instead of trying to win at gambling. So that's our issue. Here's Richard. There's another Walmart special. Look at this. He used to like polo. Ralph Lauren, we can't afford it, so we got U.S. polo. But it's it's nice enough. These are Walmart. Everybody Walmart. These are Target. This I found on the floor in Manhattan. Remember, for free on the ground. So people are like, sometimes people will be like, how come you guys have nice clothes and then the Annette's room is still gross or something? Like, oh yeah, free, like $10, $7,
unplug the guy.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm moving you guys to Richard for a minute, okay? Because I've been blogging all morning. We're gonna transition to another part of the room here. You guys can go catch up with him for a half second here. Not a half second, probably forever. Richard, sorry. You guys think I talk a lot, so does he. Whole household here. We're a bunch of talkers around here.
I talk more than Joy.
Yeah, he can. Which is quite a feat. Quite a feat to talk more than me.
I want the ring light.
I know. I'm making.
Okay, thanks.
We have so many dang lights now around here. We've always had lights. Well, I was gonna say something else about that, but then.
Okay, right here, yeah.
Where you want it?
Yeah, put it right there. That works. So Bunny ain't shooting out a cable?
The green one's done. Yeah, I think he got that one. He has to be in there when we're blogging. He just can't handle himself because he gets so excited with what all these cords are about. He just can't take it. He doesn't chew the cords when we're not blogging. Like, we have a bunch of cords over here, those are fine. But when we're blogging, it's right in the middle of the room. He just can't resist
Yeah, these
himself.
ones, we keep them over here.
He can't resist himself. And it's not fair for us to, like, put the cords in the middle of the room and then expect him not to chew them. He's a little bunny. He's a baby bunny. You should show him real quick, though. Look at his cute self. Just 5 seconds. Look how cute.
Okay, no, I don't want to right now. All right, good morning. So how have you guys been? I saw you guys, I met with you guys, and then I had to get some sleep because I was working all night on some videos just to get them out for you guys from the the car broke down.
Yeah, I showed them that whole thing.
And this is this, yeah, did you? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I went out there and showed them the actual thing that the
Oh, right. Yeah.
disconnected.
And this is not a rare occurrence for us. I mean, this is like the second time this has happened to Joy, where she's paid. In this case, we didn't have to pay, fortunately, but someone paid over $2,000 to have a car repaired, and then we have to tow it somewhere.
Yeah, we had it warranted, so it was like a $2,000 repair thing. We only had to pay $100 of it, but like for $2,000, they shouldn't have it be where they didn't bolt down your coolant. So
Yeah.
that's not good.
Not good. Not good. That wouldn't be good.
And then the other one was the Porsche for $10,000 that we had to tow it out of the shop. So.
Yeah, well, like I was going to say was that the other car was then we took out another car with Porsche, and she paid money for that, and that car had to be towed to another mechanic, to our other mechanic, who I got to put that video up for you guys. Have you? Are you guys interested in hearing about what happened to my sister's Porsche? That it's not funny because we're out like $10,000, but it's kind of funny when you think about like. I mean, I guess it's funny because when you hear my Russian mechanic and him looking at someone else's work, some Americans' work, because I saw the mechanics over at German Motors. First of all, they told me the new guy there, Josh Singer, he's a good guy. I feel bad for him. He replaced the other guy. And because I came in there, we were working with one guy. He disappeared, and he was the guy who put this whole deal together to fuck up the car. And then we're talking to this guy, and he's like, because he doesn't know why the car isn't running. He can't figure out why it is that we're talking. And what?
Annette is in every meeting.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Always asking about Annette, so I just want them to know. Because we went to take out Gloria. Gloria made pancakes. That's all I want you to tell them.
Okay, great. Gloria made pancakes, and Annette's in her room eating them.
They always ask about Annette.
Okay. Okay, I'll be right back with you. I forgot what I was going to say now. I was kind of lost train of thought. Thanks. Just a second.
You were talking about the cars.
I know, but I don't know what part I've been talking about. I can't remember. Well, that's a lovely shot. I know. Do you like that? This is what we're having for breakfast today. Joy made a delicious, delicious meal. You guys saw this, but this is pretty much what I eat every day for breakfast. So she makes me burgers and bacon, and that's pretty much all I need. And it sounds kind of boring, and it is. It's really boring, and that's great because food isn't supposed to be the highlight of my day. It's supposed to be something I think about, like, oh man, I can't wait to go to dinner tonight. Who thinks like that? I mean, okay, when I was in college and I studied biology, and we had field trips. When I say field trips, they're not like what you think. These were ecology trips. They started like, you got to be up at 4 a.m. And when you're in college, that's a pretty early time for an 18-year-old, 19-year-old to wake up. To go spend the next 12 hours hiking. And of course, you know, you're hungry and stuff. And you know, my professor, I mean, he was an old guy, and he says, listen, there are two types of people in this world. There are those who eat to live, and there are those who live to eat. And on this trip, we're not living to eat. Let's put it that way. So that always stuck in my head. It was like, always seemed kind of ridiculous. Like, I mean, because everywhere you go, it's like in business, it's like it's all about the lunch. And then for in families and homes and friends, it's all about what do we do? What do we do with all our occasions, Joy?
Everyone wants to eat or drink.
Everyone wants to eat, and they used to drink alcohol, which was actually a little bit better because when you drank alcohol, people ate less sugar. And people say, well, that's terrible. They're drinking more alcohol. Yeah, but at least they're looking good when they wreck their car. No,
the alcohol makes it look pretty bad.
well, not compared to eating pure sugar. I mean, at least like if you're eating like if you're not consuming nothing but like, you know, going out and just eating nothing but food. What I'm saying is that when you drink alcohol, a lot of people said, hey, I don't want to eat because, well, that's going to mess up with my alcohol. You know, I mean, you can't. I mean, who wants to eat a big meal and go drinking? I mean, that seems like a, well, besides bulimics. Peggy, I'm good with that. What the hell does Rich do? Joy does everything else.
He does all the minds.
I'm just kidding.
Stuff,
Hey.
all the computer stuff.
What I did? I don't know. I married Joy.
All the videos.
I married Joy. That's what I did.
Richard actually makes all the videos you guys are watching besides the lives. Richard makes those. I don't make them.
Yeah, you know,
And films everything.
and what Joy saw when she met me was a very, very sad, depressed man. I mean, here was a guy. I mean, I had everything in the early 2000s. I mean, I was on my own. I was successful in multiple fields. I'd become the top in my field in, you know, electronic payments, software sales in Manhattan. So I was making a ton of money out there. But to me, that just seemed boring. And I thought, I don't want to, because I'd always worked. I kind of, you know how people in college, they all did that fun stuff? I didn't drink in college at all. And after college, you know how everybody got fun jobs, like after college for like a year or two, and went, oh, I'm going to go work at a ski resort, or I'm going to go do, they fucked off for a while before they got a real job. I didn't. I actually had a real job my senior year of college. It was working for my dad's company, which he just started, which was blowing up. And so I just fell right into that and just took off. And then next thing I know, I'm in Manhattan. I said, you know what? I kind of missed out on stuff. I'm going to learn how to bartend. And I did, because I wasn't a drinker, so I didn't drink. And so, but I did want to mingle. I wanted to meet people my age because I excelled so quickly in business that everyone around me, I mean, I'm like 30, 31 years old, and I hadn't had a chance to, I mean, I've also been living in multiple cities, you know, so I really hadn't settled down yet. And everyone around me was like over 40 at my level. So, and they all had families and kids. And I'm just like, you know, kind of having a hard time relating. They're having a hard time relating. I mean, we all relate because we all love money and we all have work on the product. But it's like, I could see that the amount of money that they're paying me, I was supposed to already have a family. You know what I mean? I was supposed to have a wife and a couple kids because I'm living in Manhattan. And with this money, I'm just like, it just seemed excessive to me. And like Joy, I'm less than Joy. Joy is like a Native American, you know, hey, everyone should just money should be abolished as far as she's concerned, and we should just, hey, you got some corn? Great, I got a bunny I'll give you. We'll trade our bunny for some corn. Ma, what happens if you want to trade the bunny?
No, I don't trade my money for anything.
Well, no, but you see, but everything's there's no money, so if we have to pay the electric bill, what if we have to pay it with the bunny?
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. I'll do it all electricity.
Okay, all right. So, but at some level though, I did, it was like this sort of thing where I was like, this is kind of ridiculous, because I came from a small town, and I had big dreams for a small town, and my big dream was to have, like, a big house in my small town with, wife and kids and all that stuff. But that, that would be for like people that, I feel like the prom king queen, the people, the locals that really connected in school. I was more of an entrepreneur. So anyway, so I did all that, and so I did all the Aspen stuff, did all that, and came back, and what were we talking about again?
You're talking about why you don't have a job.
Oh yeah, why I don't have a job.
I didn't want him to have one.
So then I became a bartender, and then, but you're like, and like even the people that were surrounding me, like, why would you be a bartender? I mean, you're so much better than that. First of all, extremely insulting, because every one of the people that said bartending was a foolish position went to bars and ordered drinks from those bartenders. So as they're saying that, hey, you shouldn't do that because that's kind of low life. No. You're judging someone who's doing something you can't do, and you don't understand it. And you're also trying to keep people down that are maybe exploring other opportunities. And these aren't just men, these are like women that are kind of like, they have, when you're 32 years old and single, a 25-year-old female that's attractive has a lot of influence what she says over you, way more influence than your parents, than your boss, anybody else. And if she says that being a bartender is a lame job, it really sticks in you, but I didn't let it affect me, but it did bother me. I was like, okay, well, I really didn't have a retort for that because I hadn't been a bartender yet, really. I learned how. I went to bartending college, and I learned how to make the basic drinks, which, by the way, just so you know, my first girlfriend named Joy, that I was married the wrong Joy. Just, you guys know that? I was engaged to Joy number one. And Joy number one and we fizzled out. But she was really good in restaurants. And she managed restaurants. And she was really good restaurant. She was a chef, she cooked. And the one thing she told me, and I didn't take her advice, I did the opposite because I didn't know where to start.
I'm not even the first Joy in this family.
And so what was I saying?
Yeah, she was do that cooking thing. Joy. First
Joy did she did a lot of cooking things, and then I did what?
We bartender.
Oh right, and then she said to me, she said, okay, here's my number one rule I tell my managers. If anyone comes in and on their resume and it says I went to bartending school, you take that resume and you throw it away. I don't want anybody that went to bartending school. I want people that actually bartended, and that's true. However, I was like 35 years old, so I didn't have time to do the rope things. I had to fake it. So I learned how to bartend. I learned the drinks. I learned a few. It was 2 weeks, and it was like 800 drinks you gotta learn. and the trickiest part, believe it or not, the hardest part of all of making drinks is remembering which garnish goes on top. Because you can remember how the drinks can make, because you have a formula there. But then wait, does that one take the orange and the cherry, or does that take the orange and the lemon lime? Wait, and you have to get it right, because otherwise the cocktailers won't know which drink is which when they hand them out. And when you have 100 drinks or so, and there's 100 different combinations of garnishes, and you have a lot to do really fast, it can be, to a novice, it can be very overwhelming. But to 35-year-old bartenders that have been doing it since they were 20, it kind of just is like that. And fortunately, I got a job working in a martini bar somehow. It was a brand new bar, and it was one of the hottest bars in Portland. But they hired me, and I think they thought I might have had, because of my age, I might have had more experience than because they don't really test you. What a way a restaurant works is they do something called overhiring. So if you have 20 bartending spots, in this case we had like 60. It was a huge bar, something like that. And so you hire like 100 bartenders, and then you fire 40 of them after about a month. And that's kind of the way it goes. So you hire a bunch of cocktailers and stuff, and everyone thinks they have a job, but then they don't. So just so you know, if you get a job at a brand new restaurant, remember that you're on probation for the first month. They're gonna either fire you or keep you. You don't know that, of course. Everyone thinks that they're on staff. You wouldn't, that would make it really uncomfortable for people. So, but they don't know that. But you have too many people, and what happens is they have to do it quickly because your really good servers and good bartenders are going to get mad because there's not enough shifts available. So it naturally happens. So the good ones, you say, oh yeah, give this guy the Friday, Saturday, those shifts, and you got like 6 spots for those, and you got 2 up here and 2 in there. Now everyone else is gonna have to fill in the who's working Monday afternoon, who's working right, and so you got those guys, and then you got whittled down, and you got the part timers, and then so either people if they don't quit, then you say, you know what, it's not working out. So that's kind of how it works down. And fortunately, I didn't get cut. I certainly didn't make it in the top 6, not even the top 2, but I did make it in the top 20. And so that was enough for me to like kind of rub elbows with guys that have been like 35, 40, my age, who'd been bartending since they were like 18. And that's where you learn. And they showed me how to be fast. And they showed me how to be quick-witted and blah, 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 improve my techniques. And I learned and I changed. And then from that, I went out, and I wasn't planning on this, but Joy number 1 said Aspen was a really cool place to go. And I was gonna go back to New York, so I thought I'd stop by Aspen on the way there. And I stopped by Aspen, and I ended up getting a job at the Little Nell. And I know this is a really long story, because it's a very long story. Someone asked me why I don't have a job. Well, it's not as simple as like, hey man, I mean, I'm 56 years old. You ask a question like that, don't ask questions that you're afraid to hear the answer of. I mean, scary questions are gonna bring, if you ask someone like why they don't have a job, they're gonna, I mean, well.
It's probably the troll. That guy, he's here today, man.
Hey, Joy, I know it's a troll. I know it's a troll. I know it's a troll. But however, and I see the trolls, and I see them, but you guys see them too. And you're probably kind of wondering, well, you don't want to be rude because you like me, and a polite person wouldn't ask me. But you might be thinking, yeah, why doesn't he have a job? Because I don't. Because this one, anyways. And my point is with the whole aspect, like the shifting from like being a Manhattan software salesperson. Will you get a bucket, please, of chicken today in honor of George Floyd? I'm not sure that is, but just the fact that a person is so obsessed with that's funny to me. Not what he's saying, but the person is funny. Like, I mean, what do you guys have to do on a Saturday morning? I mean, I have a lot of things to do. I mean, actually, right now, if I wasn't doing this, I would be working on. I mean, I have like, you can see my phone catalog. I have like 140,000 videos, and when she tells a story, I clip in old footage. And when you have 140,000 photos and videos on your iPhone, it takes a really long time to remember like what date was that? Where was that? And you're like, you're going back. And so my mind is constantly, playing this game of putting things together. So I was able to get this job at a place called the Little Nell in Aspen. And the Little Nell, for those of you that don't know, if you've ever been there, if anybody from Colorado on the call today, will tell you that in Aspen there's a place called the Little Nell. Now I didn't know what it was, but apparently a Nell is a prostitute. I'm not kidding. And the place is called the Little Nell because it's in Aspen, which is a mining town. And apparently, I guess the big business there was a brothel back in the mining days. So but of course, Aspen Ski Company is not a brothel anymore. It's the Aspen Ski Company. So the Aspen Ski Company bought the place, converted it to a huge ski resort. And this was before, of course, it was a brothel back in the days before they had ski resorts. And so they converted this town into a ski resort. It was done by this family, very wealthy family, and the Little Nell is like one of the nicest restaurants in the United States, in North America. It had, not just from the standpoint of their clientele. Our clientele, consists of everyone, from Donald Trump's wife and his daughter, Ivanka. Those two, Owen Wilson, everyone, Carrot Top, Al Greenspan, everyone was there. At the time, I'm sure Biden, he wasn't really on my radar, but he probably showed up. Remember the hooker from Risky Business, Tom Cruise movie? I served her personally. She asked me what she wanted to eat. And you know who came to my bar? To make his first public appearance since his trial, who walked into my bar in Aspen, Colorado. In my bar, Rich, who was like pretending to be a bartender. I mean, these guys all thought I'd been a bartender for 35 years because I told you I'd met those guys and they taught me how to be a bartender. I was 35 years old and I knew about as much as they did. Not as much, nearly, but I knew a lot more than the bartenders in Aspen that I was working with. And so that was enough to, anyways, point is that O.J. Simpson walks in our bar. Okay, if you've ever been to Aspen, there probably, besides O.J. Simpson, Will Smith, and Coolio, I don't recall seeing any other black people in Aspen. I don't know how I was doing there. Okay, but so first of all, O.J. Simpson walks in. It's pretty noticeable. Big, huge black man. Secondly, then it's O.J. Simpson. And no one has seen or heard of the guy since his trial, because this is like 2004. I know, these are old stories, but, you ask why I don't work. So O.J. Simpson, no one in the bar would serve O.J. Simpson, especially the women. It could be out of female cocktail staff. They refuse. They're making a huge thing. He's a murderer. He's a murderer. Well, yeah, he is, probably. Joy thinks he isn't, but maybe he is.
Wait,
I don't.
who is it?
O.J.?
Is innocent or what?
Oh, I said, well.
Oh, he's innocent.
They didn't want, yeah. O.J. Joy, maybe she'll tell you.
OJ's innocent.
Joy says he's innocent. The women in the bar were terrified. So normally the bartender doesn't step out behind the bar to go into the other sections to serve, but they said, you got to go tell him to stop smoking a cigar. I got to tell O.J. Simpson to put out his cigar. Yeah, there's no smoking allowed. He can smoke over there, but he can't smoke over there. Can you just this is not me. This is not my manager. And this is not my cocktailers asking me. Now this is the food and beverage director coming down from her office, Allison, to tell me, I'm like, why is she here? Why is the food and beverage director here? It's just a Tuesday. And she's like, Rich, can I talk to you? I was like, oh shit. I mean, okay. You don't do anything wrong in restaurants to get you fired. What happens is you get sabotaged. So when the food and beverage director calls you over, you wonder if someone maybe swapped out your bank or took your bank while you weren't, you know what I mean? Like, and now it looks like that you stole the bank or something, because that's happened to me. Or what they've done is if you share a shift with someone, as I was doing another bar in Aspen, the bartenders were kind of jealous of my shift schedule. So I would leave early, and I learned my lesson. So I would grab my share of the tips, which was the deal. And they didn't like that because they had to work all night and close out. So eventually what they did was they started taking cash out of the till. And then they was like, I don't know, it must have been that new guy that you got hired taking the cash. So, it's little shit like that. So you got to be real careful. It's a real social game out there. You got to make friends with people. And you always got to watch your back because no one is really has your back in a bar. I mean, everyone's out to, the concept of a teamwork is just so much as like, hey man, we're all on a lifeboat, but at the end of the day, only one of us gets to live. So, and we don't know who's going to be the next one that dies. But let's all try to work together here to keep the lifeboat afloat, okay? Hi, love. Just all this idea, his idea of all this twisted something. Eat, Richard. I know, well, I've already been eating, thank you. I can read this a lot better without my glasses when it's further away. Why is that?
Because I actually miss him near and far sighted.
Oh, that's these guys.
Oh.
I was wondering if they knew, if there's an optometrist that knew exactly, oh.
Well, which one's which? Near and far.
Yeah. Oh.
They should be farsighted. You're farsighted there.
Mineral water. So yeah, so I had to go tell O.J. Simpson to put his. By the way, if you're doing the diet she wants you to do, or that she's on, she says she doesn't push the diet, but honestly, it's kind of like one of those things when you're like, hey man, I figured something out. They've all been lying to you. Don't eat that shit. It's like it's shit's poison. Here's what you got to eat. And she did figure it out, and at first I thought she was crazy, and I was really very resistant to it, because she was doing all this research on YouTube and reading. I was like,
YouTube, not YouTube.
not YouTube. Oh yeah, I ended up doing the research on YouTube, and I was like, whoa.
I did like medical research. I would remember.
Yeah, well I did. Well, they have medical stuff on YouTube. That's where I learned it. I mean, I put on this doctor, and he did like a 2-hour lecture on basically what she was saying, which is that. Gaining weight has nothing to do with how much calories you take in or burn off. I mean, it does if you're an athlete. Because if you're an athlete, you actually have to maintain a certain amount of fresh calories. You can't store about enough fat to run a marathon and burn it off during the marathon. I mean, that's just, first of all, that's unnatural for a human to do. There's never been a situation where a human needs to run 26 miles in a row, nonstop.
That's being chased.
No human is ever going to be chased that long by anything for 4 hours at that pace. If something is chasing you, you know, evolutionary, it's either going to get you really fast or you're going to be fast enough to get up that tree. So you got to sprint. So track, you know, sprinting, that makes sense. And so that's why you don't need like weird stuff. But marathons are abnormal. And triathlons are ridiculous. That's just saying, let's see how badly we can mess up humans. Because there's no need to do those things. And then the reason why I mention that, because those guys become our athletes. They become our models of health. And it's like, no, you're not, because you've had to consume so much sugar and you've done so much damage to your body to run a marathon that that can't be healthy for the average person. So anyway, so as we started looking into it, started reading this, yeah, it's true. It's a chemistry thing, like everything else. And once you figure out the chemistry and you figure out the evolution of it, you figure out that, like, hey, we evolved, and it's only recently that we can eat the 4 food groups. Did you know that? It was just the last 100 years or so. Because before we had trucking and refrigeration, you ate whatever was in your territory. And you rarely got like things from even if you lived in an area that had access to fruits, it had a season. And I'm not sure how people got beef, but I do know this, that before the 1800s, they didn't eat cows in the Pacific Northwest because they didn't have cows. They ate deer. And salmon. And probably berries and nuts. Okay? So they evolved primarily. Okay, hold on, I'm getting there. They ate salmon. What else they eat?
Deer.
And deer, venison, right. However, those things can be seasonal, as you know. Salmon can actually have a bad season, and you might not catch anything. And the same thing with deer. There are deer seasons. You might not catch anything because they spawn and whatnot. So the way humans evolved was that if, okay, you're cruising along, I can be lean because I know I've got a steady supply of salmon and meat. This is enough for me to go. And I can hunt and I can think, blah, blah, blah. But holy cow, you went a day without that, and now you're eating nuts and berries. That tells me that there's a protein shortage. When I say me, that tells God, that tells the universe, that tells the body. It tells the body. It tells the body that hey, there must be a protein shortage out there because right. And so we better adapt to no protein. Now, what's the best way to adapt to a very limited protein? Store some fat, store energy. Now, the problem not the problem, the way we evolved was when you have protein, we burn fat. When we don't have protein, we store it. Because we need it, because we're assuming that, man, it might be 3 months before we see another deer. Okay, so we got to put the fat on, especially if we're going into winter. So if you're eating berries and nuts and fruits, you're telling your body, there's no protein supply, emergency, store fat. So you start storing, but then if you start eating the protein on top of it, it's going to store the protein as fat. You're not going to get the benefits as much as if you didn't have the sugar at all. Because it's kind of like what Joy was saying yesterday. There is a gray area. It's not a complete switch, but it's like your body is either in store fat mode or burn fat mode. Like you either need fat or you don't need fat. And there's no real in between. There's a little bit of gray area. So in other words, like keto works because you can have some greens, but as long as you eat like 80 to 90% or maybe 95% protein, you can have some fruits and vegetables, and the ratio will tell the body like, okay, there's enough protein. Well, but you know, you're not going to get as lean, but you won't. You know, it might be a little easier for you. But in general, that's the chemistry of it. And of course, this, you know, that wasn't just one doctor. One doctor talked about the sugar. Da, 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 da. This was like over a couple years of her talking about it, me looking into this, and then and me being convinced that it was true, and then me putting it into practice because it wasn't. I was worried that maybe it would be a bad idea, like I'd become unhealthy, like something would happen to my heart. And what happened was, if I just ate nothing but bacon and beef. Hi, bunny. There's another bunny out there. Here, you guys want to see the bunny? Come on, he's coming over. Did the other bunny have carrots? See him? See, we got another bunny right there. He's eating a purple one.
The purple is their favorite.
The purple is their favorite, Joyce.
Purple's favorite, then white, and the orange are their least favorite. They hate when we don't get rainbow carrots.
They hate it when we don't get rainbow
The
carrots.
bunnies absolutely hate the orange ones. Sometimes they're out of rainbow carrots, so they're all orange. They get so mad at us. They don't like the orange carrots. They really don't like the orange. So the rainbow pack comes with, I'll show you guys something. It comes with orange ones, and it's their least favorite. Oh, jeez. So we get this pack, the rainbow carrots, and their favorite is what's not even in here, the purple ones. Like this bag didn't have any purple ones. Oh, here. These are their favorite. Then they like this white one. Then they like the yellow one. And this is their least favorite. And so sometimes when they don't have rainbow, I get a bag of these, and they're so mad. They're like, they go looking around, because what they do is they go, the reason why I know which ones they like is they go sniff them. They'll sniff the orange, they're like, they're like, and they're looking for the purple, and they find purple, like, ooh, yeah. Then when there's all orange, they're so mad, they're like, orange, orange, orange. Ah, man, what's going on here today?
Yeah, it's pretty funny. It's pretty amazing. See, you know, it's pretty amazing how Joy figures out what everyone needs. I mean, she even figures out what the buddies out there. Like, I never would have guessed that. I would have just been like, oh.
No, they do. Don't they look for the purple ones you see?
They sure do. And so she knows exactly what they need when they need it. You know, and that's you know, that's something that she kind of taught me. It's like, oh yeah, I guess, you know, we'll look out for other people's needs once in a while. See what they need. And that's what she taught me how to do. And that was really nice of her. Much love, Peggy. The orange carrots are higher in sugar. Oh.
That's good then. They're going for the
And
lowest. That's good.
no, that's why the bunnies don't like it.
Bunny's smart.
They have too much. Right. So okay. So back to my topic about sugar. So when your body is eating like small amounts of sugar, even like berries and whatnot, and it's not eating any protein, it in order for your body, whoever's all the humans here, in order for us to have evolved this far, only the ancestors that converted fruits and vegetables into fat survived. The ones that didn't do that died and starved. So our ancestors were very thin because they're living on nuts and berries in the Pacific Northwest with no heat or air conditioning or you know, just kind of living outside. You know, they stayed thin, but they survived it. So I'm talking fat. But now, fast forward 100 years, I mean 150 years. So basically, throughout most of time, we ate what was ever in season. Okay, but just recently we have trucking, and like I said, up until the 1800s, they didn't have a cow. In fact, I watched a movie on this. I think you can probably even watch it for free somewhere. It's called The First Cow. It's called First Cow. It's about the first cow that someone had brought up the Willamette River on a boat, one cow, up to the Pacific Northwest, and they got their first cow, and they got some beef up there, and then they of course started breeding cows, but before that, no one ate cows, and that's an example. So those guys were very lean. Even if you gave them some pasta and whatnot, they'd wolf it down, but they'd still stay lean because unless you kept feeding them that. But they go back to lean because they go back to their old diet of just like trying to get by. So fast forward to today, you walk in the grocery store and the first thing you see is a mountain of fruit and vegetables. Well, yeah, where did that come from? I mean, where would that come from but unless you lived in the tropics, which, That's another theory. Like, how, so how do people in the tropics stay thin? Well, they probably don't eat as much. I don't know. I'm from the Pacific Northwest. We'll figure out the tropics later.
I'm gonna get ready to go grocery shopping. You stay in block.
Oh, okay.
And
All
Brett,
right,
you
all right.
later
So I
do
guess
it.
we're sticking around together for a little while.
I'm gonna go but on my own. I gotta go get.
You don't want to take it with you?
No.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
I got too many things to do. It's too complicated.
Okay, wait, but you got to get coolant in the car first. Get
Okay.
a big thing of coolant.
It needs. Is it gonna be safe for me to drive?
It's safe to drive, but carry coolant in case that hose pops off again.
Okay.
I've only had a car for 5 minutes. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't have the tools to.
We put half a bottle of coolant in it last night.
It's not the coolant that I'm worried about. What I'm worried about
hose coming undone.
is that hose coming undone, and I don't have.
They said we did so good rolling it down the hill. Everyone's so happy with us.
Oh, you guys saw the video? Oh,
No,
good.
no, no. I don't know. I don't know if they told me, but they said that was the smartest thing you guys could have done.
Oh, good. Okay, that's what we did.
Overheating. Yeah, we just rolled it down the hill.
And she said, how fortunate that this happened at the top of the hill instead of it like at the bottom. We had to drive up the hill. In that case, we would have had to probably tow it because it would not have made it.
What was that a coolant? We just would have had to get coolant.
Oh yeah, you had to walk it to coolant.
I
Yeah.
just had to walk and coolant.
Yeah. So we've just basically been designed more to eat. So as they continue to feed us all this fruit and vegetables and stuff like that, I don't know. They might be good for you. I mean, like I said, like what about the tropics? People eat tons of fruit down there, and are they thin? Are they thin down there? I mean, are they thin in Panama?
Some are.
Yeah, I guess.
Some are very thin. Some people, especially the natives, are very thin. Remember, they're tiny.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, but it does come down to a chemistry thing. And the reason why I get angry about it or a little passionate about it is because, growing up, and I got real big. I was always struggling with my weight because I had no parental supervision. I had no mom to feed me properly. All she would do is just stuff. She would leave I remember like my after school snack was. Have you ever seen that liquid marshmallow stuff? that was my afternoon snack because there was nobody ever home and she would just have all this sugar in the house. And so I got fat from the sugar there. And then my dad died from throat cancer, which I learned to find out that could have been caused by the sugar that he was eating, because he used to drink a Diet Coke or a Coca-Cola every day. So, I started looking into it. I should say healthy. No, never add water. Annette adds water to everything. But Joy seems so skinny. I'm convinced that your diet is for everybody. I'm not sure what that means.
They're saying, I say everyone should do it. You're saying not everyone should do it.
Oh, I'm not saying not everyone should do it. Don't misinterpret me. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if you don't do it, no, I guess I am kind
Feel
of.
better if you do it is what you should say.
Yeah, I mean.
Feel you're most optimal on this diet is what I'm trying to say. You'll be fine on the other diets, but if you just want to feel great and have that boundless energy like I have, then do this diet.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Tell them that. I don't think if you read this.
Well, I think it's a pretty big thing. She just says look, if you want to feel better and you want to have a lot of energy like Joy has, then this is a good diet because it's not, and she brings up a good point because it might not just be just the sugar. Oh, but Beaky wants out. The sugar, it might be, like she bloats on certain things. Like some people have gluten intolerance. There are things that kind of mess up make it hard to eat. So, where she says that basically we've all evolved eating beef. We've all evolved eating protein. So, and she also says, well, she doesn't say this because she thinks that the vegan diet is really stupid. Sorry, vegans.
But I was a vegan for 12 years. That's why.
But that's because she was a vegan for 12 years. So. You're sharing your testimony and journey to weight loss. Okay, yeah, I guess so. But the thing is that it's it's such a personal thing because I mean until you're unless I don't even know why are we talking about this again? Protein is good for our bodies as we're carnivorous, yeah, and we can eat everything, and that's what I was saying. Like, see, we evolved. See, like rabbits only eat vegetables, so but they evolved that they can live on grass. Like there's vegetables everywhere, and same thing with cows. They can't eat anything else but that. So that's a food that's readily available year round. But if they evolved only eating, like, let's say broccoli or any sort of plant that required a substantial amount of biomass, like fertilizer and whatnot. See, things like grass, those are monocots. They're really super easy. Grass, corn, they're monocots. They're single, like they all look the same. You know, it's like single. I don't know how to describe it. Basically, they don't have multiple partners. It's a monocot. They just have one sex. It's one sex. It's not two sexes. And then other plants are like dicots, where you have like two different sexes. And they, you know.
I know you're a biologist.
Oh yeah, I studied a little biology.
You didn't study, that was your degree.
Yeah, I got a degree in biology. I think the vegan diet is different for different bodies. Like for me, the vegan diet is awesome for me. That's what I'm trying to say, and awesome. So you know, as I kind of share my personal journey, you know, I really don't want to, you know, be like, oh, but then this diet over here is wrong because, you know, hey, if it works for you and you're happy, that's great, you know. But if you're a person that's like, you know, I got on the vegan diet because I was trying to lose weight and I'm really struggling with losing weight and I'm going to the gym every day, then maybe I might be like, well, if you're trying to lose weight and you do the vegan diet, here's another solution for you. And I think that's basically our testament. But do whatever works for you there. But food is a big topic because it's really expensive. It's no longer this like 10%. I mean, it's a major portion of a paycheck that a person has to consider when budgeting. I mean, I rarely budgeted. I remember the column in the groceries. I always put like, you know, $400, you know, for the month. Can you imagine $400 for the whole month of groceries today? No, but that's what I think everyone put that. I think I was just like, who spends more? Because you're eating out a lot, but $400 worth of groceries would last you the whole month. You'd hit $100 a week. That was a lot of food.
These days.
I don't think
Now it's like 100 at least.
if I gave you $400 for the whole month to feed your family at the grocery store, how long would you think that would last you guys?
We spend close to 100 a day, you know, on food.
I need to cut sugars, but it's everything. I know.
That's what I'm saying. It's everything but meat. That's why I keep telling you guys the meat. I'm not saying you have to only eat meat. I'm saying if you want to get away from sugar, which is so addictive. Oh, let me say this real quick before I go.
Yeah, say something here. Because I don't like to be
Yeah.
too preachy on this stuff.
No, this
you know?
is the only reason why I say this. Okay. Sorry, I changed my shirt. I don't wear that big. When I go out, I don't wear like flashy things. So I put back on my black shirt. But anyways, the reason why I say that about that everyone should do it is, I'm saying if you are struggling with, you know, when you always want to eat. You know, when like you just eat, but then you still want to eat. You always feel hungry. You're always thinking you want to eat. The only reason why you're not eating is because you're like, I'm gonna not overeat, but I want to overeat. On this diet, you never feel that. So it's such a relief and a freedom from thought of like food addiction. Hey, welcome to Annette's Club Love. Thank you, Elena. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Awesome.
Thank you. We love it. But you get that freedom from food addiction. So like, I don't think about food anymore, and I thought about food my whole life. I was a bulimic and an anorexic, so it was a constant obsession of like what I'm gonna eat, what I'm not gonna eat. You know, if I'm gonna starve myself, if I'm gonna overeat. You know, constant. Now I eat the same meal every day. My weight stays like great. I have to actually, you know, be careful to not lose too much weight. People are like, oh, you're too thin. It's just because this is what I eat and I don't change it. So if I get more active, then I get leaner. If I'm less active, I put on a little weight, but I don't change what I eat. So that's why people are like, you're too thin sometimes. It's just like if I'm being way too active during that time. Like if I've just been really, really busy, I'll lean down. Or like when I make trips in New York, I'll lean down because I'm so active. But then if I sit around a bit, I'll put on a little bit of weight, but I never put on much weight because I'm eating only organic beef. So there's like a limit of how fat I could even get because when I'm just eating that, like it literally, like I couldn't get fat on this diet. I could put on some weight, but I can't get like fat on this diet. And that's why I'm trying to say you don't have to do it. And everyone has their own choice for diet. And especially if you're vegan or vegetarian, which I was for 12 years. And I understand I hate eating animals. But for me, I found it's the best for me. But what I'm saying, it's the only diet I've ever tried that you have a freedom of food thought, which is huge. And that's why a lot of people do addictions, like even things like cocaine, because it takes away that food addiction for the time that they're high. But then as soon as they're not high, they have to eat again. So those things don't work. Where this is something all the time when you're on this diet, when you're in ketosis, what I talk about, which means you're burning fat, you're not storing fat, you feel as if you're on cocaine because you have all this boundless energy. You feel amazing, but not in a way better way than that, where you just have energy but no side effects. You just are like happy, alive, you feel free, and then you have to make yourself eat basically the meals because you don't even want to most of the time because you're not even like hungry. You're not hungry. You make yourself eat 3 meals a day because you know you need to survive, but you don't even, but when you eat them, they're good and you like it, but like right now I just made myself eat that breakfast. I wasn't really even hungry, but I was like, I need to eat because I got to go run some errands and I'll get too lean if I don't eat. So I make myself eat 3 pounds a day, but I honestly could go all day and not even notice and not even be hungry. Just be like, I might be getting a little bit where I need to eat, but not like we do that all the time. Not all the time, but I mean, we've done that when we've traveled, where we went all day without eating and it didn't even faze us. And that you would almost get sick probably if you're doing sugar. You start getting headaches, lightheaded and stuff because you're actually addicted to sugar. But on this diet, you have no addiction to anything. So you can go without the food with no problem. So the only reason why I'm telling you is for people that want that freedom from that food addiction. So if you are so tired of worrying about what you're going to eat, if you're going to get fat, if you're blah, 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 this is a freedom from that. And it's such a beautiful thing. And that's why I push it, because I know that so many people will feel so much better without that constant food agony.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go shopping, speaking of. I have to go buy a bunch of junk food for the ladies, but also some protein. But I also have to go get, like, I have to stock up, like, I hate that I have to get Annette candy and stuff, but she loves it if I don't get candy. So I'm in this predicament of, like, I'm the one getting the stuff, but if I don't get it, they'll be upset. So I, like, have to buy junk food that I don't want them to have.
I think a lot of parents.
And I'm technically the one that could say, no, they can't have it, but I don't want to take another thing from them. They already think I took everything from them, you know? They think I took their house from them or whatever. So I can't be like, no, you can't have Skittles, you can't have, you know, that's Annette's favorite thing, or cigarettes. So I have to let her smoke and eat candy, even though I don't think either of those are good at all for her disorder. So that's but what am I gonna do? So, okay, here we go. Let me pass you guys back to Richard because I actually have to go shopping. We also are out of our beef. So I have to get beef and I have to get a protein for the ladies. So we do the beef, they do something different because Gloria, I'll get her beef, but she makes the weirdest burgers and stuff. So there's no point. So usually we'll get her chicken, or if I can afford it, I'll get them a steak. But Gloria doesn't really like doing much with ground beef. She used to make meatloaf, but I think she kind of forgot how to make meatloaf, which used to be her favorite thing. So we understand Gloria has some memory thing going on, but there's also convenient memory loss of certain things she doesn't want to remember. But there's things she definitely doesn't remember. She's getting forgetful. She's always been forgetful. But so we're not trying to bag on Gloria, but you understand the frustration when we're trying to get Annette better, but then there's this constant thing. And even if I got Annette off her candy, Gloria's going to make her pancakes every morning. So it's like that's still a high sugar. But, okay, I'm going to go shopping. You guys hang with Rich. There's too much for me to do. I got to go to too many stores, and I'm worried about the car. So I don't really want to be blogging. It's just too many distractions of, like, I'm already going to try to baby the car to get to the store because I'm worried about I got to go.
Remember to grab a couple of these guys.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that, and I gotta get coolant for the car, because the reason why I can drive it at all, why we had to roll it down the hill, where there was no coolant in it.
Before you leave, do we have any black duct tape or anything?
Oh, is that what someone said to do? Oh, you did? Okay, but I don't think, I used all the duct tape to tape Annette's,
Then maybe buy a little black tape.
I use some duct tape.
I'm sorry,
but,
it's off my
yeah, that's a good idea, but I'm gonna baby it, so I'm just gonna go as close as I can and not, take the highway and stuff. But we put coolant in it. So we had to roll it down the hill because it was out of coolant, because it was like the thing like blew and all the coolant went everywhere. When we got home, we put coolant in it. So now when we started, it's not overheating or anything. It might be fine, but we're nervous that hose could come disconnected again, and it needs a bolt. It needs to be bolted down, but it could be fine driving, but there's potential it could get rocked in. So I don't know, but I don't know what else we're supposed to do. We don't have enough money for an Uber right now to like be Ubering. We barely have enough money to even go. I have to just try to get the bare minimum of stuff for the ladies. So like a little bit of beef for us, probably like 3 pounds of beef for us, and then like some chicken for the ladies, and that's about it. So that's what I'm going to do. But I hope you guys he might be getting a phone call from me because the car's kaput and I'm stuck somewhere. So I don't know. We really have to go try though because we're out of food. Like that, we ate our last pound. We had breakfast, but we have no more meat. And the ladies have no protein because Gloria ruined the. She freezer burned the steak yesterday, and then she also freezer burned the rest of the fish that I had because she had it in a bag. She didn't put it in a Ziploc, so she freezer burned those fish. It was like fish fillet things. There was like 7 of them in a bag. I think she ate 2 and then ruined the rest of them. So those are done. I saw those in the freezer. She doesn't put things in plastic like that's sealed in a freezer. She just puts it in like a grocery bag and thinks that'll seal it. So like a Smith's grocery bag. And then so everything gets freezer burned that she ever puts in the freezer. Whatever. Okay. Where did he go? He was supposed to come chat with you guys because I gotta vacay. I hate this in the morning. Sometimes I don't want to go, but I have to go in the morning because it's just best in the morning to get it all done. And also I have to get it before lunch and before Gloria gets back from the gym. Otherwise she'll be freaking out because there's no lunch, to be made. So I always have to stay up on top of these things, and no one else thinks about any of these things, and then they're all irritated if I forget one little thing or something. Like right now, Gloria's out of a bunch of stuff, but I can't even get all that. I can't afford it to do. So she'll start putting it on the list. Not realizing it's not that I forgot it, it's that we can't afford it right now. You know what I mean? It's like I'll get the things as we can afford it. But she has no concept of like what we're having to sacrifice and what we're doing to get everything for the household. She just thinks, I'm out of organic olive oil. Well, don't use a whole bottle in 2 days of a huge thing of organic olive oil, Gloria. And then you won't be out of it. That thing is like $20 for a bottle. I cannot afford to get one every 2 days. So you might run out if you use it in 2 days. I mean, this stuff is expensive that she's wasting. The steak and the olive oil just kills me. I'm like, do not waste steaks and do not waste organic olive oil. That stuff is super expensive. And unfortunately, I got her on the organic olive oil. Should have just kept buying her the conventional, but she now loves the organic olive oil because it's really good. But you're not supposed to use it in copious amounts. That a whole bottle of organic olive oil should last people like a really long time.
I don't think you're supposed to use it on pancakes.
She's using it on pancakes. Organic olive oil on pancakes, in the rice, in everything. And I'm like, I gotta stop getting rid of the organic olive oil. But then she'll be like, where's the organic olive oil that I need? Well, I don't know what, $20 a bottle, and for you use it in 2 days, we can't afford that. Same with the tea, when you're putting 3 to 5 bags of tea in every cup, when you're doing 10 cups a day, that adds up too. So why we're not half the time don't have money is because Gloria is so damn wasteful. If Gloria didn't waste so much, we'd probably have more of Annette's room done. But she wastes so much food, and if I don't buy it, she has a heart attack so that she can waste it. So if people go, why are you so frustrated? I don't know, because every day we still waste so much stuff to keep Gloria happy. And I'm someone who doesn't like waste. I'm part Native American. I'm so against waste, and especially wasting resources that are very rare, like meat. Oh, there's Nettie. Here's Nettie, girl. Come on, come say hi. Everybody's over there. Come say hi. You can sit right here. Just say hi real quick. And I'll get you cigarettes. You see? There you go. And everyone was asking what you like for clothes. You like t-shirts and shorts and jeans?
Yeah.
So she likes. Someone was asking. Yeah. So someone was asking for Annette if you guys were gonna get her something. Annette also has a Cash App now. We're waiting for her little card to come in, but we have one from another one that we transferred so she can use that, but she didn't like it because it has my name on it. But her Cash App is Annette's, ANETTES Club Love. If you want to send her anything, yesterday we wanted to take her shopping, but she just wanted to get grapes and some fruit and stuff at the store, and we got cigarettes. But I'm hoping next time we take her like to Target or something and pick some clothes out. But if you guys are doing the P.O. Box, Annette loves jeans. She's 5'9", 5'8" or 5'9". So she needs tall jeans. So don't like get the short ones. The short ones that should be wearing high waters. And she likes long shorts. So long pants, long shorts. She likes to wear like boys' shorts that have to be close to her knees. None of them short lady shorts. And she also likes men's t-shirts. She doesn't realize she likes men's t-shirts. When I took her, she shopped in the ladies section, but she doesn't like that. She likes them, like she likes wearing Richard's t-shirts. So a large man's t-shirt, but doesn't look like a man's. Have it be a kind of unisex one.
I know what they can send us. We need those things that the iPhone cable charges.
Yeah, we also, and you guys see those 10-foot iPhone cables. Those are break like 24/7. They're only like $7, but they're not the good ones, you know? They're not like the Apple ones. So you pay $7, last like a month. They break when the bunny chews them too, but they were breaking them before we had a bunny. They're not great quality. You get them like at Walmart or Target. But yeah, we go through those like crazy around here. But primarily I think everyone's wanting to buy stuff for Annette. So if you're looking for, Annette also could use, so large t-shirts, get size large. She wears, I think, size 30 waist right now. She wears 9.5 shoes, but the only shoes she wears is Birkenstocks, unless there's a chance she might wear some tennis shoes if someone wants to get her tennis shoes. But when it comes to shoes, you're not going to get her to wear anything other than Birkenstocks and maybe a pair of tennis shoes. But very rarely. But so don't bother with any sort of dressy shoes or any kind of girly shoes. Gonna be a complete waste of money. Annette will never ever put on a pair of heels or anything like that. She will not wear a dress. Do not bother with girly things for Annette. She does not like girly things. She's a tomboy. Think male looking clothes for Annette. She likes dark colors. She doesn't like girly foofy things. She doesn't like pinks and stuff. That's Gloria. If you're buying for Gloria, Gloria loves the brightest colors you could get. Orange, pink, bright. Think of carnival. She's, Annette, the opposite. Annette's favorite color she'd say was black. Now she's saying blue. She used to literally say her favorite color was black, which I found so interesting that someone's favorite color would be black. But I just never heard that before. But she likes dark colored things. And the other thing she could really use is some large sports bras, some like medium sized underwear, just normal ladies underwear. Men probably don't want to buy it. Not anything sexy. You guys think not sexy for Annette. Think totally tomboy, totally like useful what you need, like Hanes regular brief panties,
Boston College.
Whatever. And think socks. She really likes. Sometimes I'm able to get her some organic socks. They have them like at Whole Foods. She loves those, but those are a little more. But socks are good. If you guys do want to get her a little bit of jewelry, not anything like too like breakable, because she breaks things. So if you want to get her jewelry, go with like cheaper jewelry. It's just kind of fun. She likes a little bit of that. But if it's something that's valuable and breakable, she wouldn't like that because she'll break it, and she wouldn't like that if she broke it. She'd feel bad. So let me think. What else? She likes a little bit of hats, not a ton.
Mom, would you look at the bunny over here, please?
Yeah. Hold on.
Come look at him.
Yeah. Do you want me to show them?
Yeah, please do.
But yeah, people were asking about Annette, what she likes.
I can't get up.
She wears 9.5. Oh yes, he likes to rest on Richard.
I can't get up.
Look at
I
that.
can't move now.
We had the most lovable bunny.
Okay, now I can.
He's a lover. But yeah, Annette really likes simple things. So t-shirts, like white t-shirt, jeans kind of thing, things like that. But actually not white as much. But large sports bras are good for her. She doesn't wear like underwear or bras, but sports bras. That's about it. I'm trying to think what Annette wears. She wears 9.5 shoes, like I said, but the only shoe she'll wear is Birkenstock. She might wear a pair of sneakers. If someone gets her a pair of sneakers, she'll once in a while put on a pair of sneakers. But don't even bother with heels or anything like that. That's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Let me think what else Annette likes. Annette loves Skittles. Annette loves Skittles, the red Skittles. The big bag, not little bags of Skittles. Because when she opens the little bags, she opens it and the Skittles go everywhere. These are the ones she likes. I'll show you guys Annette's favorite snacks. If anybody wanted to get that. Where's this thing going? So Annette loves the bag like this, the Skittles, because she opens it from the top and then she can, but if it's the small Skittles, she tears it and the Skittles go everywhere. So she hates those small. She likes these big bag of Skittles, the red ones. If you guys are, I know the candy's not good for her, but she loves it. She loves Lifesaver gummies. And then her other favorite, which she already ate them, I think I have them in the trash, let me see. These are her absolute favorites. If anyone's, Hi, baby. She loves these guys. I gotta get her more. She ate them all last night. The little bears. You know, these little bears, the Harborough bears. Those are her favorite. So, not good, all sugary things, but Annette loves those 3 sugar things. She also loves steak. I don't know if you could send steak, how that would work for a steak, but so that's, hey, maybe if you cash up, then you can get, we can get her steak, because if anyone wants to help today, I need to go get her a steak. I can't really afford it. If anyone wants to send anything to Annette's Club Love today on Cash App for her to get a steak. Steaks are like getting close to $20. I don't get her even organic, just the conventional, because she has to have a nice steak because she has no teeth. So it has to be a very, very good cut steak, like a ribeye or even like a tenderloin, because it has to be very, very soft for her. And we have to cook it very rare because she has no teeth. I don't even know how she eats certain things sometimes. It's amazing. But I'm going to run the store, probably get them some chicken. But if anybody cash apps while I'm at the store, if I happen to see it, I'll grab her a steak while I'm there. But no pressure on anybody. I'm just saying if it feels like it. But we are going to be getting paid from YouTube on June 7th through the 12th, one of those days. And that first little check that comes in, we're going to let everyone know what the amount is. And we're going to decide what we're going to do for Annette's room when that check comes in. But soon we'll be having more money. We're kind of in a little middle period here of transitioning some things and stuff. And I'm still working, but it's been hard because we've been blogging so much. So that's why we're a little bit shorter than we normally are. But we appreciate everybody. Thank you, everybody, for help yesterday. We got the P.O. box. I'm going to give you $50 for that. That was great. I'm going to go shopping.
Okay.
So Richard's going to take over. He's got his little outfit on, I think.
I'm going to be
Put
right
on for you guys.
Yeah, well, because the closet fell and I found all my old stuff.
I have to fix the closet for you today.
But I think maybe leave my clothes out in the garage, figure out space for that, and make this room a little more open in here.
Oh, that would be good. Hey, close the door, buddy. Sit there. Oh, I could put his clothes in the garage, I guess. That'll work. All right, you guys. I gotta go shopping. I wanted him. He keeps taking off when I want him to stay here, so I'll just go out there and give you guys off. We gotta pass you guys off. You guys are making rounds. So if anyone keeps noticing, yes, I have a bunch. I'm obsessed with those things. People buy them for me. Like, how do you afford those if you're not taking care of it? No, I did not buy them. Most of the things I have, I did not buy for myself. People bought for me. People buy me gifts. I have a wish list in my other walk of life, and people buy me stuff. So I don't need stuff from other people. That's why I say buy it for Annette. So it's the things that I have. If you're like, how do you have that and Annette doesn't have? We didn't pay for them. People bought them for me. In my job, I get gifts. So don't worry about giving me gifts. Don't worry about Annette. Okay, but look, let's go see what they're doing over here. Look. She's watching James Bay. James Bay is her favorite. We might have to edit this out of the thing. It might be one of those that flags us for copyright. Toiletries. Oh, yes. Okay, toiletries. So, well, let's go. I can say it while she's watching. Toiletries, she needs shampoo and conditioner. Would be about shampoo, conditioner, obviously no. Okay. There he is. He's got his Hell's Kitchen. Gordon Ramsay.
I'm the guy in the back of the kitchen cooking your food.
Nettie also likes stuffed animals. So I give her, when people give me the same ones of my, because people will buy me these and they don't know which ones I have. Because I have like a collection going. I like the Thai Beanie Babies things. So when I get redundant ones, I give them to Annette. That's why she's got a bunch. Because people will be like, oh, do you have this one yet? Oh, I do. So I have a bunch. I love them. I stacked them all up there. They're sitting on Topo Chico boxes. I just have like 3 layers of their sit on Topo Chico boxes to put them up there. That was disgusting up there. That was filled with, oh gosh, awful. So I cleaned it out. I'll put my collection up there. I've been collecting bears my whole life. My mom, that was all she got. I mean, I was able to salvage my bear collection, luckily, amazingly. A couple of things that have made it. So, yeah, so I'm very happy about that. But when you guys do see, even often, the clothes, if we're like, where did you get that nice thing? We didn't buy it. Someone bought it for me. So that's why this is more for Annette. I wish in my other walk of life they would buy for Annette, but that's not the case. So, anywho, thank you guys. Let's see. Why is Richard wearing? He likes it. He thought it'd be funny. What happened is all of his clothes are in the car, and that one was actually on top. It was only he saw it, so I think he just put it on because he thought it'd be funny. We got that a while back at Caesars, because we used to watch that show. We've watched like every season of Hell's Kitchen, not the new ones. I don't know if it's still on, but like up until like 2016, we'd watch like every Hell's Kitchen season. So we love that show. Okay, here he is. I gotta go shopping.
Hey guys.
People have been asking some questions about like what Annette needs and stuff.
Okay, good,
So if you
good.
think of anything
Here you go.
that, Annette might need, not as much for us, more think Annette, you know, so a couple of things, you know, if it's household related, but primarily, you know, we're trying to get what Annette needs. So we don't something. I don't think this is something. Anything at me. I don't think that.
Hey, how's that? How's Joy? She having fun? I was listening to what you guys were talking about. It was very, very interesting.
That was great that Annette was in there listening to music too on the computer. You should tell them about that. How significant that is.
That was really great that you guys were I was listening to what you guys were talking about. And, you know, she's absolutely right about what she was saying. When she says that, you know, like people will do drugs to avoid eating food. And think about that for a minute. Why would that be? It's not just that drugs like cocaine make you less hungry. It's that they actually satisfy your desire to stimulate your pleasure center in your brain. Everyone has that desire. That's what fuels us. That's what gets us going. We want to stimulate that part of our brain. It's a mechanism. Cocaine does it like that. It's not necessarily a bad thing, because a lot of people don't even know that pathway of pleasure exists. So cocaine can show you that. You obviously can't continue to use it. It's designed to. If you sniff it, your nose will get plugged up eventually. If you decide to smoke it, you'll start to get hallucinations. It's not pleasurable. Lose your mind. It's not pleasurable in any way. But however, in other words, your brain has evolved to have defense mechanisms from doing cocaine for your entire life. You know, it makes it so it's not fun at some point. But it makes it so it is fun at the beginning, because it is important for humans to understand that you can have pleasure. Now, another way you can satisfy that pleasure center, and guess who knows this, are the marketers. The marketers know about this pleasure center thing, because they're the ones who told me. And what the marketers do is that they work for the food industry, first of all. And what they do is they're designing food to satisfy that part of your brain, to basically emulate cocaine. Now the difference is that cocaine, has a natural mechanism to make you stop doing too much of it for your entire life, so you don't waste your life in this kind of blissful state of euphoria, because that's not safe. It's not safe for any man or human to be in a blissful state forever. It's kind of maybe a rite of passage for a small period as you're growing up from a boy to a man, whatever it is, and you're trying to discover the world. But as a man, you know, with responsibilities and have to take care of the tribe, or your job is to go hunt and make sure you get the food, you can't be spending your days in bliss. So it made it so, you know, the Lord made the drugs so that you automatically have to stop doing it. No matter how
you your entire life.
You can't do it your entire life.
No one could.
I got a miner back here. Can you guys hear that? Quiet. Everybody be quiet.
Digging a hole.
Everybody be quiet.
Digging a hole back there.
Yeah, he was not on Hell's Kitchen. Wait, you guys don't recognize me? I was season 7 winner. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. That was a joke. That was a joke. Anybody who's...
You guys, you can buy those at Caesars, because Hell's Kitchen is in Vegas now.
Yeah, we've got to... Yeah, you just go to the restaurant. You get them. Anyways, So the marketers have figured out that they can make that we have this desire to satisfy our food thing. No one's doing cocaine, but the problem with eating the sugar is that there's no real mechanism to make you ever stop doing it. So what happens is that people get addicted, and they wake up thinking about it. They wake up thinking about sugar. They wake up, first thing they want to do is have coffee. The next thing they want to do is have some donuts. I mean, some people are really addicted and they get obese or they become bulimic. In other words, they vomit. They eat so much, but they can't afford to eat. I mean, their body would go into toxic shock if they continue eating that. If they continue eating that, so they vomit their food. Do I work for Ramsey? Well, in so many ways, we all work for Ramsey.
Don't know what you mean by that. But
I was a user for years. You were a denial for help. Denial of what? I'm not doing cocaine. I don't do drugs at all. And I have no desire to, and I don't go to meetings. And the reason why I don't go to meetings is because AA meetings are, I mean, no offense, they may use it. Like, I went to them, and they have to serve their purpose, but only for a certain amount of time. At some point, you have to get off the sugar and caffeine, because all meetings are just a way to get off the alcohol, and sometimes drugs and alcohol, but mostly just alcohol. And the way they do that is that they say it's this magical thing. You go to meetings every day, sometimes 3 times a day. The magical thing about those meetings, caffeine and sugar. That's your magic. And you know this because guess what your favorite thing to do after the meeting is? Go out for caffeine and sugar.
and guess what else, you guys? Most people don't realize this. Chocolate has caffeine. So chocolate has caffeine and sugar.
Oh, hear
and they
that?
always say to eat chocolate.
So then they, even, you know what? Hey, read the big book. It even says it there right in the big book. It says, always, if you're a new alcoholic, getting off alcohol, always carry
a candy bar.
a bar of, no, not a candy bar. It says, you can look it up, carry a bar of chocolate. Why? In case you get a craving for alcohol. It magically seems to quell the craving for alcohol. It's not magical, you're substituting one drug for another. So whoever said that I was in denial and that you're a user for years, I'll bet you're still using sugar and caffeine. And if that's the case, then you haven't got off cocaine. You're still on it. You're still acting like a cocaine addict, a user, but you're just substituting it, and you're coming on me and calling me names.
Hey, I gotta say one thing. You guys, me and Richard are probably one of the only people on earth right now that are actually not addicted to any drug. We don't do any sugar or any caffeine or any drug. We only do beef, weed, and water. So what that means is probably every person watching is addicted to sugar or caffeine, and I'm not judging you guys. I'm just saying people
Don't
are
judge
calling us addicts.
Yeah.
We're the only ones that are not addicts
we're not the
on
people
any
you
level.
are.
We're not addicted to anything. You can't get addicted to weed, you can't get addicted to beef, and you can't get addicted to water, and those are the only things we consume. We do not take any other medicine. We do not do any illegal drug, any street drug, any a medical drug, any pharmaceutical drug, anything. We do not do a drug. We smoke weed, which is a plant, and we eat beef and water. That's the only things that go into our body.
We don't seek
is
it.
beef,
Right.
weed, and water. We do not do cocaine. We do not do meth. We do not do heroin. We do not do any pharmaceutical. We do not drink alcohol. We do not drink caffeine. We do not drink juice. We do not drink orange juice. We do not consume fruit. We do not consume any
Red Bull,
sugar.
Red Bull.
Red Bull, nothing. So we're not judging you guys for that. But we laugh when people come into our room and call us addicts when we are actually probably the only non-addicts living right now. Now I gotta go get our beef. So I don't mind if you guys are addicts, but please take the log out of your own eye before you take the speck out of ours. And please look in the mirror before you judge someone else.
Oh, wow. Wow, whoa. Well, you guys are getting Joy all fired up on that one. Weed is a drug. It's highly addictive. Kills me to come off it. Did it? It doesn't kill you to come off of it. You know what does kill you? Heroin and alcohol. That will kill you to come off of it. And I know because I've lost friends who tried to quit alcohol. And they didn't do it properly. The way you have to come off alcohol if you're severely addicted, you have to take pharmaceuticals. That's what an addiction is. You just were uncomfortable when you stopped smoking weed because you sound like you're kind of a complainer. And that's okay. Weed can help that. Weed can make you less depressed so you don't come in and complain. It sounds like you need to start smoking it again because you come in here with this negative attitude. You're obviously depressed because all we're doing is telling you how to be happy. And wearing a Hell's Kitchen shirt in honor of Gordon Ramsay because, you know, it's Memorial Day weekend, you guys. You didn't know that? It's Memorial Day weekend. We're going to barbecue. Alcohol is the devil. You know, here's the thing. I don't think anything is the devil. I don't think anything is whatever. I think everything is a pathway. I think everything is a journey and everything is a lesson. So this idea that we need to go out and save people and, you know, ban things and make it so people can't get, you know, hey, we don't want you drinking and driving, you know. I mean, yeah, you might lose some people along the way, okay? But aren't we all people of God? Don't we all believe in life? Who here doesn't believe there's life after death in this channel? If you're a person who doesn't believe that, just I'm not judging. I just want to know who my audience is. Because if we all believe there's life after death, then we really shouldn't ever be afraid that our kids or loved ones go out and do something that kills them. Because they're doing it because they're following their heart and their feelings. Maybe God's telling them to do that. Maybe God says, hey, you know what? I don't really want you to spend the rest of your days in a cubicle. I've got better plans for you. And wait till you see what they are. So I'm gonna have you, like in Joy's brother's case, I'm gonna have you ride a motorcycle and you're gonna die in a tragic motorcycle accident at age 26. And that's what happened to Joy's brother. And we know this because Joy's brother was a musician and he was an excellent musician and he died. And I was an average musician and I met Joy and he said, just feel my brother's presence. And within a year, I became a very good, I won't say excellent, but I'll say significantly better than I've ever been. I mean, at age 50 or whatever, I started, like, she told me this. I mean, I'm starting to listen to like her brother's like instructions in my head. They're mine, of course, my voice, but it's like, where are these thoughts coming from? And that's when I realized the power of, hey man, no one ever really dies, you know? So that being said, that means that everything here is a journey. In other words, if your kid dies because they drank alcohol and drank and drove, it wasn't about them. It might be about what happens to everybody else. Like, what do we do when that person leaves? Do we act selfish? Are we grateful? Are we angry? Do we clam up? Do we go out on a mission? Do we try to ban alcohol? Do we try to ban motorcycles? You know, what do we do? And that's the sort of thing that makes the world go round. Because if we don't have tragedy, if we don't have pain, then we really have no motivation to do anything. And I know this for a fact. Because that's the way our brain works. Because we are seeking that, because that's where we go back to what you're talking about, that pleasure center in your brain. The pleasure center is what drives us. And we're seeking pleasure because we want to get in that blissful state when we can just do nothing and just be in a state of bliss. However, that's called heaven. and in fact, in heaven, just so you know, my personal belief is that it's not blissful. In fact, there's a lot of work to do. So if your idea is you're gonna go to heaven, it's gonna be like, oh, just like this cocaine high with no down, and you just get to lay in the bed and do nothing all day. No, that's what planet Earth was for. This is your training time. When you go to heaven, now you gotta go up there, and then they're gonna have to instruct us, the humans, invisibly, how to be better people, or in my case, how to play guitar better, or just whatever. Bye, He-Man. I'm trying enough. Endorphins, yeah. You know, when we get on the subject, again, food is a very personal thing, but so are drugs and alcohol. And it's like Joyce said, I can talk freely about it because I don't do any drugs. I'm not addicted to anything, not even sugar or caffeine. And I've done all the other drugs too, so I have a lot of experience with them. Because I've done them because I wanted to, because I didn't see anything wrong with them. I grew up in a time in the 1970s when I was coming of age. Drugs were not a bad thing. Drugs were a good thing. I mean, recreational drugs, it was a good idea to do them. It was called expanding your mind and not being, you know, it was like, it made you smarter is what it was. And in fact, the fact is, the smartest people did drugs. Steve Jobs, Larry Ellison, all the tech guys from that era, the ones who excelled at the top, were doing drugs. And not like meth like they are today. See, meth is a drug that you do or Ozempic because you want to be thin, you want to like, you know, work real hard. But these drugs were very creative drugs. And those are the types of things that they were creating. I'm addicted to vape. That's good. I did vape. Because I used to smoke a couple packs of cigarettes a day. And one of the things I did was I switched to vaping. And vaping, you might say, well, that's really bad. No way. Vaping, it sucks compared to smoking real cigarettes. It really does. But you can do it, and it doesn't smell the place up, doesn't bother people, and you know what? It's a hell of a lot easier to quit vaping than it is to quit the nicotine packs, you know? Again, we're talking about you guys are addicted to drugs that are illegal by your government that was supposed to protect you. And the drugs I'm talking about were made illegal by your government that I'm telling you we're told that make you smarter. Now, let me ask you a question. The drugs, like I hear more alcohol and nicotine deaths than I do cocaine deaths because no one really ODs from cocaine alone. It's almost impossible. I mean, you might have a freak heart attack or whatever because you get too excited, but there are other issues when you have a heart attack. It's not caused specifically by the drug. It raised your heart rate, but you might have had a heart attack if you went out and did aerobics in your condition. We don't know because your heart's not going to go any faster on cocaine than it would naturally do if you were just happy and excited. It's not methamphetamines. On the other hand, a pharmaceutical like methamphetamine is created by Pfizer. Pfizer created it to basically simulate cocaine, but it missed the mark. And Pfizer didn't create it. It was created by the Germans, and the Germans didn't create it anyways. And so, and what that does raise your heart too high, and that could cause a problem. Problem is, Annette doesn't want to change. Well, come on, man. Are you blue-eyed siren? You're absolutely right. I mean, change. We have changed everything. Have you seen the resistance? I mean, you've seen Joy yell at everybody. You've seen Joy yell at. We've yelled at Annette too. We have to, because they were very resistant. We've changed their entire life. We came in here and we started paying all their bills. We started taking over everything, and now, now people are saying, take away their cigarettes and sugar. Okay, on one hand, you're complaining that we're living here in their place. And then on the next hand, you're saying, while you're there, take away their sugar and cigarettes. Really make it bad for them. Look, as much as we want to encourage their healthiness, we were concerned about getting them stable so they live, okay? Now, if they want to smoke cigarettes and die early, if they want to eat sugar, if they want to, not treat their diabetes, that's perfectly up to them. I'm not going to judge them for that. In fact, I'll help them. I mean, I don't care. I mean, I think everyone has a personal journey, and I think that's what Joy was trying to say. Whereas, a lot of times, I don't know if you knew this, but part of the program in AA and getting sober is expanding it. So not only are they required to stay sober, but now, in order to stay sober, it's a requirement that you recruit new members into your organization. So if you ever meet someone who's in AA, they constantly are trying to figure out how you're an alcoholic and you need to join their organization. Because they spent the last 5, 10 years, whatever thing they're in, if they did the full 12 steps, they've been there a few years, and now they're fully indoctrinated, and now they go to parties and they're looking who they can recruit. And that's just a really weird way to spend your life, because all you're doing is trading one addiction for the next. But, in their defense, they felt that they had a miserable life and they were drinking, and then they stopped drinking and their life got better. And that feeling of getting better is a euphoric feeling. And that's very similar to cocaine, and it lasts for about 30 days. It's called pink cloud. But it does feel good, and you feel so good that you want everybody to join in. And so that's why a lot of them will want people to do it. But they say, don't start getting people to come in until after you've done the 12 steps. Because if you just start off during your first 30 days, everyone has that pink cloud. That's called that you got off the alcohol and you're on caffeine and sugar. Caffeine and sugar give you euphoria, but eventually what happens is about 60 days, that euphoria wears off from the caffeine and sugar, and then they don't want you to go out and recruit a bunch of people, and when that euphoria wears off, you're like, I think I'm gonna go back to alcohol. Blue eye, there are trolls who don't want Joy and Richard to. Oh yeah. We have a lot of there's actually only one troll, but they have several accounts. And then there's a couple other ones that have kind of joined suit, because there is a lot of negativity and depression, and people that have, I don't know. I would personally never go into someone's room and start calling them names and start trying to bring the stuff down, even if I knew the person. I mean, I'd be like, hey man, holy cow, they've got, by the way, Peggy, and I don't know if Lenny's here this morning. Hi, Just here. Sorry, I probably don't know anything about weed. I just heard from my, and no one knows anything about weed. How could they? Up until yesterday, literally yesterday, it was federally illegal. What that means is no doctors could really do any studies on it or prescribe it or give it to anybody for the last, but guess what? Guess who has been doing it? Weed smokers. They know a lot about weed, but they're not allowed to talk about it Because if you talk about weed on YouTube, typically it's like, for sure, back before it was legal, it was a no-no. It was a legal drug. You couldn't talk, you couldn't educate people on it. So no one knows about it except for the people that do it. Just like no one knows about bulimia, nobody knows about cocaine, and nobody knows about heroin. I actually don't know about heroin. I actually know a little bit about heroin, actually. But I do know about how those systems work. And it's because, you know, I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm a scientist. I study science. And I have a degree in science. And so my mind works methodically. And there's different ways that you can study. You can read the theories. You can say, okay, cocaine is this chemical. And you read these books and books and books of what it does to the brain and all this stuff. And you can be an expert on that. And that's what we have. Those are called rational theorists, rational doctors. They studied rational theory. That means they went to school and they read about cocaine. Okay? They didn't actually do empirical study, which is that they actually did the cocaine. Now, the people who first discovered cocaine, discovered these drugs, the doctors in the 1800s, every one of them were doing empirical studies. In fact, you heard about the mad scientists and you know, Frankenstein and all the, I mean, they were doing it on themselves because, you know, who's going to take their shit? But they were trying to figure out some stuff. So those are called empirical studies, but they stopped that at the beginning of the 1900s with the abolitionist movement. The abolitionist movement, for those who don't know, was this movement that started in the 1900s, was aimed at all sorts of things. I mean, some things were good, but usually most of it was like, here's our good cause, but really what we want to do is we want to make sure no one is drinking, partying, and having a good time. Because up until about let's just say 1900, 1910, cocaine, heroin, prostitution, all drugs and alcohol, you just buy in a store, perfectly legal. That's what life was like. Life was about, was just going to brothels, getting some coke, getting some heroin, getting some alcohol, and then passing out and then waking up and going to work the next day. In fact, during the 1800s, the average man visited a brothel 1.2 times a week. I mean, think about that. That's the average person. The average person living in London would visit a brothel 1.2 times a week. Just a normal thing. Hey, you know, so that means that the average guy living in London, on his way home from work, would stop by a brothel, do his little thing, you know, probably on Friday. You know, maybe got a big check, and that was it. It was a very, very normal thing, and that became they outlawed that. It was because, you know what? Honestly, the government makes more money when people aren't fucking around. and the kings don't like it when the servants are all partying. You know, I mean, that's what it really came down to. But at the same time, you know, whatever. I wasn't around during those times. Maybe it was the terrible conditions. I do not know. And maybe, but I do know this. I do know that during my time, I was told that marijuana was dangerous and that it would destroy you. And I was told that by very, very powerful, important people like governments, judges, teachers, everybody. And then one day they said it wasn't. They said it was actually medicinal and good for you. And I said, how could you make that change on a drug that's been around for 2,000 fucking years? We put people on the moon. We've done all this stuff. How could you make such a drastic change from one day it's a federal one, Schedule A, illegal felony, to like, you know what, actually it's really good for you. You can just have a recreational. It's perfectly safe. Kids can have it. No, right. That's when I figured out in 2016 that the government was lying to us. And they were giving us, and they would only bow down when they could figure out a way that they could make money at it. And so when they figured out that they could make money dealing drugs, they said, oh, well, shit, marijuana's really not that bad. We were just kidding. We were just saying that because we didn't want the other guys making the money. But now that we're selling it, it's perfectly legal, and here's why. But just be grateful that we live in a country that allows that to happen. I mean, there's still some countries that will put you in jail for it, like in China and Asia and all those countries in the Middle East. I mean, that's why they're so far behind. I mean, they're never going to. Do you think Israel, or do you think that the Gaza, or do you think that anywhere out there is going to invent like Apple Music? Do you think they're going to come up with the iPhone? No, that's going to come from America. Those ideas all come from here, and it's going to go all over the world. Tesla, everything from here, all over the world. Okay, electric cars, everything from here. Why? Because we do drugs. We have legalized drugs because we know that it makes us smarter. And the aliens landed here. They like Las Vegas. It's illegal here in the UK. It is illegal in the UK, but it's not right across the channel, is it? You can go right across the channel and you can get it in Amsterdam. In fact, you get everything. Now, why is that? Think about that. Why would it be illegal? Why is it so dangerous in London, but perfectly safe in The Hague? I mean, basically Europe Central. It's perfectly safe in Europe Central, but too dangerous for London. It doesn't seem like the drug is any different. Are people that live in the UK, are they genetically different than people that live in the Netherlands? Don't forget to click on the likes. Thank you so much, Peggy. Exactly. So what I'm saying is that there's a couple things. One, the reason why drugs are illegal or made illegal was because they didn't like people that did them, because those type of people were people like me that were saying, hey, guess what? The government's lying to you, and they're like, put that guy in jail. and so you see people going to jail because they're doing drugs, and then so you think to yourself, well, shit, like my parents, whatever you do, Rich, don't do drugs because they'll come take you away. Well, that's no way to live, because I mean, I know I say we live in America, but really, because America says that we're the land of the free, but isn't that what the UK says too? I mean, doesn't the UK have a version of like, hey, we're land of the free, we're free people too? Big pharma influenced. The alcohol is legal, or weed is illegal. More crimes have happened with alcohol. Yeah, true, just here. Yeah, wish I could smoke it, but it makes me paranoid. Blondie, I'm out. Okay, Blondie. Here's the thing. I used to be the same way, exact same way. But okay, I spent a little time researching, doing my empirical research. See, because I am a scientist, and so so once I figured out that the government was lying to me in all the books that I read, then I realized that, hey man, maybe this whole thing about the 4 food groups is a lie too, and I found out it was, and maybe I found out. So it just went on and on and on. But to your point, but someone told me this a long time ago when I was living in when I was just kind of getting new to like smoking weed, and I said the same thing. I said I don't like smoking weed, and her name was JoJo. She's a big old black lady. She said, Richard, if you got problems smoking weed and it make you paranoid, it's because you got guilty feelings inside of you. And if you're feeling guilty, because you got shit you got to work out inside your head. So I suggest you don't stop smoking weed. I suggest you smoke more of it until those feelings go away. Because yeah, they bring out those feelings that are really there and you don't like it, but then you stop smoking it, but then you can get through your day, but they're still underlying, even though you're not acknowledging it. And that's why a lot of people don't smoke it. But it does point out, and that's what weed does. It points out what's wrong with you mentally first, for me. And then, cause I'm gonna show you guys the photos of me. I'll post it. Before and after. Before smoking weed and after. What happened was I was depressed. And then after I smoked weed, I wasn't depressed. And I immediately started feeling better. And once I started feeling better, I started looking better. And once I started looking better, I started losing weight. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? and so while you might think that weed is this recreational drug, it might be for some. But if you're depressed and you're on Prozac or you're doing pharmaceuticals, you've tried those, you've done therapy, and by the way, your doctors will never ever tell you to do weed because it will cure you, and then you won't need to go to your doctor anymore. But now they made it federally legal, so there'll be more and more doctors that will be saying, hey, do it because come see me, I'll prescribe it to you. And we'll continue doing therapy. But they couldn't really do that before. It wasn't allowed. Until last week. They just changed the law last week here in the United States. No, he wasn't on Hell's Kitchen. I know, I should probably take this off. I'm sorry. What happened is that our closet fell down, and so I couldn't find it. Here, I'll show you what happened. So I go in here this morning, and you guys woke me up. You guys saw me when I was sleeping. And I woke up this morning, and I come in here, and this is normally where all my clothes are. But I come in here, and this is falling down. So all I have is pants through here. And so all my clothes were out, and Joy had moved them out in the car. And they were like in reverse order of what I wore least. They're upside down in a big pile. So I just grabbed like whatever was on top, and it was this one, and then there was another shirt I had on earlier that was too hot for Vegas. It was a sweatshirt because I wear that very little too. And then the next one was this one. So that's how you guys ended up on the Hell's Kitchen show. Crystal, it's exactly nothing. I live with chronic pain every day. Oh, pardon Lenny J. Yes, Bonnie, one of the best things to do is microdose. Yeah. You know, I'm not saying go out and do it. I'm just saying, though, that paranoia is a symptom of something else. It's not caused by the drug. It's inside of you, but the drug is exposing it to you and it's making you paranoid. It's making you very, very uncomfortable. Most likely because people around you are lying to you. And you don't want to face that truth because you might be married to people. They might be your family, it might be your friends, who knows? In my case, that's usually what it is. And you get paranoid, you start not trusting things because deep down inside, you know they're lying to you. But if you were to admit that they're lying to you, you'd have to take action. And if you took action, that might result in you having to, divorce, or I don't know your situation at all, but I'm just saying that there's a lot of things. So, hey man, we're trained, our brain is trained to ignore those things so we can survive and get through the day, But remember, every journey, every little thing is where you fixed the car. All right. Good to know. Joy. Yes. Joy is your mechanically inclined person here, you guys. So if you're wondering, who or what or good morning, everyone. Hi, just here. So if I'm not very active in the chat right now, it's because lady, please just sit back. We know you're there. Thank you for the spirit. We love you. Good job, Joy. We just need to get the bolt out on the coolant, the belt. Oh, great. Okay, you fixed it. Okay, good. So we just got to tighten it up. That's what I think. We just take it back on Monday. And you guys watch the video? I think we just take it back on Monday and have the guy tighten it up. Hey, thank you guys for the thumbs up. You guys really appreciate it. We need to get a bolt. Okay, we need to get a bolt. Monday is a holiday. Yes, it is. You were in the Hell's Kitchen? No, but I was in the Hell's Kitchen restaurant. I'm going to change this because I bet you guys are tired of that question. They're probably, that's what you keep saying. That's why you guys keep saying that. Like, hey, Monday's a holiday. Yeah, we're going to take our car in the shop on Monday. Yeah, you're right. I was wondering why. They were so giddy. See, we took it in on Thursday, and the worst thing you could ever do is pick up your car Friday afternoon on a 3-day weekend. See, he said to be ready. He said, oh man, I don't know if we'll get ready by 3:30. He said, oh yeah, we're gonna get it. Looks like we're gonna be on schedule. We close at 6, it'll be ready by 5:30. So what that meant is that the guys were working on it. We're on the 3-day weekend. We're like, hurry up, let's get this thing done so we can get the hell out of here. It's a 3-day weekend. And they forgot to tighten down the I don't know if you guys, I don't know much about cars, but it has a coolant and got a little canister, and there's a bolt that holds that down. And I don't know what happened, but the whole thing blew off, and so the hose blew off and the top blew off. So I don't know if it just needed to be bolted down. It might happen to her again. I hope not, but it just caused kind of like an impact explosion. So thank you for your info on the paranoia. I have the same issue. I'll work it out. Just just now that you know that and know that everything's going to be okay. I mean, ask Joy. It was a year. She literally she would get mad at me sometimes. She's like, what is your problem right now? Like, why are you so, I said, you don't understand. I said, you don't understand. You just don't understand. And it's like, it took me a while, but eventually I realized I had some issues. Right? Look at this household. This was before okay. Back to those of you saying like what's the whole deal with the weed? Without the weed, there's no way I'd be here. I mean, listen, I was a square. I mean, I had short hair when we were living in the cave. I'll post. She told you about the cave story. I heard you this morning, but yeah, my hair was short and I was square. I mean, and I didn't smoke weed. Well, no, I did then, but I just started. I just started. I just gotten over the paranoia. Go to an auto parts store and grab a bolt. That's a good idea. Hey, Joy, stop by AutoZone, show them the bolt you need, and then they'll have one there because they come out to your car at AutoZone. Weed is medicine, yeah. I think everyone is feeling the pressure right now. Yeah. What pressure? A square. I know, because I was trying to change. Just like, I mean, I kind of, we talking about like why I don't have a job, because, I mean, I've done jobs. I mean, I was like in Manhattan as a top salesperson, President's Club. They flew me to Aruba. Just so you know, Aruba's a long ways away, and it's just like any other place with the sand in an ocean in a Marriott. That's what Aruba is, you know. It's just, so, anyways, but it was fun. I mean, it was crazy. The coolant reservoir is loose. Yes. That's what I don't know if they left it loose. Okay, I know they worked on it because the sensor the coolant was full, but the sensor was saying every once in a while check coolant, and you check it and it's full. So I knew the sensor was going out, so I said, hey, that should cover under warranty because you fix that. So I know they worked on the coolant, and we went in there. There's a you can watch the video, but there's a hose that comes off, okay, and the coolant reservoir is here, and then the bolt is here, and the bolt was missing. It was off its bolt. The hose was detached because obviously it flew a little bit and popped the hose off, and then and the reservoir cap was really loose, and there was coolant all over the engine. Yeah, they definitely left it loose because they forgot to put the bolt back. Okay, yeah, it was probably just a loose bolt, and it probably held it, and it probably vibrating, and then just like, I don't know. What happened, yeah, it probably fell out. We probably took a hard turn, and it popped out, and then it pulled the hose, and it blew coolant everywhere. I'm an addict raised by a mentally ill mom. My issues have issues. You could be my brother. Hi, we probably could be. Probably so, for sure. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that I had a really good dad, really good grandparents, I should say. And my grandparents, see, my grandfather was a banker, and I used to, as a kid, he was a bank manager. You know, I remember sitting in his office, he had a steel desk. Have you ever seen a steel desk? He had a steel desk, made of steel. You know, it was really heavy. I mean, it was heavy. I mean, I just loved sitting there, and it's just, I mean, you could write on that thing. If you've never written on a steel desk, I mean, man. I mean, it's not that they're expensive to make, it's that they're expensive to ship to you. I mean, that's why I couldn't keep it, because, I mean, once I got it one place, I was like, I don't want to move it from this warehouse to another one. So yeah, so on my dad's side, so I was raised enough to, you know, to do really well working and making money, but because I didn't really have a very good mom, I never was able to establish a relationship with a partner, you know, until after my dad died. And I knew I had to. it was weird. After my dad died, like within like 4 months, I re-meet Joy, and that was that. Joy is very intelligent. So is he married to that skinny girl taking care of, pretty much. I feel many of us are occasionally bulimic, you know? You're absolutely right. In fact, I would say a lot more of us, especially the ones who are on TV that look good and you see them eating pizza and stuff. I mean, and this is what makes Joy mad, is that if you're bulimic and you're on TV, you're lying to people. You're eating pizza and you're making them think that you have a better metabolism. When you don't, you're just gonna go throw up. That's a lie, and it makes people feel bad because they can't eat pizza, or when they do, they don't look like you and they feel like they're different. And then the second thing, you're familiar with Chrissy Teigen and her miscarriage? Before Chrissy Teigen had her miscarriage, Joy was going on and on watching her show saying, she's so bulimic, she's so bulimic. This is ridiculous. She's so bulimic. And it's like, oh my God, she's pregnant? And then she went on, she went on this tirade, like, women who are pregnant need to stop being bulimic. You're gonna raise terrible, because her mother had an eating disorder. And that's the reason why she didn't have children, was because she was bulimic up until just a few years ago. She didn't wanna have kids while she was still bulimic. So she had this big thing against women, like Chrissy Teigen, who were pregnant with bulimia. And then guess what happened? She miscarried, of course, because you're bulimic. I mean, she literally called it. So when you see a miscarriage, so you literally killed a baby. I mean, if you don't believe in abortion, then then you shouldn't believe in a person who miscarriages due to their bulimia. That's probably worse, because that's just like being stupid. I mean, that could be avoided. At least with the abortion, they're trying to do something right. I mean, you might not agree with what they do, but the bulimia, all they're doing is being selfish, and they're satisfying their pleasure center, and then judging other people who do cocaine or whatever else while they eat cheesecake and vomit it. And in her case, she killed her unborn child with it. And you can say, how you have no proof that happened? Well, you know what? When you know Joy long enough and you listen to her, and I used to agree with you, I used to think she was crazy half the time, but now you're better off just going, okay, she might see something I don't. And she was right with the Chrissy Teigen thing. I mean, she kind of called it all the way, and then when she had the miscarriage, it was like, what? I mean, we like saw that coming. It was like she almost predicted. She could have saved the baby if Chrissy Teigen would have just read one of Joy's tweets and said, stop being bulimic. The baby would have lived. I mean, but maybe not. Maybe she had a miscarriage for some other reason. I mean, she's perfectly healthy with tons of doctors and going to all this medical care. What could possibly cause the miscarriage? Oh, what's this live about? Well, it's not Hell's Kitchen. We've established that. What happened was the closet collapsed. So we live in Las Vegas, and my wife took all of my clothes that were in my closet and put it in the back of the car. Okay? So I went out to the back of the car, and since she took my clothes like this and stacked them, and the ones on the top were the ones I just grabbed ones off, and then she left. The ones on the top were the ones I wore the least amount. So the first thing I grabbed this morning, I was wearing a sweater in Las Vegas in May. And I was starting to sweat as I was talking to you. So I said, I was like, okay. The next thing I could find was this. You can't win. Wow, I didn't know you could miscarry from being bulimic. I'm not bulimic, but I'm heavy. Well, yeah. I mean, yes, of course you could miscarry from. And you know what else could happen? She had another friend. It was funny. It was a friend. It was okay. You know how before you get married, there's always like a circle of people. Okay, well we had a big circle of people because it was all the same building. We're all neighbors in a condo, and I'm the oldest as usual because I'm the late bloomer. I was an early achiever when it came to business, but the late bloomer when it came to social. So here I was like way too young to be doing my business, but making all this money, and then when I come back to like meet all the people, I'm way too old. I'm like in my 40s and they're all in their 20s. They're like, who's this guy? But you know, it was awkward. But people in Portland are nicer. But I don't know what I'm trying to say. It was hard. It was hard getting. So, anyways, so her friend, my neighbor, this girl Claire, was really tiny too, but she was also bulimic, and she was smaller than Joy. She was shorter and she was tiny, and she was dating my neighbor Tony, but Claire kind of had a crush on me, but kind of didn't because. Claire had a crush on me, but I didn't have a job. So she really wanted me to be, but like Tony had a job at what's that insurance company? Providence. He had a job selling insurance for a hospital or something like that. Or not for a hospital, to a hospital. His account was Providence. I don't know if I remember. Anyways, he was an insurance guy. So she thought that would be better pick for her, and she probably was right because I had a lot. So anyways, she left him and then met some guy, moved to Poland, and got pregnant. And she's bulimic, and she was tiny. And while she didn't miscarriage, the child was born 4 weeks premature and nearly died. Now, Joy was sitting here the whole time. I mean, she was taking troll accounts saying, stop being bulimic, you're pregnant. Because she knew she was bulimic because she was bragging about how tiny she still was as she was pregnant, which would be the least of your concerns, your size, when you're pregnant. You would be more concerned about the health of your baby, not taking pictures of how skinny you are. So she was still concerned about being skinny as pregnant. And you go on Instagram, you'll still see the photos. She's this tiny, tiny girl with a big, big belly and looks really tiny. But Joy knows that she's being bulimic, which means she's eating so much sugar and vomiting, and it can't be good for the baby, unborn baby. And guess what? The baby was born 4 weeks premature and almost died. Again, another thing where like along the way, and then how did Joy know there was gonna be a problem with that pregnancy? I mean, people have pregnancies all the time. You know? I mean, celebrities have babies all the time. Joy doesn't sit there and say, you're gonna have stop being bulimic. She doesn't go on those. But she did for Chrissy Teigen and she did for Claire, and they both had complications. So I don't know. She's not a doctor, but shit. I mean, hey man, I'll take the weather. I'll take the what do you call him? The crazy chief who dances the rain dance over the weatherman any day. I don't know why. I just think I'd rather watch the crazy man, the crazy Indian chief, do his little dance to make it rain, right? Than trust the weatherman who's got all the satellites and stuff. To me, it's just more fun that way. Plus, the weatherman, crazy weatherman, or the weatherman's usually wrong, whereas the weather chief only dances when he knows it's gonna rain. Freeman is out. Where's Ma Joy? Ma Joy is doing Ma stuff, man. She's got responsibilities. She's taking care of the groceries today. We would take the phone with us, but as you guys know, the reception's bad and she can't really read. You can't get enough nutrition. Very little study has been done on bulimia, in a sense, because people don't tell their doctors they're bulimic. And so when I say people, I mean women. I mean, why would they? They come in with an issue and they're like, the first thing they're not gonna say, oh yeah, I vomit my meals every day. The doctor be like, what? Why? Because they know why. Because they would stop addressing their physical issues and they say, I can't handle this. I'm sending you to rehab. I'm sending you to a psychological doctor. When it's not a psychological doctor, an eating disorder, bulimia, anorexia are perfectly natural reactions to eating today's diet. Your body is saying, throw this shit up. But your brain is saying, eat more of it because they put chemicals in it to make you want to eat more. But your body is saying, get this shit out of your system. So you either decide, hey, I'm not eating at all and I eat very light, or I vomit it when I eat it. And those are natural reactions, so never feel bad for it. You're designed to vomit things that are bad for you. And you're not stupid, so you vomit it. And then but then you start feeling stupid because you're like, God, I got this addiction. I vomit every day. Well, yeah, because now what's happened is that for example, when a fast food company is doing poorly in sales, they do what drug dealers do. The same thing, if a drug dealer is doing poorly in sales, what does a drug dealer do? They give out free drugs. They're like, here's some free drugs. Free today. Or they say, here, tell you what, $1 a day. Not 100, just $1. Whatever, real cheap. Fast food does the same thing. In fact, this week, Wendy's is having 1-cent hamburgers because they're falling behind. So they want to get you addicted to their hamburgers. They put stuff in it, you're going to buy for a penny, and you're going to want more of it. Your body's going to tell you to throw it up. But most of us have just kind of muscled through that by now, and so we just get fat and fat. But they're selling them for a penny. Now, who needs... Now, I don't know if there's a limit on those, but I'll tell you what, they'll go out of business if they get a couple of bulimics in there eating burgers for a penny. They have no idea. Because Red Lobster just went out of business because they did an all-you-can-eat shrimp for like was it $19.99 or $9.99? And what they didn't realize was the amount of bulimics that would take advantage of that. I'm not kidding. It has to be. Okay. Human are nervous. True. Yeah, she's normally on extremely early, but helps. They normally wake up around. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. We eat animals that we raise naturally. Bartering for vegetables. That's pretty darn cool, Lissy Cat. Make that burger at home. You won't die. Yeah. Please don't. Your wife doesn't look healthy. You know, that's funny you would say that because doesn't she seem like she has a lot of energy? Does she act like she's sick? Does she, I mean, like, does her mood seem like, like a sick person, you know? Because the thing is that a lot of us, especially if you watch TV these days, we don't know what a healthy female looks like anymore. Because we've taught our females to eat fruits and vegetables, and we told the men to eat steaks. The men get lean, and the women can't figure out, why is it that my husband eats all this food, and he is skinny as a rail, but I'm just eating salad, and I just pack it on. Because it's not about calories, friends. It's about chemistry. They're telling you to eat the fruits and vegetables, and those are the things that make you fat. And they're telling the men to eat the steaks, and those are the things that make you lean. And that's the facts. So it's not that fruits and vegetables are bad, because, look, you don't want to be too lean. You just don't. Sometimes you eat some fruits and vegetables. Even it out. And then, you get up over your comfortable weight, start eating more proteins and fats. And weights come down. But if you eat only fruits and vegetables, sorry vegans, you have to really exercise a lot or really monitor how much you eat. Like you have to calorie count, because you can't, because if you're eating mostly gluten and sugar, you have to burn that off before you go to sleep, or you will gain weight. Because see, the way you lose weight when you're calorie counting is that you burn it off. And so at the end of the day, you want to be in ketosis. And the way you get in ketosis is that anything you ate, you have to burn it off before you go to sleep. Because all of your weight loss, not all your weight loss, but your catabolism. Catabolism is a part of metabolism that takes large molecules, converts them to small molecules. And that process only occurs under two conditions. One, when you have a good restful night's sleep. That's the only time you're going to get smaller on that. So even if you're exercising, if you don't sleep, you're not going to get it. And the other condition, it has to have low, if no insulin in your bloodstream. If you have insulin in your bloodstream, meaning that you went to sleep with sugar in your system, the insulin will stop the catabolism process. And instead of making large molecules smaller, it'll take large molecules and make them bigger. Because insulin tells the body to store the excess sugar as fat. So even if you're doing the vegan thing, or you can still get there, but you have to burn it off, and it's just a lot harder. And you have to be very, very active. You know, Joy could probably do it, but her issue is that she feels better on this diet. She feels better than she's always just wanted to be it. And she might be extreme, but don't we need, okay, if we're trying to set a model, right, you need the person setting the model to be the extreme version of it. You know, we don't need the model to be like, hey, this is what you got to do over here, but quite honestly, I can't do it, so I'm just right here. But really, if you guys want it to go over here, I don't know what it looks like, but trust me, do it. It's over there. No, the extreme model's over here. Okay. Now, she wouldn't suggest everybody do it. I wouldn't, because it's hard. I don't do what she does. But she likes to do it. She's happier. Her moods are better. You should have seen her if you want to see her unhealthy, go back and watch her old videos. Watch her old videos when she was eating sugar. See what that looks like. How long have you guys been eating just meat? Well, it goes back probably to why we started the whole cave thing. The whole journey to the cave was a venture to turn into a venture of a lot of things, but one of them is personal self-discovery, but it was discovering our diet. And that's when we kind of discovered to go the organics, and that was the beginning of it. So that was 2017, but by 2018, we started whittling it down, figuring out we don't need it, because we were like you guys. We were like, you can't just live on meat, that's impossible. So we had to figure out what vegetables to eat, and leafy kale, and then by 2019, we were starting to really get ripped, but we were eating very, very small amount, because in 2018, we were eating amaranth. Joy was eating fried chicken. Just look at her photos. She was actually, if you want to, okay, look at her in 2018 when she's eating a normal diet. I'll post that today. If I put a post on YouTube, will you guys comment on it so I know you guys saw it? I'm going to put a before and after of Joy eating a normal, what would be considered a normal diet, and then and after. And it's not that she was she was overweight. But you'd look at it and you wouldn't say, oh, I'm going to post it. But it wasn't, I liked it. I was okay with it. Her boobs were bigger. Everything was bigger. It was fine with me. Men are a little more lenient. But I'll tell you what, women are not as, what do you call it? Generous with their votes when it comes to male physiques. Males, they don't allow, a particular male physique can't have much fat on it. But a female, we don't really care. I like Joy skinny. I like her when she's fat. Don't marry me. Was it a real cave? It was a real cave, man. Oh, wait. What's a euphemism? Oh, a euphemism. Yeah, it was a real cave, but it does sound like a euphemism. Wouldn't it make a great story? And not only that, but it was so weird that the reason why I did it was because I was blown away by the ability that you could live stream from an iPhone. And you couldn't do it on YouTube yet. You had to do it on Periscope, which was bought by Twitter. But I was like, anyone can just, with an email address, can broadcast live from anywhere. Let's go live in the caves. And there are these caves that they built. They're mining caves. There are hundreds of them up in Las Vegas. Is Nevada actually only owns about 10% of Nevada. The rest of Nevada is federal land. And so we were outside of the county on federal land in a cave that was a mining cave. and I stumbled on it. I was just just exploring, and ran into some dude who was living up there. His name was Robert, and he was a doctor, or he was a doctor, but he lost it. He lost it because he was a doctor who worked for the Imperial Palace, and the Imperial Palace was owned by Ralph Ingolstadt. And Ralph Ingolstadt, Imperial Palace is now the Link Hotel here in Las Vegas on the Strip. It's owned by Caesars. So the Imperial Palace was owned by Ralph Ingolstadt. Ralph Ingolstadt was a Nazi. If you didn't know that, there are a lot of Nazis here in Las Vegas. So Ralph Ingolstadt, and that's why that's why we have every sports team except for a basketball team. Okay, so I mean these are just facts. So Ralph Ingolstadt was a Nazi, and he had, but he had Dr. Robert work for him. But Dr. Robert was black. And anyways, and Dr. Robert was just a scientist. And what happened was, I mean, I talked to the guy for like 3 months, but I got the long and the short is that the Ingolstadts in the Link shorted him, like made him do all this work for nothing. And then when he was supposed to get like $1 million for his work. I mean, he's a little bit off. He's like kind of autistic. He's like a genius because he still calls his mom and stuff. but they didn't pay him his $1 million. And he didn't understand. And he called his mom and he didn't know what to do. And so it cracked. He like lost it. And he became an alcoholic and he started drinking. And now we just posted a video of Dr. Robert earlier in the week. You guys should check it out. It says, hey, this is Dr. Robert. Hey, Annette, we love you. I think Annette's on a walk right now. I think I was left here to kind of, to hang out with you guys for a little bit. You're welcome, Peggy, Lenny, and Joy, Adrian. Hey, guys. Beautiful, strong woman, Annette. Yes, she is. Let's go see if we can find her. Let's go do that. Where the monkey boo boo? I don't know. He's around here somewhere. Oh, hi Annette. How's it going? It's there for a second. Go back there. Okay, so Annette was just working this whole time on her playlist for you guys. Yeah. So what'd you come up with?
Clash and Brittany and Blue Orchid. I got
Awesome.
White Stripes.
Yeah. White Stripes? Awesome,
Yeah.
awesome.
Hi. Oh, good. It's good. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're so excited. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
great,
done.
great
Okay,
job.
bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah. See, guys, she's doing great. She's this whole time when she's been working the last hour. This entire time I've been talking, you guys saw me when you came in here. She's been working on that playlist for you guys. Right, I want to change my shirt. Let's see what I have to wear. Okay. Okay. We'll do this one next. I also used to, besides working at Hell's Kitchen, I used to work at Hot Dog on a Stick. Hey Annette, hey girl. I'm excited for her playlist. Me too, actually. She's turned me on to a lot of music. And she made one for you guys specifically, so I think she probably had you guys in mind a little bit. So I'm excited to see that list. And what I'll do is I'll put it on our channel and I'll call it I'll call it Annette's playlist. Listening to you guys in my earbud on the way to the pharmacy, taking you on some errands in Virginia. Awesome. Hi, Tiffany. I can't wait for the playlist. Well, I'm doing the best I can. I mean, Joy is definitely someone who's a great storyteller. You know, I get a little more opinionated, a little more you kind of hear a lot of my opinions. I realize that not everyone is going to agree with me, and it's kind of, you know, again, I'm kind of an extreme thing over here, but it'll give you things to think about. Give you things to think about. I'm sorry, I'm looking for the bunny. There he is. Guess who's there? Guess who's there? Hi, boo-boo. Hi, baby. You sleeping? You sleeping back there? Yeah. That's our bunny. It's Casper. Come here, buddy. Yeah, come here. Come here. Come on. He's getting there. You saw him perk up, though, when I called him. He's getting there. He's just a little bit like, I don't know if I want to get up. My sister turned me on to so many good bands. Oh, I bet she did. I bet she did. I like the Stripe, only in Vegas. You guys really need to clean up. Look at the baseboard. You know what? I love it. You must be new here. Whenever you see those comments, I mean, is that the first thought that goes through your head when someone says, "Oh my gosh, your carpet is disgusting." Oh, that's okay, Peggy. He's new. He didn't know. Unless he wasn't, unless he's just been trolling. You probably know better than I do. But yeah, you can always tell the guys who are new here when they come in and they're like, "Oh man, your place is really messy." You obviously weren't here a few weeks ago. You look crazy. Well, this show, again, you must be new here. I mean, this whole house is crazy. It's all about mental health. I mean, wait till you meet my mom. If you think I'm crazy, has Annette ever listened to Fish? Probably, but doesn't. You know, those jam bands aren't really her thing. She never was really a Grateful Dead head. Ask first before judging. Well, that's a pretty good thing. Actually, maybe just don't judge at all. Maybe just kind of like observe. It looks so much better, you guys. Wow. God bless you. In Jesus' name. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ashley Jackson, thank you. Shirt reminds me of a pack of old zebra gum. Well, actually, I was kind of thinking, I'm waiting for the first, if I had the hat, I'm waiting for the first, you know what I'm talking about, right? I'm waiting for the first person to come in and say, "Hey, did you used to work at Hot Dog on a Stick?" I'm a type 1 diabetic. You need insulin in your body to break down your food. Oh, okay. Actually, is that true? I think what you think is, you're saying you need insulin to take the sugar out of your bloodstream. But if you never put sugar in your bloodstream in the first place, you don't need the insulin. See, insulin's purpose is only released when you eat sugar and caffeine. Because caffeine releases hormones, cortisol, adrenaline. That gives you the energy. But where does that energy come from? It doesn't come from the bean. There are no calories in the bean. What happens is you have an emergency supply of glucose stored somewhere. So when you drink the caffeine, you release that emergency supply of glucose. Sugar goes into your bloodstream. So as soon as you get that sugar in your bloodstream, your body then sends insulin in to take the sugar out of your bloodstream because sugar isn't good for you. Again, it would only come out in a sense, you'd only need it, like adrenaline cortisone would, unless you're drinking coffee, would only normally come out if there was a bear in the kitchen. If there's a bear in the kitchen, my adrenaline cortisone is gonna fly. and I'm gonna get a boost of sugar, and I'm gonna be like, get the fuck out of here, I have all this energy, okay? But it's not good for you long term. So the insulin, if you don't, whatever you don't burn off, because you burn it off, and you get the fuck away from that bear, you know, because whatever you don't burn off, the insulin's gonna step in there, and it's gonna take the sugar out of your bloodstream, and it's gonna tell it to store it as fat, okay? And that process of converting sugar out of your bloodstream to fat makes you really tired and sluggish. So that's why after you drink a cup of coffee, you have a lot of energy because you get that boost of sugar. But as soon as that insulin kicks in, it starts breaking it down and you start getting really tired. But, and that's why she said you have to quit caffeine if you want to lose weight. Because if you're still drinking caffeine, you're releasing the glucose into your system, which is then triggering you to want to eat a donut later. And you have to do it for bulimia too, because it's kind of like if you're trying to quit a drug, you don't want to be taking the drug you're trying to quit. So if you're trying to kick sugar, quit bulimia, you don't want to continue to administer it accidentally by drinking caffeine, which unknowingly puts sugar in your bloodstream, and then next thing you know, you crave a donut. That's why people want caffeine, cream, sugar. They literally put sugar in the coffee, right? Think about that. I mean, most coffee drinks are filled with sugar. The only coffee drink that isn't filled with sugar is the straight black coffee. And that's what I drank. And that's what my dad drank. But I think most people don't drink that because I see most of the menu is not straight black coffee. Most of the menu is coffee with sugar. And milk, just so you know, if it says coffee with cream, cream is a very high end of sugar. It's called lactose. So it's a concentrated sugar. It's in fact, if it's cow's milk, that particular sugar is so concentrated that they have to water it down for most people. But a lot of humans can't digest it. But the milk that comes from dairy, it's so concentrated because that milk is designed to make a tiny baby cow weigh 2,000 pounds someday. Corey, he is 56-year-old Mary. I just woke up. I'm like, hi, Villa. Sent a little something small to your channel. Thank you, Just Here. Thank you. We appreciate it. And I'm going to let Annette know. And you know, you see her today. I mean, today, I couldn't believe it. She got up. She took a bath today, you guys. Can you believe that? She took a bath. And that's huge because, you know, when you have schizoaffective disorder, I mean, from what I gather, she's really, really busy. I mean, like her brain is just going nonstop, nonstop. That was extremely nice. That's a huge step, Peggy. Thank you, Peggy. You guys are nice. Yeah, thank you for all the donations. Yeah, you know, and you guys see, I mean, we're transitioning here. You guys see that. So we're spending more time here. Right now, I'm only paying the essential bills to keep, you know, the lights on. Not even to keep the lights on, to keep the mortgage paid, to keep the you know, things like utilities. We know that those are government regulated, so we can go a little time with those. But things like phones, things like mortgages with banks, private industries, we got to cover those because we need those things. And right now, we're not doing the other job, we're just doing this. And we're really hoping, I mean, it's not a lot of money that comes in, as you see, but every little bit you guys give helps because like yesterday, you guys kept saying get a P.O. box, but it's $100. Well, I have things I need to buy for $100, like food, groceries, and things like that right now. So an extra $100 just wouldn't just show up to us unless it came from you guys, which it did. So when you guys sent us $100, we went immediately and got a P.O. box because you want to send gifts to Annette. And I realize that that's self-serving and all that other stuff, but still, yeah, it is self-serving because, you know, we're on a lifeboat here and you guys are helping us out. I mean, you guys are also on your lifeboat too in your own way, but maybe your lifeboat's a little different, you know? I mean, we can help you out with other things like we can help you learn about nutrition. Learn about, like, if you're struggling with weight, we can help you lose weight. If you're struggling with bulimia, eating disorder, we can help you with that. Struggling with drug addiction, we've kicked those things. If you want to get healthy, if you have somebody in your family that has a mental illness, you don't know how to talk to them, you don't know what to do, we can probably talk to you about that. So while we don't have a lot of finances and money, we do have a lot of things that we can offer you that maybe you're struggling with. Because everyone has their struggles, right? Because there was a time, and if you say, well, why don't I just get a job and get a thing? Ask everyone why you don't ask me why I don't get a job. It's because it's going to be a really long story. And it's going to take about an hour and a half and you're going to get really bored. Can you please help me lose more weight and just maintain a healthy lifestyle? Yes, stay tuned to the channel and, you know, slowly get yourself down to where you're eating just this, okay? And as you see, look how much I've eaten so far today. Right. I'm no longer addicted to the food. I'm no longer thinking about it. If I'm doing this, I'm thinking about that. The worst thing about the sugar addiction is that you're always thinking about food. And that's the worst. Because, okay, my professor in college told me there's two types of people. There are people who eat to live, and those are those who live to eat. Just here, eat a raw vegan diet, my friend. And I probably, yeah, you know, he's probably got a pretty good idea. Chilling, that could also work too. Yeah, you know what? I'm glad you're here because you see, not everybody wants to eat this. Okay, this works for me. I was a pasta guy. I love pastas. I love cereals. I love breads. Those were my favorite. I mean, if I had a menu, you could say, here's a filet mignon, $200, or here's a big macaroni and cheese casserole. I would take the casserole. So that's so funny that she's like, get rid of your macaroni and cheese casseroles. But that's what I love to eat. And so if there's a way, like, and I do agree with chilling. I know we bang on the vegan diet because most of the vegan diet today is not the vegan diet from the 70s. What he just said was what the vegan diet was. Because I remember back in the day, when you became a vegan, people were like, whoa. I mean, it was basically like what we're doing here. Like, whoa, how you just eat nothing but vegetables? I mean, it was unheard of, right? I mean, people were just like blown away because all they ate was raw vegetables and nuts and berries. Today, when you're a vegan, you can go to fast food. Pretty much, you're living on smoothies. So you're not having a handful of berries, you're drinking a carton of berries. So most of the vegans are not doing the raw thing, and they're over consuming the sugar. But if you do it the way that Children was suggested, he guaranteed you will lose weight. If you just do all raw vegetables, and certainly the very first month you'll notice a huge difference. Because any of these diet changes, whether you do a carnivore diet, a keto diet, or the raw vegan diet, all those will have significant benefits right off the bat, because whatever we're doing now is causing us to go like the direction we don't want to go. So you have to shift your body. It's a chemistry thing, guys. It's chemistry. Remember that. It's not willpower. It's chemistry. All you have to do is do the work of making sure you eat the right things. But once you, as long as you make the cake and you put the right ingredients in it and you measured it right, it's really not up to you. Once you put it in the oven, it's up to the oven. It should work, right? Right. So it's all you have to do is just do the work. Don't worry about. So there's no willpower involved. It's just being able to do the things you want to do. So because you know what he's saying is eliminate all that fructose syrup out of your diet and eat only fruits and vegetables raw. The reason why he probably doesn't want to eat the cooked ones because A, there are no nutrients in cooked vegetables. B, most of the time when they cook it, they process it and they add things like cheese and other things. I know it's not part of the vegan, but they'll add a cheese substitute, which is probably something even worse for you than cheese. So a raw diet will probably do it for you. Humans should not be eating corn or maize. Probably not. No, probably not. None of those monocots. But the thing is that we have a lot of humans on the planet. So we have to feed everybody. Joy went on a Save the Baby campaign. She sure did. She sure did. She really did. And that's the only time, okay, she'll tell you this. Because she says, because I kind of like, when she said, I would never go into someone's chat room and say something negative at them right off the bat. And she looked at me and after her, I was like, okay, maybe there was one time, but we didn't want to get into it. There was a period when she would do that. And that was with, like TJ Lavin's wife. Did she tell you about TJ Lavin's wife, Roxanne? She went after her because Roxanne blocked Joy before she even knew who Joy was. Like we didn't even know who Roxanne was. We just started then TJ started mentioning his wife, and so we tagged her on Instagram, and she's like, "Oh, did you know that Roxanne has you blocked?" It's like, "What?" And then in fact, so we did a post about it, and so both of them made a video to us and they said things like, Roxanne said, this is what Roxanne said. Now you tell me if you think this is true or not. Roxanne has been on Instagram for like a couple, 3, 4, 5 years, thousands of followers, tens of thousands of followers. Her husband's a celebrity. Says, I don't even know how to block people on Instagram. Did they have a block feature? That's what she said. I'm so sorry. It must have been a mistake. Come on. Peggy, Lenny, you guys know well enough that the presence of joy, her talking and her just doing what she does, makes some people so mad they want to punch their camera. Or their phone, whether I can't stand it. I mean, I know this because I saw on another channel we had where we did some stuff for Radio Nation. That's what they wrote. They said, I don't know why, but when I see you, all I want to do is punch my phone. I thought that was funny. Because, I mean, when you're an artist and when you want to do something, you're like, hey, you know, I mean, at least we made you feel something. You guys are awesome. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Bingo, Sugar, lost 40 pounds in 6 months. You're absolutely right. So whether you do the vegan thing, you can do the vegan thing, or you can do you can even probably eat rice. But just stay away from the like the fish diet. You know what I mean? Do like a Chinese, like a Japanese fish diet thing. They don't eat the fructose, the high fructose syrup. And high fructose syrup, as he was saying, comes from where? Corn. It's corn syrup. You know, and it's so bad for you. And that's what they put in the sodas now. And the drinks. They even went to attack. Of course they're gonna attack you. Of course, Peggy. You're defending joy. What do you think they do to me? Oh man, and I'm an easy target. I don't have a job. But I do have a job, you see. I don't have a job that they would consider a job. But what's funny, now that I mention it, I actually met one of our this is like 5 years ago. He's a real creep. But I met him, and he's the guy who said I should get a job. But that guy, as long as I've known, he's never had a job at all. All he does is, he doesn't even produce stuff on social media. All he does is watch social media. And I know this because he let me and Joy stay at his house for like a week. And he never got off his chair. We would get up in the morning, and he would be in the same place we saw him the night before, in his lounge chair, watching reruns of that TV show Vegas. You ever see that TV show Vegas? That was he was literally watching the whole season over and over again. And he never left his chair. In fact, he had me go bring him stuff from the kitchen. And he didn't go to the pharmacy. He had me and Joy go get his medicine and pick him up orange juice and stuff. And then later on, this is the guy, mind you, I don't know if any of you guys have ever had to deal with like family issues or taking care of a household, but especially someone with special needs, that is a job. You know, especially this house, we had a lot of work to do here. So mind you, so this guy who says get a job hasn't ever worked a day. I mean, from what I can tell, has never worked a day in his life. So that's why I kind of laugh at some of the people on here, because what kind of job allows you at 9:30 on Saturday? What kind of job lets you do what you want on a Saturday? What kind of employers do you guys have? Man, back when my day, you weren't allowed to just do whatever you want on a Saturday. You had to check in with your boss, even Saturday morning. You wanted to know what you were doing. I'd be like, I'm going to go golfing. He'd go, okay, be done by 2. I'd be like, okay, why? Just because I don't want you to be too tired on Monday. I'm not kidding. I would talk to my boss every day. Making a shit ton of someone's life and struggles is crazy. Annette is interested in social media. Oh yeah, we're making a shit ton, aren't we? Hey, Peggy, Liddy, why don't you guys, I love Kitty Cat. We can always tell who's new here. Why don't you, just show them the life of luxury that we're living here. Go back and watch some of your videos. First of all, if you take someone like Annette, and she's dying, and my mother, who's about to be homeless, and we just kind of go on and do our jobs and make money, and we ignore them, or we send them money so Gloria can go gamble and Annette can do methamphetamines, and the house can be overrun with rats and bed bugs. But what's wrong with coming in here when we have, hey, we don't have a lot of money to do this, but here's an idea. Let's put it on social media show what we're doing here, and see if the community likes it. And as people watch it, you know, you get paid for it. And that could help to subsidize some of the stuff we're doing here. How's that for an idea? Now, what would be wrong with the idea that YouTube would give us money for you guys watching us help someone like my sister go from being like, "Ugh," to being like, hey guys, I just made you guys a playlist. And I can't wait to see you in the morning. This is what she said. I can't wait to see you in the morning, and we're gonna do a live stream. Because she loves her new job of making money. So when you say she doesn't like social media, she loves having a job. Yeah, she might not like this, but she views it as a job. And that's why she gets up in the morning and takes a bath and she does her hair, as everyone's saying, I'm not gonna comb her hair, but guess what? You guys made her want to comb her hair. So, what's wrong if if she makes a shit ton of money getting better? Why would you have a problem with that? Why would anybody have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with people making a shit ton of money, getting healthy, getting better, and showing other people how to get better? Well, see, the only reason why I'm pointing out how ridiculous that is because it's a small-minded person that thinks that way. What they want to do, they want to silence me and Joy. They want us to stop doing good things for people. And they want us only because, and they want to trying to find a way that they get all you to agree with it. So you guys all say, would you please stop doing what you're doing? Please stop helping. Because they can't stand it when other people do good things for other people when it's not them. The person who's mad is not mad that we're doing this. They're just mad that we're not doing the show about them. If Joy and I were at their place doing their show at their house and they were the center star, they would be like, oh, and you know, how many followers we got today? How, you know, they'd be all, but no, but it's not about them. It's about Annette. And just like a little 2-year-old, is it 2? What's the age when you always, like if it's someone else's birthday, you blow out the candles? What age is that? Because some people never get out of that age. And that's what this is. This is Annette's birthday party. This is Annette's party, and we're all here for her. And we're watching her blow out the candles, and you show up to the party, and you blow out the candles first. And you're mad because you want it to be about your birthday, but it's not your birthday, it's Annette's birthday. Hello, Richard. Hi, Kristen, how are you? Oh, awesome seeing everyone getting better. Thank you. Hey, that's a nice cynical woman name. We love you, Richard. You're the best. Thank you so much. It's the Terrible Twos? Is that what it is? Yeah. But some people don't, because I remember at a pretty cognizant age that this girl, Marilyn, kept doing it at my birthday party. I was like 6 years old. And I was so mad. No one is forcing people to watch. They're making your channel stronger. I know. They are, but it's like, at the same time, see, Joy won't care how much money or how many views she gets if people come on here and say mean, negative things to Annette and to her. She will stop. No, I mean, I'm not kidding. This is not the first time we've had a channel with over 10,000 followers. And the time before, something happened. This is the first troll that kind of came out. We talked about that in the cave. It was, and that didn't bother her. She dealt with that. But it was just like, we did another one that went mainstream. It was retweeted by Barstool Sports. I don't know if you guys know who Barstool Sports is, but it's a pretty big Twitter account. And we got 1 million views on a song that Joy sang for the Raider Nation. And she got so much hate for singing a song to welcome the Raider Nation. She thought everyone loved it. She thought, hey, look, Oakland, welcome to Vegas. But you see, everyone's so mad that they didn't do that first that they started okay, let's put it this way. The Raider Nation ran a huge poll. I mean, this is one of the biggest accounts on Twitter. And you can still find it today, maybe. No, the account got suspended. But it basically said, who would be willing to gang rape Rich's wife, Joy? Not kidding. This is what a lot of you posted and spread around. To have Joy stop singing the Raider Nation song. It was a yes/no thing, and it got millions of whatever. And it was just like, they tagged us in it, and it was very embarrassing for Joy. And she's like, you know what? These people are vile. These men are terrible, you know. And I'll show you the video, and you guys should see if that deserved that sort of thing. So the same type of men that come in that did that to her come in here now and say things like Joy is exploiting her own sister-in-law. That is like first of all, that is so far from what Joy would ever do when it comes to money. Joy does very few things for money, okay? So and one of them is not to exploit anybody. I mean, she gives money away. So when I don't even know what that person's name was, Kitty Cat, I think it was. Kitty Cat comes in, is obviously new, and wants to make you not like us because you're accusing Joy of being a person who's so desperate for fucking money that she would come in here and use my sister as just a way of her to make some money so she could go out and go shopping and go gambling like she's doing right now. Like, yeah, she's probably out having a vacation right now. She's probably out, you know what she's doing right now? She's probably going to 3 or 4 different grocery stores and stores for those 2 ladies over there because they like specific things, and she goes to several stores because their prices are cheaper. Like you ever notice how like one store will have a sale on milk, right? But their prices on bread will be really expensive. And then the other store will have a sale on bread. So at the end of the day, you get the sale price on the bread, but then and then it balances out and you didn't really save anything. Well, no. So she goes to the store that has the cheap prices, and then goes to the store she just goes like 3 or 4 stores. What does this say? Hi, Joy. Crazy story. I just gave a homeless lady a ride to the hood. Yeah. So there's my wife. She's so exploitative that she's so busy getting food for these 2 ladies. She gave some homeless woman a ride back home to the hood because she knows that when you don't have a car and you're homeless, the worst thing is to try to figure out a way to get to where you're going. That's great, Joy. That's awesome. Hey, thank you. Joy actually got it for me. This is a Target. It came from Target last year. And brutal. Oh my God, Joy, story time. I know, we need Joy. Joy, be careful. I know, Joy. Be careful. Joy's a pretty good judge of character. Her name was Lexi. Joy has great taste. She sure does, I know. She really does. If you look at our old videos, you'll see my fashions have changed throughout the years. I mean, it's all Joy. I mean, she gets all this stuff. Like she shops at Target and Walmart. And before that, when we had money, even then, she shopped all on eBay. So she had we had cool designer stuff, but it was all from eBay. So, I mean, it was unbelievably cheap. She needed to get to the housing agency. She's already dropped off, and now she's dating the Smith. So homeless women needed to get to the housing agency because she needed a place to live. So so what Joy is saying, I mean, I doubt she was watching the scope. She probably just jumped on to tell us that. Because, these are the sort of opportunities that Joy gets faced with every day, and she takes advantage of them. Here's a homeless woman that needed a ride to the housing agency. Everyone else is like, be careful, don't do that, Joy. Oh my gosh. I'm like, hey, Joy's a good judge of character. She saw a person in need. She needed a home, and now hopefully that person gets a place to stay tonight instead of having to walk. It's hot today. It's hot in Vegas. So back to the person who says that Joy is the kind of person that would exploit people for money, which I'm not sure how she. Okay, let's just say Joy's exploited, and her big plan is what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in, I'm going to pay all their bills. I'm going to clean their house. I'm going to get that daughter healthy again so she can function and so she has a purpose in life. And I'm going to get Gloria off the couch so she's not depressed anymore. I'm going to exploit the fuck out of them. I'm going to put it all on YouTube. I'm going to try to make as much money as possible, just making this family as good as possible. I mean, is that what you're saying she is doing? I mean, and if she was, I mean, why would that bother you? But I guarantee you she's not, because if anything, I'm the one who has to convince her, look, babe, we need money, okay? I know you say we don't need money, and the universe will provide for all, but sometimes you just gotta make sure we have money. You're so nice, Joy. Dance, ho! That's about all I got. The money you make is going straight to the household, and actually it's going to a lot of other old things. I mean, we're not going to be. I was going to say we're not taking vacations, but someone did mention that we should take one, and then if you make it the house, so we actually might scope a vacation. We might actually go somewhere. Why not? Ha! Nice move. Badly, man. Rolf. Papa. People are quick to judge. I know, and that's and I like that, because I think if you can, okay, I'll admit I'm a little bit of a instigator, okay? So when I put out the videos of showing Joy yelling at Gloria and everyone's freaking out, like, I know there are people going to say, oh my God, and they're going to judge Joy for what she's doing. And there's a method to my madness, because judging is wrong. But the only way you learn that judging is wrong is not by telling you somebody don't judge people. The way you learn judging is wrong is you make a terrible mistake. In case a lot of people on this channel who are here judged Joy at first for yelling at Gloria, and then they heard the whole story and they're like, I'm so sorry for judging you. And that awareness and that sort of revelation is very rare in life. It's a very rare gift to have happen. Because what it does is, it, like, holy shit, it really does change the way you, like anyone who judged Joy and then says, okay, I now know not to judge a book by its cover anymore, now knows that there's more to the story, and there's always more to the story. I guarantee you it. There's always more to the story. So once you learn that, then you're not so quick to judge. And once you're not so quick to judge, that what happens is you allow more information in. See, what happens when you judge something or you label something, what you're doing is you're shutting the door to information, because you've judged it, and a judge makes it. What does a judge do when he's done? Does Judge Judy let you keep talking after she's judged? No, she doesn't take any more information in. No more. I'm ready to judge. I'm ready to rule. No more information's coming in. So when you're quick to judge, that means, oh, I'm done. No more information's coming in. I'm judging. Dude, you've been here for like 30 seconds. We're talking about 12 years here. I mean, you're gonna make. I mean, if you want to make a statement that's intelligent, you might keep the doors open for information to flow in, rather than rush into judgment. I'm gonna move you guys a little closer because I can't read this. There's always someone who wants to ruin a good time. Troll always win. Will be even trolls. Well, yeah. They do, but they also, honestly, people with negative, or we call them trolls, but they're really just negative people with cynical viewpoints. So no matter what happens in life, they're always going to see the glass. So like right here, you guys can clearly see, because I videoed it, that the glass is fuller than it was when we got here. It's not half full, but it has more in it than it did when we got here. And everyone else is saying, oh my God, look at that. You guys took all the water out of the glass. It's practically empty. You see, so it's definitely one of those cases. And so it gives us a chance to educate, talk to people, and also, they bring up the arguments that maybe people would be thinking, like, yeah, why doesn't he get a job? And you didn't find out why I didn't get a job because I didn't get to that, but you did find out why you don't ask me. Because it takes me too long to answer. I see progress. Doing coke out of camera view is cringe. Oh, is it? Well, then you should do it in coke in camera view. I mean, I've done that before. I have no problem doing that. Y'all are doing great. And okay, for example, there is this thing that is no longer. Okay, you can tell the old people, like with old mindsets, that when you come in, you want to label someone doing drugs. Drugs are illegal now. I mean, I know cocaine isn't, but no one really cares about it in the major city. No one cares about drugs anymore. It's not like this thing. So like they're like, oh, you're a drug addict. I mean, that's what they did in the 1940s in the Nazis. I mean, they executed drug addicts, and that's what they do in other countries. That's what they did 100 years ago. I guarantee you, it's not like that now. The president's smoking. The president's kids smoke drugs. And not just Hunter. He's just the one that they found his laptop. I guarantee you, Ivanka, all of them have done cocaine. Guarantee you 100%. Because I served Ivanka. She was one of my customers in Aspen, Colorado. I was her bartender. And I didn't finish my OJ story either about how he and his girlfriend and his entourage wanted cocaine. And who do they go to? They go to the bartender. So when you work in a place with a lot of celebrities, and I'm not going to keep talking, OJ's dead, so I can talk about him. But when you have a lot of celebrities and they come in, and you're in a place like Aspen, and you're supposed to rub elbows, and they don't know where to get cocaine, but the bartender does, you talk to people like Ivanka. You talk to everybody. So when you come in here and say, oh, you're on coke, no one gives a shit, dude. No one gives a shit. The president's on cocaine. Everyone's on drugs. Okay? But what we're trying to do is we're trying to use those drugs and try to do something positive. But just so you know, I mean, we aren't currently on cocaine, but no one cares if we were. I mean, it's just a way that you think that small-minded people will be like, oh, wait a minute, he's on cocaine, or he's done cocaine, or whatever. I just don't believe people are that stupid anymore. I just don't. First of all, I don't believe that they're so stupid to believe that someone on cocaine would be on a broadcast. And if their only example is to, what do we got here? I do lies with you, man. Maybe that's what's wrong. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, man. See, just be honest, because anybody who, okay, I've been to AA and I've spent a lot of time studying all this stuff, and I spent a lot of time researching it. You know, I don't seek that sort. I'm 56 years old. Okay, now a lot of men who spent their lives like, you know, with a family and just like really kind of bearing down and doing that stuff, when they reach my age, they've never had a chance to do these drugs. They never had a chance to explore that up there. And shit, if you got nothing going on, I'll tell you what. I've been here since. This is a 55 and older community. I moved in here when I was 55 and 1 month. And so I've been here for 1 year, and I can tell you right now, when I look around, when you guys retire for the next 20 or 30 years, I hope you like going for walks with your dog, because that's all they do around here. They go for walks with their dogs, and if they're really adventurous, they go golfing. We have a golf course right here, and that's all there is to do every day, ever. And that's what my mom does. She goes to the recreation club. That's all they do. Well, hey man, Cheech and Chong said this, not me. He said, why don't we watch the movie Nice Dreams? Tommy Chong had this idea. He said, man, in the future, weed's gonna be legal, man. And what we need to do, man, is we need to open a retirement home, man, where, you know, people just sit around and we don't give them pharmaceuticals and opiates and stuff. We just get them stoned all day. And it was kind of a joke, but what a great idea. I mean, it seems like smoking, you know, you guys got to figure out something you got to do. Because I'm telling you, traveling, fishing, doing the world, that stuff is for the kids. I mean, that's when you're young. I mean, you should experience that, you know, go do all this cool stuff. Oh, what'd you do? Oh man, look at me, I'm catching, I'm you know, deep sea fishing today. Woo-wee! You know, but I'll tell you what, when you're 56, 60, ideally, those sorts of goals and pleasures you've kind of evolved past. You know, maybe look at something different. Everyone on the JVC network is high because no one can sell discount jewelry live without being on something. You know, you have a very good point. But you see, we've all been convinced that being high. Have you ever seen someone who drinks coffee every day? I want you to watch them. If you can, let's just do an experiment, empirical experiment. If it's you, great. If it's your husband, somebody, find somebody who drinks coffee every day and have them go on JVC or whatever their job is to sell and say, hey, today we're not drinking coffee this morning. We're not drinking coffee all day. Now go sell. Right. They won't do it. They won't be able to do it. And if they do it, they'll do it poorly because they're addicted to drugs. Can you guys see that? Yes, Lucy, he's not had it easy. I agree with you. I am in when this home opening up. We love you. Thank you, Daisy. Hi, Lucy Cat. I smoke more weed now than when I was younger. Well, me too, because it's like, okay, for some of us, they get paranoid. We talked about that earlier. Well, back in the day, if you smoked weed, it was illegal. Some of us still think it is, kind of. In fact, they might, let's put it this way. If you got high in front of a police station, your high would be very different right in front of a cop than if you got high at home knowing that you're safe, okay? So maybe some of your paranoid was instilled by a bunch of lies by your parents and the government and the Just Say No movement. And so a lot of that was made so when you did the drugs, you got so scared because you're so afraid, oh my God, I'm doing something so awful, that instead of seeing the benefit of what it can do for you, all you're noticing is the brainwashing that they did to you. And I say it's brainwashing because, come on, man, didn't every other commercial when I was growing up saying, just say no, don't smoke weed? Now I drive down the road, I see billboards for weed. I mean, come on. I mean, that right there should be enough for you to know that your government has no interest in your health or safety. That they would make weed illegal but then sell you cigarettes and sugar and caffeine all day long. The reason is because if you smoked weed, their fear was this. It's a fact. You can look it up. Richard Nixon knew that if you smoked weed, that you'd become smart enough to realize that what they're doing in Vietnam was bullshit, and you become rebellious. And he knew all the rebellious people were smoking the weed. So what he did was he said, weed is now Class A. It had nothing to do with health, had nothing to do with danger. He just wanted to go after the people that were the smartest. And that's what he did, him and Elvis. I go to the dispensary and everyone is over 60. I know, my place is like they have an early risers discount for if you're over 50 years old and you get there during the first hour, they give you 40% off everything in the store. It's like just that's a bunch of old story. Cool story, but needs more dragons. I agree. Where do you think we fit one in? How about the bunnies? How about the bunny? The bunny is half dragon. Like let's say the bunny's mom was a dragon. Reefer madness. Yeah, brainwashing. But okay. So we all agree with that. Okay. But then it's such a leap to say that they were lying about cocaine too. They were. It's not going to kill you. You can't do it every day, and it's not meant to be done every day. It's not meant to be done your entire life. It might be done every day, but for a short period of time. A time when you don't have a lot of responsibilities to expand the brain. And you could do that anytime, but you just got to make sure you don't have, our life really isn't designed like that. The one good thing cocaine will do is that it will take all your money. So if you're worried that you have too much money, and you're worried if you're like, gosh, am I just too greedy? Maybe I should, settle down a little bit. Yeah, cocaine is God's way of solving that for you. This dude is wild. Wait till you see me with my hair down. I tend to focus more on folks. There's a reason for that. Because, see, you have OCD or ADD like me. So you're all over the board. But for the first time, I remember smoking certain types of strains, sativa. I remember having that feeling to be able to focus and work on something. I was like, man, I haven't felt like that since high school. I was like, what the hell? It's like, geez, I could really just get into it. I was like, stop talking to me. I'm like focused on something. It was the best feeling ever, right? Like when you haven't been focused in 20 years, and then all of a sudden you that feeling of being focused on a project that you enjoy doing, right? You've got 6 tops months to start doing coke before. Yeah, that's probably about right. Yeah, that's probably about right. But you know what though? Here's the thing. What is life? If your goal is to make it from, don't listen to me, but I'm just saying open your mind. I'm not saying do this. I'm just saying what is life? Because yeah, you want to acquire things, save everything up, and da-da-da. However, what would happen if you decided to follow you do cocaine and all of a sudden it takes over and it's just your desires drive you. You don't care about responsibility, just your desire. And where would that lead you? And what life would that look like for that period of time? And how, what happens? Because we have those desires, but if you never explore them, and we all dabble with it a little bit, but if we don't explore those desires, they kind of scare us. And that's why a lot of people come in here and they get mad if they see joy or anything that maybe arouses them and makes them think about drugs or sex, anything that's arousing, it scares them. It scares them. Because they're afraid of it. Begging tips. Would you recommend for someone with ADHD that doesn't? What kind of weed? Smoke. Yeah, definitely weed, marijuana. I would stick with there's one. It's called Bushido. I don't know what state you're in. See, each state has different growers because it's not a nationwide thing yet. So if you're in Nevada, it's called Bushido. But you would stick with anything that's a sativa. But you really have to just experiment with yourself because some things. Make you more. See, the best part is people say, "Well, weed makes me sleepy." Some of it does, and there's nothing better than that sleep when you just are just asleep. It's so nice. It's not like a drug sleep. It's a natural sleep, and the reason why it's natural, I'm not making this up. They've legalized it everywhere. It's federally legal now. They've just kind of like had to undo something that was done like in 1968 for no reason. But our bodies have what's called cannabinoid receptors in them. That's not for the THC. The THC will affect everybody. But humans have cannabinoid receptors. And a cannabinoid receptor is what is in the cannabinoid. So in other words, a receptor is like the puzzle piece. So you have two pieces and they fit a puzzle together. So in cannabis, you have one puzzle piece, but inside our bodies, we have the other puzzle piece. And it goes in there. And you find which ones you're missing that didn't. The medicine is to help us fix those spots we've missed somehow. Either for whatever reason in our brain, we got ADD. Somehow we got that, either from trauma or something. And what we does is it repairs it. And that's and how it does it. And like I said before, if you get paranoid, it's because, okay, already we know something's in your brain that is resisting learning. It's resisting opening. You're afraid. You're paranoid. So you feel guilty about something. Most people feel guilty for just doing the weed itself. They just feel guilty for it, feeling guilty. Okay, well, you got to work through that. If that's what your paranoia stems from, you've done nothing wrong. Now, if you have done something wrong, probably won't feel paranoid by it. That's not the feeling you get. Paranoia is usually something like someone's lied to you and you know the truth. And when you smoke the weed, you get paranoid because shit, and then you get paranoid. Then you think everybody's lying to you, which might be the case. Kurt Cobain literally said, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. And you know what I mean? And they're not necessarily out to get you, but if they're lying to you, they are manipulating you. And that can't feel good. It's a Schedule 3 now in America. No, I don't know. Is it? Yes, it is. I don't know. Whichever one is the one where they reduced it, where basically it's now federally legal, you know, that they can. It's not listed as a dangerous drug, whatever that one is. CV1 and CV2 receptors, yeah. No paranoia here, just delight, yeah. I used to get really paranoid because, see, I was a real square. Yeah, the square with short hair in the cave. and I just started smoking weed, and I ended up in the caves. But I really did, I wanted to, I loved Star Wars as a kid. So in Star Wars, if you listen to the first one, you know, in order to learn, he says you must unlearn what you've been learned, is what Yoda taught. And so I wanted to unlearn everything that I'd been learned. And I wanted to, so we went up to caves and I, you know, and I stopped cutting my hair because we were living up there for a while. Love Kurt, wonder what he would think of the world today. I wonder what he would think of me. And I have a pretty good feeling. I got a feeling he wouldn't really like me very much. I have a feeling he would be on there, tell that guy to shut up. But, he would probably take my advice, or Joy's, anything I say about nutrition, I learned from Joy. See, I have the science part of it, but she has the research, like she has the intuition. Like I'm kind of like, no, you don't know what you're talking, you know, it's already been proven, no. She's like, you know, and then I'm like, oh, well, you know, you might be, okay. And then, so I put the scientific part of it, like, yeah, you're right. This is how it works. So that's why I come on here and talk about the catabolism, all this other stuff. She just says, okay, you just eat da. I mean, she figured it out. it's just I didn't believe her like you guys don't. You can't live on just beef. You can't just eat, you're too thin. You know? Let's put it this way. A healthy BMI for her would be 17. Okay? That's the minimum for anything under 17 or is it 19? Because somebody look up what for a female what is considered underweight. I thought it was 17 in my head, but I know 25 is considered overweight for a male. So my point is this: is that the majority of us are more than 25, over 25 BMI. We're definitely more than 27. So, you know what I mean? And so if you do your BMI, yeah, it's 25. But what about for the, 18.5? Thank you. So Joy is at 16.9. 19. Okay, that's what I thought. So she's at 16.9. So she's basically 2 points underweight. Now, consider that bad. But how many of us are more than 2 points overweight? Now, can somebody quickly put up a BMI thing? It's pretty easy to calculate, but whatever. Just calculate your BMI and put in your weight and see if you're more than 2 pounds, 2 points over 25. So if if you're 2 point, or even a point and a half, 18.5, 19, whatever. Okay, so she's at 16.9, so a point and a half to 2 points. So if you're at 26.5 or 27 or over, then you have no right to call her underweight because you're overweight. I mean, what's an overweight person? What right does a person who is overweight, unhealthily overweight, have to tell another person that they're underweight? I mean, we set up this law that the underweight person can't call the other person fat. You can't call a fat person fat, but the overweight person can call a thin person thin. So they come in here and say, hey, your wife is too skinny. Okay, well, you're too fat. What the fuck do I care? She's happy. Are you happy? Great. So why do you care? It's all about your chemistry and tolerance. I go once or twice a week. I got anxiety, so I try not to go. Yeah. I smoke weed every day. And that's only because Snoop Dogg told me to. And I learned that in college. But I started smoking, I learned that 1 week in college. Because, I mean, I viewed it as recreation, so I knew you couldn't, I thought you couldn't, like, smoke weed and study and stuff. So during spring break one year, I said, you know, I'm just going to wake up and smoke weed and just go spend the day. And that was like the best. I mean, that's the 1 week of college. I mean, nobody was there. It was spring break. The place was empty. I got on my bike. I just go to the coffee shop. I just get a latte. And I was like, what do I want to do now? I was like, you know, I think I'm going to go to the beach. I went to Santa Barbara, University of California. And I said, you know, I think I'll bike to the beach. You know, grabbed a joint and just, like by 4 o'clock, I was pretty tired. I was like, man, this is a great day. This is the best day I've ever had. You know? And I just been, hi, hey, who is it? Hi. This is the best day I've ever had, I thought. And I was like, man, I wish every day could be like this and I could do this. And it could, but it was 1980s during the Reagan administration and Bush administration when they were like, just say no. Just say no. So I would be way too paranoid to even attempt to try to, I wouldn't risk my college career, my studies, like doing empirical. I didn't want to do an empirical study on my college career. I was like, let's see what happens if I smoke weed every day and do my exams. I didn't want to be that. I said, you know what? It might be better, but for now, I'm just going to take my exams the way I know how to and get done with this. Later on, this is what I thought. I thought, I'm not going to, because I didn't drink in college. I didn't do any drugs. So I thought to myself, I'm not going to drink. I'm not going to do drugs. I'm just going to get to a point to where I have enough money to really experiment with the stuff and really do it right. And that's what I did. And so I experimented in my 30s more with it. And that's when I became a bartender. So my point with that is, you know, I don't have a doctor's degree, but I do have a science degree. And I've done a lot of empirical research on things that doctors with degrees that study this stuff have never done. They don't do empirical research because they're not allowed to. And just until recently, like our friend from the UK, I think someone said that that it was a Schedule 1 until just last week. Now it's a Schedule 3, meaning that we can start to fucking experiment on it. Well, I've been experimenting with these things for a long time. You know, and a lot of the drugs, okay, you do them, but then it's like for example, like I'm not advocating I'm gonna go do cocaine, although I am at the same time. I'm saying if you do it, if you want to do it, do it. I mean, I've done it, and I didn't die. Good day, Perth, Australia. Laugh, laughing. That's what I meant. Like how? Not legal, so I don't know if about. If drinking is legal, then bud should be too everywhere. I agree. I mean, personally, that's a great argument, but it's more kind of like you have to kind of wonder. You have to look at like why they set the policies like that. It's because the people setting the policy, the kings, they drink alcohol. They don't smoke weed. So they say weed's illegal for the people, but we like alcohol, so it's legal. When we know that alcohol is just as dangerous. First of all, alcohol is dangerous. Weed isn't. But they set it up that way. You see that we live in a society where the rich people set the laws, and the poor people, hey, you guys are smoking. The reason why the poor people smoked weed was because it was cheap. It grew on the ground. It grew everywhere. It was free. Even if it's illegal in the state, it's still not legal to drive impaired, and they don't want you driving for a while after smoking. Absolutely, that's yes. Do not drive impaired. You should not. You should never. You should never. Uh, my dad used to say, "Don't drink and drive because you might spill some." I imagine smoking and driving is probably the same thing. You know what? Don't smoke and drive because you might burn yourself. But yeah, it's probably not. It's definitely not a good idea to do anything impaired because just from the thing that if you were to get in an accident and they do, they do a screen on you because you end up in the hospital, they're gonna find out whether you did drugs before you got in the car or not. So even if you think it doesn't impair your driving, if you get in an accident, even if it wasn't your fault, and you end up in the hospital, they're gonna blame you for the accident when they find out you smoked weed before you got in the car. So you don't want to be doing that. I don't know how they figure it because weed's not like alcohol. Like you can't smell it on your breath. It's not like in your bloodstream. I don't know how they tell if like when you smoked it, if you were impaired. Because if you smoked it the night before, it's still going to be in your system on a test the next day. So how do they know whether you smoked it the night before or that morning? I don't know, and I hope I never ever have to find out. Weed makes me paranoid. Yep, Kristen, exactly. It used to do that for me too. I think it's largely genetic, but a lot of people have bad first experiences. It could be genetic, but I believe it's upbringing. I believe that paranoia is. What are we talking about? I think before I start answering, what are you talking about? It's alcohol that should be illegal. Well, yes. I mean, if they want to take that stance of making society safe, but personally, I'm almost of the belief it's like, what a person does with their own body is up to them. Now, obviously, if they get in a car, now you're going to run into me. That's another issue. But if a person wants to sit at home and drink themselves to death, I'm a man of God. I believe there's an afterlife. I mean, that person is going to die and have to deal with it afterwards, and maybe that's their path. I don't know. I believe that the government's never going to keep you safe, and alcohol is a perfect example. They literally, it's not that they tell you can't drink until you're 21. They're basically advertising that when you're 21, you're going to drink. You're never going to grow this channel when you have mods that block people for having their own personal feelings. Oh, well, that's not really, well, I don't know how to answer that. We're a community here. If there's only a few people, why would you, if your feelings are that you hate us and that you want to stop us and you don't like what we're doing, and your feelings are that Joy is a person who is taking advantage of people and not helping people and would do that for money. There's very few things that Joy would do. She's a very, very strong, independent woman. You cannot entice her. You cannot say, if you're a guy who thinks you can marry a girl and say, if you leave, you're not getting a dime. She would never come back and you never hear from her again. And you'd be waiting for her, when's she gonna sue me for half the money? No, she's not coming back. She don't want your money. She's gone. And you'd have to go chase her. I know this because I tried it. You have to go chase her and beg her to come back if you want her to come back. So no, not everybody's like that. So if your opinion is just to kind of basically try to make Joy look bad, well, we don't need that negative energy, man. It's like Joy has been subjected to that her entire life. My sister has schizoaffective disorder. She gets made fun of on the street, but she still has a good attitude. I have my mom. I have my issues here. And all of you guys I've talked to a few of you guys. We all have we all have our own issues. So yeah, the mods keep this place positive. And we want to have a positive thing. And if it stays small, it's not my fault it's small, and it's not the mods' fault it's small. It's your guys' fault. It's the people's fault. There's not enough people spending positive energy. Because Peggy and Lenny are some of the most, they're not going to block people for their opinions. They don't care. They don't care. They're blocking people who are hateful and mean to Joy and my sister. Because my sister and Joy are open and honest. And you guys hate that. Or not you guys, you know what I'm talking about, the trolls. But some of you guys hate that and they attack her. So if the channel stays small, that's fine. You know, I mean, we'll figure it out. I mean, we've been taken care of this far. That's okay. But just so you know, since Peggy and Lenny have been on board, they've grown our channel by like 2,000 or 3,000 subscribers. So thank you, Peggy and Lenny. Can we all give Peggy and Lenny a hug? I think we're going to hit 14,000 subscribers today, guys. And that's largely due to these mods, keeping this place positive, I believe. Because I wouldn't want to subscribe to a room that's just going to yell at people. You know, I want to subscribe to a room that's like, hey, you know, I'm paranoid when I do weed. Don't worry about it. Hey, man, I feel really bad that you know, because I used to be a cocaine addict. Dude, you're fine. It's fine. It's all positive. Hey, shut up. Stop trying to make people feel good for being drug addicts. Well, I'm not going to make them feel bad because someone on this channel said no one ever got better when they got treated worse. Why are you worried about their income? Let's start with that. That's another point. If you're so worried about, I mean, the only people that should be worried about my income, well, nobody's been worried about your income. I mean, it's just like, I mean, yeah, exactly. First of all, there's very little income to be worried about at this stage. And if you want me to, if your real agenda is to make sure that, you know, my sister, my wife, and me, we have a channel that supports us and gives us good money that we can, you know, make the place nice and do whatever else. If your real concern is that you want to make sure that happens, I'm positive Peggy would not block you for that. Or Lenny, Jay, or Ashley, our backup. Show your, I don't know what that means. Hey, buddy, use some ganja. I know, I'm trying to get here. Agreed, people can be so mean. I think the mobs here, the mods do a fantastic job. I'm new. Hi, Sarah Jane Andrews, and I've seen. Okay, good. Because I'm also new to the channel too. We've had the channel for 2 years, but we just started interacting with the community when we had enough numbers, and it started growing when he started. You know, I knew that what the footage I had was going to get us some followers, some subscribers. You guys were going to join us. And what I'm talking about the movie I made about my sister and about her history and everything, because I mean, when I was making it, I mean, I do a lot of my work in the bathtub. And when I was making it, I was crying the whole time. I'm almost about ready to cry right now just thinking about making that video. It's called Annette's Transformative Journey. It's a picture of her, and there's water behind her, and she's younger. And it starts off with the song by Counting Crows, you know, that song. And I don't know, it's just sad. And I really love it because, see, Joy grew up, this song really meant a lot to her. It was called, oh, I'm getting teary-eyed already, called It Right Here. And she just did a lot of good things with that. So anyways, if you want to learn more about her story, definitely check that out. Yeah, Joy's wonderful. I love you too. You guys are amazing. Oh, thank you. I'm really, yeah, like, they make me feel so happy. Good, yeah, that's the thing. See, sometimes what the trolls try to do is they want attention. They want to be Joy. They want to be the person who's saving my sister. But they didn't do that, and they're not that kind of people, and they're not willing to do the work. So instead, what they do, instead of getting that attention that way, they want to get the attention of the group. They want Joy to start arguing with them. So they'll say really rude, ridiculous things. And then instead of talking about positivity, Joy's getting all flustered and mad and yelling and stuff, which gets views, gets numbers, grows the channel because everyone loves drama, and Joy gets really dramatic. So just so you know, the opposite actually occurs when the mods kind of, you know, she gets all fired up. But really, it's like, you know, a lot of you guys are just, I mean, I know when I used to listen to live streams, I just put it in the car. I listened all the time. If I found someone I liked, we had a couple people we liked, and you just listen, and some stuff they say, oh gosh, I don't know, that's interesting, or I don't know if I agree with that, but whatever. It's just something going on. It's live. It's real. It's happening, and we don't have anything else live. I mean, news is not really live anymore. It's so scripted. It's not live. They used to have, like, remember that? It'd be breaking live news. I mean, everybody gathered around the TV. It was a big deal. It was live. Now there's nothing live. Ignore them. They have nothing better to do. I agree. I know they hate to be ignored. I believe what you guys are doing is amazing. And the love that you guys show and give her is wonderful. Prayers. Thank you so much. Ignoring the trolls is best if possible. Okay, I'll work on that. I thought this was Annette's live stream. I know. Well, she was here, but you can always tell the new people because see the schedule is Annette comes on about 2 a.m. or so. That's when she wakes up and she wants to do it, and then that's when Joy gets in the bath, and then Joy gets ready and does her thing, and when Joy's getting ready, hi, there's Joy. On my own from Flamingo Decatur. Smith's over here. Hey, did you get everything? Were you able to find all the things that we needed? Be home in like 30 minutes, you guys. Okay, Joy will be back on in 30 minutes. I'm in Ohio too. Hi, Ohio. Hi, Brittany. I love Ohio. Isn't that? And then Joy, and then Richard. It's a family affair. Yeah, it's a family affair. I'm in Ohio as well. See you in a little bit, Joy. On sale, everything. Oh, great. Memorial Day weekend. Memorial Day, on sale, everything. Great job, everybody. Cool people, chill convo, yeah. You know, and again, we've done this before, and this is the best channel ever. I mean, this is like, it feels so good to me because the people are so good. And it had nothing to do with me. I mean, we built the Joy and I built it, but like the troll said, why are you exploiting Annette? Well, because Annette, she was the one who made this whole thing. This is why this one is so much better. It's because it's with Annette. It's about Annette. And the Gloria thing, to me, the Gloria thing, it's a little bit of a, okay, if this were a TV show, if we were a sitcom, you see, we'd be the stars, but Gloria would be like the Kramer. You know, like she'd come in once in a while, but it'd just be crazy. But it's just like, oh God, drive me crazy. But she's like, to me, she's like comedic relief, and Joy and them fighting. They probably won't ever fight again. I mean, that's why I had to capture it, because you see, Joy was making changes, and anytime you make changes, I've never raised kids. I don't have kids, but you guys have. I don't know, when you have to make changes with your children's behavior, does it require, does it always look pretty? I'm just asking. Does it always there's okay, sure. Well, I'll just change my behavior now, and life goes on. They just start doing what you say. Or is it like, I can't fucking believe they did the same goddamn thing I just told them not to do. Oh my God. And oh my God. Now they just they wrecked the car. It's like, how much money is this going to cost? As it goes on. I literally told you not to do that. Why did you do what or does it look more like that? I'm just wondering. Because in my household, even me growing up, it was like, hey, just don't do that. And I'm like, okay, sure. I'm going to do it anyways. Oh, fuck. Exactly what my dad said was going to happen happened. Hope he doesn't find out, so I'll lie and hide about it. Shit, that just made it worse. And then it turns into, why the fuck did you not tell me? Why did you lie? Oh my God, it's just that's the way it looked in my household. So, but it didn't last forever. I didn't do it. I'll tell you what. I only wrecked his BMW 3 times. Twice wasn't my fault. The first time I was immature. Raquel sent me. Okay, great. You are wonderful. Thank you, Faith. I think you're talking to me. She would be the beauty with the brown curly hair. You see her pop in and out. Yeah, that's right. Raquel, that would be such an amazing gift to Annette. I hope they see your offer. I missed that. You guys are proof of angel. Thank you. Joy, it's really Joy. Joy is the one. She's always like, it's just not fair, because it's like, all you do is show me yelling at you guys, making things better. But because you weren't, because see, it's not like there isn't fighting in the house. In a dysfunctional house, people just yell at each other. Joy just did it more constructively. Yay, Joy's being home soon. Car's holding up. Okay, great. Take the side seat. No freeways. Thank you. Stay safe. I see Joy as someone who is wanting the best for everyone. 100%. If you're in a tribe, right? Joy is the person who'd go out and kill the elephant, right? And haul it back for the tribe to share. That's what she would do. And then she'd probably do the dishes, and she'd carve it up. Hopefully the other members of the tribe, but yeah, she's definitely the one that looks out after everybody. Joy is a blessing. Yep. Again, like, it's a family affair because I wouldn't be here talking to you guys in this state if Joy weren't here. And my sister wouldn't be here, definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Joy. And so, but Joy wouldn't be here if I wasn't here because I got her to, quit drinking and doing bulimia. So yeah, that's my job. My job was to make sure that Joy didn't drink alcohol. I agree, she really is. Joy is a naturally energetic person. I believe. Yeah, you know what? She's a naturally happy person. And people that are happy have a lot of energy. Do you notice that? And people that are depressed, like my mom, sleep a lot. And I used to sleep a lot. Do you smoke cannabis? You know, we do. In fact, we find it to be very part of what we're doing here. In fact, everyone's like, oh, I can't believe that you would do drugs. Are you kidding? Have you seen, if you saw the condition of the house, if you saw my sister, if you saw the reality that I've seen, drugs are the least of your concerns. Smoking weed, doing a little cocaine, that's the least of what's going on. I mean, there was some serious mental sickness. I mean, it was sad. We're talking millions of dollars. millions of dollars being gambled away. It was just really sad. So in my case, like the drugs allowed me to kind of really face the things that I didn't want to face because, I wanted to do the drugs, but as soon as I did them, like you guys said, you get paranoid. I couldn't stop thinking about these two, and neither could Joy. And so we were like in New York, and we're like, man, because we stopped doing drugs, and we were like, oh, we're in New York, let's do some lines, whatever, and do some weed, and we're like, but every time we did, we was like, just couldn't stop thinking about these two. We couldn't continue our life. We didn't know. They weren't really calling us, but I think they called us with some concerns. And so he said, okay, we got to stop partying. And that's what she said. So we packed up, cleaned up, stopped doing drugs back in 2022. And, I mean, we only did it for like 6 months. It wasn't like a long stint, but it was just like, because we'd taken it was during COVID. There was nothing going on. And so, but it was that, but I guess my point is that if we hadn't taken that stance, we'd still be in New York right now working. And these two, I don't know what this situation in the house would be. I know they wouldn't have it anymore. So I don't know where my mom would be. But we would never have stopped long enough to check our feelings. And that's kind of what drugs allow you to do. They allow you to stop doing all this other shit. Yeah, it's going to cost you money. Yeah, you're going to miss out on business. Yeah. That's why I say you can't really do it when you have responsibilities. You should have done it before you had responsibilities. But if you picked up some along the way, like jobs and wives and kids, you got to deal with that because you can't just you got to go down the path you chose. You know what I mean? And that's okay. And we can still be friends. We just this is for the ones who maybe have now your kids are out of the house and there's other stuff going on and you have a lot of free time. But in my case, my path was that I had to get back here, but God didn't know how He was going to convince me to do that. And so that opened my mind, and I'm just being open and honest with you guys. I could not tell you guys this, and it's easier to tell you. It's also a lot easier to talk about stuff in the past. I mean, if I was actively doing drugs today, I wouldn't come on here and talk about the benefits of drugs. It would just be, to me, it would be unsafe. It'd be very, very unsafe to do that because I'm still doing them. I don't know. I could die before I'm done doing them. I mean, oh, they're great. And then like I'd be like on one of those. You ever see those New York Posts? Like YouTuber who advocated cocaine dies from cocaine overdose. Would be my headline. You explained that perfectly. I don't know who you're talking to, but if you're talking to me, thank you. Thank you, Patricia. I want to hear about your father. Okay, the king. When you're acting your addiction, you hide. Yeah, exactly. That's another point too. You don't really talk openly about your addictions when you're actually doing them because you're doing them. And if you tell people about them, well, you and I and everybody from here to that, even to that sink lamppost over there knows that you need to stop doing the addiction. So you don't ever fess up to it because whoever you tell is going to tell you have to stop. So until you're ready to stop, you don't tell anybody. But unfortunately, that's what gets you paranoid, and that's what keeps it under the wraps. So when I did mine, not this last time, but when I said, okay, you know what? I'm done being a banker in Manhattan. I have enough money. I want to see what this life is about. I'm going to start doing cocaine. This was back in 2002. I told everybody. I told my doctors. I told my therapist. I told everyone. And I just love the look on their face. I didn't see a problem with it because A, I knew it was safe. I mean, I'm a scientist. I knew it was safe. And, but I thought I could have a man-to-man talk with my doctors and stuff about this stuff, but they know nothing about it. And that's what blew me away. It's like, you know nothing about this drug that everyone in Manhattan is doing every weekend, all night long, and you guys don't know anything about it? Well, shit. I mean, there you go. Okay, all they know, this is what they know. If you tell your doctor you do cocaine, all they know is to send you to rehab where they put you in a 12-step program where they feed you caffeine and sugar. And they get you hooked on that instead. That's all they know about it. They don't know any of the benefits of anything that it could do, whatever. But anyway, so I went and I tell everybody, I tell my dentist, I'd be like, I told my dentist, I was getting my dentist, my hygienist, I was like, yeah, I do cocaine like every day. I was just wondering, is it true if you put cocaine on your gums that it will, because I was concerned, because everyone did that. You guys know that. People, they do that and they put it on their gums. I wanted to know. We didn't have the internet. They didn't have questions. You couldn't just ask it really like those questions yet. You didn't have like those websites like Blue Drug or whatever that site is. So I asked my hygienist and the doctor's like, oh, really? You do cocaine? He couldn't believe I asked him the question, but he appreciated the honesty. It was like, yes, the alkaline will make your gums recede. And the gums receding will expose your enamel, which will make you very, very vulnerable to losing your teeth. Definitely don't put it on your gums. And so, okay, that was one thing I told people at parties then. I said, hey, don't put that shit on your gums, guys. I asked my dentist. He said, don't do that. You will lose your teeth. That's what causes your teeth to fall out. Everyone's like, what? Don't do that. I said, they do it anyways. They don't listen to me. I asked the doctor. I told my therapist I did too. I told my therapist and she said, okay, if you have that much money to do cocaine every day, I want you to come in 3 times a week. That's what she said. I said, great, I'll come in 3 times a week, no problem. She goes, I want to do a study on you. I wanted to study this correlation between stock trading, making money, bulimia, and cocaine. I said, that'd be a great study. She goes, I know, I love that. She was like 80 years old. She was like on the board of directors where my girlfriend was. She was an old lady, but we had a good time. And she hypnotized me and stuff. And she was the one who initially said, man, you might have some issues with your mom. And I was like, man, let's not bum this whole therapy thing out and talk about my mom. We're having a great time. I'm in Manhattan. I mean, it was right up the street from CBS Studios where they do the Colbert. Well, at the time, I don't think it was Colbert at the time. It was the guy before. Maybe it was Colbert? I don't remember. But I remember walking, every day I'd walk, my appointment was around 5:30 and they'd tape the show. So I'd walk by the studio from the subway to her office, and by the studio there was always someone getting out of a limo. And I don't know, the one I remember the most was like Reese Witherspoon getting out. Because she just like, it was like 57th Street is so dark out there. And I'm walking to my thing and I look over and she actually kind of looked in my direction. I don't know if she looked at me, but I see, it's like in the movies, like where you see the limo and the legs come out and then she steps out and then turns towards me. And she's wearing this, it's just glamorous, like this red dress and just like, whoa, Reese Witherspoon, holy shit. I get why she's famous. Because he kind of like, why is Reese, why is everyone like, man, when you see him in person and you see that energy and they're glowing, you're like, gee, I mean, I was down the street and it was like this red, like shiny beacon from a distance. I was like, oh man, that's Reese Witherspoon. I just about lost it on my way to my call, meeting with my therapist. Has he taken a drink yet? I've never felt subpar due to my love affair with weed. That's very funny. I've never really felt embarrassed of that either. And for a while, I didn't really feel embarrassed of the cocaine thing. I literally was, because I was seriously wanting to know about it. Because everyone was doing it. Just so you guys don't know, if you guys don't live in Manhattan, unlikely Wall Street traders right now are watching my blog. But pretty much, and Joy will tell you that pretty much the activity for most of the affluent men and women in Manhattan, Brooklyn, what they do every weekend, and some of them every single night, is they get cocaine and they just party all night long. That's what they do. They get cocaine, watch porn, that's what they do all the time. And no one knows this because they're working from home and they're not talking about it. And since the pandemic, just so you know, not only has bulimia like quadrupled. I don't know if you guys saw the recent studies from 2023, but bulimia has got up, but cocaine has tripled since people started working at home. So cocaine prices and cocaine has tripled since people started working at home, and no one knows what's going on. And even the president's son is doing it. But yet doctors, all we know is, oh, don't do it, it's dangerous. Well, if it's so dangerous, then how come everybody in Manhattan does it every freaking weekend and no one dies from it? So I was very curious about it. I was very interested, and so I did my studies. So if you're doing it now and you're curious about like the effects, or if you have kids that are doing it and you're worried about it, you can talk to us. We'll make you feel better about it. Again, it's not addictive. It's just not. Kentucky has legal hemp. Look for THC. Does it? Oh, well, hey, Kentucky, good for you. See, you know the drug war is over and the drugs won when Kentucky has legalized drugs. Right? Am I right? Am I right, Kentucky? You'll have to be confident with identification of the species. Be very careful. Anything I literally brought off people I know, I go, hey, did you know you had a ponytail? Are you supposed to be a man or a woman with a ponytail? Well, what's interesting enough, think about it. The majority of man, throughout the majority of our evolution, we didn't have any way to cut our hair. So the length of the hair, actually, it's more natural for men and women both to have long hair. And it's actually, you have a lot more appreciation for your date when you have long hair. And that's why you always wonder, like, God, why did that guy with long hair always attract the females? Because he understands what the women have to do to get ready with their hair. It's just that little bit of understanding that makes a man more attractive to a female. And just like a female understanding a man's needs makes a man feel good. And everybody's different. It's not, there's no like one way. I mean, my needs and what was attracted to me was very different than what would be maybe somebody else. And Joy and I are an odd couple. We were not supposed to be together. I mean, I'm very rebellious. I'm very capitalistic. I'm very greedy. I'm very selfish. I'm very much Manhattan. I'm very much like, hey, you know, I was the family man in Nicolas Cage movie, you know, but I didn't want to go be with Tia Leon. I was like, hey man, I'm staying in Manhattan. You know, that's my deal. So, but Joy, on the other hand, she was raised by military parents. Very strict upbringing. Life was not about pleasure seeking. Life was about service, what she could do for others. Her parents left the military and became youth pastors. She grew up in the church. She went to China at age 14 or something to convince Chinese people to become Christians. But that's kind of when she started to kind of think the Christian thing was kind of once they sent her on that mission, she's like, these people don't want to be Christians. And she's like, why do they're like, why are we right in there? What do we know more than them? I mean, it's like she really, like, she learned at an early age. So the mission trip for her, we worked in backwards. It didn't make her more of a Christian. It made her be like, yeah, I talked to a lot of these Chinese people. They weren't really interested in it. So we just, I just talked about other stuff. I kind of agreed with them. It's like, this Christianity thing's kind of bullshit. And I just think that's really funny because Joy has an open mind. She's not stupid. She went there with an agenda and with a judgment. She went there with a judgment that these Chinese people needed to convert to Christianity and that they were sinners and blah, blah, blah. And then realized, shit, I was a little quick to judge. Maybe we don't even need to convert anybody. But, she didn't drop out of the church. She still stayed a good Christian and then joined the military. And she joined the military because after 9/11, she wanted to serve her country. She wanted to get the bad guys. She felt it was important. And their mom killed herself. And that's why we ended up together. See, she would have gone on to be a high-ranking official in the Air Force. She's fast-tracking, is what they call it. She had got several awards. She was honor graduate. She Airman of the Year, all this stuff. I mean, for a female, it's pretty. I mean, the guys were like, I've never gotten. She got awards that no one ever got before, because her stand. First of all, a lot of it had to do with her cleanliness standards. Her cleanliness standards were higher than military. She's like, oh yeah, this is pretty basic. She took it to the next level, and so she was fast tracking. So at age 37. Joy's life was supposed to be that she'd be retired military, probably married with kids, out of the house already because she had some guy that she wanted to marry. She was dating a guy that she wanted to marry when her mom killed herself. And after her mom killed herself, that relationship fizzled. And then they grounded her, and then they grounded her because her mom killed herself. So they wouldn't let her fly anymore, so she lost her flying status. And so she didn't want to be an office rat. She's kind of a little bit, I think her feelings were hurt that they would do that to her. And so she didn't re-enlist, and then instead, she just basically was slowly going to kill herself with alcohol. And if it wasn't for that, she wouldn't be here saving my family today. So we're a very unlikely couple that came together by, just the freak of life, And so if her mom hadn't killed herself, she wouldn't be here. So that's one of the things we look at. Like, you remember like in Star Wars when Obi-Wan didn't know what to do? In episode 4, see, Ben could have killed Darth Vader, right? Because he had him. They were doing that sword fight. But see, Ben didn't want to kill Darth Vader because that was Luke's dad. It would have turned Luke angry. It would have made him hurt if his dad died. So instead what happened was Ben vanished. When I was a kid, I thought he got killed because I didn't understand that he could just disappear like that. Because, Anyways, my dad died. Hey, buddy. Where are you, buddy? Okay. Oh. I changed my goggles here. See a little bear. Every life to touch somebody's life. Wasn't Joy in the military? Yeah, she was. She was in the Air Force. Sorry, brother. Yes, she was. Dancer. Oh, Rich, it seems hard for you. Yeah, all this stuff is hard. And you think it's hard, you think it's easy, you think it's hard to watch Joy yell at Gloria? Think about how hard it is for me to film it and edit it, and for me to even confront to confront your own mom about stuff is really kind of an intense thing. Don't pick a, hi Richard, hi Jessica, how are you? Nice hat, I love it, thank you. I'm looking for something. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So what I was saying was, see, Ben was really smart because he had to figure out how to get the evil out of Luke, because he didn't want Luke to spend his life full of hatred, So Ben died. Luke thought Ben died. But remember Darth Vader? He's like, what the fuck happened? He's like kicking the thing. He'd never seen that trick before. He'd never seen the disappear trick. See, Darth Vader thought he could outmaster his master, which you never can. The guy who trained you, you can never outthink him. And Darth Vader was arrogant. He thought he could. Anakin thought he could. He thought he could definitely outsmart his old master because he wanted to be the center of attention. He wanted to be the master. But that's not the way the universe works. You don't get unlimited power like that just by fighting and killing other people. That's not the way it works. The universe levels it out. So what Ben did was he did a trick that no one knew, and he disappeared. He became invisible. And then he was able to, what? Guide Luke, right, telepathically. So what I'm saying is that as people die in our lives, we can still reach out to them, and they still kind of guide us. Why are we talking about Disney characters? Well, they're not Disney characters, bro. Disney bought it, but those aren't the characters. The characters were invented by Lucas Limited. Are you familiar with Lucas Limited? Lucas Limited is a company that came out of Skywalker Ranch. Now, Skywalker Ranch is a studio that is in Northern California. Now, when I was working for Bank of America, was online when the internet was just coming out, and I was playing chess online, and I met a woman, online playing chess, and guess where she worked? Right, she worked for George Lucas on Skywalker Ranch. And she asked me, she said, do you want to come have lunch at Skywalker Ranch and meet George Lucas? I said, yeah, why not? And so, because I love Star Wars, it's my favorite movie. And I drove up there, and I ate in their cafeteria, and it was just like every other cafeteria. It was like worse than, wasn't much better than the Banks, although the people seemed really cool there. They're like all artists. And then, sitting over there was George Lucas with a bunch of people, and there he was. And Disney was part of the production back then? Were they really? No, I don't think so. I think that's false. I think that's false. Oh, yeah, Disney wasn't. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Disney would probably have considered, well, first of all, Disney wasn't even a player when Star Wars came out. So when those characters, the books were written in the early 70s. George Lucas had been doing all sorts of, he did a movie called THX 1190. Have you ever seen that movie? It was his first movie. What it was is a movie about basically, what it was, okay, you lived in a society that you had to take this pill every day. That was the rule. If you didn't take the pill, you went to jail. And the pill, what it did, it numbed you out and it made you not realize how depressed you were, so you could go to work. So you took the pill, you went to work. But one guy said, I'm not taking the pill no more. And he started fucking becoming aware of what was going on. So they put him in jail. But because these guys were so brainwashed, they're so stupid in that society, that their jail wasn't a jail that you would think normally with the confines. The jail was the opposite. It was a void. It was like they sit you down, you have a bench, and then everywhere you look, no matter where you go, you could go forever. It's empty. It's like a void. So most people just sat there and just did their time on the bench because it's like, well, there's no food. Like, it was too scary. Like, you start walking, you might not. Like, it was all white. You couldn't ever find your way back. You would get lost. And if you got lost, where would you get your food and water? So the guy just really just sat there, except for this guy. He said, fuck it, I'm gonna keep walking. I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna do something different. And so anyway, so I had lunch on the ranch. It was pretty cool. Honestly, I would love to see what's going on in George Lucas' brain. I know, right? And, okay, hey, this all makes sense. Okay, so before The Last Jedi came out when did it come out? In 2018 or 2017? I can't remember. But whatever. Point is that I had this, okay, I get it, I was being a little bit imaginative, but when I went up the cave, I literally thought, man, this looks like where George Lucas would probably film a movie. And there were tents up there. It was a bunch of homeless people. But I was like, man, I'm pretty sure, I think they might be shooting a movie up here. I mean, because it was way up in the hill. There's all these tents. This guy had hauled all this stuff up there. Tiffany, gotta go home, do some school stuff with my little one. Okay, great. Have an awesome day. Everyone here, thanks for entertaining me. Okay, good. I'm glad you were entertained. I'm glad you see the humor in it. I know we've been out there, and so a lot of the stuff we talk about, it's kind of funny, right? It's funny. It's like I know that I've never met anyone like me. I know I've never met anybody that asks their dentist what happens when you put cocaine on your gums. And you guys aren't going to forget that one. Even if you don't do cocaine, you're going to remember that. Next time you watch a movie and you see someone do that, you're like, oh, you know what? That's probably a bad idea. Your name is Annette. What was that movie, man? The movie was called THX 1190. And you can watch it. It's out there. Yeah, THX 1190. And you know what? See, do you remember when you would go to the movies and you heard about THX Dolby sound system? Does anybody know about that? You ever hear that? THX? You ever hear that? That became the name of the specialized sound that they used for the Star Wars movies. It was called THX Dolby or something like that. I forget. But he used the same name for the movie in the Dolby thing. Join back in 5 minutes. Yay! Have you ever played chess before? Man, that's a good question. What I want to do, you guys, what do you guys think about this idea? How can we do it so we could teach Joy how to play chess? She wants to learn. And I'm trying to think if we could do it online somehow. What do you guys think about that idea? You guys are entertaining, but also very knowledgeable. Oh, good, yeah. And that's kind of what I was saying was that, people say, well, get a job. Well, I'm a scientist. I'm always on job. I don't care where I'm at. I mean, even if I'm doing recreational drugs, I'm studying them. I'm learning about them. I'm making notes in my head, so I could tell people later. I thought at the time I could maybe tell my kids about them, because just saying no, just abstinence, that's not the solution for anything. In fact, that's stealing someone from their life. That's avoiding life, because life is about sex, it's about drugs, it's about pleasure, it's about loss, it's about gains, it's about all that stuff. But to try to make it so you avoid that, first of all, you never do. And then when you actually have losses, then you're one of the people that deny it, because you don't want to ever, you think, I don't know. It's just better to be like, hey man, look, every one of us is an addict. The only difference is that some of us have done addictive drugs and some of us haven't. And if you haven't done one, then you that's fine, but it doesn't make that you're not an addict. You probably are doing another drug. And I only say that not to judge or not to make people feel bad. It's just to realize that, hey man, we're all in the same boat. We're all trying to figure it out. We're all trying to figure out how it is that we can make ourselves feel better. Richard, thank you, Jessica. I really appreciate that. Do you study space? No. Starburst. Yeah, Starburst, I like it. I was thinking hot dog on a stick. Richard, very philosophical. I've become more so, and I think that would happen to any man. Joy, as she mentioned, she didn't want me to go do some job and be gone for 8 hours a day and give her money to go shopping. That's not what she's like. I'd rather have you be home, and I told her the ideas I had for jobs, and she's like, okay, no, you're not doing that. No, you're not doing that. And so, but the whole time I just kept, so I read a lot, researched a lot, and my sister, she's the smart one. What I'm getting at, she's the philosopher. She actually belonged to the philosophy club. She lived in a philosophy house. She was in a philosophy fraternity. And so what I'm saying is that I've become, I've had. It's not that I'm a, I just had a lot of time to read a lot of things. It reminds me of Pixie Sticks. Oh my gosh, I used to love those. Those are the best. Skittles. Sure, never. I should give this to Annette. Maybe I will. Let's do that. That's a great idea. She's gonna love this shirt. But when Joy gets back, I'm gonna get my other clothes. And hey guys, and thank you so much for the compliments, because, I spent a lot of time by myself in Joy and my family here, because I don't talk to my old friends and what are friends, especially ones from a long time ago. I'm so different from who I was when I was a banker, from when I was a bartender, when I was in high school. I'm like, if anything, I'm probably their enemy. My beliefs are so different from what they are. They probably view me as like the Antichrist now, because I've kind of rejected their system. Okay, we have to avoid my sister's room. Yesterday, there she is.
Hello,
There she is.
Got everything. Got all the goodies for the ladies.
Yay!
Oh,
Guys.
my gosh. Oh, look what I got. Oh, I'm so excited about this. Guess who's gonna be excited for this?
What we got?
Oh, red organic cabbage.
You're kidding me.
And green organic cabbage. Do we have a spoiled bunny or what?
Oh, that looks great.
Yeah, Smith's.
They had organic there.
Smith's, yeah.
Great.
It's all for the ladies. Got some. That's for the ladies. Then I got the water rug to it. I'm so excited because I ran out of cabbage, so Casper's gonna be so happy I'm gonna give him the red one first.
Hi, Joy. Hi,
Never
Joy.
had it.
It-
Oh, you guys didn't hear my story. So I went to Target and I was leaving, and this girl asked me if I had a cigarette, and I said oh no, that's not even what happened first. It was this black girl. She had really cool pink hair, and I was like, oh, I like your hair. And then she said, oh, thanks. So do you have a cigarette? I said, no, I don't smoke, unfortunately. I said, I smoke weed. And I was like, oh, sorry, I don't have any. And then I felt bad. I'm like, oh, sorry for saying that. But then she's like, hey, do you mind giving me a ride somewhere? And I was like, thinking to myself, the car's broken, and we don't really have gas. I'm like, where do you need to go? We're in Summerlin. She's like, oh, on Maryland and Flamingo. I'm like, it's like the east side. It's like way on the other side of town. But I was just talking about, you know, when we didn't have a car and we were homeless and stuff, and she said she needed to go to the housing agency over there. She's trying to get a house. You know, they get you assigned somewhere, you know, a place. And I was like, all right. Like, I didn't say it like that, but in my mind, I'm like, I don't really feel like driving all the way to the east side, and my car might break. I don't have gas, but I was like, you know what? I've been there without a car. So I did it, and she was really nice. Her name was Lexi. I ended up giving her $13 too. I only had a 20 and a 13. So I said, Richard will freak out if I give her $20. But we don't have any money, but I gave her 13. But you know, it's tough out there. So, but that was the thing. So it took forever, and then I had to go to 2 stores.
How do you guys feel about that? How do you guys feel about her giving $13 away? I'm just curious. I know how I feel. I feel that I'm very proud of my wife. Because I wouldn't have done that. But I know it's the right thing to do.
Oh, this stuff goes to ladies besides. I knew we didn't have it, but I mean, I know what it's like out there. So, and we would have loved if someone gave that to us when we were in need. You know what I mean?
Awesome. Very proud to help the small people. Joy, you're an absolute angel. God put you on this earth to help others. You are a light bringer.
Where's Buddy?
That was
Where's
a classic.
Where's Buddy? Where's Buddy?
He's in his house.
Okay. Well, the door is open. I'm making sure.
Well, you just opened it. You had to come in. I know. You should see it. First thing she does when she comes home, where's Buddy? But you know, this is when I just never seen anything like this before. And was when we were first getting Annette healthy. She was Joy every night. Like the first thing out of her mouth every time she woke up was, "Where's Annette?" Like, I mean, she'd wake up, "Good morning, Joy. Is Annette here? Where's Annette?" I mean, that's the first choice. I mean, my parents were never like that with us. Classmate, better to give than to receive. It's her choice. You gave her a right to. I know. I feel like, you know, I mean, you guys, yeah, she's going to take that $13, probably go get high, do drugs. Well, that's what they're doing. I mean, when you're on the street, there's not a lot more to do other than drugs. And it's not like by Joy not giving her money, she's going to get sober today. It's more that, like, by Joy not giving her money, it's just, by Joy giving her money, the woman is going to have a more calm day than by not having money today. How did I meet Joy? Well, Joy was actually, it's funny because when I knew she was the person I wanted to marry. It wasn't love at first sight, because see, I got older, but it wasn't love like that, sort of like, oh my God, love. It was like, oh my gosh, this is like one of the most quality people I've ever met. It's like, I am so bummed that I'm like basically living with another woman right now. I mean, and that's a terrible thing to think that you know, but I remember just thinking, oh man, I picked the wrong woman. But the thing is that Joy worked at the condo where this girl I was dating wanted to live. So, see, we were living in my studio. I had a nice little studio loft. And then this girl moved in, and she was an employee of mine. We started dating, and she's like, this place is too small. And she wanted to move to the nicest brand new condo building in Portland. It was the Civic. And I did too, of course, you know, but it still costs a lot. It doesn't matter what they do with the money. It's the fact that, exactly. It's not, look, if anybody's looking out for the homeless people, it's God and Jesus. I mean, who else is out there, right? I mean, it's Las Vegas. It's 100 degrees out there. I mean, who else is looking out for these guys? So, yeah, if God puts someone in Joy's life that needs some money and she has $13, God knows Joy's going to give that woman $13. Now, that woman's going to do what she does with the $13, but man, don't worry. Jesus got him covered. Jesus is going to make sure but it's easier because now she has $13, so she doesn't have to stand there and beg or do whatever she does. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's not really a regular habit. It's not like we seek these people out. Like there's one person on here that did a whole homeless project where they sought out homeless people to give them stuff. No, it's not that. It's like when it's presented to you, it's like, what do you do with that information? What do you do with that? Ciao. Oh, it doesn't matter. Yep, it's so true, Jessica. Which is really funny because, I mean, I'm sure she mentioned it and she knows you guys would pay attention, but there are a lot of people who are saying that Joy's goal is to scam people to get her money. Well, we only have like $70 right now, cash. And because we had to pay for everything. Look what Bunny did. Look what he did. Bunny. Look at that. Thank you for clicking the likes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Joy's practicing Christianity. Yeah, she sure is. That's how she was raised. You know, she may call it, she probably wouldn't call it that, but she would just call it just doing, but yeah, she's hearing whatever voices are in her voice, whatever you call it, that, you know, you don't necessarily need to go out and like make it a mission. Like, we're not going to make this channel. Hey, tell you what, guys, send me money and I'm going to use the money and I'm going to buy a bunch of backpacks for the homeless people, and we're going to put socks in it, we're going to put underwear, we're going to put some toothpaste, and we're going to go out and we're going to do the channel, and we're going to rah, 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 and, you know, we'll spend $10,000. Joy and I will keep $5,000 for the effort, and everybody's happy, you know? That's just, Joy would never do that. That's not, you know, it's just not something, I think that, just not something that she would do. But, go have a bath. That's a great idea. You know, because Joy's going to come on. Thank you, Z-Man. Go have a bath. It's a great idea. It's about time for it. So, it's okay. No, I'm going to set my bath up here because I'm going to take that when you do yours, okay?
Huh?
I'm going to take a bath while you jump, after you jump on, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm about ready, guys. I'm just putting everything away and cleaning up Annette's room. Wait, where's Annette? Have you checked to find my?
Go check it. So here's oh God, can't have that music on. Okay. Did you guys hear that? It's not a big deal. It's just that later on I have to go edit the damn thing and clip it out. Am I a hippie? I don't know. I'm actually Generation X. But thank you. Hippies were from the 60s. I don't think there are any hippies anymore. I think a better way to describe me, I'd best be described as a Jedi. Does that sound about right, you guys? I would love it if you guys called me a Jedi. Because I love that movie. You guys know that. I was talking about Star Wars and you guys almost made me cry. Hey guys, happy Saturday. Hey Catherine. I love you guys. I love how selflessly we care for it. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. We love you too. Yes. Okay, so Z, great idea. Let's take a bath. Why do I always find every morning I come in here, there's a bed bug in the bathtub? Does anybody know why that is? Now, Joy says it's because it was on our bodies, and whoever took a bath, shower last, it fell off onto them. I say that they might be coming through the pipes, like they might be living down there where the water is. So I don't know. Does anybody know? probably both. Joy's probably, yeah, Joy's, good answer, Lucy. Joy's probably right. Okay, so here's the bathtub. So this is the funky bathtub. I can only adjust it when I push it or pull it. Yeah, hiding in the cracks, yep. Happy wife, happy life. Well, actually, more just like that she's right. that, you know, when it's 50-50, I'll probably side with, she's usually right. Okay. So next what we do when we take a bath is you guys are good people and you're doing the best with what you have. Only good things. You know what? We're happy. And we're so happy you guys are here. That really, I mean, we were happy before. We're always having fun, but this is like another version of fun because now you guys are kind of getting to know my family and, you know, I mean, do you think that I'm going to bring these guys to like an event or a ball where you guys anybody would ever meet anybody? No, we never make it out of the house. So I'm glad you guys are here. I hate that, bro. Yeah. But you know, I'm so sorry you guys have to deal with that. I know. But you know what? It's part of it. And look up bed bugs online. You'll find a lot of good info about them. I'm so sick of bed bugs. I'm telling you, I don't want to read no more about bed bugs. I'm so tired of them. It's like the ones that made it this far. Okay, great. We're gonna reach a truce. Okay, you guys got that, but just no more infestation. We're not doing infestation, but a few bed bugs. Great, we got a truce. You guys made it, but keep up the good vibes. You're doing amazing. Thank you. Okay. Oh, look, there's another one. Oh, you know, here's the thing. I wonder if it's just their, what do you call it? It's just their shell. It's just the shell of their skin. So I wonder, maybe they just go in there and they like shed.
I got duct tape. You said for the
Oh yeah, if we need it, we might need that. Great job.
That's actually something handy to have. Always.
Yeah.
Always have duct tape.
Okay, here you go. Do you want to take over?
Mine's true.
I'm jumping the
Oh, we
toe.
got Annette, her favorite snack. And her favorite snack, even though it's not good for her. She loves these bears. I don't even know how she eats them without teeth. She just like swallows them or something.
Yeah, she just swallows them. Oh, Bunky's loving his cabbage.
Oh yeah, look who's show them that. Look who I made happy today. Ooh, he never had the bread yet. He hasn't had it read yet. He is in heaven. Man, that was a long morning. Going all the way to the east side.
We should start a GoFundMe for the house. You're right. She knows a lot of people that would probably join.
Oh, leave it his gate close to you when you're done too, because he's snacking, then he's gonna sleep. But he'll chew on my cords while I'm vlogging. So.
Harbros are
He
the
has to
best.
be in there. Yeah, those are Annette's favorite. You know, I don't like all the sugar, but it's her favorite. So
It actually smells pretty good.
the cabbage you smell?
No, someone said I bet it smells pretty fantastic in there. I said it actually doesn't smell bad here.
On you? It's actually not bad because I've been putting the stuff that's supposed to get rid of the pet odor, and that litter is really good. That litter in his box, it smells really nice, and it really helps with the smell immediately. And he's been peeing more in there. I don't even think he's peed in our bedroom. He tried
Hello,
to
Casper.
today. Did you see him pee today? He tried to, but I caught him before he peed. I haven't seen him pee on the bed yet today. He tried to, but he got him right before he was about to squat.
Oops. Oh, sorry, buddy. Hi, buddy. Oh, God. Come here, Casper.
Okay, I got a story.
Come here, buddy. Where are you? Come on. Come on.
I have a story for everybody about my dinner ride. Oh, man.
Here you go.
Let me get a water. And then I'll start. Man, everybody's out today because it's Memorial Day weekend. But not fun stuff. They're just shopping, getting the barbecue stuff. But it don't look like anybody's having fun. It's really dead out there.
I scared Casper, but I hit the cage by accident.
Oh no.
He jumped back in his little house.
They'll come back out for some cabbages.
So cute. We truly love you guys. Thank you, Faith. I love you too. Really do. Really do. Hi, little bunny. Dia Mascus. You got scared. I know. Laura Larios. They do what they can. That's my cousin's last name. Bunny's love is unconditional. I know. Is that a radish? That is a organic
Cabbage.
cabbage. Purple cabbage.
I think they call it red even though it's purple.
Red.
Call them red.
Okay. Sorry, Bunny. I didn't mean to scare you. Okay, I'm going to set Joy's stuff up here for her. And I'm going to take my bath. I have Bunny that has red eyes. That's beautiful.
Okay, well, let me get serious in next room, then I'm ready.
Yeah, you should do a GoFundMe. I bet you
Oh,
do.
wait. I was going to check Find My. Your phone you didn't charge your phone. It's completely dead.
Well, no, the battery. I don't have a charger.
No, right here. This one. Doesn't this one work?
Oh, is that we have one over here?
This one works. Oh, I couldn't go in today. I didn't have enough money. Those things expensive. Okay, let me see.
I love the plant shelf with all the toys. I know. It's so cool. She got all those gifts.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
That's her thing.
Okay. They say she's home. Okay, she must have just walked in the door. It's funny, wasn't able to find on the app she's home before we hear her.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad, Sarah.
Let me go see if Annette goes.
I'm glad we bring positive vibes to you guys.
Here's cigarettes.
My mental health hasn't been good, so when I get to watch you guys live, it helps me out a lot. Thanks, guys. Keep the shorts coming too. I know I love making the shorts. I love making the little music videos, a little fun. I always try to tell a little story as fast as I can. Because I kind of love the whole thing. Like we're,
Okay, are we ready?
yeah, transferring. Cheers, everyone.
Wait, I have to do.
Yeah, Peggy, shoot out Annette's Cash App over there for her.
Yeah, at Target they only had the iPhone ones. They're too expensive.
Really?
Yeah, too expensive. They were wanting way too much money for that stuff. I was looking for the $7 one.
Yeah.
I was looking for a $7 charger. So sometimes the stores have like those $7 chargers, you know, and they last like a month. Jeez.
But still.
But Target only had iPhone ones, which are like a fortune, yeah. And it's not long enough. We want one of them 10-foot ones, not one of them short little iPhone ones. They didn't even have the 10-foots actually at Target. They had a 3-foot one, but that wouldn't do any good. They did have a cheap 3-foot one, but I wanted a 10-foot one. Forget, so I didn't get a charger cord, but I did get cabbage for buddy. So, this has been a long vlog. Hey everybody. Cash App, yeah, Annette's Cash App. If anybody, oh, you guys, Annette loves t-shirts, jeans, and jean shorts. Those are her favorite things. And if anybody's feeling really generous, this is her favorite thing in the whole world. She has a better pair than this. These are her old ones. She's wearing a better pair. Can you go grab? Is she wearing her shoes? Can you grab her Birkenstocks if she's not wearing them? Does she have them on her feet?
Hey, man, come here. I want to show off your shoes.
Okay. So now we want to show them your shoes in case someone wants to get.
Good.
Let's show them what you like to wear.
Yeah, very tall.
Yeah, Birkenstocks. She likes these Birkenstocks. Okay, you guys, the ones just like this, where it's got the 2 straps, nothing in the back. If anybody is feeling generous, Annette goes through these like crazy. The real Birkenstock ones. The real. We just got her these ones. Yeah. We just got her these ones. When did we get these?
A couple days ago.
Yeah, not long ago, and she's already starting to wear them in. Because Annette walks a lot. She's a walker.
Yeah.
She's a track star. So if anybody's feeling real generous, those are a little pricey. They're around $100. But these are her last pair. She wears them down. She likes black best. But this last time, I had to get her dark brown. She wasn't super happy with the dark brown, but they didn't have. Yeah, actually. Shh. I was gonna say they didn't have her size, but we actually were trying to save $10 at the time because we were that short. So we're like, eh. No, but you know what? That wasn't just the case. It wasn't $10. They didn't have it in her size. Like I would have paid $10 because she likes the black better. That wasn't it. They didn't have the black in her size, but we do have to sometimes say. But I remember this scenario that I would have paid $10. They didn't have it. So she wears Birkenstocks out like crazy. That's a big thing. So this maybe with Cash App, everyone can. She doesn't. Those ones are okay for a minute, but I'm thinking like future things. If anybody's like, oh, for Annette's birthday or something, if you guys are on here for a while, you know. Birkenstocks are her favorite thing in the whole world. It's the only shoes she'll wear, pretty much. Gloria was getting her the ones from Walmart, the like knockoffs that lasted about 5 days with Annette before they had holes in them, and then she wouldn't get her a pair for about a year. So she literally, when we arrived here, she pretty much was wearing shoes that weren't really shoes. It was like they were just holes on her feet, like maybe a little bit of a shoe there, and she'd be walking around, and that's why we gotta put the cream on her feet. Maybe she'll let us do it today. Cream on her feet. She's been so independent. She let us do it more when she wasn't being so independent. Now she's being so independent, so she doesn't want us like nurturing her as much. That's why we've really backed off. Where you guys, if you had seen us about a couple months ago, we were like on her like white on rice. I mean, we were like, Annette eat, Annette this. We were chasing after her. It was like 24/7 Annette. Like we didn't do anything but just be like, where's Annette? Where's Annette? What's she doing? You know, constant. But now she really likes her independence, so she's really pushing away from us. But anyway, so my morning was kind of hectic. I had to first go get coolant for the car. So if you guys didn't know the story from yesterday, we went to get our car. We have a 2014. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Annette wears 9.5. She's got pretty big feet. 9.5 women's. Has to be 9.5. 9's too small for her. 10's too big. 9.5 can be wide, either one. But she's fine without wide, but it has to be 9.5. 9 she doesn't like, 10 she doesn't like. We've done it wrong where they didn't have 9.5, and she's not happy because she likes where her feet fit in 9.5. And that's how Birkenstocks they make it, you know, for your feet. So if it is funky because it's got toes, like if you don't have it right, she's like, it feel weird. She got so mad I got her 9s. One time they didn't have, at first we couldn't afford Birkenstocks there, so we were just trying to get her ones from Walmart like all the time so that as soon as she wore them out, that's what we did when we first got here. But sometimes they wouldn't have her size, so I'd be like getting 9 or 10, and she'd be like so mad until I could get a pair of 9.5 when they'd come back because they didn't always have them in her size. But at 9.5, she loves t-shirts, like men's t-shirts, not like ladies where they're like short sleeve. You know, like none of them cut sleeves. A man's t-shirt, large.
Just tell them think like
Total tomboy.
No, just think like Massachusetts like any Boston colleges, universities.
yeah.
Like the female attire for Boston
You
University.
know, I was even thinking, it was so funny. I was at Target and they had this Billie Eilish shirt, and I wanted to get it for Annette, but I couldn't afford it today. But I was like, it's totally like Annette is just kind of like that would have been perfect for her because not like Billie Eilish, they're kind of like they're tomboys. The girls are just like total boy clothes, you know. Annette probably would have been a lesbian if she Annette, we don't know. You know, I mean, she had boyfriends in her past, but she's not really sad. That's the other sad thing. She can't really have a partner, you know. So we feel bad for her in that case, you know.
But she's had a lot of boyfriends though.
Yeah, but that was a long time ago, like before she was sick. So
No, after she got sick.
not really, not for very long, not really.
Yeah, I guess not.
Yeah, not really. Okay, and Peggy's giving out our new P.O. box. It's super imperative that you do the suite 3, then -354, because that's our actual box number. And since we're not doing our full name, we're just doing Joy L, then there's a chance they'll send it back to you if you don't put that box number. It's a -354, suite 3-354. So the full address is 1930 Village Center Circle, suite 3-354. Las Vegas, Nevada, 89134. So this is primarily for Annette. If people are like, what do you guys need stuff? Annette and things for the house, so like cleaning supplies are superb. If anyone's wanting, they're like, what do you guys need? Cleaning supplies. The cleaning supplies that we love here are like 409, Ajax dish soap, bleach, just straight bleach, and Windex, and Simple Green. Those are like the only ones we really use around here. Unless you guys know some really good cleaners. Oh, laundry detergent. Yeah, we don't really have a preference. So as long as it's the, I think we have the HE one. You know, I think everyone has the HE ones now. I think.
What does that mean?
The high efficiency. Everyone's got pretty much most people's washers are high efficiency now. I don't like those pod things. Those are kind of weird, but I guess those would work. But I don't think Gloria would know how to use a pod.
Yeah,
Stay away from the pods. We have to have Gloria know. We could use fabric softener too. Gloria's been asking for fabric softener for a while, and we couldn't afford it. That's like a luxury.
Yeah.
We got the detergent, fabric softener, you're pushing it, and dryer sheets. We haven't had those in eternity. Everyone says dryer sheets. That'd be phenomenal. I forgot what those look like. I think I had them when I was a kid, but those are a total luxury. I charge those $4. So yeah, a lot of things like that we don't get. You know what I love is the things that you drop in the toilet bowl in the back. They're supposed to clean. They turn everything blue or something. Those are cool. We like those things.
Those blue things.
Yeah, you drop them.
Tiny bowl
things, those things, or whatever. They have different ones. Clorox has one, I think. Seriously, I love the kitchen glove things. You know, you guys see me wear those. We also love just regular gloves because we're always cleaning. You know, the ones that just latex gloves. Yeah, any really paper towels, things like that. Oh, paper towels. You know, things are for cleaning. So I like to use paper towels to clean. So anything that you'd use for cleaning. And if some people knew like some bed bug stuff, we're doing the bed bug bombs. We could possibly still do that if people wanted to send us those. We just can't afford them anymore. And we started doing the steaming. I'm not sure if it didn't seem to work a bit. We'd set them off every single day in me and Richard's room. The problem is Annette hates them. So we can't really set them off in her room because she'll come back and start feeling like she's gassed out in there. She'll say, oh, dying, gasping for air. We're like, get out of your room. We just set off one of those bug bombs. Let me see what else we got here. I'm from Rhode Island. Would love to send you a brown. Yes. Please, if you guys have like T-shirts that say things like from your state or something, Annette would love that. Like she loves T-shirts with states on them. Like I get her ones from New York and we have Nevada. But if you guys got her ones and if someone sent her something for France, I remember because she's stronger than France, she would love that. She really loves just like a straight man's T-shirt with some sort of something on it. And not over the top bright. She likes darker colors, and that's into blues and blacks. But put some color, but don't think like girly colors. She don't like a lot of pinks and stuff. If you're buying for Gloria, get the most colorful thing you could ever find. Gloria is like, she loves colors. And so that's she thinks Annette likes colors. She used to buy Annette all colorful stuff, and then I figured out Annette wants black, usually black or blue. But when it comes to the States, it can have color on there, you know. But she would prefer like this part of the shirt to be a darker color. She doesn't like lighter shirts so as much. So like if like this part of the shirt and then the writing could have colors, you know. But she stay away from like really bright of this part. Like she wouldn't like this shirt very much, the red. Let me see what Peggy's saying. No, I was in the Air Force, and what happened is, well, I did my 4 years, and I don't get anything from that unless you got disabled in some way. And I was disabled. I lost half my hearing, especially in this ear. I can't really hear at all. I can hear pretty good in this one, so that's why it's like half, because this one's like gone, and this one still works. So this one hurts all the time, and it's bad, and certain sounds, ugh. But I was so upset because they had grounded me after my mom died. My mom killed herself, so they put me on suicide watch, which took away my flying status because I was a flyer. I wasn't a pilot. Some people get confused. You can be on a plane and not be flying it. There's other jobs where, like, think of like an air traffic controller in the sky. My job was like, I spoke to the pilots of the fighter planes, and we would let them know where the enemy and friendly were. And in our plane, we tracked where the enemy and friendly planes were. So like we could see better than they could. So we were like their eyes to let them know where the good and bad guys are. So we're like, I never actually went to war. I did counter drug ops in Ecuador, but I never went during war. So everything I did was just trading missions. And so we did one here in Vegas. 2005 was 2003 was the first time I ever came to Vegas. And it was for Red Flag. If you guys have ever heard that, it's at Nellis Air Force Base. And it's kind of like the Top Gun, the Air Force version of Top Gun. So it's like the best pilots in the Air Force. So Top Gun was the best naval pilots. This would be the best Air Force pilots. And they all come to this big event in Las Vegas.
Do you need water?
I actually have one, but I haven't drank it yet.
Okay. Karen says that she has a really cool. She's from Maryland, and she has a T-shirt from Brown University.
Yeah, no, we've already talked about this.
Oh, you saw that one?
I told everyone
Yeah, she would
to
love
send
that.
all their state T-shirts.
Yeah, I think
she
that-
would love that.
Annette would. I saw
Yeah,
that.
all
Oh
the
my God,
states,
I never read
any
that.
university, she would totally dig that. She went to Boston University, so if anyone has,
Boston? Yeah, Boston University.
yeah, or Boston College or Boston
No,
University.
Boston University.
Boston. But yeah, so I could have got disability for my left ear here, but I was so upset. This is stupid me. I do this because I don't like money, and I don't like nonsense and BS, and so I didn't care if they were offering me money for what they had done to me. I felt like I was totally mistreated in how they treated me after my mom died, and they punished me for what my mom did. And I wasn't suicidal at the time, but once they grounded me, they actually made me more suicidal, and I ended up losing my career because they thought they were saving me, and actually it made it so much worse.
Hold on. Everyone wanted to see Annette, and they thought
Oh, look at
they
you.
thought they would like this shirt.
Oh, she's wearing Red Husband and Richard. So
Yeah,
you
I
like
know.
that now.
Yes,
Good
it
on
was
you.
their idea.
So, Annette, what would you like as far as clothing? If someone were to buy you clothing, what would you like?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I like rocker clothing.
Do you like shirts that say different states on them? Like if someone sent you like Boston
Oh, dude.
University, would you like different states?
Oh yeah, they're nice.
Yeah, maybe
They're
in like
nice,
France or something
Yeah,
on
they're
that.
nice, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And what kind of pants do you like?
Same kind of thing. Rocker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
rocker. Oh, rocker pants. So she wants to be a rocker.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, is there anything else you can think of that you might want? People are wanting to buy you stuff.
Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Yeah, just rocker. Yeah, rocker clothes.
Rocker clothes.
Yeah, I think
you guys
Claire's
heard it.
doing it. Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you have a specific color? What's your favorite color you like for clothes?
Blue. Yeah, blue.
Blue. Okay. Anything else? Do you like stuffed animals?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
someone got you like some stuffed animals or
Yeah,
something like
right,
that? Okay. What about? Do you need any hair products? You want some shampoo and conditioner?
Yeah, all right. Soap.
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 What's your favorite kind of soap?
So.
Do you like it when it comes in a liquid
Nexus.
or Nexus?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you need lotion?
Yeah, I'm fine with lotion.
What about makeup?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Do you need a hairbrush?
Yeah, hairbrush. Yeah, that'd be good.
No, we like a new hairbrush. Okay. That's let me see. What else could we use around here? Shorts? You want some
Shorts,
shorts?
yeah,
Yeah. You
good.
need shorts for summer. Yeah. You like the longer shorts, right? They go
Yeah.
kind of closer to the knee.
Right, good.
All right. Let me see. Richard, can you think of anything? What about jewelry? You like little bracelets?
I like jewelry. Yeah.
Like necklaces?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any? Do you like everybody to just kind of pick what they like for the jewelry?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. I think that'd be nice. She'd like for you guys to surprise her on that. I think. What else? Let me see. Annette. Oh, Annette loves music. If so I mean we get that online, but if people have music sort of things, like she would love maybe a poster or something like music poster. You could have some.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, for your walls, because
Yeah.
she's saying rocker, so get her rocker stuff.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, decorate a room.
Yeah, good. All right. All right.
Also, Annette could use this is something. If people get together and save up, or when the money comes in, Annette needs a new laptop. We're gonna get her a new laptop. Yeah, because hers is getting really old.
Computer.
Yeah. She needs a new one. She's using the one in Richard's office for now, but eventually we got to get her a new one. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, I think that's it. Okay, thanks, Natty. Love you, baby. So you guys heard she wants rocker stuff. So I think that's great because there's a lot of options there. You know, like get things to say. She likes band T-shirts. She likes cool. She does really like jackets too. Annette loves jackets, and she also likes the things that are not as much hoodies, like a sweatshirt hoodie, but like a. Let me go get an example of her favorite thing I got her for Christmas, and she wore it. It's hot now, so we're in summer. So, but if moving forward, probably get her summer stuff now. But let me just show you this. It was her favorite thing to wear all winter. Hold on one sec. So like Annette loved this. It's like one of them athletic things. This one was like Reebok. I got it at Walmart, but it has a hood, but it's not like a hoodie. It's kind of, but it's that different kind of material, not like a sweatshirt material. She likes these athletic kind of material. Annette was an athlete, so she likes athletic gear. But yeah, you guys are. I think anything that's kind of like unique, like where she feels like you guys picked it out for her. So like the jewelry. Just something cute, but think things that don't break is easy, because don't think expensive jewelry. That would not be good. And so if it breaks, think buy something cheap. So then if it breaks, so imagine what you're gonna buy her is gonna break. So don't buy her like a really nice little bracelet because she'll just be upset if it breaks. But if it's just like a little cheap one, she won't mind as much. But she'll know if it's like a quality one and then it breaks, she'll be upset. So. Okay, I'll let her know. I know she's so sweet. She's doing so good. She looks so cute. That's why Richard put that bright shirt on her. She normally wouldn't pick that, but she's so cute. Let me see if what else we have going on. So I do not get any sort of benefits from this because I stupidly said I didn't want it because I was upset how they treat me. Back to that. But anyways, back to Annette. But yeah, I could be getting disability every month, which would be super helpful. And I'm such an idiot. I do stupid stuff like that. But yeah, back to Annette. She's doing really good today. I'm really happy. But guess what? I took her off Ingrezza today. Remember everybody? We're gonna track this. So the doctors are cool with me, kind of like fudging. Like not fudging isn't the word. I would be like, no, it would be tweaking her meds a little bit to see what's the right combo for her, because really no one knows what's best for when it comes to schizoaffective disorder or schizophrenia. Every person's different, and she's different according to different times of her life too, so we're kind of trying to find the right combination for her, because we don't want her to be sleeping too much and have like no personality, but we also don't want her to be disturbed so much by all the voices in her head and not be able to even sleep or eat. So because there's two extremes, that when she doesn't have enough medicine, she can't sleep or eat, and the voices just plague her 24/7, and she's always talking and mad and angry. And then with too much meds, she's like a zombie and sleeps all day. So I'm really happy today. She seems better than yesterday, all right, everybody? Yesterday we had her on Ingrezza, so I want to try to do every other day. And I want to talk to the doctor about, I'm hoping that's a medicine that she eventually stops. I hope it's not a long-term, because I know it was to help all of the things that people were making fun of her about, which is so mean. Her mouth movements and that she couldn't move her fingers very good it wasn't from meth. It was from a medicine they gave her many, many years ago. It was, I keep forgetting how to say it, but it's like Haldol or Haldol or something like that. Someone will say it on here. But it gave her so many side effects, because I read about it like it's such a last resort medicine. They should have never given it to her, but it was before we were here. This is many years ago. And even though she doesn't take it anymore or anything, it has so many side effects that every doctor we've been to knew exactly that's what was causing it. They're like, oh, was she ever on that? Like, yeah. Because I only knew because Gloria had a box like this of pills that Annette from over the years, and I disposed of all that because you're not supposed to have just like copious amounts of old pills. That's not good. So anyways, she's doing really good. If you want to send her anything, we ordered her Cash App card, but we have now she's using Gloria's Cash App, because we have a Cash App for Gloria and we have a Cash App for Annette, but we just got Annette set up, so the card has to come in the mail. She's a little bit upset because it's going to have my name on the back, but we did have her sign her name on the front because you can customize your card, so we just had her, write her name on the front, hoping that she'll like that, but it's still going to say my name on the back, which she doesn't like. She wants it to say her name, but she doesn't have ID right now, which maybe we can start working on, because she seems like she's open to start going places, more with us. That was the issue before. We can get her ID because she doesn't want to go to DMV. So she might go now because she really does want ID. She just didn't want to actually go to get it. So. Haldol. That's what it's called. Thank you, Karen. Yep, the same to my mother's. Yeah, I guess it's so common. Like, the doctors know it right away. So her Cash App is Annette's, ANETTES, Club Love. And that's $ before that, too, for Cash App. If you guys have never done it, you have to do $sign for all of them. When you find her profile, make sure you see her. She has her little NYC shirt on. She loves, I get those when I go to New York. So she'll love any city. I think if you guys really are like, what should I get Annette? Just get a t-shirt from the state or city you live in. And that would be if everyone did that, it'd be so cool. If she just got bombarded with t-shirts from different states, she would just totally dig that. She would feel like such a rocker with that. So I encourage everybody to just go get a little t-shirt. Any t-shirt, from your state. Like you can get them usually from the Walmart. That's where I get them. That they almost always at the Walmart, because maybe not in your Walmart. We are in a tourist area here. But at our Walmart, they have tons of Nevada and Vegas shirts and stuff at all the Walmarts here. But Vegas is kind of a touristy area. Maybe your local Walmart doesn't have your state all over the store. I don't know. But if you do, please get Annette one of those if you're thinking of getting her something, and you can send it to the P.O. Box. I'm working on an Amazon wish list, but I just never have time. So this morning, yesterday we had taken the car in to get, there's some things that were wrong that were covered by the warranty. We had to pay $100, but they supposedly fixed.
That Casper one's out.
Oh, okay, but it's okay with the cords?
Well, I'll let them out, but just keep it out.
Okay, but what, everybody's gotta see. Do a little monster. Oops. Is there a brown on his cage? Let him do it for a second. He's such a little spoiled monster. There he goes.
He's like, I can figure this thing out.
He's like, he is gonna one of these days. He's so damn smart. I am really worried. He sees us do it. He is gonna figure it out.
I see he's got, look, he's got.
He is going to figure it out. He is such a smart bunny. He is gonna figure this out, you guys. That bunny is gonna get out of there, huh? He is so damn smart. He's gonna figure out one of these days that you guys, you just wait. Leave me in here long enough, and I'm gonna get out myself. Now he thinks he got it. Like, oh yeah. He's like, oh, I did it. I did it. Look at that. I did it. Oh, wait, I can come out. Oh, it's open. Oh, guys, it's open. Okay, good.
I wanted to give him the feeling of winning.
Yeah.
I wanted to know what it feels like to win.
Yeah, he's like, I did it.
Yeah,
Ha! Oh, you're not going to be able to trap me no more. What now? What are you guys going to do now? Oh, I'm going to come right to the cords.
Yeah.
Right to the cords. Or chew on Joy's shoe. This is his favorite shoe. I used to have tags on these shoes. Right here, they had tags. So you can see a little remnants of one. And he chews on all the bottoms of these now. Look at that. It's his favorite thing to do. I don't care. These are my junkie going around the house. Oh, gee. See, I don't do this. This thing falls off.
That's bad design.
Yeah. You know, they make everything cheap these days. Don't make them like they used
Actually,
to.
this whole thing is better, but then just that one.
It's in the one piece. It's like, let's just chintz on this piece. Make everything nice, and then let's just make this garbage.
There's an extra piece over here. Look. I had an extra piece.
Sure seems like it's
I might have it
wrong.
wrong. I swear I do. Because see, this, I don't know what this is.
Might be the necessary part of why it's not working.
Yeah, maybe so. Hold the camera.
So this morning, we took the car yesterday, the warranty, and then when we come home, we were like, oh, let's go up the hill and show everybody the hill. Sorry, man, Justin's like, oh, there's so much better. we're like, let's show everybody go up the hill. We have this cool little area I like to go. I'll dance around, so we film a lot up there, and the car overheated. Like, but it told me it was gonna overheat. It didn't actually overheat. It said, "Turn it off now. Car's gonna overheat." I was driving. I was like, "What?" Because we just picked it up from the mechanic.
We couldn't believe it.
Couldn't believe it. Like, second time. First we had the Porsche. We got a tow from the mechanic. Got $10,000 later. Paid $10,000 to the mechanic to say, "I want my car running." Gloria sent it in there. She said, "I want my car running." $10,000 later that we paid, we towed the car out of the place. Now, the second time we take this car in Mercedes, a different place, to get a warranty, and we make it home almost. We go up the hill. We were vlogging with you guys, and it said, "Turn your car off immediately. It's gonna overheat." And I look at the dial. It's like all the way to the red, to the like. Oh, I was like, "Oh dear!" So we turned off the car. And we're just like, we knew we had coolant at home. And he's like, "You better go walk down the hill." I was like, "Oh geez, that's a trick." We were already really tired. So we're like, let's just roll the car down the hill. Like, let it just, because it's a steep enough incline, let the car will roll. But what happened is, so you have power steering and power brakes. So we had it like on with the ACC thing, you know? And it would work for a bit, the power steering and brakes, but then they'd stop. And I was driving, and I'm like, "I have no brakes, Richard, I have no brakes, I have no brakes, I have no steering, I have no brakes." And then so we had to turn it on and off. And that seemed to work. And then you get your steering and brakes for a minute. But we're just cruising down the hill, coming back home. Luckily, there's no one really. That's part of town no one's at. So, but I mean, I could steer once I turn the car on and off. But you know, when you lose your steering, cranking that wheel. What happened to the piece here? You left the project.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think this is. So I don't know. Just get tight.
So this morning, we get the car back to the house by what is going on with this thing? Oh, jeez.
Wait till I put it on. Wait till I screw it on. Jeez.
So.
It has to be so strong.
Oh no, I thought it was done.
Not yet.
So we get the car home by rolling it down the hill, and turning it on and off just to get the power steering and power brakes going to get it all the way down the hill. And then we put a bunch of coolant in it. Well, not a bunch. We only had a half a bottle. But then this morning I went and I put a whole bottle of coolant in it.
Nice.
And that worked. But the issue is they did not screw in a bolt. The bolt is out on our coolant, like where you pour in the coolant, the little jug, whatever you call that thing there. Reservoir. There's a bolt that's supposed to hold it down. So what happened is that bolt wasn't holding down, so then one of the hoses came off. And so when we were up there, like, coolant went all over our car. It blew all over the car. We were up the hill. So we're like, "Oh, this is great." Take your car in to get fixed, and now you got coolant blowing all over the car, and the hose came undone. So we attached the hose, we rolled it down the hill, and then today I was able to drive fine, but I didn't go on the highway because I guess we found out today it's Memorial Day weekend. We didn't realize that. So we can't take it in on Monday. We have to take it in on Tuesday to have them put a bolt. And then it should be, you can drive it, but I wouldn't like push it because if it gets knocked again, that hose could come in. So that's what Richard said, get some duct tape for the hose. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to do that or not, but we still need a bolt no matter what because
Give it a try.
It's not holding the thing, so it's shifting while you're driving, and then when it shifts, it pulls the hose out. And that's how it blew. So that's why I don't want to go on the highway because you cause more shifting. So I tried to go as slow as possible. But I'm at Target getting the beef, and I go out in the parking lot and I see this lady, and she's got really cool pink hair, and I'm like, "Oh, I like your hair." And she goes, "Oh, thank you." She goes, do you happen to have a cigarette?" I said, I actually don't. If I did, I'd totally give it to you. I said, "I actually just smoke weed." And then immediately after saying that, I'm like, "Oh, sorry, I don't have any though. I'm sorry, I really didn't have any." But I was like, "You don't want to say that to somebody." It was like, I felt super bad. A kid's like taunting her with, "Oh, I smoke weed. Oh, I don't have any." But then she's like, "Do you think you can give me a ride to I'm trying to get to the housing." There's down on the east side, there's these places where you can go in, you can walk in, and they can get you set up with housing, and they usually give people food and things like that, like the food banks, but oh my God, he's running all around, he's so damn cute. But, so she wanted to go down there, but I was in Summerlin, and she's like, "Can you give me a ride?" I'm like, "Well, where do you need to go?" So I want to go to Flamingo and Maryland. So if anyone's familiar with Las Vegas, that's pretty far. It's like on the other side of town. We're on the west side. That's way on the east side, which is kind of the hood over there where we were going. That's why the housing agency is there, because that's where kind of like the homeless people are. And I was like, okay, my car is kind of broken. I don't want to drive it very far. I don't have a lot of gas. I don't have a lot of money. But I was just talking about when we didn't have a car, and people are helping us online, and I was like, I just couldn't say no. And I'm like, oh, we're just gonna be irritated. Everybody's waiting for me. And I was like, okay. I was like, well, my car is having some issues, so if we get stranded, then you can just go from there, At least you'll be closer. But we made it, and then I had to stop at Smith's on the way home. But that's what took so long. So that was the story. But here was the thing. So I gave her $13 too, because I had a $20 bill, and I could have given her 10, but I'm just kind of wondering if I have the ones, I'm gonna give the extra 3. I'm just gonna give the 10, but it was like 20 or 13, and I'm like, Richard's gonna prefer I do 13 because he's not really gonna like either of these, but I'm gonna go with 13. So I gave her $13. Just said, hey, I know times are tough. She said, oh, thank you so much. But so then I go to Smith's, and then I had just the cash in my pocket, and I'd left my purse in the car, and just had my cash and my keys. And I come back to the car, and I'm looking for my purse.
Okay.
And I'm like, wait, Richard, you gotta hear this part. And I'm already thinking, like, did I do the right thing, like taking this purse and down? Everyone's like, be careful, whatever. And I'm like, where's my purse? Like, I'm like,
Oh, she stole it.
No,
Oh, no.
she stole my purse.
Of course, it's first thought.
Yeah,
But that was God's little test on you.
Yeah, and I was like,
It always
and I'm
happens
like,
to me
no,
too.
please tell me she didn't
That
steal my
always
purse, because
happens to
I
me
don't
too.
want to think that
No,
just
that
happened.
always happens to me too.
And I was like, no. And Richard has so much clothes in the car right now, because I haven't been. The clothes are in the back seat because the closet fell yesterday. You
I
guys
told him,
remember?
or I told him. That's why I was wearing the chef shirt.
Yeah, and so there's so much stuff in the back seat. My purse was back there. End of story. But I was just like, oh, everyone's gonna be like, Joy, you're such an idiot. I mean, that person had all of our cards. I keep them in one wallet and stuff, and I was like, all of our credit cards.
Okay,
and he would have like killed me over this, and he would have been like, why would you ever give a homeless person a ride to the hood? With our card. I mean, I would have
She's
never.
describing how I would have
heard
been 12 years ago.
The end.
Okay.
Everybody would have got on me about
Okay,
that.
hold on.
But guess what? She didn't steal anything, and I
Okay.
drove her to housing thing.
So what I was going to say was that this is the example that I was talking about earlier, you guys. That when you guys say, "Oh, Rich, you're just such a generous, nice person. You're awesome." No, you hear how I was? That's what I would have been 10 years ago. It's this sort of shit that she does. That, like, yeah, my initial thought is like, we only have $26. Why are you giving, or $36? Why are you giving $13 of that away? And but you see, she does it anyways. So, but then,
Because I trust my feelings.
but then
Even today, I trusted my feelings, and that's why I was upset for a second if I was wrong.
But then it always works out. Like we always have what we need, and she gives it away, and I always think. But you see, I had to be trained that, and she does it anyways. And this is an example, because most of you guys are probably like, why would you give? We just gave you guys $36, and now you gave 15 of it or 13 of it to some homeless person. Well, yeah.
But see, that's what you guys ever see that movie,
I know.
like Pay It Forward?
Yeah. Well, she's
Yes,
saying,
Pay It Forward. Like, the thing is, when you give, you will receive. Like, and
this one,
and especially if you're
we're-
receiving,
with this
then
one-
you need to keep giving.
We're like in like 3,025 right now. We're paying it so far forward. We're like in about 3,025. By the end of the week, we'll be in 3,026.
This is my husband, Richard.
Hi everyone.
Some people are asking. I don't know how you don't know that she just jumped in because he was
Well, no,
talking
there's a lot-
all day. No, I'm
every
not
day-
saying it like that. I'm just saying he was on the blog all day. I'm only saying
She
it
still
as a
wouldn't
joke.
know. They would
Oh,
thought
yeah,
maybe
true.
maybe I own the blog. Maybe
I'm just kidding.
Like who's this woman? Yeah. So welcome to the channel, everyone. Hey, congratulations. I know that there was someone in here saying that that if we want to grow this channel, we need to have mods that allow people to be negative. And well, I want to congratulate our mods today because we are on track to almost hitting 14,000 subscribers. I think so. You guys are doing a great job. So, and thank you for all the positive vibes, because people that are subscribing are positive, and it's kind of what we want to be, because we all feel it, and Annette feels it. I can't.
Oh,
I'm gonna post them right now with Annette. A quick short right
But
now.
hey, I do want
I
to
can't
say
believe how
I
she's.
took her off the Ingress today. We skipped to a day. I think it needs to go every other day.
Yeah, because she's a little more.
Although she might even be. I'm gonna
she's
see.
more alert.
We're gonna see what
but-
we do tomorrow when we give her one. If she's out again, I'm gonna see skipping
No,
it
it's
again.
not
I'm gonna
that.
talk to the doctor
It's
and
not
say
that.
maybe
No,
that we're
no,
done with that one.
No, the Ingrezza is to get rid of her TD.
Right, but what I'm saying, maybe that got helped. Maybe
No,
the
then what I'm saying is that her TD is more. She's more active, more aware today, but she's more.
she is doing more.
She's more doing that today, meaning that her TD is bothering her more.
She has
Yeah, I know. So, but then you take it, then she kind of. You guys saw her. There's like.
I need
Hey, are
him
you
to do a
happy?
lower dose
Yes.
then.
Are you doing good? Yes.
I think she's on too high a dose.
You know, that's kind of the choices we have here.
Darn it, that's not gonna work. Okay, see, that's why this was all an experiment today, because
It's all- life is
well,
an
and
experiment.
it's, and you don't want to like experiment on that, but it's
we have to.
because she is not happy like when she's too knocked out. You know, don't let him out. Do not let him out. Close that door. When she's too knocked out, she's not happy, and then when she's too wacky in a sense, where she's got too much voices going on in her head, and she's not happy. So she relies on us to try to figure out the right combo of her meds, and that's unfortunate to hear that she was having that TD thing today, so I didn't know that. Hello from Romania. Thanks for subscribing, Michaela. Welcome to the community. Thank you. Yeah, for everybody who's new, Linny and Peggy are our monitors, and they are badass. And then Alicia is the backup. I don't know how often Alicia monitors. That's kind of Peggy and Linny are. So if anybody wants to monitor ever, you have to talk to Peggy and Linny, and they only will have someone if they need help or whatever, because they are the monitors. So it's as they need. So if they don't need anyone, then no more monitors. But if they need someone, then they can have So it's all up to them. And then they just tell us, and So if you want to be a monitor, if you're something they're interested in, get on their good side and see if they need help. Otherwise, but it's up to them. They can be like, nope. So, anyways. Yeah, and we think we have the best monitors because, we don't just think that. We know we do because it's about Annette. So maybe on other blogs, if it was just about me, yeah, I could have some negativity. But when Annette comes in here, and sometimes we've been trying to kind of let her sit for a minute on her own once in a while in the mornings. So the worst things that she could see are things like, you're on meth, or what's wrong with your jaw, or, just negative, nasty things making fun of her. It really will hurt her feelings, or why you have no teeth, or, people could say some nasty things. And so that's why Peggy and Linny block people. And even if they didn't, if you're like, oh, we would never say those things, but a little bit of negativity is not necessary even. So as soon as they get even just a hint of negativity, they don't know how far your negativity is going to go, but you're already a negative person, and we're trying to keep a positive community here. So it's pretty much like, if you're going to be negative, no matter what you're saying, you're going to get kicked out because you're not being a positive person, you're being a negative person. And it's really not necessary when we're trying to, get Annette well. She has schizoaffective disorder, and her mom basically abused and neglected her for 12 years. The last thing she needs is people making fun of her. You can make fun of me, but the problem is sometimes Annette's sitting here with me, and she might read it, and she might think you're talking about her when you're actually talking about me. Because we don't. She's sitting here. Sometimes the comments come later too. It's delayed. So you might be say something to me, and then she comes and says, who knows when she pops in. And then she might see some nasty comment, and you're like, oh, well, we'll only say negativity when she's not in the room, but she pops in. So we just have to keep it safe for her. And also, it's very distracting when you're trying to blog and then people are just saying nonsense stuff. Because I just kind of wonder what kind of individual goes into someone else's blog and just starts being mean. It doesn't really make sense to me. I don't really get it. Even if you disagree with what someone's saying, they're still blogging and they're out there why don't you go blog and speak your opinion if you have such an opinion? You don't go into someone else's thing and bash them. You can go in and give your opinion a positive way. But if it's going to be negative, go do a blog and rant yourself if you want to be negative. And that's why you're just well, I'm doing a blog and it's a chance to actually get my feelings out. Sometimes, with Gloria, that have been pent up. Now, the more I talk about it, I'm not so angry. But that's why it's great when I'm blogging. But I wouldn't go into someone else's thing, start bitching about Gloria, bitching about them or something, you know what I mean? But So if I were to go into someone else's blog, I would be positive and try to, encourage them and stuff. So I don't really understand the mentality of someone that picks on people on social media. It's really weird. I don't really get picking on people, period. But to each his own. But we're not going to allow it when Annette's someone who blogs on here, so we can't allow it at all. And the channel is technically Annette's channel, but she doesn't like to blog all the time. So in order for Annette to make money, we have to blog for her, if that makes sense. Because it's the hours we have to accrue of blogging and, get the videos up and get the views and stuff. But Annette will only do like 30 minutes, at most an hour. She wouldn't ever make enough money to even have a channel. Does that make sense? That's funny. I got this in Manhattan on the floor. It had a tag on it. Someone must have dropped it out of their bag. But if we've lived, without homes, so like I'll pick up stuff if it's like still nice. But this one I was like, it still has a tag on it. Of course I will keep this. I'm not too ashamed to take something off the floor. But I get. Where'd you go? Here, my baby's by me. I have the cutest bunny. So we did not. Oh gosh, he just hopped. We did not choose to have a bunny. People were like, why would you have a bunny in such a bad environment here? Someone gave him to me from Twitter. Because we have backyard bunnies here that I feed organic carrots. And then someone said, oh, I have this little bunny that I just got. But I think he didn't want him because he poops and pees everywhere. Look at him. I call it turd bombing. He goes, I don't know if you guys know this about bunnies. They have the tiniest little, let me find one. They're all over the bed. Their poo is not bad because it's just like this. Do you see that little pebble? There's no mess with it, but those little pebbles end up all over the room. And so he doesn't like the vacuum, so we had to get one of those little like things that doesn't make noise, but it's like a little broom vac thingy. It makes a little noise, but he doesn't mind that. But otherwise, I couldn't take it because it's just as soon as I vacuum, he's back turd bombing the room again. Richard says they do it because they don't see it the same way we do, so they do it as to like find their own trail. So you guys have to see him hopping around right now. It's pretty darn cute. Let's see if he'll do it. You guys love our wonderful blinds over there. Let's see if he'll do it. He was doing a hopping. Casper. Oh, no. There he goes, peeing on the bed. I don't punish him, though. He gets too scared. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. What are you supposed to do? Richard's like, yeah, but Richard put his nose in it one day and he lost it. He didn't like that. So, happy birthday, David. Happy birthday, David Waits. Happy birthday. Turd bombing. For real. I mean, yesterday I was sitting in my closet with him and I was sitting on the floor and we cuddle and stuff, so cute, but then he'll want to start running around. So sometimes he wants to cuddle, sometimes he wants to run around. But he started running around me in circles. And so when I got up, and then I have this little thing. Here, I'll show you guys. So I can show it instead of trying to. So in the closet here, I have this little, oh, jeez, I tripped. This little thing, that I put my blanket on, and it's just a little thing. So look, do you see the little turd bombs? Does everybody see the turd bombs? He just turd bombs the room. But yesterday it was even up over on this thing. It was like up on here. He turd bombed my clothes up there and like turd bombed. See him all? See, he just turd bombs the whole room. And this floor is disgusting, I know. But look at these little things. All over. And I vacuum and he just does it again. He just puts them all over. Little pebbles. But I barely any on his little mat, actually. A couple on the mat. Not much. Well, his mat got full up anyways. That don't help. This doesn't get very much use. The pee pad don't get very much use. Everywhere else. But he's the cutest bunny, so. Yeah, so the bunny poo is not bad, but they pee on everything, and that's not cool. But their poo is much better than most animals. Like, I would prefer dealing with bunny than dogs and cats, and they poo on things. Oh, so that's fortunate. But man, he likes to pee everywhere, and I don't know what to do about that. People are saying get a litter box. We just Biden or Trump. I don't vote, and I never have. But I don't know. You want sleepy ice cream eater, or who knows what's gonna happen with Trump? I probably would lean towards Trump just so it's more exciting than sleeping again for another 4 years. But with Trump, you never know what you're going to get. So that's kind of scary too. But I don't vote. And I never will because I don't agree with the political system. And I also don't like any of the candidates that they give us. So I'd say either. Can I say none of the above? That's what I choose. So, but I think that the economy's been really bad since Biden's been president, so I don't know about that. And it seemed a lot better when Trump was president, at least for us. That's all I know. But I know everyone hates Trump, and I don't really care. The guy's a little wacky, but I don't give a crap. Probably shouldn't have added extra taxes to China, so everything's so darn expensive. That wasn't smart. But now everything from Amazon's a fortune. But it was entertaining. She's like, that's a good thing to do. You know what irritated me in school was just finding out about the Electoral College. And I lived in California. So I knew that my vote wasn't going to matter. It was like my state's going to go the way it goes. It's either going to go Democrat or Republican, which isn't California almost always Democrat. I don't even know. So I don't vote. I don't even know. But I didn't know. I remember finding out that like your vote isn't really counted. It's just, you know, your way your state goes kind of thing. Like if you wanted to go against your state, you can't, is what I'm trying to say. Like if you vote against the way your state goes, there's not much you can do about that when it's one of the states that already goes one way. You know, there's some of those that are kind of like what they call those where they could go either way. Nevada's one of them that they sometimes go Republican, sometimes go Democrat. But I think California's pretty much always Democratic. Right? Look at him, he's so cute. I want you guys to see when he does this. He like twists around. I keep going. Let's see if did anyone see that? Did you guys see that? Watch it. Here we go. It's pretty cute. He'll do it again. That's when he plays around. You see it? Oh, he's chewing on the headphones now. Oh, he's chewing on something. Is he teething or do bunnies just do that? Oh gosh. He's so cute. Oh no, jump again. No, now he's crawling on my back. He's the funniest bunny. Sorry, I'm so entertained by Casper. Okay, 5 more seconds. All these people that don't like animals, sorry. But I love bunnies. He's just tearing apart my bed, though. It's hard because I'm a clean freak. I'm a clean freak. And dealing with this house already. And then Bunny P, oh. Bunny's so cute, so I just can't get it up. Someone told me bunnies can live like to 10 years, and I'm like, oh, thank goodness. Because I don't even know what I'm going to do if something happens to this guy. That's why I'm like freaking out every time someone opens the door. And I feel like I'm so mean. But I'm like, are you not understanding that if that bunny goes out there, he might die? There is rat poison and rat traps. And I've tried to deactivate the rat traps, and Gloria keeps activating them again. But also, I don't know where all the rat poison is. It can be like behind cabinets and stuff. And once he gets out there, we wouldn't be able to get him because he'd get behind something. And I'm like, I don't think you're understanding the importance of make sure the door is closed if the bunny is not in his cage. This is not like this is like he might die. And I get like freaking out about that because if that were to happen, I would just, I don't even want to talk about it. But I remember when we first got him, I didn't even think about that. And we had him like a day. And then Richard mentioned that, and I'm like, oh my God, I didn't even think about the rat traps and the poison out there. You know, I mean, we weren't gonna let him out there because it's disgusting out there, but he likes cleanliness. And this room isn't very great, but it's the best we can get. We would love to eventually get new carpet, and then that would help with the bed bug thing. That would be super helpful. You guys, I'm really excited. I hope someone sends Annette some t-shirts. She would really like that. She'd really dig that. She loves t-shirts. It's the funniest thing. That's all she likes to wear, t-shirts. And she could use some shorts, like boy shorts. She likes like long, like down to her knees shorts. I think she's wearing size 30 waist these days. Probably like size 9 or something if it's girls' pants. But I think like 30 waist. I'm not totally sure these days because her weight keeps changing. But she wears size 9.5 shoes. As the zoomies, I know. He does this, and then he wears himself out, but then he won't go in his bed. He goes and starts hiding, and then we have to get him because we have to put him in bed because he'll wear himself out and gets tired. And then when he's tired, he gets scared if he's not in his, he likes his room, but he won't put himself to sleep. He's like a little kid. You gotta go put him to sleep, and then he'll go. Otherwise, he starts like hiding and stuff and getting timid. Well, yeah, I know. Well, no, see, it's not in our room. He can't get hurt in this room. It's just an issue of going out the door. And so someone said I need to get one of those little like child gates, and we need to. We just honestly don't have money. Otherwise, I would have gotten that immediately. If I would have the money, if someone wants to buy one of those, yes. If someone wants to buy one of those and send that to us, that would be something that I want. It's something that, you know, someone said like for the kids, but something that's gonna block. But it has to have like no holes that he can get through. So I don't know if there's one that like where there. So his little tiny body can't get through the gates. And we could put it at the door. Someone had a great idea, you know, because it's driving me nuts. And we'll step over it. Yeah, but I am freaking out about the fact that there's stuff out there. And I would not have brought a bunny into this environment. But someone gave him to me. And I love bunnies. So, and I love him now. Hi Megan, hi Ann, hi everybody. Everybody's saying hi. I'm glad everybody talks amongst themselves. Let me see what Peggy's saying. Do we got anything going on? Oh yeah, she says stuff. Okay. So clothes for Annette, size large t-shirts, probably size 30 pants. And if you want to with the pants, you're on the side of bigger right now because she likes it looser. And lately she, you know, has been putting on weight eating so much candy. So even maybe you could go bigger than that. And she could use belts too. So if you go bigger, a belt could be helpful. But I know the last pair of pants we got her from Target were 30, which was only like a week ago, but they're kind of snug on her. So I'm a little bit nervous she might have to go bigger than that. Maybe 32s, I don't know. Let me see. But yeah, if anyone wants to get the bunny gate, that would be helpful. But other than that, we just really need like cleaning supplies. Too small, 30-inch. Let me look at the pants. Let me see what her pants are. The ones we just got her from Target. Hold on. Okay, yeah, these ones are actually 28, but these are snug, so 30 would be perfect. She had the ones we just got her last week are 28. But these are a smidge, see 28s? These are a smidge snug, so let's go 30. 30 is perfect, 30-inch waist, that's what she wears. Because these ones, she likes these kind of pants, and she also likes jeans. She likes cargo pants. These are what she picked out. We got her the other day, these Levi's. These were like $70. I wanted her to pick out something, and these are the two things. Richard said spend about $100. And she picked out these pants. These were $70, and these were $30. And I was like, well, there goes $100. So I was like, man, clothes are expensive these days. Because I just didn't think they were going to be $70. Because she had picked out the stuff, and I'm like, oh, let's see how much money we have left. Let me look at your tags. And I'm like, 70, okay. And so I had to go over 100 just to get her even a t-shirt. And, you know, I got her like 3 t-shirts too. But these say medium. These are women's medium. So So these were both just Target pants. We just got her last week. She likes these cargo pants, but she also just like loves jeans, like Levi jeans, or they don't have to be Levi, just jeans. Don't have to be no name brand stuff. She just picked those out. I never normally get name brand stuff because we can't really afford it, but we wanted her to be able to pick out something, and that's what she chose. So I was like, okay, we'll get these $70 pair of pants. I think she could have got something better for $70, but I didn't want to, tell her she couldn't have what she picked out. So thank you. I always wear comfy clothes. If I'm home, I'm in pajamas. That's the end of that. I literally go, but even when I go out to the store, I'm mostly in pajamas these days. If I'm in New York, I'll dress nicer, but if I'm in Vegas, I'm in pajamas to the store most of the time. Not normally the bare ones. I wear like these black. I wear these ones, but in black. I got these from Target. Oh my gosh, you guys. Ladies, these are the best. Let me see what brand these are. These are the most comfortable pants. Let me see. I keep getting them. I keep getting them when they wear out. I'll get them again. Like these ones I actually got when I was in New York. Oh, they're just called Stars and Above. Stars and Above. They're in the Target in the sleep with these pajama section. And I wear these when I go out to the store, and these ones at home. They're the exact same kind of pants. They are the most comfortable pants I've ever put on in my whole life. So I basically like live in them. I wash them and wear them again. Wash them, wear them again. But yeah, if you guys need some nice, they're so comfortable to wear in the house. They just feel nice on you, and they're soft and stuff. They're perfect. That's why I'm always wearing these. I'm not from New York. My mother was from New York. My mother was from Long Island. I'm from California. But my whole life, my mom talked about New York so much. So like, all I ever heard about my whole life was New York, and how much better New York was than California, and the New York pizza, the New York pie, the New York bagels, New York, New York, New York, New York, New York. I even had a New York accent when I was young because my mom has the thickest, or had the thickest, New York accent, like those ones, that you don't really hear that much anymore, unfortunately, but they're like so strong, and she never lost her accent. She was in California. Well, she died when she was 46, and she left New York when she was 18. So everybody hears that is, but she never went back to New York, and she wanted to take me. And actually, when me and my sister, I was 4. I was 4. My sister was 6. My mom had planned a trip. We didn't ever have money. My mom and dad were very poor when I was young. We lived in like low-income apartments. We never had money. So and then my dad left him, and then my mom had even less money. But I was 4, my sister was 6, and we were running around the house. My mom saved up money to go take a trip to New York with the family. And I ran into my sister, and my head knocked her teeth and knocked all of her teeth out. So they had to get her like all these caps and stuff. And so that was my mom's trip. So she kind of always made me feel bad that I ruined her trip. So she never got to go back to New York before she died. And so I went for my first time to New York. Richard took me because Richard had lived in Manhattan during 2001, right after 9/11. And he, did like stockbroking, and then he just felt so uncomfortable there after 9/11 that he, it was. There's a lot of energy, like I said, when that many people die in a place, and so he moved back to. I think he said he went to. I don't remember if he said Aspen or Portland after that. I think he was telling a story. Sometimes I forget, but he ended up bartending in Aspen and eventually going back to Portland to take over his family's business, which was a hardware store, which he turned into $1 million company by selling Traegers. The Traeger pellet grills, they were the top Traeger sales in all the United States. And we have like 3 Traegers, so they're all broken right now. We have 3 Traegers that are all broken. Per Gloria's house. We've been trying to get them fixed, but each one's missing something different. So we don't have we can't put one together. We're like, oh, maybe we can take the part. We've been trying to do that. Move the parts from this one to this one to this one. I don't have one full working one, just 3 broken ones. But we love pellet. If you guys have ever used Traegers, cook a turkey in a Traeger. Phenomenal. So when I met Richard, he also owned a store. It was called Taller's, and it was a market in the condo building that he had a condo, and that's when I first met him. He had like the nicest condo. He was pretty wealthy, but he was going down, And so I didn't marry him for his money. I already knew like it was going down. There was like they were losing everything at that point because the dad had died, and the market had changed. You know, like and people were not really shopping at hardware stores, and they were starting to buy the triggers from China, and they were going to start selling them. They were cheapening them up, and you know, selling them from China and stuff. And so his sales were going way down. And then the dad died, and so everything kind of collapsed. His dad died in 2011, and we got together in 2012. That's when Gloria had moved herself. She was living here. The dad and the mom had moved to Las Vegas. They're all from West Lynn and Oregon, Portland, Oregon. And they'd moved to Vegas because the Gloria's family is from Vegas. Or they were originally from New York and Panama, but I mean, they had all moved to Vegas. So she got all her family here. So when the dad was dying of cancer, they decided just to stay here because Gloria wanted to be near her family. But they left Richard up there to just fend for everything himself. Like, oh, just take care of the business, take care of our house. They just left everything for him to deal with. And the house up there was a huge house, but it was just as disgusting as this one. But imagine like way more. So he had to pay to get it completely renovated and stuff just in order to rent it out. And then Gloria, when she came up after whenever, I don't even know why she came after the dad died, she went up there to go live in Richard's condo. She just moved herself into Richard's condo without even really asking. She just moved herself in. And then she, what was this? I don't even remember. Oh, she decided to sell the house that they had up there for like way less than it was worth because she wanted to sell it quick so she'd come back to Vegas and gamble it all away. And we didn't know she got like $250,000. She told us she got $50,000. And we believed that because they owed so much and they were like upside down on it because they'd been take too many mortgages out on it or whatever. And because Gloria's always had not gambling, it used to just be shopping problem. She buys copious amounts of clothes and food. Like, and then they own a hardware store, so she would buy supplies, like just make them broke buying supplies for the hardware store that they didn't need. Like Richard was talking about, you know, just like buying insane amounts of toilet paper, insane amounts of things, like just overstocking everything. And the hardware store was just Gloria's little project that the father got for her to just like keep her busy. But instead she just spent money there too. So, anyways, the reason why we talk about Gloria is because we're stuck in her house. And I can't even leave this bedroom because when I go out there, like no one even wants me in the rest of the house, even though I'm paying all the bills and doing everything. But I'm like reserved to this room, which she says I stole from her. When she like forced us upon this room that was disgusting when we got here, it was filled to the gills with mice and bed bugs, and it still has bed bugs. I still get bit every single night, so that's fun. Yeah, I always on my neck. So I sleep. You guys want to see what I wear at night? This is how I sleep. And what sucks is it's getting hot here. So this worked when it was cold, but now it's getting hot. So like last night I was really sweaty, so I already had to wash this today. But I have to go like this. This is how I sleep every night to avoid getting bit. So then they have to come in through here, but they get me in my neck all night long. They get me in my neck, but they have to crawl all the way around, all the way over. So it takes them a long time. But that's how I have to sleep every night. So I sleep like this. That's how I sleep. To avoid being bit by bed bugs every single night. So that's the fun of living in this house. And it's getting hot now because it's summer. So this was fine in the winter, but now I'm getting hot. So I was like sweating last night, but I ain't taking the sweatshirt off. There's no way I'm sleeping in short sleeve. It ain't gonna happen. Can't sleep in this bed in short sleeve. Unless you want bed bugs all bitten all over you. So yeah, so when people are like, how you let Annette live in that? We live in it too. We have them really bad to get on all of our stuff too. We just were able to do more bed bug bombs because we would set it off before we would leave and then we wouldn't enter. But with Annette, we never knew when she was gonna come back in her room. All right, let's see. I wanna make sure I'm staying up. I'm trying to read more stuff. But anyways, oh gosh, we should jump off here soon. Yeah. The bugs. we don't know what to do. How to, you guys have seen what we've already been trying to do, and for about a year we set off bug bombs every single day, and those things are expensive. It's like $15 for like 3 cans, so every 3 days it was costing us $15. And if I set off on an Annette's room, then there's 2 cans, so that gets very expensive when we're on such a limited budget. I mean, if you do the math for a year, how much that costs, I don't even know, but it was getting very expensive just buying bug bombs, and that's kind of why we stopped. But also Richard discovered the steamer seems to work even better, and it's free. It's water. We just bought the steamer, which is only like $50 something, way cheaper than buying bed bug bombs every single other day, basically. Maggie, yes, but it was Gloria. That would almost be worse if he did that. But I mean, she knows that I get the stuff, and she does thank me. It's hard to describe Gloria. I mean, you guys have seen her. I mean, she has her moments where she's like, oh, thank you, Joy. But then there's these moments that it's like, she thinks I'm taking from her. So I don't know. I don't know if she got like split personality or what her deal is. But you just kind of never know what you're going to get. And we kind of like this vlog thing because at least when we go out there, she's always nice when I bring the camera out with you guys. If you guys aren't out there, she wouldn't be so nice to me. But when I bring the camera, she's like, has to be nice. So I'm kind of liking it because I'm like, hi, Gloria. And then, because normally she'd just ignore me. I used to go out there and I'd say, hi, Gloria, and she wouldn't even respond to me. She just doesn't. I'm like, hi, Gloria. And she's like, glare at me. I'm like, okay, never mind. So now with the camera, she'll be like, oh, hi, try to talk. But I don't know if you noticed. She's not super excited when I go in there. And this isn't because of the pancakes. This happened because we don't let her go gambling. And she thinks that we're hoarding her money, like that we're or like keeping it, and that we're just like she thinks we're holding on to it and that we're just not letting her have it. When we're actually just using part of her money to help towards the bills, but we're paying the majority of the bills, and we're just like, hey, this is basically, why don't you contribute a little bit, since it is your bills that are been backed up for like 12 years basically, and all this stuff. But and we would go give her that money if we had it, but it also isn't good for her because when she gambles, she brings so much negativity into the house because she's never happy. She's more upset when she gambles because she never wins, because she doesn't let herself win. She gambles till she doesn't have any money. So the only way she could ever win is if she gets a hand pay. It's the only time she'll take money home, is what I'm saying. But she could, anything below $1,200, she'll be like, next. Like she won't, you know what I mean? But if it says a hand pay is $1,200, then she might bring home some of her winnings. And that's what she used to do over the years. But unless it's a hand pay, it was like she wins and she just keeps playing. Because she used to make me go with her when I would visit. I would visit sometimes without Richard when we lived in other places. And she would make me go, and I hate gambling. I don't like it at all. I don't like I don't even like the premise of it. I just think it's stupid. I mean, I like playing cards, but sitting at a slot machine, no thank you. And Gloria, and I don't play cards gambling because I've never even played at a table because I'm like, I don't want to piss off everybody else. I'm good at cards, but I would probably bet wrong and make the other people mad or something, and I don't want to deal with that. I used to play cards without money when I was a kid. You play with your friends or in the Air Force. I'm actually really good at cards. I'm really good at Texas Hold'em, but I don't play in a casino or anything like that, or for money ever. It was just for fun. But I don't like gambling. I find no fun in it, and I know some people do, and I'm not bashing you if you do, but it really should be just for fun, not an everyday thing, because the casinos aren't made by people winning all the time. So the chances, and especially unless you're doing one that has a chance of winning, like where there's some sort of strategy to it, if you're just hitting a button, and if you won't cash out when you win, you're just gonna lose. So that's what was happening for years. And she would literally say she was gambling to win her house, but all she had to do was pay her bills, and she could keep her house. Anyways, enough of Gloria. I really don't like talking about her that much because it does upset me. And it only upsets me because I love Annette. I don't care what Gloria does if she was taking care of Annette, and if she was still taking care of Annette, even still doing what made Annette happy, but she doesn't, and that's why I get irritated. But we try to work around her. It's fine. I went and got them a bunch of stuff today. Gloria was back asleep after cooking breakfast. She didn't go to the gym today. She just went back to sleep. So I don't know. His cage is closed. He doesn't like that. Hairball. Oh my goodness, he ate his whole cabbage. We gotta give him some more cabbage, you guys. He ate all that cabbage. Oh, we gotta get him some. Hold on. He loved the red cabbage. I'm gonna get him another little bit here. We're gonna come bring this. I'm gonna bring you guys over here in 5 seconds. Let me get this other tripod. Got all these tripods and things going on here. Excuse me, bear with me with the getting a headache here, moving around. But I got this cabbage. Look at this. It's organic. I was cutting it over here. He loves it. I'm gonna cut it and put those in a bag, but then I got distracted. But let's go give him this. Everybody, let's see what he thinks of this. Watch yourself, you're getting dizzy. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's the good stuff, huh? Oh yeah. He likes the cabbage. He ate a whole one of that already. He going for his little. He is such a. Man, I wish I could change. I would change the bottom of that cage every single day if that darn litter it wasn't so expensive. So I just did it yesterday, and he already pooed that much. I just changed that litter in the bottom there yesterday. But I clean his cage every day, the rest of it. But I can't change the litter every day. But I changed, he's got a little pee pad over here. This is why I can't go to New York. This bunny's too spoiled. He will drag out this thing. It's actually time, I forgot. I gotta clean this. He's gonna drag this out if I don't. Oh no, he didn't need it. Look, he dragged it in his room. Now he's got 2. You don't need 2. He still had it. These guys ramp here. He's checking out. But he wants his pee pad changed. What's this? So he likes this. So I change this out for him every day. Oh, baby. Give him a little pillow. We change this out for him. Ooh, he needs some more hay. If I clean his cage every day, I would do the bottom, but I can't afford that to get that bag of that stuff's expensive. Yes, put your new pee pad in. Nice. Yeah. Let's slide back. So we put that. He will drag this out. So yesterday I didn't clean it in time, and he started dragging this out because he wanted a fresh one. So see, he's already happier. He's already happier now. He starts cleaning himself when you give him a fresh one. You need your pillow back. Bring your pillow back. You know, give him some fresh hay, fresh water. Yeah, I spoil my bunny. I spoil my bunny. He gets clean cage every day now, and so I just know Richard won't do that. Okay, we're gonna let's get this water out of here. He takes his bath in this water. If you guys have a bunny and you didn't give him like a little water bowl, please do, because he's got his water bottle, but he takes his bath in here, and he really likes to do that. And I didn't know he was gonna do that. I didn't know bunnies like to take their little baths, so I put this in here because he wasn't drinking his water bottle when we first got him. He wasn't, so I thought, let me put just a little cup of water. I give him purified water. He loves to take his baths in here. He'll start cleaning himself. There you go, there for your bath. Okay, now we're gonna give him some fresh hay over here. Oh, yeah, see, did you see what he just did with his bowl? This son said he wants a new one. Because he poops in there, so he wants fresh. So I waste all these other things, and he wants it all freshened up, because he can't get a poo-poo in there. Where are you going? Come on. Get back in here. Get out. What are you doing? What are you doing? There you are. There's your fresher up. Oh, he wants his clothes. This is his private room. You don't appreciate it, y'all. Okay, but I hadn't finished. I was going to put some new hay back there. But he'd like his bedroom door closed, please. He's saying. Excuse me, please. You don't appreciate everybody looking in his bedroom right now. Oh man. You get a snack on that. There he goes. Nah, he don't like this open. He really doesn't like this open. That's his private space in there. And I waste so much hay and stuff because he poops in it. He likes to poop in his bowls. And then he wants you to freshen it up. So you gotta throw out the poo-poo ones. Give him fresh. There we go. You know, you got his organic red cabbage. He's all set up. Now he won't mind being in there. We got new food and then he'll go to sleep. So that's my spoiled little bunny. He's a fresh cage. And I just cleaned his bottom yesterday and he already pooed that much in there. I'll probably do it tomorrow. I'm trying to figure out how often. I want to do it every day, but I can't afford that much. Unless people want to donate for my wish list. This I like. Oh, I'll show you the litter we got. I really like it. It smells nice too. Let me get the litter. We got this one. This is really nice litter. All of it is oxbow. I didn't know that I don't even know if Richard meant to, but he ordered all this oxbow. Like the hay, the kibbles, and this. But this stuff smells really nice. When you open the bag, I was like, oh, that's really nice. And it's really helped with the smell in here. Still smell it because he pees on the bed once in a while, but it's much better. But if anybody is asking what we need, this would be great. So I could clean his cage more often. This one, I like this wheat straw litter expo. We could use that, and we could also use his things. Let me show you his. Right now we have a backup, but if anybody, we like this. See, it's all oxbow, young rabbit food. I do have backup right now. I have an extra bag of each because I didn't want to run out. And he likes his alfalfa hay.